Liao slowly regained consciousness amidst a throbbing headache and a burning sensation. His thoughts felt as though they had been ground through a blender, with countless fragmented memories swirling and piecing themselves back together in his mind. The first spark of life underwater, massive beasts of the Stone Age, humanity's first upright steps. These images flashed before his eyes like a fleeting montage. A familiar voiceover from a game echoed faintly in the distance, pulling him out of his nightmare. The pain coursing through his body made the overworked office worker, who had been pulling all-nighters for days, groan in discomfort. All he did was start a game of Barbarian 6 after getting home. How could a former athlete like him faint just from playing? Fighting through the agony, Liao forced his eyes open. The first thing he saw was the swaying hem of a dress and a blonde-haired, blue-eyed girl wiping blood from his body. Surrounding him was a caravan of refugees stretching far and wide. The cold wind howled, the road was muddy, and the braying of donkeys mixed with the cries of children filled the air. He was lying on a donkey-drawn cart, cushioned by a pile of bundles and animal pelts. "You're awake?" The blonde girl smiled with relief, then turned to shout below the cart, "Leo's awake." Before her voice had faded, a burly Viking with a horned helmet and a thick beard popped his head up, roughly inspecting Liao's condition. At that moment, a fragment of memory flashed through his mind like lightning. Hundreds of kobolds armed with short spears swarming down a hillside, charging toward the refugee caravan. These creatures, resembling upright golden retrievers, stood about 1.3 meters tall on average, with their leader towering at 1.5 meters. The caravan quickly formed ranks, with the elderly, women, and children taking shelter behind the carts while the militia prepared to face the attackers. Mondo, the newly appointed captain of the militia, had been confident until the kobold leader gave a signal, unleashing a barrage of short spears that instantly decimated a third of the militia. Chaos erupted. The poorly trained civilians were no match for the kobold's claws and fangs. Leo, the most reckless of them all, charged out of formation, aiming directly for the kobold leader. This monstrous leader, with muscles like a pit bull, shattered Leo's shield with a single blow and struck his chest with a flail. The two engaged in a life-or-death struggle, which ended with Leo biting through the leader's neck while sustaining a bite wound to his shoulder. Both collapsed unconscious. The memory felt so vivid, the pain from the battle so intense, that Leo's scalp tingled. "So, I started off by biting a kobold to death? This hurts so much. I'd rather have just dropped dead. Ugh, I want to go back." Trying to calm himself, Leo shook his head slightly. Amid the intense dizziness, the fragmented memories of this body slowly became clearer. This was a typical Western fantasy world, the Orantis Empire, located in the eastern part of the Morninglight continent, bordering the orc territories of the northern tundra. Hundreds of years ago, this empire, renowned for its technology, military strength, and disciplined forces, rose from a corner in the southeast and unified the southern nations. Later, it allied with the northern tribes to drive the orcs, trolls, and other non-human races deep into the northern tundra. However, as with all great empires, the glory of Orantis was not eternal. Over the centuries, this vast empire gradually declined, falling into chaos as feudal lords carved up its territories. The northern provinces are now under the control of Grand Duke Mitchell. In their bid for imperial dominance, they continue to shift their forces southward. This weakening of the northern defenses has given the orcs an opportunity to strike. Scattered orc raiding parties and troll scouts have begun appearing near the North Ice River, looting human villages and towns. Fortunately, a retired soldier named Urian took charge of training the militia just in time, allowing the village where Leo lived to survive while nearby settlements were reduced to ruins. But this was clearly not a sustainable solution. A year later, Urian made a bold decision to lead the entire village on a 1,000-mile migration, moving from the northernmost edge of Count Frelov's territory to its southernmost point, near the source of the Anzerno River at the foot of the Grand Barrier, to establish a new home. This riverbend region was where Urian had once served for many years. Using his connections with former comrades in the military, he obtained a land development charter from the Frelov family. As long as they could cultivate enough land and pay taxes on time, he could be granted the title of Pioneer Knight. Back in the day, he had been stationed in a watchtower dozens of miles downstream, guarding the western towns of the Frelov family against the legendary dragon attacks, though no dragon had been seen in the region for over a century. As for the original owner of this body, Mondo, he was a typical troublemaker. His mother died in childbirth, and his father drank himself to death in despair, leaving him to fend for himself. He roamed the streets, surviving through theft, stealing bread from one household one day and begging for watery porridge from another the next. In the winter, he spied on widows bathing, and in the summer, he tricked children out of their sour plum drinks. He even kicked stray dogs for no reason. Fearless and reckless, that was who he was. At the age of 15, Leo single-handedly dragged a young snow bear cub back from the mountains. He shared the bear meat with the entire village, but this act forced everyone to stay on guard all night, fearing the mother bear's revenge. In the end, the mother bear failed to retaliate. Leo buried her alive while she was hibernating. 3 days later, when he dug her out, the bear was still faintly breathing. Young Leo ruled the village with his wild and unrestrained demeanor until he met Uncle Julian, a retired soldier who had returned home. The robust old veteran could lift Leo with one hand and give him a sound thrashing. After that, Leo was drafted into the militia, charging into battle like an untamed savage and honing his combat skills. Now 17, Leo had grown a bit more sensible, though his wild nature remained intact. At the moment, he felt a faint movement from Leo in his arms. The golden-haired girl, Olivia, shifted slightly, moving her chest off him to carefully assess his condition. Olivia? Leo rasped, his voice hoarse. The metallic taste of blood filled his mouth, and he couldn't tell whether it was his own or the kobold leader's. His left arm was splinted with wooden slats, the extent of the injury unknown. His chest, struck by a chain mace, had several broken ribs, and his persistent coughing up blood suggested internal injuries. His shoulder wound, however, wasn't as severe thanks to the iron-reinforced bearskin shoulder armor. Although the kobold leader had bitten deeply into it, the wound had already scabbed over. As long as it didn't get infected, he'd be fine. I'm here, the golden-haired girl answered softly, her delicate fingers brushing aside his sweat-soaked hair. What about the kobolds? Olivia trembled slightly. You drove them away. Leo could only recall biting the kobold leader to death, but Olivia had witnessed the entire ordeal from behind the cart. The massive kobold leader had thrashed, clawed, and bitten furiously on the ground, tearing Leo's leather armor to shreds as blood splattered everywhere. Yet its neck remained tightly clamped, as if caught in the jaws of a massive trap, until it suffocated to death. Seeing their leader's gruesome demise, the other kobolds fled in under a minute, abandoning the body. That's good. Leo nodded, though worry lingered in his heart. Kobolds were known for being cowardly and opportunistic, only attacking when they significantly outnumbered their prey. For them to ambush a well-equipped militia of 50 men was highly unusual. What concerned him even more was the state of the convoy. The group had started with nearly 1,000 people, but after passing through bustling towns, many skilled workers and landowners had left along the way. Now, only around 300 remained, mostly villagers loyal to Uncle Julian, along with the elderly, women, and children. Such was the plight of common pioneers without noble support or official oversight. Cohesion was fragile and could dissipate at any moment. Leo, don't worry. Focus on recovering. My dad's here to protect us, Olivia said, gently stroking his forehead in comfort. To her, her father Julian was invincible. Leo smiled in response, lost in thought. From now on, he would live under a new identity: Leo Mondo, the transmigrator, the kobold slayer, and the leader of the militia. Don't stop, everyone. We're almost there. Julian's voice echoed through the forest. As the leader of the caravan, he gripped a rough, hand-drawn map, guiding the villagers southward along the World Tree Avenue for 1,000 miles. After over a month of arduous travel, the group finally reached the watchtower where he had once been stationed. Leaving the main road behind, they began heading west along the Enzino River, traversing 30 miles of untouched forest to reach the river bend. At this moment, they were near the westernmost edge of Count Freylov's territory, close to the watchtower, and on the brink of entering the true wilderness. This final stretch of 30 miles proved more challenging than the 1,000 miles they had already covered. Kobold ambushes were relentless, with the fourth attack causing more casualties than the previous 3 combined. Of the 50 militiamen, only half were still able to fight, and even the newly appointed militia captain, Leo Mondo, was gravely injured. The dense, untamed forest posed immense difficulties for the heavily loaded caravan. Wheels frequently got stuck in the mud, axles broke, and the pack mules either panicked and bolted or stubbornly refused to move. Torrential rains and snowstorms alternated, and fallen trees littered their path. Some villagers fell ill, while others, gripped by despair, caused unrest. Even a small 3-meter cliff could halt the entire group for half a day. Tomorrow, we'll make it. Julian stood atop a massive boulder, waving his horned helmet as he painted a vivid picture of the land ahead. There are fish so plentiful you can grab them with your hands, herds of deer running wild, endless forests, and vast, fertile lands. These words, repeated countless times and even turned into nursery rhymes by the children, kept the villagers pushing forward despite everything. At long last, after countless tomorrows, the caravan reached its destination, a vast peninsula plain shaped by the river's flow. Unlike the surrounding dense forest, this was an open grassland scattered with small lakes and occasional hills. Sparse shrubs and small trees grew on the hills, while thigh-high withered grass stood resilient even in the depths of winter. Its roots were so firmly anchored in the fertile soil that not even the snow could fully flatten it. The richness of the land was evident, even to the untrained eye. After 3 days and nights of rest, the severely injured Leo Mondo finally managed to stand and walk, bearing witness to the site of their new home. Recently, fragmented memories of the original host began to pierce randomly into his mind, like shards of a broken mirror, subtly altering his perception and personality. Fortunately, the original host had always been rather muddle-headed by nature, and given his current immobility on the truck bed, no one seemed to notice anything unusual. The convoy came to a halt on a gravelly riverbank. The joy of surviving the disaster had not yet fully dissipated when a sense of uncertainty about the future started to spread among the villagers. At that moment, Uncle Julian agilely leapt onto one of the trucks and began assigning tasks in his booming voice. Under his direction, the previously dazed villagers sprang into action. Some went to chop wood, others prepared to cook meals, and still others busied themselves setting up the camp. His commanding shouts seemed to breathe new life into the once quiet encampment. Taking advantage of his injuries as an excuse, Leo distanced himself from the bustling camp and sat alone on a massive boulder by the riverbank. The river before him, the Anzino River, was a tributary of the Northern Ice River, yet it held a unique significance. It surged forth from the depths of the Grand Barrier, stretching over 2,000 miles northeastward before merging with the Northern Ice River near the northern stronghold of Alanik, eventually flowing into the icy seas of Storm Fjord. This great river, marked even on continental maps, had long been regarded as the true mother river of the northern lands. Its gentle flow, short freezing periods, and abundant fishery resources made it indispensable to the people of the north. Here at the river's upper reaches, the waterway was not particularly wide, but after curving through the river bend, the once 50-meter-wide channel broadened into an expanse resembling a small lake. In the crystal-clear waters, schools of fish darted freely in search of food. To the west, snow-capped mountains stretched endlessly, and beyond a few lower peaks, a sheer cliff rose abruptly into the sky like a towering pillar of rock. This was the legendary Grand Barrier. Encircling the heart of the morning light continent like a colossal tree stump standing on flat ground, the Grand Barrier was a natural fortress. What Leo could see now was only a small segment of this majestic formation. The source of the Anzino River cascaded from the clouds, tumbling down the steep cliffside in a series of over 10 magnificent waterfalls. On the opposite bank lay an endless expanse of primeval forest, where massive coniferous trees were blanketed in heavy snow. Near the river's edge, several elk the size of horses were drinking from the water, while curious fawns glanced at Leo and let out soft, bleating calls. According to Uncle Julian, this forest was once the Wolf Plains, the birthplace of the beast tribe's wolf riders 1,000 years ago. This formidable cavalry, capable of rivaling the Empire's armored knights, vanished when the beast tribes retreated to the snowy tundras north of the Northern Ice River. The plains were transformed into a forest through the magic of beast shamans and elven druids, burying countless remnants of the beast tribe's once glorious past. What Leo admired most about Uncle Julian was not only his martial skills honed in the military, but also his ability to weave any subject into a captivating tale. The blonde girl, Olivia, walked over and carefully examined Leo's injuries. After confirming there was nothing serious, she sternly reminded him, "I've already set up your tent. If you're tired, go lie down and stop wandering around." "Got it," Leo replied obediently. He stood there for a moment longer until the cold wind made him shiver, and finally turned to head back to the camp. He quickly found his tent, a small shelter patched together with various animal hides. Inside, it was piled with furs he had collected over years of hunting. Though many were now frayed and reduced to loose tufts from rough craftsmanship and long use, it was still one of the warmest spots in the entire camp. Outside the tent, a mud-covered child was curled up, hugging his knees. A tattered little blanket was draped over his shoulders, and his back pressed tightly against the tent, as if trying to shield himself from the biting wind. Leo approached and gave the child a light kick, sending him sprawling into the tent. With a teasing tone, he said, "Hey, little mouse, did you find anything to eat today?" Though Leo had held back his strength, the kick still sent the child rolling across the tent floor, all the way to the pile of furs at the back. Years of living like a semi-wild man had ingrained roughness and violence into his very nature. The child, now lying motionless in the pile of furs, shook his head blankly. His thin, gaunt face showed no expression. Known as Little Mouse, the child was less than 4 feet tall, dressed in thin, ragged clothes, and alarmingly skinny, with black hair and black eyes, a rare sight in the northern regions. Leo had first found him over 10 days ago, on a snowy morning. The boy had been hiding under a donkey cart by the side of the road, lying on the same tattered blanket now draped over his shoulders. It was no larger than a doormat, barely covering any part of his body, and he had been frozen stiff. Perhaps reminded of his own childhood, the original Leo had tossed the nearly frozen boy into the pile of furs in his tent and shared some of his breakfast with him. To his surprise, the boy survived and started following the caravan. He remained out of sight during the day but would curl up in a corner of Leo's tent at night. And so, he managed to survive for another 2 weeks. While the original Leo had a small streak of kindness, it didn't extend far. After leaving the village, he could barely feed himself, often going to bed only half full. Offering a corner of his tent was already the limit of his generosity. This little mouse, initially called Little Mute because he didn't speak, only to be renamed when they discovered he could talk, somehow managed to survive, whether by stealing, begging, or eating grass from the wilderness. Over the past few days, Leo had been injured and confined to the wagon, cared for by Olivia, and hadn't returned to his tent. Now, as he looked at the small figure huddled in the corner, he couldn't help but wonder. How had this little mouse managed to get through these past days? Leo had just leaned into the tent when the nauseating stench inside forced him to retreat immediately. A sickening mix of greasy hair, foot odor, mildew, and decay assaulted his senses, nearly suffocating him on the spot. Even with the protection of the original owner of the body, the stench was almost unbearable. This is worse than a doghouse. Leo cursed, his face contorted as he pinched his nose. Fighting the overwhelming disgust, he began cleaning the tent. He tossed out the reeking furs one by one, carefully searching through the pile, and eventually managed to salvage 2 relatively intact snow bear pelts. He casually threw the smaller one to the little mouse standing nearby. "Follow me," Leo called out to the little mouse. Seeing no response, he reached out, grabbed the scruff of its neck, and effortlessly lifted it before heading toward the riverbank. It was midday, and the rare warmth of the winter sun shone down. Leo found a sheltered spot behind a large rock, threw the snow bear pelt into the water, and began stomping on it. Dirty water gushed out of the fur, and a rainbow-like oily film floated to the surface, making him click his tongue in disbelief. With some difficulty, he unfastened the brace on his left hand and started undressing. Noticing the little mouse still standing there in a daze, he barked, "Come and help." The little mouse shuffled forward woodenly and helped Leo remove his clothes. Standing naked in the icy water, Leo shivered as he used a tattered cloth to scrub himself down. Watching the grime wash away and his true skin tone emerge a rich, dark Tanha felt an inexplicable sense of relief. This body belonged to a typical northerner. Blonde hair, blue eyes, sharply defined features, and a well-built physique that had developed by the age of 17. Though the original owner had grown up wild, he was remarkably tough and resourceful. If there was anything delicious in the village, he could track it down by scent. Alanino smoked meat ever escaped him. The nearby forest was riddled with his traps, which had nearly wiped out the population of mice and rabbits, and even large predators had been forced to migrate. When it came to eating meat, no one in the village rivaled him. Leo glanced at the little mouse, who was dripping with water and oozing black sludge into the river. Wrinkling his nose in disgust, he said, "You should take a bath too. You're filthy and stink to high heaven. While the sun's still out, wash your clothes as well." The little mouse stood there, still frozen and unresponsive. "A real man isn't afraid of the cold," Leo said impatiently, urging, "Just jump into the water, and you'll warm up. Hurry up and take off your clothes. No bread for you otherwise." The little mouse hesitated before slowly peeling off his tattered clothes, revealing a yellowed silk nightgown underneath. When the last piece of clothing was removed, the stark contrast between the two bodies became apparent. One was strong and muscular, the other was gaunt and frail. Leo proudly flexed his biceps. "I'm telling you, someone like you? I could take on 100 of you." But he stopped mid-sentence, suddenly freezing. Quickly grabbing a small polar bear pelt from the riverbank, he wrapped it around the little mouse. His voice betrayed confusion as he asked, "Where's your, you know?" The moment the words left his mouth, he realized how ridiculous his question was. The little mouse remained expressionless, only murmuring weakly when Leo carried him ashore, "Do I still get the bread?" With the little mouse tucked under one arm, Leo returned to the campsite and sought out Olivia, who was busy with her tasks. Scratching his head, he asked, "Can you heat some water for me?" Olivia leaned in to sniff him and said, "Didn't you already wash? This little girl hasn't bathed yet. I'm worried she'll freeze." "Humph," Olivia scoffed. "Feeding her, giving her shelter, and now a hot bath? You're really spoiling her." Despite her words, she led the little mouse toward the tent. The little mouse clearly recognized Olivia and eagerly tried to get closer, but Olivia skillfully kept her at a distance. Still, accustomed to such aloofness, the little mouse obediently followed her into the tent. Leo, meanwhile, ducked into Uncle Yulian's tent. As the leader of the caravan, Yulian had the largest tent, complete with separate inner and outer sections. The outer area held a round table with a map pinned to it, where several other leaders were gathered, listening intently. The entire meeting was conducted with military-like discipline, resembling a miniature command center. Yulian's achievements were truly remarkable. A retired soldier, he had risen to become the undisputed leader of his village in just a year. Every step he took demonstrated extraordinary foresight, investing his savings in supplies, forming a militia, eliminating threats, and establishing trade routes. Yet, this hard-earned stability was shattered by the beast folk invasion. When neighboring villages were reduced to ruins, Julian acted decisively. He gathered refugees, expanded his militia, obtained a pioneer's certificate, and even raided a wolf den for resources. Ultimately, he made the agonizing choice to burn their homes and lead his people southward. He had repeatedly sought aid from the local lord, only to be met with indifference. When the refugee caravan reached a small town, the knights barred them from entering, tossing them nothing but a cart of bran. With no other options, the desperate refugees continued their journey south, clinging to Julian's promise of a new home. The migration process was fraught with setbacks, conflicts, and casualties, but in the end, most people survived, whether they were villagers who left midway or the 300 elderly and weak who made it to the destination. For a group of commoners to achieve this in such a tumultuous era was nothing short of a miracle. When Leo stepped into the tent, a brief smile flashed across Julian's bearded face, but it quickly turned stern. "Have you recovered yet? Wandering around all day, I've put up with you long enough." Leo instinctively shrank his neck, deftly clutching his chest and putting on a pained expression. "What are you all discussing? We've already arrived, and there's still so much to do? You don't know a damn thing." Julian waved him off impatiently, as if swatting away a fly. 300 people need food, water, and shelter. Everything's a hassle. Get your injuries healed, and once you're better, take some men to scout the surroundings. Figure out the lay of the land, who to drive off, who to deal with. This is going to be our home now, and we can't let anyone sneak up on us. He turned to Valerie, who stood beside Leo. "Take a crew and dismantle the useless carts. Start putting up some fences. Throw up a few rows in 3 directions, just enough for cover. Once we're settled, well-built proper houses." The burly man, clearly experienced, gave a nod of acknowledgement and headed out. "Lashka, take a few people and burn the northern grassland. Well, start clearing it for farming tomorrow." "Got it." "Rusev, go with the militia and scout the surrounding area. See if there's anything valuable. Our food supplies are running low." The elderly man, who had quietly been listening, nodded in agreement. As the village's only shopkeeper who regularly traveled to the nearby town, he had the most experience with trading goods. The orc attack had claimed the lives of his 2 sons, leaving him with only a young grandson. Like Valerie and Lashka, he was both capable and willing to stay and contribute. Julian leaned over the rough map on the table, scratching his chin as he tried to rally the group. "I've been here before. This place has everything we need. If we all work together, we just have to get through the first 6 months. Once things are stable, they'll hire a survey team to check for mineral deposits. If we find any, we'll strike it rich, haha." His optimism, however, failed to inspire the core members present. As the leadership of the pioneering team, they were far more aware than the puppet-like villagers outside of the dire reality. The group was at its limits, with no supplies or resources left. Compared to their current predicament, the hardships of the migration now seemed like mere appetizers. In the past, Leo would have been swept up in Julian's grand vision, his blood boiling with excitement, temporarily forgetting the challenges ahead. But he was no longer the reckless warrior he once had been. But he was no longer the person he used to be. Leo stared intently at the map spread out before him, his expression focused and contemplative. He fully understood Uncle Julian's reasoning for choosing to migrate at the cusp of winter's end and spring's beginning. Firstly, to avoid the large-scale raids by beastfolk scouting parties that typically started in spring, and secondly, to begin clearing the frozen land just in time for the April rye planting season. The Riverbend region not only boasted fertile soil but also a much milder climate compared to the icy banks of the North Ice River. With sufficient labor, the pioneering group could achieve self-sufficiency in grain production within the first year. However, the reality was harsh. Fewer than 300 people remained in the caravan, most of whom were the elderly, women, and children. These were individuals who lacked the means to fend for themselves or had no savings to fall back on, leaving them reliant on Julian's protection. Families with greater wealth and more laborers had already chosen to settle in prosperous villages and towns along the way, unwilling to endure the hardships of a northern winter migration. Even in the best-case scenario, where everyone contributed to labor and achieved self-sufficiency in food production, they still faced a pressing issue. Where would their food come from during the long months before the rye harvest? Fishing and hunting were clearly not viable options. Although Leo's hometown was a rare farming village along the North Ice River, it had been granted to a knightly family by the Frolov lord over a century ago. Aside from their own homes and small plots of land, everything else belonged to the knightly overlord. Villagers were not only restricted by the lord's hunting and logging bans, but were also too poor to afford even the most basic fishing or hunting tools. Aside from Julian and Leo, a natural-born wild hunter, there were no skilled hunters in the village. The villagers' homemade bows and bone-tipped arrows were only capable of taking down small prey like rabbits or foxes. They couldn't even kill a full-grown elk. If it were otherwise, they could have easily repelled the kobold attack with a single volley of arrows. Moreover, the wilderness was teeming with hostile non-human tribes, wild animal dens, and even traces of magical beasts. Sending these unarmed villagers out to hunt in such treacherous terrain was as good as sentencing them to death. At that moment, Julian suddenly brought up the topic of mineral resources. He boldly declared that any kind of mine would suffice, not just gold or silver, but even copper. Leo snorted derisively. No copper mines, but how about iron? This remark immediately caught everyone's attention. The group exchanged puzzled glances, unsure of what Leo was hinting at. Without a word, Leo retrieved a kobold's discarded spearhead from a box in the corner and tossed it onto the round table. Though rusted and corroded, the dense pitted surface of the spearhead was still clearly visible. Leo began explaining the current situation. The civil wars among the Empire's dukes had not only claimed countless lives, but also consumed vast amounts of weapons and equipment. The already scarce iron resources in the northern region had been monopolized by the nobility, entirely allocated to war production. As a result, the price of iron tools had skyrocketed, leaving ordinary farmers unable to afford even a simple hoe. Seeing that the others still looked confused, Leo pressed further. Where do you think the kobolds got their iron weapons? They certainly didn't buy them. Julian's eyes lit up with sudden realization. Are you saying the kobolds discovered an iron mine? Leo gestured silently toward the spearhead on the table, letting it speak for itself. For someone like him, influenced by fantasy novels and games, this deduction was almost second nature. His mind had already moved on to more practical concerns. How rich was the ore vein? Were the mining conditions feasible? Where would they find the labor? And how would they transport and sell the extracted iron? However, the others were completely fixated on something else. Julian's eyes widened in disbelief as he exclaimed, "Good heavens, Mondo! You've grown a brain?" His outburst triggered uproarious laughter throughout the tent. Impossible. Even my pigs are smarter than him. I bet he's possessed by one of the kobolds he killed. Maybe it's the soul of a demon that crossed into his body. Exactly. It's a soul transfer. A soul transfer. Leo shook his head in exasperation at their chatter. How could they so easily stumble upon the truth with their wild guesses, yet fail to come up with a way to solve their food crisis? Uncle Wolyang toyed with the crudely made spearhead in his hand as he excitedly announced a new plan. First, we'll fortify the camp so everyone has a safe place to stay. Then, we'll locate the kobold nest, figure out how to take it down, and find the iron mine. Everything else can wait for now. After everyone dispersed, leaving only him and Leo frowned and voiced his doubts. What's the point of finding an iron mine? We don't have a blacksmith, and it's over 30 miles of untrodden terrain to the western watchtower. We can't transport the ore. Isn't solving our food problem the most urgent matter right now? You don't understand. Stop asking so many questions. Once you've recovered, go scout out the kobold nest and see if we can take it down. Wolyang waved him off impatiently, clearly unwilling to explain further. Once everyone had left, Wolyang sat down heavily, the confidence and excitement on his face fading instantly, replaced by an exhaustion he couldn't hide. At that moment, his statuesque, blonde-haired daughter, Olivia, walked in. Seeing the pain etched on her father's face, she knelt in concern before him. "Dad." She gently lifted his trouser leg, revealing skin pale as death, crisscrossed with dark, blackened veins that spread from his calf into his boot, emitting a faint stench of decay. "It's nothing, just a minor issue. I can handle it," Wolyang said, forcing a brave front. Meanwhile, Leo returned to his small tent and found Little Mouse back from her bath. She was struggling to spread the freshly washed snow bear hide over some wooden poles to dry. She had even gathered the tattered furs Leo had discarded outside, neatly stacking them in the corner of the tent. She had saved loose tufts of fur from the ground, rolling them into a bundle for later use. She wore clothes borrowed from Olivia Warren, thick wool sweater layered under a rough, cylindrical burlap tunic. The outfit was clearly too large for her, with the hem dragging on the ground, making her steps clumsy yet oddly endearing. It was the first time Leo had seen her clean. After a warm bath, her face had regained some color. Her dark hair and eyes framed delicate, refined features, with skin so pale it stood out starkly, unlike that of common folk. However, her prolonged hunger had left her cheeks sunken and her eye sockets hollow, giving her a slightly eerie appearance. In Leo's hand was the silky little nightgown that Little Mouse had taken off. Washed but not yet hung to dry, it had somehow dried on its own, now folded into a tiny bundle resembling a wisp of cloud. Even without unfolding it, he could see the way it shimmered in the sunlight, radiating an otherworldly brilliance. The silk felt incredibly smooth to the touch, radiating a gentle warmth. Even Leo, who came from the modern world, had never encountered such a remarkable texture. This magical fabric was likely the key to the Little Mouse's survival during the harsh northern winter. While it hinted at her unusual background, Leo had no time to dwell on it now. Survival was the priority, and such energy-draining side quests could wait for another day. Here, Leo handed the silk pajamas to the Little Mouse. "Put them on in secret, and don't let anyone see. Otherwise, they'll get snatched away before long." The little mouse silently took the pajamas, lowering her head without saying a word. By the way, where have you been sleeping these past few days while I was injured? And what have you been eating? Leo voiced his curiosity. Olivina, sister, set up a tent for me, the little mouse stammered. Her imperial tongue was pleasant to hear, though it was clearly not of the northern dialect. Even as a native, Leo couldn't pinpoint where she might have come from. Leo was slightly surprised, as Olivina hadn't seemed particularly warm toward the little mouse. Then again, upon reflection, it aligned with Olivina's personality. Back in the village, she was always the one cooking the snow hares Leo caught, but she could never bring herself to kill them, especially when food wasn't scarce. At one point, she even kept 7 rabbits and a fawn as pets. Although the conservative villagers harbored prejudice against orphans, Olivina couldn't bear to see the little mouse freeze to death. The little mouse glanced at the sun overhead, quickly hid the pajamas, and tugged Leo's hand, leading him toward the center of the camp. The entire camp was bustling with activity. The sounds of tents being set up, wooden planks from carts being dismantled, and fences being erected filled the air. Others were clearing away dead branches, weeds, and scattered rocks. The villagers seemed more at ease and lively compared to when they were on the move. Wooden fences were being raised around the camp's perimeter, with villagers' tents set up against them to provide some shelter from the snow and wind. These fences served as makeshift defenses in case of an attack, capable of blocking arrows, spears, and other ranged weapons. The camp center was relatively open, with only a semi-open tent constructed between 2 carts serving as the kitchen. Beneath the carts were a few cages holding chickens, ducks, and rabbits, 14 animals in total, adding up to 38 legs. 7 or 8 women, both young and old, were busy preparing food, while a group of girls, led by a sturdy woman, returned to camp carrying baskets full of wild vegetables. Though it wasn't yet mealtime, a large pot was already boiling with wild greens, beans, diced carrots, and strips of dried meat. The aroma of baking bread wafted from the tent. It was the hard, stockpile bread being reheated. Without heat, the bread was as tough as a weapon, impossible to cut with an ordinary knife. The so-called meat soup was also meant to soften the hard bread. Otherwise, the bread would be no different from wood. At first glance, the scene gave an illusion of abundant food, which was precisely why Yulian had placed the kitchen at the camp center. But as a core member of the group, Leo knew better. The entire caravan's remaining provisions were limited to the supplies on those 2 carts. The little mouse pulled Leo to stand near the kitchen carts, where a dozen or so ragged, malnourished children had already gathered. None of them greeted the little mouse, but upon seeing Leo, they shouted enthusiastically, "Big Brother Leo!" and "Captain!" These were the villagers' children, most of whom had been on the receiving end of Leo's discipline. Yet, oddly, the more they were scolded or punished, the more they admired his strength. However, they didn't dare approach him as closely as the little mouse did, fearing they might get sent flying with a kick. The caravan's youngest children had a special food supply. The hard bread, mixed with wheat bran, beans, acorns, and cassava, was difficult to digest and could easily cause the children to bloat to death. After a brief wait, Olivia appeared carrying a basket. She paused for a moment when she saw Leo standing among the children, but quickly ignored him. With practiced ease, she pulled out a key and unlocked the compartment of the truck. From inside, she retrieved a bundle of long black baguettes. Though the bread's color was questionable, it was well fermented and soft to the touch. Using both hands, Olivia broke each loaf in half and distributed the pieces to the children one by one. Once the bread was handed out, she opened her basket and smiled gently. "Today, everyone gets an egg," she announced. The children instantly erupted into cheers of excitement. As she handed out the eggs, which were even smaller than ping-pong balls, she spoke in a stern tone. "The adults are very busy right now, so you all need to behave and help out at home. Remember, don't wander off from the camp, and absolutely no fishing in the river. If I catch anyone disobeying, you'll go without food." These eggs were hard to come by. The chickens in the caravan barely laid any eggs during the harsh winter, and they had managed to gather just a handful along the way. Originally, the plan was to trade them for coarse grains at the next town, but after missing the last settlement, Olivia decided to use them as a reward for the children once they reached their destination. The long journey, coupled with the cold and hunger, had left the children gaunt and frail. They truly needed the extra nourishment. At the back of the line, a girl nicknamed Little Mouse accepted her soft black bread but hesitated when she saw the egg in Olivia's hand. She was keenly aware of the rejection she faced from those in the settlement. Even kind-hearted Olivia was no exception. In this harsh northern frontier, no one was inclined to show kindness to a stray child. When families themselves were on the brink of starvation, giving food to an outsider meant risking the lives of their own loved ones. "Does she get one too? She's not one of us." "Yeah, she's just a stray. Her dad doesn't even work. Why should she get to eat?" Some of the children angrily pointed at Little Mouse and shouted. A flash of anger crossed Leo's eyes. He raised his arm, clenching his fist tightly, the muscles bulging like steel cables. The group of children immediately fell silent, terrified. Without hesitation, Leo snatched the egg from Olivia's hand, grabbed Little Mouse by the cheeks to force her mouth open, and shoved the egg inside. Problem solved. Little Mouse held the egg in her mouth, but gently pushed Leo toward Olivia. For days, she had been surviving on just half a piece of black bread each day, and now she wanted to share this rare opportunity with Leo. In her mind, the kind older sister would surely give him something to eat as well. Olivia and Leo locked eyes, and she instinctively shielded the truck behind her. Are you seriously going to take food from the kids too? Leo hadn't planned on taking any food, but her words struck a nerve. And what am I, if not a kid? Do you even know how old I am? Rolling her eyes in exasperation, Olivia reached into the truck and pulled out a thin strip of dried bison meat, barely the width of a pinky finger, and handed it to him. Here, something for you to chew on. Leo took it and bit down, only to feel like he was gnawing on a tree root. As he struggled to chew, his eyes lingered on Olivia's back as she bent over to rummage through the truck. She wore a light yellow fitted jacket over a coarse cloth dress, which had several patches sewn onto it. Her outfit was similar to those of other village women, except for the addition of a black fur wrap draped over her shoulders for warmth. Olivia's figure made her outfit look exceptionally captivating. Every gesture she made exuded a unique charm, as if she had stepped straight out of a video game or anime as the protagonist. In this farming village, Olivia, the daughter of an imperial soldier, was like a rare and delicate flower. Her late mother had raised her with care, ensuring she didn't have to toil like the other village girls. As a result, she maintained her slender and graceful figure. Her soft-spoken demeanor, in contrast to the roughness of the villagers, along with her literacy and numeracy skills, naturally made her an invaluable assistant to her father, Julian, in managing the pioneering team. During Leo's recovery, it was Olivia who tended to him day and night. From cleaning his wounds to changing his bandages and feeding him spoonfuls of warm porridge, her meticulous care helped him gradually heal from his injuries. Though Leo felt grateful, the two of them had grown up bickering, and saying thank you was simply out of the question. His memories were filled with scenes of him teasing her until she cried and went home, only to end up being invited over by her mother for a meal and a lesson on proper behavior. What? You get a meal for bullying someone? That's awesome. After rummaging through the supplies she needed, Olivia turned around to find Leo staring at her, her face flushed with embarrassment. Why are you still here? Is this it? Leo asked in disbelief, staring at the pitiful strip of dried bison meat in his hand. This is jerky. Even I don't eat it often, Olivia retorted in irritation. This is worse than a spicy stick. Leo shot back angrily. Spotting the little mouse carrying a piece of stale black bread, he tore off a large chunk and stuffed it into his mouth. The little mouse hesitated for a moment, then offered Leo a half-sucked egg it had been holding onto for a while. Get lost, Leo barked, glaring at the drool-covered egg. After experiencing an adult's portion of food, Leo gained a deeper understanding of their dire situation. The barley porridge he had been given while recovering was, in fact, the best they had to offer. Now, even as he hogged the large communal pot, he couldn't find anything resembling a decent broth. As night fell, Leo lay on his back in the tent, staring blankly at the ceiling. Memories from his past life and experiences from this one intertwined in his mind. If only he had a cheat code for instant knowledge. Google, Episode 1 of Wilderness Survival. How do I feed a group of old folks and kids in the wild? The little mouse crept into the tent and curled up in a pile of tattered furs near Leo's feet. Inch by inch, it scooted closer to him, stopping every few minutes before moving again. Feeling the cold sensation near his feet, Leo sighed and placed his leg over the little mouse. The creature happily clung to his calf and stopped moving. Even with the comfort of his magically woven sleepwear, the early spring chill was inescapable. The little mouse's frail body was ice cold, and having it cling to him felt like sticking his leg outside the tent. It took a full 10 minutes for the warmth of his body to seep through. Leo, can I call you Dad? Came the little mouse's faint voice in the dark. Why? They say if you have a dad, you get food. All right then, Dad. Yeah. The next morning, the little mouse was already gone. Leo walked around the camp, asking everyone he met about her whereabouts. A timid child pointed toward the large river outside the camp, saying she seemed to have gone in that direction. Following the riverbank, Leo eventually found her on a gravelly shoal. The little mouse was crouching by the riverside, her small frame trembling slightly from the cold. She had rolled up the hem of her oversized clothing and tied it around her waist, exposing her legs and feet, which were covered in angry frostbite. Yet, she remained focused, searching through the shallow water for something. Suddenly, she cupped her hands together and her eyes curved into crescents of delight. She had caught a tiny fish, no bigger than a finger. Without bothering to clean it, she eagerly shoved the muddy fish into her mouth. It was no surprise. The younger children in the pioneer team were only given food once a day. Breakfast usually came from sneaking bites from their parents' bowls or receiving a few boiled peas. But the little mouse didn't even have that. She relied on saving scraps of bread or foraging in the wild to survive. Though she didn't have to work like the other children and had the entire day to search for food, the northern winters made it nearly impossible to find anything. Leo strode forward and grabbed her cheeks, trying to pry the fish from her mouth with his fingers. Startled, the little mouse hurriedly swallowed the fish and instinctively curled up to protect her head. Only then did she realize it was Leo. She lowered her head like a child caught misbehaving and mumbled softly, "I was wrong. I should have given the fish to Dad first." Leo sighed, but he didn't scold her. Instead, he said, "You're too slow at catching fish. Watch me." He started moving stones, quickly clearing a small pool and building a dam with rocks, leaving only a gap leading to the river. "Come on, don't play by the river alone. Be careful, or Olivia won't give you any food." "What about the fish?" "We'll catch them tonight." "What about the bread?" "What bread?" "The one you promised yesterday." After much persuasion, Leo managed to convince Olivia to give him a piece of soft bread. Under the little mouse's adoring gaze and repeated cries of "Dad," Leo handed her the bread. Breakfast was still the same hard bread, half the portion of dinner accompanied by a pot of hot water and a piece of cassava-like deer antler root. This plant, unique to the Northern Territory, could survive in frozen soil and was more filling than bread, but it was poisonous if eaten in excess and could be fatal. After forcing down breakfast, Leo called out to the young man beside him, "Ivan, spread the word. Militia group, assemble for training." Soon, 20 militia members gathered, some still wrapped in bandages. The pioneer team was already short on able-bodied workers, and these militia members were the main workforce, with their own duties to fulfill on regular days. In the past, when the villagers were conscripted by Willian, the militia could only squeeze in training sessions before breakfast and after dinner. Among the entire group, only Leo was a full-time soldier exempt from farming duties. Initially, most people joined for a very simple reason: Willian promised an extra pound of bread every day. During the resource-scarce winters, this additional ration was a lifeline for impoverished farmers. However, after enduring the brutal migration, the surviving militia members deeply understood the importance of being armed for self-defense. When the assembly call sounded, all the militia quickly gathered, except for the 7 or 8 veterans Willian had sent to patrol the surroundings. Even the injured fighters dragged themselves to the gathering point. Over a year of training and sufficient food had left clear marks on these militiamen. They were noticeably more robust than the average villager, dressed in thick clothing, with more than half donning crude fur-stitched armor, resembling a group of hunters from the Tsarist era. Due to limited food supplies, the militia rarely engaged in high-intensity physical training. Instead, their training focused on weapon handling, offensive and defensive techniques, and battlefield coordination knowledge personally taught by Willian and other retired veterans. These seemingly basic skills significantly improved their chances of survival in combat. After the former militia captain left midway, due to his family's illness, Leo, who had shown the greatest improvement in combat skills, was promoted to the new captain. However, because of the dangers of the migration journey, he had yet to organize formal training sessions like his predecessor. As a modern-day traveler, Leo had a vastly different understanding of combat. Close quarters fighting felt too crude, while long-range attacks seemed far more sophisticated. His past experience of being killed by kobolds left him with a strong aversion to melee combat, even though the original host's aggressive and combative nature continued to influence him. Unfortunately, their village was not known for archery. The villagers were simple farmers. If it had been a fishing or hunting village, they could have easily formed a formidable team of archers by gathering the men. But this didn't stop Leo from taking a different approach. "Form up," Leo commanded loudly. "From today, well-trained in javelin throwing. The requirement is simple: no misses within 50 yards, and at least a 50% hit rate within 20 yards. Anyone who doesn't meet the standard will have their dinner halved." The militiamen exchanged uneasy glances. A young man with brown hair named Vicky hesitated before speaking, "But we still have to clear the land. Uncle William said we need to cultivate 300 acres in 3 months, or we won't make it in time for spring planting." "How big is an acre?" Leo blurted out, immediately realizing his slip. This question drew incredulous stares from everyone, followed by thinly veiled disdain. A rural man not knowing the most basic unit of land measurement? It was enough to shock even the illiterate among them. Under their contemptuous gazes, Leo silently cursed to himself. What kind of acre system are they using? Imperial, metric, or something else? Besides, the original host had never farmed a day in his life, and didn't even have the faintest concept of it. Through the gestures of the militiamen, Leo quickly understood the land measurement unit in this world. 1 mu of land was roughly equivalent to an acre from his previous life, about half the size of a soccer field. Looking out at the landscape, the vast grasslands and scattered lakes on the River Bend Peninsula made the area highly suitable for cultivation. The flat terrain, fertile soil, and ample water resources were rare natural advantages. However, Further away across the river, the scenery changed dramatically. A dense forest of towering coniferous trees stretched out, forming an untouched wilderness. That kind of terrain was clearly beyond the capabilities of their pioneer team, which consisted mostly of the elderly and the weak. The task of cultivating 300 mu of land that Yulian had assigned didn't sound like much but was, in reality, an incredibly challenging goal. This was a remote northern region with very primitive agricultural techniques. There was no intensive farming, and even basic tools were scarce. More importantly, cultivating wildland was far more demanding than farming already tilled fields. From the initial clearing by burning and plowing to removing stones and shrubs, leveling the ground, building ridges, digging irrigation channels, and finally sowing seeds and maintaining the crops until harvest, preparing just 1 acre of wildland required at least 10 times the labor compared to cultivated land. The grain yields here were also quite limited. Take the rye they were planting. For example, each acre required 200 pounds of seeds, but only produced 800 pounds at harvest. After setting aside the seeds for the next planting, the yield from 1 acre barely fed one person for a year. By this calculation, even if they managed to cultivate 300 acres, roughly 1,800 mu within 3 months, they would still be far from achieving self-sufficiency. Even if I had a plowing machine, I wouldn't be able to finish this. Leo grumbled to himself, but he knew that now was not the time for complaints, as it would only make him more frustrated. Putting on a stern face, he spoke in a firm tone to the militiamen around him. I don't care, start training. Anyone who tries to leave gets a beating. The militiamen exchanged uneasy glances, but remained silent. Although many doubted the young Leo, no one dared to underestimate his fists. Besides, the bloody lesson from a few days ago was still fresh in their minds. The kobold's javelin volley had claimed over a dozen lives, and several were still bedridden with serious injuries. It was the most devastating long-range attack they had suffered during their migration, second only to the casualties caused by the beastmen warriors throwing axes and the troll scouts hunting spears. Leo led the militiamen, armed with javelins, spears, and wooden sticks, to an open area outside the camp. He drew a line on the ground and pointed to a hillside about 20 meters away, dotted with sparse young trees. Start practicing your throws from here. A hit on the tree trunk counts as a success. While the distance wasn't too great, accurately hitting the slender tree trunks was no easy task. One of the militiamen stepped forward, selected a javelin that felt comfortable in his grip, took a deep breath, and hurled it with all his might. The javelin wobbled awkwardly through the air, covering a distance of 20 meters before landing a few meters in front of a small tree. The scene erupted in laughter as the remaining militia members eagerly rolled up their sleeves, brimming with confidence as they began their throws. However, reality quickly dealt them a harsh blow. Most of the javelins failed to even reach the grove, with only a few barely making it in. One managed to lodge itself at the base of a tree trunk by sheer luck. Leo observed the dismal results with a knowing smile. As a former athlete in his previous life, he understood the issues all too well. Without proper training, a running start, or decent javelins, their performance was actually quite commendable. Scanning the javelins that flew sideways, spun in midair, or even bounced along the ground, he chuckled inwardly. Most of these makeshift weapons, apart from a few confiscated from kobolds, were repurposed from long poles and pitchforks. Their weights ranged from half a kilogram to 3 kilograms, making them feel vastly different from standard javelins. Leo had the militia practice 2 more rounds before collecting the javelins and demonstrating the proper throwing techniques. From how to grip the weapon to generating power, from running posture to the optimal release angle, Leo explained everything in meticulous detail. Taking a few steps back, he raised a javelin over his shoulder, adopting a textbook-perfect running stance. With steady strides, he sprinted forward, his arm extending fluidly as the javelin soared through the air in a graceful arc, piercing straight through a small tree over 20 meters away. The display instantly drew gasps of amazement from the militia. Years of professional training in his past life, combined with his robust physique in this one, had honed Leo's javelin skills to an extraordinary level. Even with an injury, he could perform flawlessly. Back in his previous life, such talent would have made him a standout in numerous athletic events with just a bit of training. After an hour of practice, the militia had grasped the basics and could throw javelins up to 30 meters from a standing position, though their accuracy still needed improvement. Leo understood that refining their precision would require extensive practice and standardized equipment. As the militia rubbed their sore arms and chatted excitedly, Yulian approached from the camp. Leo called an end to the training, instructing them to dedicate an hour each morning to practice. Yulian clapped Leo on the shoulder with a grin. Well, who knew the little runt had this kind of skill? Ow, ow, ow. Leo flinched and dodged, offering a casual explanation. Just something I picked up while hunting. Not bad, not bad. This will make taking down those kobolds much easier. Don't rush it. Stick around and watch, I've got plenty more tricks up my sleeve, Leo replied, raising an eyebrow smugly. Huh, like I don't already know what you're capable of. Yulian teased. lifting a foot as if to kick him. Feeling this good, does that mean you're all healed? If so, get to work in the fields. The militia members, fresh from their training, didn't even stop to wipe the sweat from their brows before rushing toward the northern plains of the camp to join the bustling land reclamation efforts. These people were the backbone of the reclamation work, and for these generations of farmers, tilling the land was second nature. Julian had once made a promise. In the second year of reclamation, the land would be divided among households, with every adult man receiving 1 acre of tax-free land in perpetuity. How much land they ultimately received depended entirely on the first year's reclamation results. Such favorable terms were unprecedented anywhere, in any frontier territory. However, with the expansion of the feudal lordship system, the survival space for independent farmers was rapidly shrinking. On noble-owned estates, peasants not only had no ownership of the land, but even the crops they grew didn't belong to them. Now, only in sparsely populated areas near the empire's borders could one still find a significant number of independent farmers. In the economically developed and densely populated southern provinces, the noble estate system had taken over completely. Farmers there either became tenant farmers or fell into serfdom. Bored, Leo followed Julian to the reclamation site and perched on a charred tree stump to observe the scene. Over 100 young and able villagers alternated between forming shaped and straight-line formations, wielding hoes, shovels, and pickaxes to turn over the burnt black soil beneath their feet. Meanwhile, the elderly, women, and children followed behind, hauling away unearthed stones and burning the roots of weeds in piles. By midday, several acres of fertile land had already been cleared. This soil turned out to be far more suitable for farming than the villagers had anticipated, and everyone worked with such enthusiasm that they completely forgot their fatigue. Watching the scene, Leo couldn't help but reflect. In fragments of the original owner's memories, the land back home was still covered with a foot of snow at this time of year. Even arable fields required pickaxes to break through the frozen ground. Yet, just by migrating a little over 1,000 miles southwest, the climate seemed entirely different, as though moving from a frigid zone to a temperate one. The fertile land and the bustling work should have been a hopeful sight, but Leo suddenly felt a sense of unease. He abruptly stood up and shouted, "Where are the donkeys? Where did all your donkeys go?" "Padawah's kids took them out to graze," someone replied. "Why aren't you using the donkeys to plow the fields?" Leo asked in frustration. His question immediately sparked a burst of laughter. A villager mocked, "Huh? Using donkeys to plow? Why not teach them magic while you're at it?" Fuming, Leo turned to Julian and snapped, "Have none of you ever seen?" He meant to say plow, but realized that the original owner's memories didn't even contain the word. The well-traveled Julian stroked his beard thoughtfully and said, "Donkeys can plow, I suppose, but it must be quite difficult. Maybe it requires some kind of magic?" Leo couldn't be bothered to argue further. Cursing under his breath, he stormed back toward the camp. To him, the absence of plows among farmers was utterly absurd. Plows had existed since the dawn of civilization. For medieval farmers, not to know about plows was as unthinkable as modern people never having seen a phone. With such primitive production methods, Julian still had the audacity to lead villagers into the wilderness for land reclamation. Leo couldn't help but marvel at the sheer recklessness of the northern people. Leo roughly snatched the best-pointed shovel from Olivia's hands, ignoring her protests, and bent it out of shape. He strode toward the edge of the forest, chopped several wrist-thick, curved branches, and skillfully shaved and crossed them together, attaching the warped shovel head to the bottom of a makeshift plow beam. Though crude and rudimentary, this simple curved beam plow filled Leo with a sense of accomplishment. Had invented the curved beam plow within his first week of being here. Hoisting the plow onto his shoulder, Leo gestured for Olivia to bring a donkey. Once back at the barren field, he tied the donkey's lead rope to the plow, adjusted the plow upright, and shouted, "Let's go." However, the donkey didn't budge. It wasn't until Olivia chuckled softly, stepped forward, and took the reins to guide the animal that it began to move slowly. Leo held onto the plow, gently pressing the blade into the soft, flat riverbank soil. To his surprise, the land offered almost no resistance, with only sparse grass roots and small stones in the way. The donkey pulled the plow effortlessly, leaving behind a trench a foot deep. The villagers, who had been toiling away earlier, finally noticed this marvel. Leo had surpassed the progress of the sweaty militia members in mere minutes. Nearby, Urian grew excited and exclaimed in the imperial language, "I've seen this before. It looks so familiar." In truth, this world, much like Earth, had been using plows for thousands of years. The fertile southern provinces of the Orlantis Empire even employed 2-horse and 4-horse-drawn 2-wheeled heavy plows, resulting in grain yields 3 times higher than in the northern regions. Such agricultural strength had enabled the empire to unify the eastern coast of the Dawn continent and drive the beastfolk northward to the icy tundra beyond the North Ice River. However, life along the North Ice River was vastly different. The lords here primarily relied on livestock from pastures, furs from hunting grounds, magical herbs, and rare timber for sustenance. They never organized their subjects to clear land for farming, and the rye and beans they harvested were merely used as horse feed. Nobles rarely resided on their estates north of the Enlightenment River, preferring to leave the land in the care of family stewards while they lived in the warmer southern regions. Leo's village was one of the few farming settlements along the North Ice River. Before Urian joined the military, the village lacked even the most basic farming tools. Many villagers couldn't afford an iron hoe, and the wealthiest families owned only a few pigs and sheep. The limited labor force and farmland were insufficient to sustain families, forcing villagers to survive by foraging for wild fruits, mushrooms, and other delicacies from the mountains. If Urian hadn't retired and returned home to become the village chief, the villagers, facing the threat of beast folk, would have been left as defenseless as the surrounding settlements. Upon seeing Leo's demonstration, Urian immediately recognized the significance of the curved beam plow. Though he claimed to be well-traveled, his experience was limited to serving 5 years as a border scout under Count Freylov and another 5 years at the Wind God Fortress, where he rose through the ranks from a common infantryman to an imperial sergeant. His knowledge of plows was limited to fleeting glimpses during marches. Without hesitation, Urian gathered the village's most skilled carpenters. Under Leo's guidance, they worked through the night to produce 18 simple curved beam plows, putting every donkey in the camp to use. Sitting back on a rotting tree stump, Leo watched with satisfaction as the villagers plowed the fields at 3 times their previous speed. It was as if he could hear a distant voice saying, "You have unlocked the iron plow and animal traction technology." Farmer productivity increased. Grain yield increased. The use of the Tsuyuan plow is incredibly simple. This plow, carefully crafted by Liao, eliminates complex components like the plow beam, plow arrow, and plow whip. Instead, the depth of plowing is controlled by adjusting the height of the plow handle, with the end of the plow shaft serving as a pivot point. With Liao's straightforward instructions, even women and children can quickly master its operation. Before long, a unique scene of labor emerged in the village. On the barren land, children led donkeys at the front, women operated the plow behind them, and the elderly followed, bent over to pick up unearthed roots and stones. The iron plow, driven by the donkeys, easily cut new furrows into the soft soil, gradually transforming the charred, blackened wasteland into fertile farmland. Meanwhile, all the able-bodied men were gathered on the western slopes of the River Bend Peninsula. Under Yulian's leadership, they not only leveled the land and cleared debris, but also began digging a 5-foot-deep canal on the inland side of the peninsula. This canal would connect the southern marshes and small lakes, providing a system to regulate irrigation and drainage for the fields. Although the northern wasteland chosen by Yulian had flat terrain ideal for initial development, the naturally formed land still had its challenges. Some areas rose several meters and were covered with shrubs, while others were marshy. Most of the terrain could be gradually leveled by manpower, but certain sections required canals to address irrigation or drainage issues. After sowing, they would also need to build small flood control dams along the riverbanks before the summer water levels rose, protecting the farmland from potential floods. Although injured and unable to perform heavy labor, Liao kept himself busy. He supervised the use of the iron plow while weaving tools from the camp's stored hemp fibers. Thanks to the original owner's decade-long outdoor survival skills and the additional knowledge Liao brought with him, he could weave ordinary hemp fibers into fine cords that were far stronger and more durable than traditional hemp ropes. At this moment, a special cord was taking shape in his hands. About the thickness of chopsticks, it featured a small net pouch in the middle, with one end shaped like a wheat spike and the other forming a loop. Liao slipped the loop over the index finger of his right hand, grabbed the spike-like end, and placed a pebble the size of a chicken egg into the pouch. With a gentle swing, the speed of his movements increased, and as he released his hand, the stone shot out, soaring across the wide riverbank and landing in the calm waters of the Enlightenment River. This was a sling, an ancient and practical weapon. Satisfied with its performance, Liao set it aside and began weaving a second sling. Olivia and the little mouse quickly joined in making the ropes. Olivia's nimble fingers crafted slings that were nearly identical to Leo's sample. The little mouse, despite her best efforts, could only twist out ropes that looked like centipedes, crooked and impossible to straighten. Working together, the trio soon managed to weave over 30 slings. Leo stood up, glanced at the sky, and called out to the villagers not far away, "Militia members, follow me to the riverbank." Once the group gathered, Leo began distributing the slings, patiently demonstrating the techniques for using them. This weapon, like the javelin, was simple and easy to learn but far more powerful than the villagers' homemade softbows and bone arrows. It was especially effective against small, unarmored creatures like kobolds and goblins. However, its biggest drawback was accuracy. As was evident from the performance of the novice militiamen, they could barely manage to fling stones straight ahead. "Don't use too much force, just swing it gently." Leo paced through the crowd, offering guidance. "Yes, like that. Keep it light and release when the stone is in front of you." Suddenly, he spotted a militiaman trying to load a stone the size of a lead ball. He rushed over and gave him a swift kick. You, are you trying to turn this into a catapult? Under Leo's guidance, most of the militiamen were soon able to hurl pebbles accurately into the river, causing splashes everywhere. However, a few impatient ones sent stones flying in all directions. One particularly errant throw even struck Leo square on the forehead, leaving a large bump. Clutching his head, Leo stared in disbelief at the sharpshooter. How did you manage to hit the target behind you from 15 meters away? The training lasted an hour. Once the militiamen had mastered the basics of throwing, Leo began teaching the vertical rotation technique used by ancient Greek slingers. As their skills improved, they gradually increased their force, switching from small pebbles to egg-sized stones. The power of these larger stones when launched was truly impressive, precisely why Leo had hesitated to let them try earlier, as a single mistake could result in broken bones. For the militiamen, this training was far more enjoyable than their daily tasks of plowing fields and digging ditches. It felt almost like playing. But when they saw firsthand how a sling could easily hurl an egg-sized stone 50 meters, something impossible to achieve barehanded, they began to gain a newfound respect for the weapon. Even the little mouse was eager to prove herself, swinging her crooked sling with determination. Though her arm strength was limited, allowing her to only throw small stones with a shorter range, her aim was surprisingly accurate. Every stone she flung landed within the same small area. As Leo watched the militiamen enthusiastically training along the riverbank, his heart swelled with determination. If I can come up with one small invention a day, there's no way we won't survive this. Seeing the militia skillfully using slings, Leo quickly grabbed the little mouse and left the dangerous area, heading upstream. He couldn't wait to check the harvest from the small fish pond he had built earlier that morning. The little mouse circled the crystal-clear pond twice, searching carefully, then looked at Leo with a puzzled expression. The pond was completely empty, not even a shadow of a fish. Leo froze, his face flushing with a hint of embarrassment. He muttered to himself, "But that's exactly how they did it on TV," while his eyes shifted to the little mouse. Before the little mouse could react, it was too late. Leo scooped her up under his arm and fished a small piece of bread from her pocket, the bread she had secretly saved for breakfast the next morning. The little mouse stood helplessly, wringing her hands. Faced with this sudden robbery, she didn't resist and even braced herself for a possible scolding. "Don't worry, we'll pay you back double later," Leo reassured her while crumbling the bread and sprinkling it into the fish pond. "Come on, let's go eat. Olivia said there's stew tonight. He'll grab you a big bowl." As the sun set, smoke curled up from the campfires in the village. The scattered villagers on the barren plains began returning to camp, bringing the area to life. Outside the central kitchen tent, 3 large pots simmered with fragrant stew. Leo approached with 2 clay bowls he had swiped from Olivia's wagon, stepping up to the pot. The surrounding villagers instinctively took a step back, and even the woman serving the food handed him the ladle without hesitation. Unlike the usual mix of disdain, indifference, or familiarity in their gazes, the villagers now looked at him with a mix of awe, scrutiny, and reverence. Whispers rippled through the crowd, words like soul transfer and reborn drifting softly. Leo paid no attention to the murmurs, focusing instead on stirring the pot with the ladle, trying to scoop out the heartiest portions. The so-called stew was more like a porridge. Whole grains made up the base, mixed with pickled vegetables, radishes, acorns, peas, dried mushrooms, and snow hare hunted by the militia scouts, all simmered together for an entire afternoon. While it resembled the slop fed to pigs in the 1990s, to the starving villagers, it was a rare feast, far better than the hard, flavorless bread they usually endured. In Leo's fragmented memories, his village had upheld a communal pot tradition since the days of the northern clans. Every winter, the village leader would set up a large pot in the center of the village, fill it with snow water, and require every household to contribute ingredients, regardless of quantity or type. Once the food was cooked, it was distributed to all villagers. This tradition not only reflected mutual aid among the community, but also allowed the leader to keep track of the weekly death toll during the harsh winters. During good years, the big pot would yield some meaty bones. During bad years, it was little more than watery broth. Still, it was better than going hungry. For young Leo, the appearance of the big pot in winter meant he didn't have to beg or hunt mice in the snow to stave off hunger that day. As he grew older, Leo's anticipation for the big pot gradually faded. He became an outcast in the village, but also developed the skills needed to survive. More often than not, he ended up helping the villagers instead, though most feared and despised him. There were families who relied on the occasional rabbit or deer leg he tossed their way to get through the harsh winters. On the migration journey, the villagers initially prepared their own food. But as supplies dwindled in the latter half of the journey, Urian reinstated the village tradition of the communal pot, rationing everyone to 1 meal a day. By the time they reached the river bend to establish their settlement, the surviving villagers were nearly out of food. The ingredients for the communal pot came largely from Urian, while those with reserves quietly handed their stores over to Olivia for safekeeping. At this point, They had no choice but to place their full trust in her. For a moment, the 300-person settlement felt like a return to the primitive clan communes of old. As Leo sipped on an otherworldly ate-treasure porridge, he boasted to the little mouse about the delicacies he'd experienced. Have you ever seen a pie as big as a millstone? Covered with almonds, walnuts, raisins, and drizzled with cream one bite, and the juices burst in your mouth. And the roasted piglet with its crispy skin and tender meat just a gentle pull, and the leg meat slides right off. Or fresh, fatty lamb sliced thin and swished in hot broth. The little mouse, holding a ceramic bowl almost as big as her head, listened with drool dripping from her mouth. After finishing the most lavish dinner of the month, Leo took the little mouse to check on the small fish pond under the twilight, bringing along a large wooden bucket. As they approached the pond, the water suddenly churned. Leo dashed forward and blocked the gap leading to the river. Despite his efforts, a large fish leapt over his arm and escaped into the river. Catch the fish! Catch the fish! Leo shouted excitedly as he jumped into the pond, scattering the fish in all directions. He grabbed a struggling fish with both hands. Nearly overcome with joy, Urian was right. This place really did have fat fish you could catch with your bare hands. The little mouse eagerly followed him into the water, but, in her excitement, slipped and landed on the bank with a thud. Suddenly, she vomited up a mouthful of thick porridge. Dinner had been so delicious that she had even licked her bowl clean. Watching the porridge slowly trickle into the water, she seemed lost in thought, perhaps debating whether to scoop it back up and eat it. Leo smacked the back of her head. Catch the fish. They're all getting away. The crude dam they had built earlier was no match for the panicked wild fish, and several had already leapt back into the river. Leo showed no mercy, slamming each fish he caught against a rock. The little mouse, who had been flailing about in the water without catching anything, obediently climbed onto the bank to gather the fish he had stunned, placing them one by one into the wooden bucket. As they carried the bucket brimming with fish back home, Leo warned the little mouse, "Tomorrow, I'll make you grilled fish and fresh fish soup, but no sneaking bites of raw fish." Late at night, as Leo drifted off to sleep, he vaguely heard the little mouse talking in her dreams. "Daddy, are we having grilled fish tomorrow?" Grilled fish," he murmured. "Daddy, are we having fish soup tomorrow?" Fish soup. Daddy, does roast piglet smell good?" Just as Leo was about to get annoyed, he felt a gentle nip on his calf. Turns out the little mouse had already fallen fast asleep and was simply talking in her sleep. At the break of dawn, Leo was still deep in sleep when little mouse shook him awake. The first thing he saw was her jet black hair and eyes that sparkled like stars. "Go catch fish," little mouse urged anxiously. "It's too early. What's the rush?" Leo grumbled, turning over to go back to sleep. But he quickly noticed something unusual. Little mouse's sleeves were soaking wet, and her small hands were frozen blue. Clearly, she had already been to the little fish pond by herself early that morning. Little mouse was on the verge of tears, shaking Leo insistently. "Go catch fish, so many fish." Those words jolted Leo awake. He jumped up, grabbed his spear, picked up a bucket, and dashed toward the fish pond with little mouse. The riverbank in the early morning was shrouded in a light mist. The herd of horned deer they had seen yesterday had somehow crossed the river and was now resting on the upstream riverbank, watching them from a distance without moving. The sight at the fish pond was astonishing. Countless fish crowded the water's surface, their dark backs breaking through the thin layer of ice around the edges. With one thrust of his spear, Leo skewered a 4 or 5-pound sturgeon. The fierce wild sturgeon, even impaled by the spear, thrashed violently like an eel and quickly wriggled free from the barbless spear, flopping wildly on the riverbank. Little mouse immediately pounced on it, engaging in a vigorous battle with the fish. Leo shouted and waved to some patrolling militia nearby. Seeing the pond teeming with wild fish, they eagerly joined in the fishing. Though the small fish pond yielded only a few dozen pounds of fish, combined with the stockpile from the previous day, it was enough to provide the villagers with an improved meal. This simple, almost market-style way of fishing saved both time and labor. As the fish were sent back to the camp under Leo's direction, he led the militia in quickly constructing 7 or 8 small fish ponds along the riverbank, scattering breadcrumbs as bait. While he knew such a bountiful catch couldn't be guaranteed every time, it was undoubtedly an excellent way to supplement their supplies. Just as they were busy building the ponds, the alarm horn suddenly sounded from the dense forest to the west. The camp's responding horn echoed immediately, and everyone sprang into action. The elderly, women, and children quickly scrambled out of their tents and took shelter behind the riverbank's fences, while the militia swiftly dismantled the remaining tents to repurpose them into makeshift defensive structures. Leo scooped up Little Mouse and ran full speed toward the camp with the militia. Along the way, they spotted numerous small figures emerging from the western forest. Fortunately, the peninsula by the river bend was large enough, with nearly a kilometer of open terrain separating the forest from the camp. Half of this area closest to the camp had been scorched to barren ground. Thanks to the scouts' timely warning, The kobold's attempt at a sneak attack had been thwarted. Leo gently placed the little mouse on the ground and shouted loudly, "Militia, form ranks! Form ranks!" At that moment, a group of kobolds emerged from the barren grasslands, stepping onto the scorched plain. This time, the kobold group was larger than before, but their equipment was visibly inconsistent. While a few carried spears, the majority wielded only small pickaxes, wooden clubs, crude wooden spears, or sharpened stone tools. Leading the group were young and robust kobolds, followed by the elderly and weak, who were either unarmed or clutching stones. The formation of the kobold group was chaotic. The ones in the front ran upright like humans, but were slower than dogs on all fours. Meanwhile, the elderly and weak at the back scrambled on all fours to catch up, soon overtaking their companions in front. The jostling and shoving as they chased each other created a comical scene. "Don't panic, it's just a bunch of kobolds," Uriyen said with a sigh of relief as he stood atop the cart, holding a longbow. Leading a few archers, he called out loudly to reassure the villagers, "Stay calm. Stay calm. Just do as I taught you." Leo quickly gathered 20 militiamen, suppressing his urge to charge forward, and ordered them to form ranks as they had trained. "Slings ready," he shouted. A group of stout villagers, emboldened, grabbed hoes and pitchforks, standing by the fences at the flanks of the militia to cheer them on. The 20 militiamen stood in a sparse line, each planting 2 spears in the ground, holding a shield in one hand and a sling loaded with smooth stones in the other. Having experienced multiple skirmishes, they were no longer as panicked as when they were raw recruits. Those who had survived this long could be considered seasoned soldiers. While they weren't fearless in the face of death, they also wouldn't lose their composure at the sight of kobolds. Within Leo, the rationality of his modern mind restrained the impulsiveness left by the original host's fiery spirit. As the kobolds closed within 100 meters, he swung his sling and commanded, "Ready?" The militia followed his movements. "Fire!" The stones flew tens of meters, most missing their targets, with only a few striking the charging kobolds. Of those hit, only one fell and remained motionless. The others, though knocked down, quickly scrambled back up amid the oncoming crowd. Even a kobold whose skull had been dented managed to stagger back to its feet with stubborn tenacity. This outcome was exactly what Leo had anticipated. Without extensive training or numerical superiority, such ranged attacks were bound to have limited effect. For slings to truly become effective weapons, they required long-term practice and concentrated volleys. Expecting hastily trained militiamen to achieve significant results with slings was nothing short of wishful thinking. The volley of slingshots, though failing to cause significant casualties, succeeded in disrupting the kobolds' formation. Their already disorganized ranks became even more chaotic, and their charge was noticeably hindered. Eager to retaliate, the kobolds began hurling their javelins and stones, but most of these projectiles fell harmlessly to the ground in front of the militia's formation. In contrast, the arrows from Yulian and a few archers on the wagon were precise and powerful. Their shafts soared over the militia's heads, striking down several kobolds in quick succession. "Javelins ready," Leo commanded sharply, and the militia raised their javelins in unison. "Throw!" 20 javelins whistled through the air, piercing the bodies of 7 or 8 kobolds. The dense kobold ranks had ironically made them easier targets. Not giving the enemy a chance to recover, Leo immediately ordered a second volley. After 2 rounds of javelins, the remaining kobolds had closed to within 10 meters. "Shield wall!" Leo shouted. The militia swiftly discarded their spent javelins and formed up around him, raising their weapons. 20 round shields locked together tightly, creating a formidable defensive barrier. Only a few short spears and sword tips protruded through the gaps. A burly kobold warrior charged at the forefront, saliva spraying from its sharp fangs as it let out a piercing snarl, attempting to leap over the shield wall. At that moment, Leo bellowed from within the formation, "Die, you scum!" With a powerful swing, he hurled his flail like a sling. The heavy weapon struck the kobold warrior square in the face. The force of the impact sent it spinning midair before it crashed to the ground, its head a gruesome mess of blood and flesh. Seeing their leader killed so brutally, coupled with the imposing shield wall and the flanking young men armed with scythes and pitchforks ready to strike, the surviving kobolds let out terrified whimpers. They pushed and jostled each other in panic before breaking into a full retreat. This was the nature of kobold, cowardly and opportunistic, quick to flee when the tide turned against them. Without their leader to rally them, the kobold's retreat was faster than Leo had anticipated. Watching the fleeing enemies, he finally allowed himself a sigh of relief. For a camp lacking in military strength, repelling the kobolds without any casualties was the best possible outcome. Kobolds barely qualify as intelligent creatures, but their intellect is limited. Their animalistic instincts far outweigh any human-like traits, and their deeply ingrained survival instincts make it difficult for them to fight to the bitter end. Without the intimidation of a strong leader, once their feral frenzy subsides, All that remains is their instinct to survive, causing them to scatter even faster than a leaderless wolf pack. This explains why smaller intelligent races like kobolds, goblins, and murlocs are so easily enslaved by other species. Staring at the retreating kobold group disappearing into the dense forest and the 20-something corpses strewn outside the camp, Yulian walked up to Leo and muttered in confusion, "What's with these kobolds? With such weak strength, they dare to come here to die." Leo rubbed his chest and explained, "The fact that they went all out tells us something. They panicked because we cornered them in their lair." He suddenly said decisively, "Hurry up and eat, restore your strength, and then immediately pursue them to wipe them out completely." "In such a rush? Are your injuries even healed?" Yulian looked him up and down. Leo stretched his stiff arms and replied helplessly, "We have no choice but to hurry. Right now, it's just kobolds. Who knows what it will be next?" These kobolds have exhausted their strength, but other species remain eerily quiet. Yulian sighed tiredly. "True. There's so much to do. Starting today, they'll have to allocate half of our people to logging. We need to build houses and fences as quickly as possible. If we can't fully meet the land clearing goal, we'll settle for half. Survival is the priority." He glanced at Leo, who remained silent, and added with satisfaction, "At least you've finally wised up. You're no longer just focused on fighting, eating, and sleeping. When I'm granted the title of Frontier Knight, you'll be my first Knight Squire." "Just a Knight Squire? That's all?" Leo protested immediately. Yulian's expression instantly turned stern, his eyes narrowing. "What? Do you want to be a knight and make me your squire?" The villagers in the camp seemed to have grown accustomed to kobold raids. After watching the enemy retreat, they quickly returned to their daily tasks. The fact that no one was injured this time even boosted their morale, making the wilderness seem a little less daunting. In the center of the camp, a large pot was already set up, and the table was piled with fish that had been scaled and gutted. Just as Leo was about to grab a live fish from a wooden bucket to roast, Olivia smacked the back of his hand. Olivia plopped herself unceremoniously onto a wooden barrel, spreading her dress to cover another barrel. She glared at Leo like a mother hen guarding her chicks. "What are you doing?" she demanded. "That's my fish," Leo shouted indignantly. "Even if it's yours, you have to share with everyone. There's only fish soup for breakfast today. I'm just taking one." Not even one. Realizing that force wouldn't work, Leo quickly changed tactics. He lowered his gaze, his expression turning somber. "After breakfast, I'm heading out to clear the kobolds. I might not come back. This could be my last meal." Olivia froze at his words, momentarily at a loss. Taking advantage of the opening, Leo darted his hand under her dress like lightning, grabbing a fish from the barrel. Unfortunately, in his haste, he only managed to snatch a small, palm-sized fish. Triumphant, Leo walked off with his prize, accompanied by a little mouse trailing behind him in awe, ready to roast the fish. After breakfast, Leo quickly organized a team with Urian's help, 25 members of the militia and 25 reservists, making a total of 50 men. Led by 2 scouts, they followed the kobolds' trail directly to their lair. Urian stayed behind at the camp with the remaining young men to guard against potential ambushes. After all, kobolds weren't the only threat from the surrounding tribes. 5 years ago, while stationed at the Western Watchtower, Urian would often patrol upstream along the Anzino River and occasionally lead the Frella family knights to clear out hostile tribes. However, 5 years is enough time to alter the balance of power in the wilderness. The current situation in the river basin frontier needed careful reassessment. The original plan for the expedition team anticipated the greatest challenge to be the 1,000-mile migration. 100 well-trained militiamen would have been sufficient to handle the local tribes around the river basin. But reality proved harsher. Their numbers had dwindled significantly, reducing them to a vulnerable group. Fortunately, the remaining militia less than 30 men had reached the level of conscripted infantry through extensive training and combat experience. Among them, 7 or 8 of Urian's personal guards were on par with regular imperial infantry. The Orlantis Empire's military system categorized commoner infantry into 4 ranks. Conscripted infantry were equipped with iron-plated armor, wooden shields, and iron swords. After 3 years of service, they could be promoted to regular infantry, outfitted with iron helmets, leatherback chainmail, iron-reinforced wooden shields, and one-handed swords. Elite heavy infantry received additional steel armor weighing 100 pounds. The highest-ranking sergeants, serving as non-commissioned officers, were second only to noble knights. This team could be summarized as 1 third-tier soldier leading 5 second-tier soldiers and 20 first-tier soldiers, along with 25 conscripted farmers. The only drawback was their substandard equipment, which significantly weakened their combat effectiveness. The scenery on either side of the Anzino River was strikingly different. The northern bank, known as Wolfbane Plains, was covered in snow-laden coniferous giants, while the southern river basin featured bare deciduous trees with sprawling, skeletal branches. Thick layers of decaying leaves blanketed the ground, scattered with brittle twigs that clearly marked the kobolds' movements. While Leo doubted the kobolds had the capability to set up an ambush, he still sent a few seasoned soldiers ahead to scout the path, cautiously advancing. Passing through several miles of dense woodlands, the terrain gradually became rugged. The towering trees gave way to low shrubs, and the landscape was scattered with exposed rocks. Looking up into the distance, the source of the Anzenuo River came into view over a dozen massive waterfalls cascading from the clouds like silver ribbons, exuding an awe-inspiring majesty. Leo led the team upstream along a creek for about a mile before they discovered the kobold lair. The small valley was open and spacious, with the creek running through its center. The kobolds had built a chaotic cluster of shacks along the slopes on both sides of the creek. Some were nothing more than simple shelters, exposing the entrances to caves in the rock walls. The valley's cliffs were riddled with holes from mining, with piles of or scattered carelessly, some even blocking sections of the creek. The corroding rust and slag had poisoned the creek banks, leaving them barren. The pioneers had effectively ventured into the heart of the kobold territory. This explained the frequent attacks. They were a response to a perceived threat. As a typically weak species, kobolds rarely provoked stronger opponents. Even with just 50 militia members, 100 kobolds would usually keep their distance. But when their territory was endangered, any race would rise to defend it. A black and white kobold was howling desperately, trying to rally its kin. Excluding the pups tumbling on the ground, at least 100 adult kobolds had gathered in the open center of the valley. Despite being outnumbered, Leo saw hope for victory. The kobolds' eyes were filled with fear and panic. After several suicidal assaults, the tribe's best warriors had already been decimated, leaving mostly the old and weak behind. To the kobolds, who averaged less than 1.2 meters in height, the nearly 1.8-meter-tall human men across from them were an intimidating sight. If they had initially broken through the militia's defenses under their leader's command, they might have achieved a Pyrrhic victory with sheer numbers. But ever since their leader was killed, the tribe's downfall was inevitable. Form the line, Leo commanded. At his order, 25 shield-bearing militiamen formed a front line, while another 25, armed with scythes and pitchforks, followed closely behind. These so-called barbarians from the northern frontier, blessed with robust genetics, were all towering and muscular men. The frontline militia, having benefited from improved nutrition and rigorous training, now stood as robust as bears, clad in thick fur armor. Each held a standard round shield modeled after Yulian's heavy infantry regiment. These large, circular wooden shields were astonishingly heavy. Just the shield alone could knock a kobold to the ground. Meanwhile, the younger villagers in the back ranks, though lacking in combat experience, had shed their initial fear after witnessing several battles against the kobolds. Now, they all struck fierce and determined poses. The militia's steady shield formation placed immense pressure on the kobolds. Unable to hold back, many kobolds hurled stones and javelins, but their attacks either fell harmlessly to the ground or were blocked entirely by the shields. Without the advantage of dense volleys, the kobolds found themselves almost powerless against the advancing wall of shields. Given the terrain and range, Leo decided to forego his sling this time and instead picked up a javelin. "Prepare javelins," he commanded. The shield wall tilted slightly forward, and the militia raised their javelins in unison. The kobold ranks instantly fell into disarray, with many instinctively retreating. Throw. After 2 volleys of javelins, the kobold formation collapsed entirely, scattering in all directions and leaving the battlefield in chaos. Leo, ever cautious, refrained from pursuing them. Instead, he ordered the militia to retrieve their javelins and maintain formation while keeping watch. A short while later, under the frenzied barking of a striking black and white kobold, most of the kobolds regrouped, blocking the militia's advance. After all, this was their homeland, where their winter provisions and young were stored. This sight stirred something in Leo. How similar this kobold tribe was to his own village when faced with the marauding beastfolk scouts. They too had been forced to sacrifice militia lives to protect the village, ultimately abandoning their homes and relocating. That had been the best outcome they could hope for. At least they had survived. Neighboring villages had been entirely wiped out, and along the migration route, entire refugee groups had frozen to death overnight. If not for Yulian's foresight in preparing ample food, furs, tents, and pack animals, their situation would have been just as dire. But now was not the time for sympathy. This frontier territory wasn't home to just one kobold tribe. If potential threats weren't eliminated promptly, the settlement could be destroyed at any moment. Worse still, if another hostile race attacked, these kobolds might seize the opportunity to strike. As Leo prepared to order another javelin volley, the black and white kobold suddenly stepped forward from its ranks. With its hands raised, it walked to the center of the clearing and let out a series of incomprehensible gurgling sounds. "What's it doing?" Ivan, a militia member beside Leo, murmured curiously. "Looks like it wants a duel," Vicky speculated. Leo gestured for the militia to lower their javelins and stepped out of the shield wall himself, curious to see what the kobold was up to. The black and white kobold, noticing that Leo didn't understand its gurgling noises, focused its gaze on the chain flail in Leo's hand, a weapon confiscated from a kobold leader. It began to speak haltingly in the imperial tongue. Surrender. We surrender. This unexpected revelation left Leo and the militia stunned. You can talk? Leo asked, cautiously stepping closer. Yes, gurgle. You, us, surrender. The black and white kobold replied in a crude mix of its native gurgling language and the imperial tongue. Despite its roughness, this form of communication made Leo feel oddly closer to the kobolds, as though the distance between them was narrower than that between Vikings and Anglo-Saxons. Food, woof. You, gurgle, iron. We, leave. As the black and white kobold spoke, the surrounding kobolds grew restless, but quickly quieted down under its low growls. A few kobolds dragged several sacks from the mine at the top of the valley and placed them between the two groups. The black and white kobold opened one of the sacks, spilling acorns and pine nuts onto the ground. Pointing to the food and then to the valley behind it, the kobold continued, food, iron. You, take, we leave. Leo listened twice to fully grasp the meaning. You're saying, if we take the food and iron, you'll leave this place? The black and white kobold nodded. Leo fell into deep thought. The black and white kobold in front of Leo didn't look particularly fierce. From a distance, it resembled a husky standing on its hind legs, silly and endearingly clumsy. It wasn't just this one. The entire kobold tribe appeared quite docile when not showing aggression. Most of them were as gentle as golden retrievers, though a few muscular individuals exuded a ferocity reminiscent of pit bulls. Leo studied the black and white kobold before him, pondered briefly, then smiled. But his response was firm and unequivocal. No. The refusal instantly angered the husky-like kobold. It bared its sharp teeth, a low growl rumbling from its throat, while the golden retriever-like kobolds and the pit bull-like kobolds behind it erupted into a chorus of barks. Leo quickly raised his hands in a placating gesture and explained, we don't want your food or your home. We are a peaceful people. The husky-like kobold froze, its aggressive demeanor softening slightly, though its tone remained wary. We not trust smile. Very deceitful. Humans, very deceitful. Common language. Very bad. Leo immediately dropped his smile, his expression turning serious. Believe us. We are a peaceful people. We can trade your iron for our food. Your home will always be yours. This statement left the husky-like kobold hesitant. It turned to look back at its tribe. The golden retriever-like kobolds appeared equally uncertain, while a few pit bull-like kobolds maintained their combative stances, growling softly. Leo stood his ground, raising his head and stepping forward. He tapped the artery on his neck with his hand. The pit bull-like kobold's eyes darted between his neck and the flail at his waist. After a moment, they whimpered submissively and retreated into the group. Seeing that he couldn't immediately persuade them, Leo turned to his militia and shouted, hand over all your rations. In no time, the rations for 50 militiamen over 2 days were piled into a small mound. Leo tossed the dry provisions into the kobold's pile of acorns. As the hard bread scattered on the ground, the kobolds began to audibly swallow, their hunger evident. We'll trade food for your iron and live in peace, Leo said, pointing to the rations on the ground. As you can see, we came here to farm, not fight. You farm. We trade iron. Just as the husky-like kobold was about to nod in agreement to this favorable deal, Leo added, however, I have one small condition: you must send at least 20 young ones to our camp to learn our language. Only through communication can we maintain peace. Woof. The husky-like kobold immediately bared its teeth again. Humans, deceitful. We leave. Kobolds, never slaves. We'll provide food and lodging. Adult kobolds can come to no limit, and you're free to come and go as you please, Leo countered with his final offer. This immediately lit up the kobolds' eyes, much like a pack of golden retrievers spotting their favorite treat. Seeing their reaction, Leo added, if you can't accept this condition, then we'll have to ask you to leave this place. After a round of hushed discussions between the husky-like kobold and the golden retriever-like kobolds, they eventually agreed to Leo's terms. Kobolds possess an exceptionally high reproductive capability, with each litter typically producing 4 to 5 pups. Under sufficient food supply, their population can expand rapidly. Even more astonishing is their growth rate. Kobolds mature from birth to adulthood in just 3 years. This small tribe has resided for generations at the source of the Anzalo River, relying on hunting small animals, fishing, and foraging for survival. Their food sources are relatively fixed: rats from the mines, acorns from the oak forest on the southern bank of the Anzalo River, and pine nuts from the red pine forest on the northern bank. However, this group, whose intelligence is not even on par with early humans, lacks long-term planning capabilities. During the bountiful summer and autumn seasons, they mine and forge metal to their heart's content. But when the harsh winter arrives and food runs scarce, They can only huddle in their caves, enduring hunger and helplessly watching as their pups perish one by one. When humans intruded upon what the kobolds considered sacred gathering grounds, conflict inevitably erupted. Now, as the defeated party, the kobolds had resigned themselves to their fate. After weighing their options, offering 20 pups as hostages seemed like a feasible choice after all. If they attempted migration during winter, most of these pups would likely die along the way. Besides, with the possibility of trading iron ore for food in the future, they wouldn't have to struggle for sustenance and could focus solely on mining. Leo's proposal was undeniably tempting, and many golden-furred kobolds were reluctant to leave their homeland. Hundreds of years ago in the northern territories, kobolds were a vassal race of the beastfolk, inhabiting the lands north of the Anzalo River. Their settlements dotted the howling wolf plains, boasting a developed clan culture, shamanic traditions, and magical heritage. They even established a city of their own. However, when human clans south of the river joined the Orlantis Empire, the Empire's formidable armored cavalry and elite infantry drove the beastfolk into the northern snowfields, leading to the collapse of kobold civilization. Most kobolds perished or were enslaved during the wars, while the survivors, like other vassal races, scattered into the primeval forests and settled in the southeastern foothills of the Grand Barrier. Over the centuries, these small tribes have regressed to a primitive level of existence. The southeastern foothills of the Grand Barrier are now dotted with such non-human tribes, cautiously surviving on the fringes of human society. They only attack nearby human villages when their population exceeds the land's carrying capacity. In the past, Yulian stationed at the Western Watchtower, officially to guard against the long-absent dragons, but in reality, his main task was to deal with these small non-human tribes. In some ways, kobolds have always yearned to return to their state from centuries ago, willingly serving as a vassal to a stronger race in exchange for a place to live, where they could freely mine and forge. Yet humans have never considered assimilating them, always opting for extermination, expulsion, or enslavement instead. Even novice adventurers enjoy using kobolds for practice. The phrase "kobolds will never be slaves" sounds laughably ironic. Husky led 9 golden-furred kobolds and 20 fluffy kobold pups along the mountain path toward the riverbend camp. Despite kobolds having decent linguistic aptitude, half of them could speak some Imperial Common. They dared not enter a human camp on their own. Instead, their new leader, Husky, took charge of the group. 20 able-bodied villagers carried 10 baskets of iron ingots and 10 baskets of refined iron ore. These so-called iron ingots were essentially scrap metal spongy iron produced using the kobolds' primitive smelting techniques in underground pits. The spongy iron, resembling dirty, twisted black sponges, was full of impurities and crude in texture, but soft enough to be forged. According to Husky, a kobold blacksmith could shape a piece of spongy iron into an iron spearhead or pickaxe head after 10 days of repeated hammering. Every adult kobold was granted a small iron pickaxe for joyfully mining their beloved shiny things. Each kobold warrior was equipped with a hunting iron spear, which was essentially a javelin similar to those used by the local militia. Though made using the most rudimentary methods, these iron tools were deadly weapons in the wilderness, enabling kobolds to hunt prey their size, chop wood, mine or repel wolves, and defend their homes. As Leo gazed at the baskets filled with spongy iron and iron ore, alongside the flax sacks stuffed with dried fruits, he fell into deep thought. "Where did you get these baskets and flax sacks?" he asked. These kobolds, apart from having mastered primitive ironworking, appeared extremely unsophisticated. They wore no clothing, yet what puzzled Leo was the abundance of finely crafted wicker baskets and linen sacks piled within their tribe. The weaving skills were so exceptional that even the village women of Riverbend Camp could hardly match them. Leo stared at the goofy husky-headed kobold standing before him with its mouth agape, his internal alarm bells ringing. This was precisely why he was reluctant to let the kobold tribe leave unchecked. Eliminating this nearby threat would undoubtedly be the best solution, but if the 100 kobolds fought to the death, they would be like a well-organized pack of wolves. Among his 50-man squad, half were less capable fighters than the kobolds. A bloody battle would certainly result in heavy casualties. Driving them away seemed like a compromise, but it couldn't guarantee the kobolds would leave peacefully. If they were to act desperately, forming alliances with neighboring tribes to strike back or splitting into small groups to conduct guerrilla attacks on Riverbend Camp's villagers and patrols, the aftermath would be even harder to manage. After much deliberation, the best approach seemed to follow the example of the Great Huaxia's appeasement policies, using gentle economic and political measures to win over other tribes and bring them into submission. Sure enough, as soon as this strategy was set in motion, a subtle clue revealed the kobold's secret. Under Leo's increasingly intense gaze, the husky-headed kobold grumbled in its throat for a while before finally blurting out a shocking word: wildlings. Leo's expression immediately turned grim. Wildlings, a term opposed to subjects, hinted at a buried history. If subjects were akin to sheep domesticated by nobility, wildlings were wolves of the forests. They were better known by other infamous titles: bandits, raiders, marauders. Centuries ago, when the northern humans joined the Atlantis Empire, the restructuring of power left many small chieftains and village leaders unwilling to relinquish their status. Refusing to submit, they retreated into the mountains, surviving through plunder. These rebels were the ancestors of the wildlings. Over time, their influence waned, and the term wildlings gradually became synonymous with bandits and outlaws. The northern humans, already regarded by the southern people as barbarians due to their backward culture and alliances with beast tribes, saw the wildlings as the most savage among the savages. In Leo's eyes, the wildlings were far from being virtuous, even though he himself could be considered one of them. Whether it was the traditional wildlings or bandits and robbers, they all posed potential threats to the developing frontier camp. At that moment, he suddenly understood why this kobold, resembling a husky, not only spoke the human language but also actively sought communication. It was clear that this wasn't its first time dealing with humans. Compared to the previous kobold leader, this one was much smarter. Seeing Leo's serious expression, the husky-like kobold quickly explained, "Gur, wildlings, kind, trade. We, peaceful race." Peaceful race? Leo raised an eyebrow skeptically. How peaceful? Peaceful, iron, trade, wicker baskets, bags, food, fix. The kobold gestured as it spoke. Under Leo's intense gaze, the kobold fell silent for a long time before finally pointing toward the distant waterfall. Lake, kind, peaceful race. Back at the camp, Leo first arranged for the kobold to be kept in an open area away from the crowd, assigning 20 militiamen to guard it. He then brought the unexpected guest to a meeting with Julian and the camp's leaders for an urgent discussion. What? A wicker basket for a full basket of iron, or a linen bag for a full bag of iron ingots? And you call that kind? After hearing the kobold's fragmented explanation, the leaders in the tent erupted in anger. Cruel, deceptive, ruthless. I even feel sorry for the kobolds. Julian was also furious, roaring at the kobold. Those despicable merchants. Swindlers. From now on, don't trade with them anymore. Whatever they offer, we'll double it for you. The surrounding leaders nodded in agreement, their eyes filled with disdain. The kobold, however, cautiously took a step back. Woof. Humans? Deceitful. We? Leave. Leo quickly stepped in to mediate. Don't go. Name your terms, and we can negotiate. It was evident the kobold had come prepared. In clear imperial language, it stated its conditions. Trade, wildlings, same. Food, 1 bag or 5 bags. You? No entering mountains. Oak forest, half hours. Deal. Julian slammed the table and reached out for a handshake. 1 bag of food for 5 bags of iron ore, and we'll split the western oak forest in half with you. No going back on our word. The kobold eyed him warily, then turned to look at Leo. Leo immediately affirmed, the deal is struck, and we won't go back on it. The kobold glanced at the chain mace hanging from Leo's waist and muttered, no going back. We, peaceful race. This unexpected agreement brought a lighter atmosphere to the tent. One of the leaders scrutinized the kobold and suddenly asked, you're female, aren't you? Does your tribe not have any males? I, chieftain's daughter, princess. Another leader laughed and pointed at Leo. How about a marriage alliance? That would guarantee peace. The group burst into laughter. Leo, marry a kobold princess, and you'll have a story to tell for a lifetime. Shut up. Show some respect. Before Leo could react, Julian roared, this is an ally, and in the future, a neighbor. Understood? Yes. The leaders, intimidated by his military authority, immediately fell silent and lowered their heads. Though the kobold was startled and stepped back a few paces, it quickly wagged its tail. Neighbor. As they exited the tent, Leo looked at the kobold and smiled. My name is Leo. What's yours? Fiza. Fiza Inuit. Are you the chieftain of your tribe now? The previous chieftain. Leo suddenly stopped mid-sentence. Dead. Bitten to death. The kobold, Fiza Inuit, replied in clear imperial language. When 10 sacks of rye were placed before Facia, her tail immediately began wagging joyfully, just like the other 9 golden retrievers. Urian gestured toward the mountain of grain piled on the ground, then pointed to the heap of sponge iron nearby and said straightforwardly, these 10 sacks of grain are in exchange for your 20 baskets of iron ingots and ore. Consider the extra grain as compensation for the conflict we had earlier. However, going forward, we'll only take iron ore, not ingots 5 sacks of, or for 1 sack of grain, and the sacks are included in the deal. The golden retrievers wagged their tails even more enthusiastically upon hearing this. To them, this was an incredible deal. The valley was littered with iron ore, and mining was practically coded into the kobold's DNA as a favorite pastime. They mined not for the ore itself but in search of their beloved shiny treasures. Iron ore was merely a byproduct. The lower quality scraps of ore were often discarded like trash, while only the finest pieces were given to blacksmiths for processing. On the other hand, Processing sponge iron was time-consuming and labor-intensive, requiring large amounts of wood and the collective effort of the entire tribe. Grain, however, was a fundamental necessity for survival for any group. And those finely crafted linen sacks? For kobolds who couldn't farm or weave, they were pure luxury. Even worn-out linen sacks could be repurposed into clothing, bedding, curtains, or even courtship decorations, essentially the Louis Vuitton of the kobold world. Bartering in the wilderness followed its own logic, entirely dependent on the perceived value of goods to each party. For kobolds, a linen sack was far more precious than a sack of iron ore. Yin had also noticed that the rusty sponge iron would need reprocessing, something human blacksmiths would find unappealing. In contrast, the hematite mined by the kobolds was of excellent quality, with a stable supply and abundant quantity, making it much easier to sell. A sack of rye weighing less than 50 pounds could be exchanged for 200 pounds of iron ore. At this rate, one sack of rye was worth 1,000 pounds of ore. Fascia even volunteered the kobolds to handle transportation, delivering the iron ore directly to the riverside camp. It was like manna from heaven. A few knowledgeable leaders watched the jubilant kobolds with a mix of pity and guilt in their eyes. Fascia and the golden retrievers happily carried the 10 sacks of rye back to their tribe, leaving behind 20 kobold pups staring blankly at the departing elders. They had been forgotten on the spot. Our grain supply is running low, isn't it? Are we sure about this? Leo asked, watching the kobolds disappear into the dense forest. They had only 2 carts of grain left, and this deal had taken nearly half of one. Don't worry, Yin said with a smile, waving dismissively. Tomorrow, they'll head to the city and find some old contacts to sell off this iron ore. Trust me, I know the ropes around here. Leo sighed, resigned, and his gaze drifted toward the massive waterfall hanging on the horizon. A whistle echoed from the dense forest in the west, and a group of kobolds emerged from the trees. 20 golden-furred kobolds carried wicker baskets filled with iron ore on their backs, while the rest clutched chunks of, or roughly the size of a human head. These stout, short creatures stopped at the forest's edge rather than entering the camp. As humans approached, the kobolds bared their sharp teeth and growled low in their throats, a warning sound. Their hostility was understandable just an hour ago. Their leader and warriors had fallen at the hands of these very humans. Until recently, they had been enemies. Under the guidance of Fascia, a husky-like kobold, the group carefully emptied the ore into 5 burlap sacks. Although each kobold's basket held no more than 30 pounds, their combined haul exceeded 1,000 pounds. Once the sacks were filled, dozens of large, glistening kobold eyes turned expectantly toward Leo. He stepped forward and tossed a sack of rye at Fascia's feet. 2 kobolds immediately pounced on it to inspect its contents, letting out excited gurgles after confirming its quality. The entire group erupted into joyful yips and barks, as if celebrating a triumphant victory. For this omnivorous tribe, which had long lost its farming skills, rye, though considered the lowest grade of grain, was a rare delicacy. They cared little about removing the husks. When boiled with tree bark, acorns, pine cones, and even rat meat, it could provide a hearty meal for their entire tribe. The kobolds crowded around Fascia, taking their share of the grain and/or sacks, and departed in high spirits. Leo let out a sigh of relief, but he knew that holding 20 hostages and conducting simple trades would not guarantee lasting peace. He had already observed that, apart from Fascia and a few other females, most of the kobolds showed little interest in their offspring, often failing to recognize their own young. Back at the camp, the militia guarding the kobold pups reported with exasperation that the little creatures had gnawed a hole in the makeshift pig pen. Originally constructed to appease the widow Agatha, the pen was now incapable of containing the weaned pups, who had already grown sharp teeth. They were running amok in the camp, exhausting the militia and making it unsafe for human children to approach. When Leo entered the pig pen, he found the pups curiously observing the human children through the wooden fence. Picking up a few sticks, he used simple gestures and a stern expression to warn them. If they damaged the fence, they would face punishment. The pups immediately huddled together, nodding repeatedly, their behavior surprisingly obedient. As for Agatha's story, she was a widow who had lost her husband and mother-in-law during an orc invasion. She had traveled 1,000 miles south with 2 piglets she treated as her own children. Now living in a tent with the 2 black pigs, which had grown to adulthood, she remained an object of intrigue for several young men in the camp, though her unusual companions discouraged most from pursuing her. Olivia, who had followed Leo, witnessed him teasing the kobold pups and couldn't help but curl her lips into a mocking smile. How childish. Aren't you too old to be bullying kids? Do you really think they're children? Locking kids up in a pigsty? Leo, unwilling to back down, retorted, I brought these pups back especially for you. From now on, you're their mom. If even one of them dies, you'd better watch out for a kobold rebellion. As he spoke, he pointed at Olivia and instructed the pups. Come on, say mommy. Olivia rolled her eyes at him in exasperation, but she didn't show any dislike for the pups. On the contrary, she crouched down with interest, attempting to communicate with them. However, the kobold pups seemed only intelligent under Leo's coercion. In Olivia's presence, they merely repeated the word mommy mechanically, unable to learn a second word. The next morning, Julian set off for the nearest town, Isenbohr, riding a donkey and accompanied by 2 militiamen and a sack of iron ore. This small town, situated at the intersection of the World Tree Highway and the Anzino River, marked the southernmost territory of the Frela family. Thanks to its advantageous location, Isenbohr had developed into a vital commercial hub connecting the western and northern regions. In the heart of the continent of Dawn, the Great Barrier formed a massive circular structure resembling the stump of an ancient, towering tree. This natural barrier, known as the World Tree by the elves, was surrounded by a ring-shaped highway stretching thousands of miles. This ancient road, a marvel of engineering, had existed for over 10,000 years, and even the elves couldn't determine its builders. It was the presence of this highway that gave Julian the confidence to lead his pioneering party from a small village near the Wind God Fortress by the northern ice river, traveling southwest for thousands of miles to reach the Rivermouth frontier land. Theoretically, the entire region west of the World Tree Highway, including the eastern foothills of the Great Barrier and the vast Wolfdrift Plains, was under the Frela family's domain. In practice, however, humans had only established scattered towns and villages along the edge of the forested areas on the eastern border of the plains, near the highway. The deeper parts of the Wolfdrift Plains and the eastern slopes of the Great Barrier remained covered in primal forests, home to countless beasts and tribal races. The nobility system in the northern realm was vastly different from that of the rest of the empire. Baron and Viscount titles were rare here, replaced by a simpler hierarchy. Beneath the northern Grand Duke were 7 major counts. Each count ruled their territory like a sovereign, owning lands far more expansive than those of southern nobles. Although the empire had attempted to weaken the power of the northern counts by granting titles to numerous barons and viscounts centuries ago, these weaker nobles fared no better than lambs before wolves when faced with the fierce northern chieftains. Within a century, they were either defeated or absorbed, their lands annexed by the surrounding counts. Today, the northern Grand Duke and the 7 great counts, all belonging to ancient noble houses, still firmly held control over the northern realm. The Frolov family, while not among the strongest of the 7 count families, still possessed a considerable domain. Their influence stretched along the World Tree Avenue, governing 4 medium and small towns, 7 or 8 castles, and commanding over 200 knight fiefs. Starting from the Rivermouth camp, one could traverse over 30 miles of wilderness along the winding Anzino River to reach the western watchtower under the jurisdiction of Ethanborough. This watchtower marked the entrance to the World Tree Avenue. Continuing eastward along the smooth avenue for another 60 miles, passing through 2 humble villages, one would arrive at the small city of Ethanborough. This city held a unique strategic significance due to its location. It boasted the only large bridge spanning the 200-mile upper course of the Anzino River and controlled the inland waterway leading to the eastern metropolis of Alanik. As a result, much of the trade between the northern and western regions passed through here. However, trade between these 2 regions was not particularly frequent due to their similar geography and products. Western merchants preferred heading southeast to the central plains of the empire, selling warhorses and furs similar to those of the north. Since the Orlantis Empire established diplomatic relations with the free states of the Storm Isles, major trade routes had shifted to the southernmost seaports of the western region. Goods were transported through the free states directly to the eastern coastal cities of the empire, further marginalizing the northern region's importance. After Julian departed, Leo, who fancied himself as Julian's top assistant, confidently took over camp affairs. Reality, however, quickly proved to be a harsh teacher. Key tasks like logging for construction and land cultivation were managed by seasoned veterans who dismissed Leo's suggestions outright. Meanwhile, the day-to-day management of the camp was firmly in Olivia's hands. From treating villagers' injuries and distributing food to mediating disputes among children, she handled it all with remarkable efficiency. Among the illiterate villagers, Olivia, who managed both finances and literacy-related tasks, was like a living embodiment of wisdom. Every word she spoke was treated as gospel, making it easy to forget she was merely a 16-year-old girl. Each day, a group of kobold pups followed her around, resembling a brood of chicks trailing after a mother hen in search of food. In the span of 2 days, Leo's only achievement, apart from maintaining militia training, was enforcing proper sanitation habits. He used intimidation to compel the villagers to abandon the habit of relieving themselves anywhere and instead use the newly dug latrines. It wasn't until the afternoon of the 2nd day that Julian returned to the camp, riding a donkey. Without delay, he organized the construction of a simple wooden footbridge by the river and ordered the stockpiled, ore to be moved to the riverbank. Over the past 2 days, the industrious kobolds had transported nearly 10 tons of iron ore, successfully exchanging it for 20 sacks of rye. The entire tribe had been swept up in a mining frenzy. If Julian had not returned in time, Olivia might have been forced to halt the trade altogether. Seeing Julian's arrangements, Leo finally had an epiphany. A boat's coming? Only then did he realize the significance of the Anzino River. If boats were available, they could reach the nearby Ethanborough or even the northern stronghold of Olenek. Traveling downstream to the sea was not out of the question either. Of course, all of this hinged on having a boat. Julian cast a smug glance at Leo but said nothing, standing with his hands behind his back on the makeshift footbridge as if deep in thought. However, half an hour later, he could no longer withstand the biting wind from the river and shivered his way back to camp. He instructed Leo, "Keep watch by the river. Let me know as soon as you see a boat." Leo took a small group, including a young kobold nicknamed Little Mouse, and fished from the footbridge for over an hour. Just as dusk began to fall, small fishing boats appeared on the river downstream. These were typical fishing boats commonly seen on the Anzino River, no more than 5 meters long and capable of carrying up to 1,000 pounds of fish. Although modest in scale, they were a rare bounty for the fledgling settlement. The first boat was packed with people, while the other 3 were loaded with cargo, each manned by 2 fishermen responsible for rowing and steering. Leo stood on the pier, waiting for the fishing boat to approach, while sending a small mouse to notify Urian. With practiced ease, he caught the rope thrown from the boat and secured it tightly to the pier. "Welcome aboard," Leo said with a smile. The first to step onto the pier was a young knight with golden hair and piercing blue eyes. He was tall, with sharp, angular features typical of a northerner. The knight was clad in a custom-made set of light armor that Leo couldn't help but admire, a black hardened leather cuirass reinforced with thin steel plates, its edges revealing a finely crafted soft leather lining. His glossy black bearskin pauldrons perfectly framed his neck and shoulders, while the cuffs of his sleeves were adorned with intricate golden embroidery. Across his back, he carried a broad-bladed northern knight's sword, and a dagger was strapped to the outside of his thigh. In comparison, Leo's patchwork fur armor looked crude and shabby, resembling something a savage might wear in a low-budget drama. Even his bearskin shoulder guards, made of the same material, could only be described as wildman craftsmanship. The knight's boots thudded dully against the wooden planks as he stepped forward. He surveyed the simple camp with a slight frown, but still nodded politely to Leo before heading straight toward the approaching Urian. "The upper reaches of the Isenbor River are rocky and difficult for large vessels. I could only arrange a few fishing boats," the young knight explained to Urian, his tone respectful. "No matter, as long as someone has come." "It's true, things here are still quite basic," Urian replied. "I'm no nobleman. Back when I was following the captain, I spent plenty of nights in tents," the knight said with a hearty laugh. "Ha ha ha, good lad. Just as I'd expect from one of my men." Urian's earlier formality melted away. As they walked, he introduced the knight to everyone. "This is Roman Pedikov, a knight of the Pedikov family and once my subordinate." It turned out the Pedikov family was an old knightly lineage in Isenbor. Years ago, when Urian served as a scout at the Western Watchtower, he had worked under Roman's father, Rigolov Pedikov. Later, Urian was drafted as a squad leader in the heavy infantry regiment of Wind God Fortress, and Roman was assigned by his father to serve under him. In the north, knights, like nobles, inherited their titles, but their lands were granted by the northern count and not owned by the family itself. Unlike the counts, who commanded vast clans and armies, knights had to rely on their personal martial prowess to maintain their status. If a descendant proved weak, the count could strip them of their knighthood in the name of Tyr, the god of war, and appoint a stronger warrior in their place. In the legal system of the Atlantis Empire, while there are no explicit provisions for a hereditary nobility system, in practice, deposing a count would require even the Grand Duke of the North to contend with the count's family's thousands of lordly troops, tens of thousands of conscripted soldiers, and dozens of deeply entrenched allied families. The Pedikov family, as long-standing vassal knights of the Furlov family, has maintained their loyalty for generations, upholding their ties to the count's family through military service and distinguished achievements. Today, they hold 4 knightly fiefs in the Isenball region, making them one of the most influential knightly families in the area. "This is my daughter, Olivia," Julian introduced. The young Roman knight had already noticed her. Among the raggedly dressed villagers, Olivia stood out like a solitary, elegant orchid. "Good day, my lady," Roman said as he gracefully placed his right hand over his chest and offered a slight bow. Olivia, startled like a frightened fawn, hurriedly nodded and curtsied, then hesitantly extended her right hand. Roman smiled silently, making no comment on her breach of etiquette. His composure only enhanced his noble demeanor, causing Olivia to blush and hide behind Leo. "This is my nephew, Leo Mondo." "Hello, Sir Roman," Leo exclaimed enthusiastically. Roman responded with a faint hum, clearly uninterested in the boisterous commoner boy. After a brief inspection of the camp, the group gathered in Julian's large tent. Roman frowned slightly. "Captain, is this your frontier fief?" "Yes, Roman. What do you think?" Julian's eyes sparkled with anticipation. "It's quite different from how you described it in your letter," Roman replied bluntly. "You mentioned nearly 1,000 settlers, well-trained militia, and defenses capable of withstanding both outsiders and wild beasts. But the reality. That's true, Julian admitted awkwardly. Many people were reluctant to leave their homeland and chose to remain in the north. But don't worry, he said with a grand gesture. Once we gain a foothold, the second and third waves of settlers will arrive soon. In just a few years, Riverbend will become the largest nightly fief in Isenball. Your father's investment will return tenfold, 100-fold. Roman knew these were empty words. If not for the Beastmen's invasion, even Isenball's displaced population would have avoided such a perilous venture. Still, he said, I do believe in you, Captain. This time, in addition to the promised grain and farming tools, I've brought 20 steel swords, which cost me 2 years of savings. Good lad. It wasn't in vain raising you. Julian exclaimed with delight. Make sure to put in a good word with your father. Tell him my forces are strong and well-trained, but we're just a little short on funds. A son asking his father for a favor is no big deal, right? He'll relay the message appropriately, Roman replied, somewhat awkwardly, but my father isn't easily deceived. He always sends someone to investigate. Isn't that why he sent you? Julian clapped Roman on the shoulder with a sycophantic grin. Rigolov only has one precious son. Who else would he trust more? Then, turning to his daughter, he added, what do you think of my daughter? You two should get to know each other better. Noticing the disdainful expression on Leo's face as he stood next to Olivia, Julian's demeanor shifted instantly. You little brat. What are you standing around for? Go unload the supplies. Leo, who had been driven out of the tent, sat on a wooden beam by the edge of the wooden pier, anger churning in his chest. In front of him, the villagers were busy transporting food and farming tools, their faces lit with joyous smiles, a stark contrast to his own mood. Julian's behavior was something he struggled to accept. In the memories of the original Bodis owner, Julian had always been a haloed leader, the savior of the villagers, an unchallenged strongman, and a tyrant. But now, watching him fawn over the knight Roman, the immense discrepancy left Leo deeply uncomfortable. Of course, as an adult from a modern society, Leo understood the logic behind Julian's actions. Pleasing investors wasn't shameful, it was just practical. If making the nobles happy could bring in several ships of supplies, it was a win for everyone. Yet, the frustration in his heart couldn't be dispelled no matter how rational he tried to be. I'm the unluckiest transmigrator ever, Leo thought bitterly. Others who crossed over became noble heirs or knight lords. But him? He was still a laboreran, unpaid one at that. And forget about any cheat systems, attribute panels, or wise old mentors to guide him. What did he have? A stubborn streak? A bloodline that lowers intelligence? His gaze drifted to the distance, where the river route from the Riverbend territory to Ethanport stretched before him. Beneath the gentle current lay hidden reefs and shallows, and with numerous branching paths, this natural, unaltered river was unsuitable for regular ships. Only shallow-draft fishing boats like the ones before him, guided by experienced fishermen, could navigate it safely. This meant that in the early stages of development, river transport could not become the main artery of the Riverbend territory. Instead, carving out a land route through the Third Riverside Forest seemed more practical. Opening a road from the Riverbend to the Western Watchtower would allow trade with Ethanport and the surrounding Knight territories via the World Tree Highway. But before that could happen, the priority was ensuring the survival of the pioneering team, and Knight Roman was their lifeline. Olivia, finding an excuse to escape the awkward atmosphere inside the tent, noticed Leo and walked over to sit down beside him. She glanced at his increasingly defined profile, a strange sense of unfamiliarity stirring within her. It unsettled her. The Leo she remembered was always reckless and hot-blooded, his thoughts as transparent as his expressions. They used to bicker and play around, yet their bond was as close as siblings. During the 2 years when her mother passed away and her father was stationed far away in the military, it was Leo who protected her. Whenever some man from the village tried to climb over the wall to harass her at night, they would inevitably run into Leo's fists. But now, this Leo had learned to conceal his thoughts, and his emerald green eyes had become unreadable. Lately, she had often caught him sitting alone, lost in thought, something the old Leo would never have done. In fact, she doubted anyone would believe it if she told them. In the past, when he had nothing to do, Leo would roll around on the ground, crawl in the shadows, ambush children in the village, or spend an entire afternoon poking at an anthill. But now, seeing Olivia so close to the knight, his eyes widened involuntarily, revealing that familiar, annoying expression. You're jealous. Olivia stared at him and suddenly laughed playfully. Jealous, my foot. Leo retorted immediately. I heard the hand-kissing gesture is either for married women or for one's fiancé. Oh, looks like Uncle Julian is planning to sell you off to him. Not at all. It was just me embarrassing myself. Olivia ignored Leo's words. As a naive village girl who had never seen much of the world, She knew nothing about the intricate etiquette of nobles. That hand-kissing gesture was merely a fantasy she had chatted about with her friends while doing laundry. In her nervousness, she had instinctively extended her hand. Messing up the etiquette the first time meeting the knight, how rude of me, Olivia said, pretending to be distressed. How should I make it up to him? That handsome and elegant knight. Marrying him doesn't sound too bad, does it? Leo instantly panicked and lunged forward, reaching out to grab her. No way, I want a kiss too. Huh, get away. Olivia laughed as she leaned back against a rock, raising her foot to kick him. After their playful scuffle, Olivia straightened her dress and took another look at Leo. Confirming that he was still the same as before, she mustered her courage with a hint of shyness and extended the back of her hand. Leo narrowed his eyes, a dangerous look flashing across his face. Before Olivia could react, he swiftly slapped the back of her hand hard, then burst into laughter and bolted away. You jerk. Get back here. Olivia's fingers tingled from the slap. Furious, she lifted her skirt and chased after him, even blurting out the imperial language in her anger. Meanwhile, the conversation inside the tent continued. As one of the most trusted warriors under Rigolov, the current head of the Petikov family, Sergeant Yulian shared a relationship with the knight Roman and his son that was far closer than outsiders might expect. However, the prospect of a commoner leading 1,000 people south to reclaim the wilderness was such an ambitious endeavor that even Rigolov was hesitant to take the risk. Instead of pouring resources into an uncertain venture that could end in failure, it seemed wiser to cut losses early. The greatest fear was that it could become a bottomless pit, dragging the Petikov family down with it. Captain, do you know how our family obtained the third knight's fief? The one south of the western watchtower? After some pleasantries, Roman could no longer hold back his question. Through their conversation, Roman revealed the truth. That piece of land originally belonged to the old knightly family of Misvich in Isenbor. 20 years ago, during the Count's succession dispute, the Misvich family supported the younger son, Sakaiwai, and were stripped of their fief as a result. Over 2 generations, they spent 20 years building a small settlement of 100 households in the wilderness. But after the elder Misvich passed away, the land was reallocated to Roman's uncle. Didn't anyone oppose it? Yulian asked in disbelief. Who would bother? The Misvich family had nearly bankrupted themselves over 20 years of reclaiming the land. More importantly, the younger Misvich never advanced to a higher tier even by the age of 30. Who would support a fallen knightly family without a single advanced warrior? The implication in Roman's words was clear. A commoner without family backing, lacking both power and wealth, and with only a daughter, was not worth any other family's investment. This was the harsh reality. Without strength or connections, even if you succeeded in building something, you wouldn't be able to hold on to it. Yulian remained silent for a moment, then suddenly burst into laughter, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes. You're overthinking it. What do those damn noble affairs have to do with me? I've never wanted to be some sort of noble. Knight Roman jerked his head up, looking stunned. Before he could speak, Yulian's expression turned serious as he continued. Do you know what the northern ice river looks like now? The orc clans are swarming south like locusts, pillaging as they go. And what is the Empire doing? Cutting military funding, disbanding the standing army. He clenched his fists, his voice filled with anger. The garrison at Wind God Fortress has been slashed from the minimum of 5,000 soldiers to less than 1,000. They can't even man all the posts on the walls. Taking a deep breath, he went on. Grand Duke Mitchell might grasp how dire the situation is. Been pulling troops from the various earldoms. But those damned southerners couldn't care less. They're probably hoping for a massive orc invasion, so they can swoop in from the south and grab a share of the spoils. The north has no hope left, Yulian said, his voice dropping to a somber tone. I can only lead my people southward. This is as far as we can go. I don't care about the title of Pioneer Knight or being a noble lord. I just want to secure a future for my daughter and my people while I'm still alive. So what if the land ends up in someone else's hands? It's better than being slaughtered by orcs. Roman listened in silence, understanding dawning in his heart. With Yulian's capabilities and the wealth he had accumulated over 10 years of military service, he could easily take his daughter and move south to live a life of comfort and ease. But bringing along hundreds, or even thousands of clansmen made the future far more uncertain. Roman couldn't imagine whether he himself would have the courage or sense of responsibility to do the same. Though as a knight from a town-based noble family, Roman held little regard for the ignorant rural folk, he was no fool. In the harsh and desolate northern Ice River region, blood ties were everything. In a village, nearly everyone was either a cousin or a sibling, and the connections between neighboring villages were intricately intertwined. As an imperial soldier, a village leader, and essentially a clan chief, how could someone like Yulian ignore the pleas of his people? The northerners valued blood ties above all else. The Odolov family had maintained their 1,000-year rule precisely because they claimed descent from Tyr, the god of war's eldest son. Even rebels dared only to claim disobedience, never outright rebellion against them. Roman understood that if the day came when Isenbor fell, he too would be unable to abandon his people and flee alone. Julian patted Roman on the shoulder. You care about whether the investment will pay off. I care about how to keep my people alive. I don't have a choice. After a moment of silence, Roman replied solemnly, Captain, I understand. I'll do my best to convince my father. The next day, Roman accompanied Julian on an inspection of the camp. Along the way, Julian boasted proudly about his exploits, claiming even kobolds bowed to him in submission. He also cautiously shared some suggestions he'd received from the locals. In the end, they boarded a fishing boat loaded with iron ore and drifted downstream. Regarding the iron ore trade, Julian specifically assigned a professional steward to coordinate the transactions. The iron ore from the Cobalt Valley is categorized into 3 grades based on quality, with each grade exchangeable for an equivalent to double its weight in grain. The clever husky-like Cobalt Fascia, well aware of human shrewdness, always delivers the finest ores. In contrast, the other kobolds are far more naive, greedily hauling massive rocks with little to no iron content in hopes of obtaining more food. These discarded rocks, sorted out by the villagers, still prove useful as excellent materials for constructing dams and building foundations. The selected high-quality iron ore is transported to the blacksmith shops in Isenball, where it is forged into farming tools, components, and weapons before being brought back to Riverbend for trade. Although this trade is fair, it is constrained by the Northland's limited production capacity. The true bottleneck isn't the iron ore reserves, but the lack of miners and transportation capabilities. The cost of transporting goods back and forth over 100 miles using small fishing boats takes up a significant portion of the expenses. Until the 30-mile stretch of roads in Riverbend is fully repaired, such trade can only remain small-scale. If not for Julian's special relationship with the Petikov family, no one would be interested in such high-risk and tedious small-scale transactions. This time, Roman brought nearly a ton of high-quality wheat, along with a boatload of iron farming tools, rivets, saw blades, and other pioneering supplies. Seeing the grain carts filled to the brim, the villagers were brimming with energy and joy. A system notification soon followed. Due to the surplus of food, residents' happiness has increased. This was no ordinary coarse and sour black rye, but premium wheat from the fertile banks of the Anzino River. Speaking of rye, the Petikov steward tactfully remarked that the rye produced in Isenball was scarce and usually harvested early to feed livestock. While a ton of wheat might seem substantial, when divided among 300 people, even with other grains and extreme rationing, it would barely last a week. The true treasures were the iron tools and steel swords Roman brought. These military-grade, thick steel, single-handed swords of northern craftsmanship were worth more than 10 times the value of iron swords or second-hand steel swords made by local blacksmiths. In Isenball, just one of these steel swords could be exchanged for a ton of wheat. As Julian's trusted lieutenant, Leo was the first to receive a steel sword. This immediately raised his opinion of Roman the Knight. If he's willing to give me that armor too, I'd support Uncle in selling you, marrying you off to him, he joked. Sitting on a large barrel in the camp kitchen, Leo played with his new sword while carefully examining it. The heavy blade dissipated vibrations quickly, and the sharp edge and tip could easily cut through animal hides. The 2 blood grooves reduced weight and adjusted balance, while the thick, flexible spine ensured it wouldn't break easily. In comparison, his previous iron sword bent with every heavy strike, requiring him to stomp it straight to use it again. During battles, it deteriorated as quickly as a melting candle. Leo couldn't help but marvel that if Head had such a steel sword back then, along with Roman's lightweight armor, he wouldn't just take on the Kobold Chief dare to challenge Julian himself. Ha, look at you, Olivia scoffed, unwilling to entertain him further as she focused on inventorying supplies. Beneath her skirt, the kobold pups she was hiding seemed to sense her mood. They poked their little heads out and barked at Leo, only to shrink back in fear when he shot them a sharp glare. With the iron tools provided by the Roman Knights, presented as a trade but essentially an act of aid, the progress of the camp's construction accelerated significantly. Brand new long saw blades, iron drill bits, and woodcutters' axes gleamed in the sunlight, replacing the villagers' old, worn-out pickaxes and broken spears. Previously, there weren't even enough basic hoes to go around, forcing half of the elderly and weaker villagers to cultivate the land with their bare hands. Now, they finally had proper tools at their disposal. The lack of tools was still manageable while cultivating farmland along the riverbank. However, when the villagers turned to the task of felling trees and constructing houses, the problem became particularly severe. In the dense western forest, massive trees that required 2 people to encircle them stood everywhere. Villagers without proper equipment could only gaze up at the towering giants in frustration. Early in the morning, Leo eagerly slung a newly acquired large saw over his shoulder and led the charge into the woods. However, by the end of the morning, he and the villagers had only managed to fell a single tree after much effort. Cutting it into sections and transporting it back to the camp proved so exhausting that Leo quickly lost enthusiasm for the labor-intensive work. Instead, he decided to scout upstream along the Enzino River. This decision wasn't born out of an attempt to shirk work, but was based on critical intelligence shared by the kobold. Fishathir was a wildling tribe residing beneath the waterfall at the river's source. The current settlement was only capable of intimidating weak kobolds. Facing a tribe of wildlings who survived through fishing and hunting was a different story altogether. In the frigid northern climate, most villages north of the Enzino River relied on fishing, hunting, and nomadic lifestyles. The villagers were all skilled in using javelins and hunting bows. Leading the farmer-turned-militia into a heated confrontation with these wildlings would likely end in disaster before they even got close. However, according to Fish's account, this wildling tribe didn't seem as ferocious as one might expect. Leo believed there might be an opportunity to establish a relationship through peaceful trade. At the very least, any conflict should be avoided until the settlement was firmly established. He specifically instructed the patrolling scout militia to limit their reconnaissance to within 10 miles upstream. Even if they encountered wildlings, they were to avoid conflict at all costs. These scouts were highly trained elites personally cultivated by Yulian, and every loss would be a significant blow. Yet, the more capable they were, the greater the likelihood of clashes with the wildlings. Any casualties on either side could escalate into irreparable hostility. As the second-best negotiator in the pioneering team, Leo decided to personally take on the task of initiating first contact. Leaving the Riverbend Peninsula, he followed the winding Enzino River upstream. The terrain grew increasingly steep as he progressed. The river cascaded down from higher elevations, splashing against exposed rocks and creating bursts of spray. Every so often, small waterfalls, 4 or 5 meters high, blocked the path. In some sections, jagged rocks divided the river into several swift, deep channels, which either rejoined after hundreds of meters or mysteriously disappeared underground. Walking along the fragmented riverbed for over 10 miles, Leo suddenly heard a sound. He quickly crouched down, blending into the shadows of the forest to observe in secret. Ahead, on the gravelly riverbank, several short kobolds were scattered in the water, each gripping a short wooden spear. Their gazes were fixed intently on the river's surface. Suddenly, one kobold thrust its spear forward but, to its frustration, found nothing on the tip. It let out a low growl of discontent. At that moment, an excited cry came from nearby. Another kobold had skewered a 1-foot-long black fish on its spear. Before the triumphant kobold could savor its prize, its companions swarmed it. A chaotic scuffle broke out as they fought over the fish. In the blink of an eye, the black fish was torn apart and devoured, leaving only faint traces of blood swirling in the river. From his previous encounters with kobolds, Leo quickly assessed that these were young, newly matured kobolds, not yet seasoned warriors. These juveniles, tired of hauling iron ore, had either returned to dig for their beloved shiny minerals or, like now, ventured out on their own to forage. They had yet to face the harsh realities of the wilderness and retained a certain naivety, coupled with a strong craving for meat during their growth phase. Leo crouched down and quietly picked up a smooth river stone, preparing to teach these reckless young kobolds a lesson. But just as he was about to act, a sudden wave of unease froze him in place. Looking up, he saw a tall figure standing atop a massive boulder overlooking the river. The figure was staring at him coldly. The stranger was clad in animal hides, with a helmet made from the skull of a giant wolf, its features obscured by shadows. With a slight tilt of his head, he resembled a towering, humanoid wolf. His attire was adorned with sharp animal teeth and bones, serving both as decoration and armor. 2 axes hung at his waist, a longbow and quiver were strapped to his back, and a white-boned spear was planted beside him. The sight reminded Leo of a barbarian from a game, but this wild hunter seemed far more real and far more dangerous. The two locked eyes in silent confrontation while the oblivious kobolds continued fishing in the river. After a few seconds, seeing no hostile intent from the stranger, Leo slowly lowered the stone, stood up, and offered a friendly smile. The sound of the stone splashing into the water startled the kobolds. They looked up and, upon seeing the wild hunter, immediately grew wary and began retreating, hiding their spears behind their backs. One particularly small kobold bared its teeth in a show of bravado, only to be smacked on the head by a companion, leaving it instantly deflated. The wild hunter simply waved a hand, and the kobolds, as if pardoned, scurried into the forest with their spears. Their reaction to the hunter was less about fear and more akin to children caught misbehaving by an adult. Once the kobolds had fled, the wild hunter cast one last deep look at Leo before retreating behind the boulder and vanishing from sight. Unfortunately, he didn't even get a chance to say hello or ask if they had eaten. Leo stood still, watching the figure disappear into the depths of the dense forest. He had no intention of following recklessly. After pausing for a moment, he turned around and retraced his steps, bringing an end to the day's reconnaissance mission. The gaze of the wild hunter was as cold and sharp as a blade, silently delivering a warning. This was his territory, and today was merely a caution. Next time, things would not be so polite. Leo fully understood the weight of this warning. In the vast forest and grasslands of Wolfbane Plains, where foreign tribes, wild beasts, and even magical creatures roamed, no wild dweller who survived here was to be trifled with. Especially a hunter brave enough to patrol alone. Such individuals were the elite among elites. The heavy yew longbow slung across his back, nearly 2 meters in length, paired with arrows as thick as a man's finger, was more than capable of taking down a full-grown grizzly bear with a single shot. As for Leo's covert shield, stolen from Oleana and meeting Imperial equipment standards, it wouldn't stand a chance against an arrow from that bow at close range. In the following days, Leo alternated between training the militia and patrolling near the upper reaches of the river, familiarizing himself with the terrain. He never crossed the large boulder, the spot where the wild hunter had appeared. As his reconnaissance expanded, his tracks gradually extended into the dense forest across the river. The environment there was even more complex, with an increase in wildlife and numerous unfamiliar footprints scattered on the ground. Crouching down, Leo carefully examined the markings in the soft, decomposing soil. This looks like a wild boar's. No, since when do wild boars have feet like this? Is it the wild dwellers chasing the boar? He silently noted these details, intending to consult the knowledgeable Oleana upon his return. Following the tracks, Leo suddenly stopped at one spot. Before him was a massive paw print, resembling a human hand, but with sharp claws, measuring nearly a foot in length. This discovery immediately heightened his alertness, prompting him to decide to return to camp and inform Oleana. While he could easily handle his militia and training, encountering a full-grown grizzly bear in the wild was already a challenge, let alone an unknown creature whose tracks alone seemed more terrifying than those of a snow bear. As he turned to leave, a faint tremor rippled through the ground, and trees in the distance began to sway. Without hesitation, Leo climbed the nearest tree, swiftly scaling it until he was over 10 meters high. Only then did he look down to see what was happening below. As the trembling of the ground grew more intense, even the massive pine trees, thick enough to require 2 people to embrace, began to sway. From within the forest, a colossal creature over 3 meters long burst forth. It was a hulking, brownish-yellow beast with a peculiar yet strangely familiar appearance. Stumbling clumsily, it dashed past the trees, its hefty hindquarters brushing against the large tree Leo was perched on, causing it to shake violently and almost throwing him off. Chasing closely behind were 4 wild boars, each sporting a single horn resembling a rhino's. Their snorts filled the air as they pursued the massive creature ahead. Though these horned boars were far larger than ordinary ones, they seemed almost like piglets chasing a sow when compared to the beast that resembled the size of a van. Why don't you just turn around and fight them? For boars together don't even weigh as much as you. Leo couldn't help but mentally gripe at the absurdity of the chase unfolding before him. About a minute after the creatures disappeared into the distance, 4 burly humanoid figures hurried past, following the tracks left by the giant beast. These beings stood about 1.78 meters tall, with stout and slightly hunched physiques. Their exposed skin, visible beneath their crude fur armor, was covered in coarse, curly black hair. Sharp, bristle-like manes stood erect along their heads and backs. Each carried primitive weapons, bone spears or stone hammers, and had simple crossbows slung across their backs. As one of them paused beneath Leo's tree to sniff the air warily, Leo finally got a clear look at its faceborman. These hefty, dark-skinned creatures, each weighing over 200 pounds, had the heads of wild boars. This was the second non-human species Leo had encountered after the dog-headed kobolds, but these boarmen were clearly far more dangerous. Their heavy primitive weapons, crude crossbows, and menacing tusks were far deadlier than the kobold's spears and stones. Leo held his breath, waiting for the boarmen to leave. A few minutes later, just as he was about to climb down, the ground began to tremble again. From the distance, the giant beast, still being chased by the horned boars, came running back in a wide loop. "You've got to be kidding me. Can't you fight somewhere else and leave me out of this?" Leo muttered under his breath as he nimbly climbed higher into the tree, watching the chaotic chase circle back through the forest below. He began moving through the treetops like Tarzan, leaping from one pine to the next. After jumping across more than 10 trees, the forest finally opened up, and his view became clearer. About a few dozen meters ahead, the panicked beast had been cornered at the base of a small hill, roughly 7 or 8 meters tall. While the slope wasn't particularly steep, the soft ground couldn't support the creature's immense weight. 3 attempts to climb the hill ended in failure, with its limbs flailing like an excavator digging into the earth. Instead of making progress, it was nearly buried by the dirt it had unearthed. As the pursuers closed in, the giant beast suddenly reared up on its hind legs, pressing its back against the hill and flailing its front paws wildly. Then it let out a high-pitched scream. "Stay away from me!" The shrill, childlike voice startled Leo, and realization dawned on him this wasn't a bear at all. It was a giant groundhog. Its enormous and bloated body had initially made it look like a bear, but as it stood upright and spread its paws, revealing those signature buck teeth, its true identity became unmistakable. A talking, screaming groundhog. For the first time since arriving in this strange world, Leo finally felt like things were taking a truly fantastical turn. Is this the legendary magical beast? Leo stared at the giant groundhog before him, his brow furrowed. The massive creature was surrounded by 4 wild boars and several boarmen, yet it appeared unusually timid. It curled up its body, covering its eyes tightly with its front paws, showing no intention of resisting. The boarmen held their crossbows, maintaining a safe distance. When a bolt struck the groundhog squarely on its forehead, the arrow ricocheted off as if hitting steel, not even grazing a single hair. This scene left Leo, hidden in the shadows, utterly stunned. Quietly, he removed the short spear from his waist, preparing to intervene. In truth, the boarmen were more distressed than the groundhog. Their prized crossbows, capable of severely wounding a grizzly bear, were utterly ineffective against this seemingly frail creature. Close combat was even more one-sided. Even a 600 or 700-pound tusked boar couldn't budge the groundhog. With a casual swipe of its paw, the immense creature could send a 200-pound boarman flying several meters. Yet this groundhog had become a major headache for the Boorman's tribe. In just a few days, it had devoured all the deerhorn cassava in the back hills and dug a tumble-long tunnel through the cliffs, specifically to raid the Boorman's food stores. Whenever it was caught, it would feign pitifulness and flee, only to resume its antics a few days later. Just as one of the Boormen pulled out a torch and flint, preparing to use fire against this invulnerable nuisance, a short spear whizzed through the air and pierced his neck with precision. The Boorman futilely tried to pull out the spear, but managed only a brief struggle before collapsing lifelessly. The remaining Boormen were gripped with terror, retreating behind the trees to peer cautiously. One of them signaled its tusked boar to track the direction of the attack. The fearsome beast immediately began sniffing out the scent, but unexpectedly turned back moments later. A Boorman hiding behind a tree was just about to pull back when another short spear flew from over 20 meters away, pinning his exposed foot to the ground before he could retreat. The Boorman let out a blood-curdling screech, raised his crossbow in a panic, and fired a shot before hastily drawing a short spear and retreating. The trapped giant groundhog, emboldened by the sight, suddenly shifted its baby-like squeaks into ferocious growls. It swung its sharp front claws menacingly through the air, forcing the 3 one-horned boars to retreat step by step. Surrounded and overwhelmed, the Boormen lost their composure. 2 of them clumsily lifted their injured comrade while dragging the corpse of another, fleeing into the dense forest in desperation. Once their shadows disappeared among the trees, Leo gracefully leaped down from his perch and greeted the surviving groundhog with a smile. "Hello there." The giant groundhog was just about to grin, revealing its signature large front teeth, when its expression suddenly changed. It shrieked, "Run!" Before the words were fully out of its mouth, it had already bolted. Leo barely had time to react before the sound of one-horned boar's screeches echoed from the direction the Boormen had fled. A dozen boars burst through the trees, followed closely by more Boormen armed with crossbows. As for the groundhog, it had already vanished into the dense forest. Leo sprinted all the way to the banks of the Anzino River, finally shaking off his pursuers. Only then did he manage to catch his breath. On his back, his leather-covered round shield had 2 thick crossbow bolts embedded in it. The earlier volley of arrows had come fast and furious without the cover of the forest trees. His shield, merely 70 centimeters in diameter, wouldn't have been enough to protect him. Even so, the ear-piercing whistle of arrows slicing through the air and the thunk of them embedding into wood had sent chills down his spine, leaving him too terrified to even glance back. Fortunately, Leo's childhood of foraging in the forest had honed his skills for escaping danger. Having grown up running from grizzly bears and wild boars, he moved through the forest as if it were flat ground. Though the one-horned boars charged with ferocity, they became hesitant and slowed their pace once they strayed too far from their Boorman handlers. This allowed Leo to eventually leave them far behind. After resting for a moment on a rock by the river, Leo cautiously scanned his surroundings. Before long, he spotted the giant groundhog upstream, drinking from the water's edge. To avoid startling it, he called out from a distance, "Hello there. My name's Leo, and I'm human." The groundhog immediately stood upright, scrutinizing him curiously. In its unique childlike voice, it replied, "I'm Freya, an elven druid." Standing up, it towered over 3 meters tall. Beneath its dense short fur were layers of fat that quivered with every movement. Summoning his courage, Leo approached, tilting his head back to take in the massive creature. He thought to himself that its size rivaled that of a small car, and it must weigh at least 2 tons. Learning it was an elf and not a magical beast, he couldn't help but feel a bit disappointed. An elf? Do all elves look like this? A flicker of annoyance crossed Freya's eyes. She turned her back to him and sat down, grumbling. I'm an elven druid. This is my bear form. Are you sure it's a bear? Leo asked skeptically. I am. A bear. Freya emphasized each word with exasperation. All right, a bear form elven druid. Leo conceded, quickly changing the subject. Where's your home? Do you want me to take you back? At his words, Freya lifted her gaze toward the distant waterfall, her expression turning somber. I can't go back. Her hesitation and silence made it clear she didn't want to elaborate. Seeing this, Leo stood on his tiptoes and gently stroked her soft fur in an attempt to comfort her. Then come to my place. I'll treat you to something delicious. Freya spun around in an instant, as swift as a mouse, her eyes lighting up. What kind of delicious food? Back at the camp, the massive beast following behind Leo immediately caused a commotion. This magical creature was far larger than the mightiest polar bear on the northern ice river, casting a colossal shadow over the campsite. In this world, magical beasts were as rare and precious as large predators on Earth. Despite their immense power and vast territories, their numbers were extraordinarily scarce. The main reason was human hunting adventure groups considered magical beasts to be walking treasures, worth far more than 10 ordinary beasts. Any news of a magical beast's presence would quickly attract countless adventurer parties, who wouldn't stop until the creature was hunted to extinction. Even legendary dragons now had to hide in remote volcanoes, snowy mountains, or wilderness thousands of miles away from human settlements. Surprisingly, the massive magical beast before them was unexpectedly timid. It kept trying to hide its enormous body behind Leo, even attempting to tuck its head under his arm. The militia and able-bodied men kept their weapons raised, maintaining a cautious distance. Only a little boy nicknamed Mouse dared to run up to Leo, hugging his leg and curiously eyeing the giant groundhog-like creature. The two mice, one big and one small, peeked at each other nervously from either side of Leo. Seeing that the villagers had no intention of attacking, Freya gradually relaxed. She stood upright like a human, clumsily walked into the camp, and followed Leo to the bonfire amidst gasps of astonishment. Her eyes lit up the moment she saw the large pots in the center, and she obediently sat down like a well-behaved child waiting for dinner. Olivia cast a wary and puzzled glance at the scene, prompting Leo to quickly explain, extra food. Extra food. I'm treating my new friend to dinner. How much extra? Olivia asked hesitantly, her eyes darting to the groundhog's enormous frame. Add an entire pot. Although reluctant, Olivia complied. Leo sat by the bonfire to keep Freya company, but he had to crane his neck just to see her face. Eventually, he moved back a bit for a better view. Can't you turn back into an elf? You're scaring the kids, he said. Freya pouted, replying, I can't. My teacher hasn't taught me the spell to change back yet. Where's your teacher then? Where's your home? Freya raised a paw and pointed toward a distant waterfall, answering sadly, my home's on the cliff. I accidentally fell down and can't go back. No way. From that height, even King Kong would have been smashed flat. I can fly. Freya retorted indignantly. Puffing herself up, she proudly twisted her body to show Leo her back. Look, I have wings. From her back, a pair of small, feathered wings emerged, looking exactly like those of a rubber duck. Leo stared in disbelief, then walked over and poked at the tiny wings, which were completely invisible from the front. That thing can fly? Freya stood up angrily upon hearing this, flapping her wings with all her might. She gave a strong jump, only to come crashing heavily to the ground. The groundhog glanced at Leo smugly, as if waiting for praise. It kind of looked like flying? Leo asked hesitantly. It was landing. Freya corrected furiously. The landing speed just slowed down, so I didn't end up dead. All right, you can fly, Leo said, covering his face with both hands in exasperation. But at this rate, there's no way you're getting back anytime soon. Surprisingly, Freya showed no sign of worry. Instead, she was brimming with confidence. Don't worry. My teacher will come looking for me. Once he wakes up, he'll realize I've gone missing. And how long does your teacher usually sleep? He says mastering advanced transformation magic requires fully learning the behaviors and habits of the form. So, every year, he hibernates and wakes up when spring arrives. Leo wanted to ask more, but Freya's attention was already entirely captured by the food. At the center of the camp, 3 large cooking pots, one an heirloom clay pot, and the other 2 sturdy iron pots forged by Yulian were steaming away. Each pot, wide-bottomed with a large belly, could hold over 100 liters of food, enough to feed 100 people. Ever since the kobolds started trading grain for iron ore, the camp's meals had markedly improved, with the 3 pots constantly filled with delicious dishes. Even Olivia had begun using precious wheat flour to make flatbreads as extra treats for the workers. At the moment, even the last spare pot had been set up, cooking a variety of ingredients. As a village woman stirred the pot with a pinewood stick, an enticing aroma spread throughout the camp. Freya immediately joined a group of children, pretending to capture the scent and stop it from escaping the camp. Leo, meanwhile, busied himself showing off his skills with grilled and steamed fish. By dinner time, Olivia placed a large bowl of thick soup in front of Freya. Freya, holding the bowl which was about the size of a teacup to her with great poise, drained it in one gulp. She deftly licked the bottom of the bowl clean with her tongue and courteously pushed the empty bowl back to Olivia. Delicious! The little mouse looked enviously at the bowl, which was now even cleaner than before it had been filled with porridge. Olivia stared in stunned silence at Freya's elegant dining and hesitated before suggesting, "Why don't you just use the pot directly? Then I won't hold back." Freya exclaimed excitedly, her head bobbing as if she were about to call Olivia mom like the kobold pups. After downing a whole pot of steaming porridge, Freya contentedly patted her stomach and turned her gaze toward Leo. Despite Olivia's concerns and Leo's attempts to stop her, she went on to demonstrate her one-bite fish swallowing, bread snapping, and raw barley munching skills. Watching the children erupt in amazement at her performances, Freya was immensely proud, while Leo lamented, realizing his status among the kids had taken a serious hit. After a hearty meal, the group sprawled lazily around the campfire, leaning this way and that. In the amber glow of the setting sun, village women busied themselves tidying up the remains of the feast, while the others lounged idly, waiting for nightfall. Elsewhere in the camp, others were far from idle. The seasoned soldiers, having finished their meals, rushed off to relieve their patrolling comrades. The militia, meanwhile, gathered together, sweating profusely as they trained in javelin throwing, sling usage, and sword and shield techniques. A few young men eager to join the militia stood nearby, occasionally mustering the courage to approach and ask for tips, only to inevitably receive a thorough lesson in return. Most of the villagers were preoccupied with fortifying their shelters. They piled gathered stones, branches, and bark around the perimeters of their tents, gradually converting the flimsy structures into semi-dugout huts. This design not only provided better protection against the elements but, more critically, could shield them from flying javelins and arrows in the event of an attack, safeguarding the lives within. At the highest point of the Riverbend camp, the stone foundation of a lord's hall was taking shape. This was not a display of Urian's vanity but an essential feature of any northern village. The hall would serve as a courthouse, where villagers could gather to resolve disputes, a granary, with its cellar and upper floors providing secure storage for supplies, and a refuge, offering shelter to the elderly, women, and children in times of crisis. At that moment, Leo was lounging comfortably by the campfire, digesting his meal while playfully running his fingers through the little mouse's long black hair. "This is your receiver antenna," he said with mock seriousness. "Like a third eye or ear. It makes you smarter." The little mouse listened intently, and whenever a strand of her hair began to fall out of place, she quickly straightened it with her hand. "Really? I want one too," Freya exclaimed excitedly, lowering her head and trying to reach her short black fur with her tiny front paws. But her paws were too short, and her fur too short to stand upright. Later that night, Leo placed Freya in the newly expanded pigpen. It now resembled a stable, with taller walls, a roof made of interwoven branches, and a floor thickly layered with leaves and dry straw. Olivia had even generously offered some of her fur pelts to serve as bedding for the 20 kobold pups, ensuring her godsons wouldn't get cold. Freya stood outside the enclosure, gazing at the dense, silly-looking cluster of kobold pups inside, then shot Leo a look of disdain. "What? You humans actually eat kobolds?" Leo couldn't be bothered to explain. He silently opened the door, allowing the massive Freya to step inside. "Wanna try? One bite, one little kid. Delicious." Freya's words instantly threw the kobold pups inside the room into a panic. They could understand some of the conversation and were so terrified that their faces twisted in fear as they huddled in the corner, whimpering softly. Freya squeezed into the room and flopped onto her back, her enormous body taking up nearly all the space. "Not bad," she sighed contentedly. Leo looked at her sprawled-out sleeping posture with a resigned expression, too exasperated to even comment. After leaving the pigsty, Olivia, who had been following closely behind, grabbed the corner of Leo's sleeve, her tone filled with irritation. "Stop bringing everything you find back home." She recalled past events. Leo had once taken in a little girl, which led to the other women teasing him about finding himself a bride. Although this had made Olivia furious at the time, she eventually let it slide, considering that they had saved a life. Besides, after some care, the little girl, who had once been covered in filth and smelled awful from eating bugs and roots, had transformed into a lovely young girl named Bobby. And now you've brought back a groundhog that eats enough to fill an entire pot in one sitting. Olivia complained. Leo, unfazed, casually picked at his nose. Well then, tell me which one you don't like, and I'll send her away. This remark left Olivia torn between frustration and guilt. The next morning, Olivia yanked Leo out of bed by his ear while he was still half asleep. Come on, get up and take a look at what you've brought home. Leo groggily pulled on his clothes and followed her out of the camp. At the edge of the farmland, they were greeted by an astonishing sight. Freya was squatting on the ridge like a guilty dog, her fur covered in mud, ears drooping, and both paws clutching her belly. The farmland before her was a complete disaster full of craters and holes. The soil, which should have been loosened, was now compacted even more tightly. Villagers were silently repairing the damage, their expressions a mix of fear and helplessness toward the enormous creature. What were you thinking? Leo demanded angrily. Freya, looking aggrieved, explained that she had just been trying to help. It turned out that she had woken up before dawn, noticed the farmland, and thought she should contribute since she had eaten so much. However, while attempting to mimic the farmers loosening the soil, her front paws dug it up only to have her back paws stomp it down again. In her frustration, she ended up frantically pacing around, inadvertently expanding the area of destruction. By the time the sun rose, 2 acres of farmland had been ruined. When the villagers found her, she had been happily playing in a large pit she had dug. In Leo's mind, he firmly labeled Freya as a troublemaking kid, but he dared not scold Hara if she retaliated. It would be a real problem. Instead, he softened his tone and said, "Come with me. Have you eaten yet?" At those words, Freya's eyes lit up instantly, and she leapt to her feet, bouncing with excitement. With the large groundhog in tow, Leo arrived at the slope beneath the northwest side of the Riverbend Peninsula. This was the starting point of the canal project, located just 5 or 6 meters away from the upstream channel of the Anzinua River. A trapezoidal canal, about 2 meters wide at the top, 1 meter wide at the bottom, and 2 meters deep, had already extended over 500 meters. The flat terrain of the Riverbend Peninsula made canal construction relatively straightforward. In higher areas, digging needed to reach a depth of 3 meters, while in lower areas, only about 1 meter was required, with the excavated soil used to reinforce the canal banks. According to Julian's plan, this canal connecting the upstream and downstream sections would divide the peninsula in 2, creating a natural barrier. If the canal could be further deepened, the embankments raised, or even protective walls constructed, the entire peninsula could transform into a well-defended agricultural estate. It would require only minimal manpower to patrol and protect the villagers from wild animal attacks. However, this ambitious project clearly exceeded the current workforce's capacity. It was a plan designed by Julian for a population of 1,000. As such, the initial phase of the project required only 2 kilometers of the canal to be dug, connecting several small lakes in the peninsula's central area to address drainage issues in the northern cultivation zone. Although the peninsula's soft soil meant most sections of the canal only needed compacting with yellow clay, some areas with loose soil required reinforcement with crushed stone and branches to prevent erosion. This slowed progress considerably, and the 50-person construction team managed only 500 meters in a week of hard labor. In this impoverished, resource-starved village, which lacked even skilled craftsmen, Leo didn't have the means to research cement formulations and had to make do with what was available. See that? Can you dig all the way to that mountain's base over there? Leo asked Freya as they stood at the canal's end, pointing into the distance. Digging holes? That's my specialty. Freya tentatively clawed at the ground a few times, then looked up at Leo, worried she might be doing something wrong. Keep going. Keep going. Encouraged by Leo, Freya immediately went all out, throwing herself to the ground and digging furiously. Her claws, as sharp as blades, effortlessly tore through various soil types. Her front paws dug while her hind paws kicked the dirt back, her movements fluid and efficient. The canal extended rapidly before her, leaving Leo overjoyed. This isn't a pest, this is a digging machine. This is how a groundhog should really be used. I've got a digging machine in the Middle Ages. Freya's 4 paws moved like the wind. Before her, the hard soil and sedimentary rock seemed to crumble under an invisible force, turning into debris that sprayed out behind her like a high-efficiency harvester in action. Dig, dig, dig. This is so much fun. Freya, in her giant bear form, was furiously digging in the canal. Her tongue flopped about with every motion, and her facial features twisted into an expression of sheer excitement, making her look like an overjoyed husky running wild. By the time the villagers' canal repair team arrived, Freya had already advanced dozens of meters. 50 villagers stood frozen at the edge of the canal, staring in shock at the massive beast whose black fur peeked above the trench as she dug. Dirt flew everywhere, flinging high into the air and landing squarely on their faces. These villagers, meticulously organized and working with clearly defined roles, couldn't hope to match the progress of this marmot digging machine. even with all their combined effort. What are you all standing around for? Get moving. Urian was the first to snap out of it, and immediately began directing the able-bodied villagers to follow Freya's lead. They started clearing away the excess dirt and reinforcing the canal walls, racing against time to secure the project before groundwater seeped in. Just last night, Urian had been worried about how to handle this voracious druid. Now, all he wanted was to give her an extra meal. Watching the bustling construction site, Urian clasped his hands behind his back and sidled up to Leo with a grin. Kid, where'd you find this digging machine? It's incredible. It's a giant bear, a druid in bear form. Leo corrected him firmly. Right, a giant bear. Urian nodded repeatedly. Call it a Totoro for all I care, as long as it gets the job done. Leo recounted the story of meeting Freya and included the details about the boarfolk. Though Urian acted like an ordinary farmer, his 5 years as an elite scout stationed at a wilderness outpost had given him extensive knowledge of non-human tribes. Based on Leo's description, he could accurately assess the strength and advancement of the boarfolk tribe. When Leo finished, Urian tried to maintain a composed demeanor. Only after checking that no one was paying attention did he sigh softly. This could be a bit of trouble. They're not just kobolds, you know. How much trouble could it be? Leo pressed, unwilling to let it go. As villagers approached, the two fell silent, sharing a mutual understanding. They both turned their gaze toward the distant waterfall. Thanks to their excavator, the canal construction progressed rapidly. The 50 villagers responsible for transporting dirt and building the canal could barely keep up with Freya's pace. However, this digging expert had her quirks. She would gnaw on tree roots, pause to admire pretty stones, and even fall asleep right in the mud when she got tired. Leo had to keep promising her food to keep her motivated, and by midday, he had already pledged the camp's entire food supply to her. When they reached the base of the mountain, a rocky ridge blocked their path. Leo was about to explain Urian's plan to go around it when Freya suddenly leapt at the stone wall without hesitation. Using her claws, she traced a circle on the rock face and gave it a gentle push. To everyone's amazement, the solid stone crumbled like a cracker, revealing a hole the size of a basin. She continued expanding the opening, and within minutes, her entire head had disappeared into the rock. What kind of unstoppable tunnel boring machine is this? Leo exclaimed in genuine awe. While Freya was busy digging, Leo quickly returned to the camp and headed straight for the kitchen to find Olivia. He wanted to prepare something special for this hard-working helper. After all, just porridge wasn't enough. Make some extra flatbreads for Freya, Leo suggested. What? You want to add cheese to the flatbreads? Olivia exclaimed, her eyes widening. Absolutely not. Leo's eyes gleamed with mischief. Taking advantage of the moment Olivia turned her back, he swiftly slipped into the supply wagon. With practiced ease, he rummaged around and soon pulled out a small wooden bucket. Huh, pine nuts? Sprinkle some. Almonds? Let's add those too. Leo blocked Olivia's furious attempts to intervene with one hand while his other hand darted through the wagon, grabbing any fragrant ingredient he could find and tossing it into the mix. Worried that Freya might slack off, Leo hurried back to the work site. Sure enough, Freya had already stopped working and was standing motionless by the canal bank, staring intently at the other side. A group of kobolds stood across the canal, with the black and white-furred Fisa standing out prominently among them. These kobolds were here to deliver iron ore, which required crossing the canal. Recently, however, the amount of ore they brought had noticeably decreased. On one hand, the easily accessible high-quality ore was nearly depleted. On the other hand, most of the kobolds were busy mining or hunting. Even so, Fisa insisted on leading her group to deliver 2 loads of ore daily in exchange for food. Food distribution within the kobold tribe was notoriously unequal. Elders, women, and children received less than a third of the rations given to adult males. Even if the adults managed to eat their fill, the vulnerable members of the tribe often went hungry. Upon seeing the enormous magical creature Freya, the kobold delivery team froze in fear, refusing to approach despite Yulian's efforts to reassure them. Freya, on the other hand, stared nervously at the kobolds, worried they might suddenly attack her. Come on, let's head back for lunch, Leo called out at just the right moment. The instant Freya heard the word lunch, her short ears perked up, and she bolted toward the camp. Only after she was far away did the kobolds cautiously step onto the makeshift wooden bridge. Fisa, would you like to join us for a bite? Leo offered warmly. Fisa hesitated for a moment before nodding. Her frequent visits to the human camp over the past few days had made her quite familiar with it. Unlike her fellow kobolds, who remained wary of humans, Fisa was more open-minded and bold. With her exceptional linguistic skills and strong communication abilities, she not only led the trading missions but also visited the camp to check on kobold pups. She had even accepted Olivia's invitations to share a few meals in the camp. Back at the campsite, Freya eagerly held up the barley flatbread baked especially for her. The bread was as large as a pot lid, golden and thick, its surface sprinkled with pine nuts, dried dates, and almonds, exuding a tempting aroma of wheat. The children around the camp stared at the 3 large flatbreads in her hands, their eyes wide and mouths watering. Olivia, prepared for such a scene, handed out the leftover scraps from the baking process to the hungry little ones, all the while mumbling some words of advice. Around the campfire, everyone received a wheat flatbread roughly the size of a human head. Though these flatbreads were made from ordinary wheat flour mixed with a fair amount of bran, they were far more delicious than the sour, unpalatable rye bread. As Leo enjoyed his flatbread, he turned to Fiza and asked, "What do you know about the boormen across the river?" Fiza, who had been happily wagging her tail and chewing on her bread, suddenly froze. After a moment of thought, she responded in much improved common tongue, "Boormen, very strong, very scary. Across river, many. Kobolds, no cross river." From Fiza's explanation, Leo gained a clearer understanding of the boormen across the river. On the other side of the Anzino River, within the pine forest once known as Wolfbane Plains, several boormen tribes were scattered. The closest one resided 30 miles away in the Rocky Hills, with around 200 members. A third of them were warriors, while most of the rest were hunters, with only a few elderly or weak individuals. Due to the distance, beyond the boormen's usual hunting range, Fiza's tribe rarely clashed with them. Conflicts only arose during the pine nut harvest season, when kobolds would sneak across the river to gather them, resulting in the loss of 7 or 8 tribesmen annually. For the kobolds, these losses were negligible, so a fragile peace had been maintained over the years. On the other hand, the wildling tribe near the Great Waterfall frequently fought the boormen, hanging their skulls along the mountain paths as trophies. From what Leo had learned from Urian, the boormen tribes had a strict social hierarchy. At the top were the tribal leaders, either a chieftain or a shaman. Below them were the elite warriors, followed by hunters, and lastly, the elderly and weak. This hierarchy was most evident in their food distribution. Warriors received full rations, making them robust and stronger than even the northern human tribes, comparable to the elite heavy infantry of the empire. They were well equipped, donning fur armor, wielding heavy weapons, and carrying crossbows, while also capable of taming one-tusked boars. A squad of 10 could dominate the wilderness with ease. Hunters received only half the rations of warriors. They were composed of weaker members, females, and injured or disabled warriors. They used worn equipment and crude weapons, tasked with foraging, guarding, and providing support during battles. At the bottom, the elderly and weak were given only a quarter of the warriors' rations, barely enough to survive. This seemingly unfair distribution system, however, maximized the tribe's combat effectiveness in the harsh wilderness. The boormen were inherently violent, hostile to all other races, and frequently fought among themselves. As omnivores, they consumed almost anything. When a boormen tribe appeared, all living creatures within a 30-mile radius were at risk of annihilation. The wildling tribe and the boormen often clash? Leo keenly caught onto this key piece of information from Fiza's scattered explanation. The boormen are strong, but the wildlings are even stronger. Fiza exclaimed excitedly, barely managing to swallow the flatbread in her mouth as she waved her claws animatedly. Their longbows are unbeatable. Her eyes sparkled with admiration. Leo smirked inwardly. This kobold had likely considered surrendering and leaving to join the wildlings to settle the score. However, he maintained a kind smile on his face. "Can you introduce me to the wildling chieftain? We could work together against the boormen." In the wilderness, a 30-mile straight-line distance could stretch to over 100 miles due to the terrain. But Leo knew all too well that as long as they lingered in this region, a confrontation with the boormen was inevitable. Unlike the kobolds, the boormen were far from easy to manipulate. They didn't understand the common tongue, and rather than wasting time figuring out how to communicate, it was better to plan for their brutal attacks. Fiza looked uneasy. In truth, the relationship between the kobolds and the wildlings was far from as close as Leo imagined. To the wildlings, the kobolds were no more than a few guard dogs stationed at the village outskirts. Occasionally, they would trade for iron ore, and if the wildlings were in a good mood, they might lend a hand, but that was the extent of it. The vast disparity in strength made the wildlings dismiss the kobolds entirely, treating them as a dispensable outpost. Leo suddenly realized that when he had led his forces to attack the kobold tribe, the wildlings might have been watching from the shadows. Just as the conversation continued, Olivia walked over. Noticing the little mouse with crumbs all over its face, she grabbed a towel and quickly wiped it clean. Nearby, the giant groundhog Freya noticed and immediately waddled over to Olivia, squinting its eyes in anticipation of being pampered. In just 2 meals' time, this magical beast had already been won over by Olivia, showing more attachment to her than to Leo. Although Olivia was still somewhat wary of Freya, she carefully cleaned the crumbs off its head, charmed by its docile demeanor. Then her gaze shifted to Fiza, whose face was similarly covered in food crumbs. After a moment's hesitation, she slapped the towel onto the kobold's face and swiftly wiped it clean. Fiza stood frozen, clearly not expecting such treatment. Watching Olivia's fluid and practiced movements, Leo was struck by a sudden sense of familiarity, as if he were watching his grandmother in action. After finishing the flatbread, Freya lay back comfortably in front of the campfire, rubbing her round belly. Suddenly, she perked up and suggested to Leo, "Do you want to visit the village below the great waterfall? I can take you there." "You?" Leo was taken aback, then squinted at the plump little groundhog. "Wait a minute. Have you actually been there before?" "Hang on." A thought seemed to strike him. "Were you kicked out because you ate too much?" "Humph." Freya bristled instantly, her short legs kicking the air in protest. "I did eat too much, but I was not kicked out. I left on my own." "Why?" Because. Freya's voice suddenly grew softer. "Because they were too nice to me." Leo was momentarily at a loss for words. "They were too nice to you, so you left? What kind of logic is that? Does that mean I'd have to scold you every other day for you to stay?" "Oh, you'll understand when we get there." Freya refused to explain further, struggling to roll over and turning her plump backside to Leo in a clear signal that the conversation was over. This particular campfire was rarely approached by villagers due to its unusual occupants. Most people gathered around other fires, occasionally casting curious glances in this direction. When Olivia walked over, a group of her peers immediately surrounded her, chattering away. "That groundhog is huge. Its voice is so cute, like it's not even 10 years old. The little mouse is the prettiest, but it's so quiet. Yeah, it's kind of dazed, like it's not very bright. I think the kobold is the smartest. It even greeted me last time." Suddenly, someone pointed out an amusing observation. "Don't you think Leo has a very diverse social circle? A human-like little mouse that's as dazed as a groundhog, a giant groundhog with the energy of a husky, and a mature and composed husky. And they're all female. Olivia, you'd better keep a close eye on your Leo." Olivia glanced over at the mismatched campfire scene and couldn't help but laugh. "What are you worried about? That Leo might start a circus?" The experienced widow Agatha grabbed Olivia's hand and spoke earnestly. "Men who've been single for too long will start finding even a donkey attractive. Leo and that little mouse sleep together every day. You might not think much of it now, but what about in a couple of years when the little mouse grows up? Leo's such a blockhead. What could he possibly be thinking?" Olivia shook her head dismissively. "That was before." Agatha sighed, looking at Leo with a hint of resentment. "Leo's matured now. Look at him, does he still seem like that clueless, awkward kid he used to be?" She couldn't help but recall the time when Leo sneaked into her room in the middle of the night, only to steal a pig. Shaking her head, she muttered to herself, "What a waste of all those muscles." Olivia looked over at Leo silently. At that moment, Leo was fully engrossed in his plans. He had just concluded a brief meeting with Urian and several camp leaders, finalizing the details of negotiations with the wildlings. The next day, he set off again for the great waterfall, accompanied by Freya, Fiza, and an assortment of gifts. Fiza, initially reluctant, eventually gave in to Leo's persuasive words. Phrases like shared enemy, united front, banishing savagery, and embracing civilization were enough to convince her to take on a mission that transcended her people's immediate concerns. Bringing Fiza along was a calculated decision on Leo's part. Negotiating with wildlings was no easy task. A single misstep could result in a deadly arrow. In such a life-or-death situation, Leo wanted as many familiar faces as possible by his side. It was like preparing for a brawl when the other side realizes half your group consists of their acquaintances. The fight tends to fizzle out before it even starts. Leaving the Riverbend Peninsula, the trio began hiking upstream along the river. Despite having completed the work of digging a canal equivalent to the labor of 100 strong men just the day before, Freya was brimming with energy like a playful child. From time to time, she would leap into the icy pools, sending up great splashes and startling hidden fish onto the shore, which she would promptly devour as snacks, one by one. Other times, she would grab the trunk of a sturdy tree and shake it wildly, hoping to dislodge squirrels or foxes hiding above. Watching Leo carry the wooden box at the front of the group, Freya suddenly felt a twinge of jealousy toward the box. She deliberately fell to the ground, putting on a pitiful expression. "Oh no, I tripped," she cried out, raising her short, stubby front paws toward Leo. "It hurts. I need a hug." When Leo ignored her completely, she reluctantly got up and trotted to catch up. Walking alongside them, Phaecia observed Freya's massive frame with unconcealed envy. Such a physique, such strength, combined with her thick fur coat, surely surviving alone in the wilderness would be nothing to fear for someone like her. They were both huskies, after all, so why did fate seem to favor Freya so much? When the group reached the massive rock where they had previously encountered the wildling hunter, Leo set the wooden box down and stopped. Freya tilted her head in confusion. "Why aren't we moving?" she asked. Leo sat down, glancing around the surrounding forest. "We'll wait here," he replied. Before long, a sharp whistle sounded in the distance, followed by a few responding calls from around the riverbank. Leo knew this was the wildlings communicating, likely checking to see if they were being trailed by any anti-bandit forces. According to the Empire's laws and beliefs, wildlings were regarded as no better than non-human species, even considered lower than slaves, with no rights to speak of. Killing a wildling or a non-human was akin to hunting a beast and carried no legal repercussions. Slave capturing squads made their living by capturing wildlings and non-humans to sell as slaves, a fully legal profession within the Empire. Many frontier knights, supported by their family militias, frequently expanded their territories by raiding and driving out wildlings, seizing their villages and farmland, and enslaving their populations. Under such circumstances, any exposure of a wildling village posed a significant risk, which naturally made them wary and defensive. Suddenly, a wildling hunter appeared atop the large rock upstream, his wolf-like, cold gaze fixed on the three figures by the riverbank. Though it wasn't the same hunter they had encountered last time, the same feral aura and killing intent made Leo immediately drop his nonchalant demeanor. "Surrender first, talk later." Leo raised both hands high. The wildling hunter lowered his longbow upon seeing this and asked in slightly broken Imperial Common, "Are you alone?" Leo glanced at the kobold and groundhog beside him, who also had their hands raised, and nodded. "Yes, just me." The wildling hunter leapt down from the rock and approached Leo. He stared directly into Leo's eyes for a solid 10 seconds before turning to Freya and bowing respectfully. "Master! Master!" Leo turned to Freya, his face full of bewilderment. Freya patted her chest confidently and said with pride, "The Druid Master. That's me." Unexpectedly, the wild hunter did not question Leo's purpose. Instead, with a wave of his hand, he led them upstream along the river. Throughout the journey, this taciturn guide remained silent, only speaking during a brief rest to say to Freya, "The people in the village miss you." "I miss them too," Freya replied, a little shyly. The mountain path was rugged and challenging, with every step fraught with difficulty. They leapt across deep ravines, climbed steep ridges, and squeezed through narrow passes. Even with the wild hunter guiding them along relatively gentle terrain, this trackless forest trek covered over 20 miles. Without a guide familiar with the terrain, outsiders would easily be blocked by sheer cliffs or lost in deadened valleys. As they passed through the final gorge, Leo noticed that the stone wall on the other side of the stream was dotted with man-made alcoves. Each alcove held the skull of a beast or an otherworldly creature. Arranged in a beehive-like pattern, the site was both eerie and imbued with a sense of solemn reverence. Upon closer inspection, Leo realized that about half of the skulls belonged to Boorman warriors, as evidenced by their massive size and menacing tusks. The degree of weathering on some of the skulls suggested that the conflict between the wild folk and the Boormen had been ongoing for a long time. Eventually, they came upon a man-made mountain path. Climbing up to a low peak, the view suddenly opened up before them. A vast lake stretched out, and at its far end, a mighty waterfall cascaded down from a great height. What had once been the distant and elusive source of the Anzino River was now within arm's reach. For low peaks encircled the waterfall, forming a natural crown that trapped the rushing waters into this expansive lake. The lake's surface stood at least 1,000 meters above the Riverbend Peninsula and Wolf's Bane Plains, appearing like a pearl suspended in the sky. Overflowing waters spilled through the valleys, forming multiple waterfalls, some feeding into the Anzino River, others diverging elsewhere. From the summit, the entire Riverbend Peninsula lay in full view, and the figures of villagers in the distant camp looked as tiny as ants. This realization sent a shiver down Leo's spine. So the Riverbend camp had always been under the watchful eyes of the wild folk. He felt like a fish in a small pond, thinking it was well hidden, only to discover that it had been entirely visible to those on the shore. This confirmed what Fiza had said about this tribe. They truly were a kind-hearted group. If it were anyone else, they might have raided and plundered the Riverbend camp while it was still finding its footing. After all, many pioneer settlements ultimately failed due to the relentless threats of nearby marauders. Nestled within this basin surrounded by 4 low peaks and natural barriers, aside from the breathtaking lake, there was a small village by the water's edge. Willow trees lined the lakeshore, interspersed with narrow strips of farmland. Wooden houses near the lake were built with porches and docks extending into the water, where fishing boats of various sizes were moored. This was a wild folk tribe that primarily lived off fishing and hunting, supplemented by a small amount of farming. Gazing at this idyllic haven that seemed to exist only in dreams, and listening to the distant roar of the waterfall, Leo felt a pang of envy. Yet, he couldn't help but think, living here must make people prone to rheumatism, right? Leo and his companions descended the low peak and arrived outside the village. At the entrance, a crowd had already gathered, clearly informed in advance by the hidden wildling hunters. The most striking figure among the crowd was an elderly man wearing an antlered headdress and a cloak adorned with colorful feathers. His dark face and bare chest were covered with intricate battle scars, each line telling a story of combat. This tradition of facial tattoos had largely faded in the northern territories. Even the most traditional northern nobles now hid their family battle markings on their backs or chests, while many others followed southern customs, embroidering their totems onto robes and banners instead. Though the elder's face was deeply wrinkled and his hair white, giving him the appearance of someone in his 70s or 80s, Leo knew from his inherited memories that the man was just past 50. Like Urian, who looked like a weathered old man yet was under 40, the harsh wilderness aged its inhabitants prematurely. To live past 50 in this unforgiving land was a mark of respect, signifying not only a prominent status, but also a youth spent as a formidable warrior. Behind the elders stood mostly unarmed women, children, and the elderly. However, the village's vantage points were filled with wildling hunters, armed to the teeth. These hunters were massive, with thick beards and faces painted in earthy hues. They wore wolf or bear headgear, heavy animal skin armor, and bone ornaments hung from their belts. Each carried a yew longbow, exuding an intimidating, untamed aura. These hunters were warriors forged through brutal rites of passage. According to Urian, wildling tribes sent their newly adult children into the wilderness, forcing them to endure a beast-like existence to hone their survival skills. Only those who adapted to the wild and hunted down formidable prey could return to the tribe as full members. Every wildling hunter was a master of the forest. Even in unknown combat, Leo wasn't confident he'd emerge victorious. Encountering them in an ambush in the woods would likely mean being riddled with arrows in an instant. While Leo's original self had some skill with a bow, his lightweight, handmade bow of only a few dozen pounds was suited for small game. In contrast, the wildlings' yew longbows, with draw weights nearing 200 pounds, required incredible strength to even lift but could kill a grizzly bear with precision from dozens of meters away. "Greetings, honorable elder," Leo said, bowing respectfully to the man, silently relieved that he had come as a friend this time. Leo hurried to meet the line of villagers, bowing deeply with the utmost respect as he greeted them. This unexpected gesture visibly startled the elder standing opposite him. As the elder of the wildfolk tribe, his impression of the empire's frontier territories was akin to that of a foreign invasion defined by conquest, displacement, and enslavement through force. For this reason, he had summoned all the tribe's hunters, intending to use the tribe's strength to intimidate this outsider. Yet the humility shown by the empire's envoy defied the elder's expectations. He had anticipated an arrogant declaration of territorial claims or the imposition of taxes and forced labor. Instead, as he stood here, his gaze shifted toward the distant town of Ethenbor, and 50 years of memories came flooding back. He had witnessed firsthand the empire's relentless expansion over a mere few decades. More than 10 frontier territories had sprung up along the banks of the Anzino River. He recalled the rebellion over 20 years ago, when the wildfolk had united with several other tribes to resist, burning villages and raiding mines. But their defiance had only brought harsher consequences. The knights of the Froilaw family, leading heavily armed imperial forces and mercenaries, had driven them deeper into the mountains. Now, they were confined to this basin, sheltered by towering cliffs and a great waterfall, with nowhere left to retreat. When the riverside encampment first appeared, younger hunters had suggested launching an attack to drive it away. Yet every time the elders stood atop a low peak, observing the rising smoke from the settlement below, he realized that violence was not a sustainable solution. As a druidic elder, he had long since learned to rely on wisdom over brute force. "Peace be with you, child," the elder said with a kind smile, his tone gentle and welcoming. Sensing the easing tension, Leo opened the wooden box he carried and said, "This is a gift from our chieftain." He deliberately used the term chieftain rather than lord, knowing that southern noble titles carried connotations of hostility for the wildfolk. Inside the box were 2 steel swords, wrapped in oil-soaked linen. These were gifts from the knight Roman. Their craftsmanship, from the great workshops of the south, far surpassed anything the northern frontier had seen in a century. Even the blacksmiths of Ethenbor could not replicate such quality. Fine swords. A fine gift. The elder, named Zulvan, picked up one of the swords, testing its blade with satisfaction. He feigned joy as he handed it off to be accepted by his people. In the north, gifts were never refused, for they always implied reciprocity. However, at this moment, Zulvan found himself at a loss for an appropriate return offering. After a brief exchange with Leo, Zulvan's gaze shifted to Freya, who stood nearby. His expression suddenly turned solemn. Adjusting his feathered cloak and antlered headdress, he bowed deeply in a peculiar gesture and addressed her with great reverence, "Master Freya." Elder Zervan stepped aside. Freya awkwardly lowered her head, clasping her paws nervously in front of her chest. As the elder moved away, the long-awaited crowd of the elderly, women, and children surged forward. Several wrinkled old women held up dried lotus leaves filled with various foods, bowing deeply to Freya with reverence before carefully placing the offerings in front of her. The others followed suit, kneeling in respect, while a few mischievous children from the village kowtowed and sneaked playful winks at Freya as they did. For the first time, Leo saw Freya maintain her composure in front of food. Usually a gluttonous groundhog, she now stood stiffly, receiving the worship of the druidic villagers. Watching the scene, Leo seemed to understand why Freya had chosen to leave the tribe. This place was far too restrictive for her to truly be herself. Finally, a young woman approached, cradling a swaddled infant in her arms. She gently placed the baby before Freya. The infant's face was pale, its breathing faint, and it remained unconscious. Freya stared at the baby for a moment before shaking her head firmly. I don't eat children. Is it possible they want you to heal the baby, not eat it? Leo reminded her helplessly. Oh, Freya let out a sigh of relief, though she seemed slightly disappointed. Still, she nodded. Stretching out her paws, the fur on her body stood on end, emitting a faint green glow. The light gathered at her paw tips, condensing into a glowing orb about the size of a soccer ball. As she released it, the orb descended onto the baby, bursting into a soft, radiant light. The infant's complexion quickly turned rosy, and it opened its eyes, crying loudly. The young mother wept tears of joy, bowing repeatedly to Freya while holding her child. Freya bent down and gently tapped the woman's forehead with her paw, prompting the mother to retreat with endless gratitude. Leo stood there, dumbfounded. He hadn't expected this clumsy groundhog to possess druidic magic. On second thought, though, it made sense a druidic elf who could transform into a bear would naturally know some healing spells. As the villagers dispersed, Leo teased in a low voice, having elders kneel before you might shave years off your life. Freya, energized after casting her spell, wiped away imaginary sweat and proudly placed her paws on her hips. Elders? I'm 80 years old, thank you very much. You're 80? Leo exclaimed in surprise. And yet you still have the intelligence of an 8-year-old? Freya puffed out her round belly, looking even more smug as she explained. Elves can live up to 800 years, you ignorant human child. Under Elder Zervin's guidance, they made their way to the village's central manor. At the entrance, Leo noticed a towering wooden statue, standing 3 meters tall. The massive figure, as thick as 2 people's embrace, resembled a bear in its overall form, but the details of its head, claws, and teeth revealed it to be a groundhog standing upright and roaring. This is my mentor, the leader of the Wild Path sect, the guardian of the forest, the great druid, Bobuk Marmotas, Freya introduced proudly, then pointed to herself. And I, the future leader of the wild faith, the future guardian of the forest, the future archdruid, Leo exclaimed with excitement, his tone full of pride. Haha, sounds pretty impressive, doesn't it? As they say, the kind of teacher determines the kind of student. Freya couldn't help but beam with joy as she listened to his words of praise. However, just as she was basking in the moment, the lotus leaf she was holding slipped from her arms, scattering the food inside all over the ground. Panicked, she crouched down and, like a little animal, stretched out her tongue to start licking the food off the ground. Through his conversation with Zolwyn, the elder of the wildlings, Leo learned the story behind the marmot statue. It turned out that Freya's teacher, the elven druid Bobuk, had visited Wolfbane Plains decades ago and lent his aid to the wildling tribe. The northern lands had long upheld ancestral worship, a tradition that shared common roots with the shamanic beliefs of the beastfolk. As such, the wildlings did not reject the druidic faith of the elves. The natural environment in which the wildlings lived harmonized perfectly with the teachings of the wild faith, and over the decades, the druidic knowledge Bobuk imparted became a guiding principle for many, fostering a significant number of followers. These followers, like most in the northern lands, believed in both the ancestral spirits of shamanism and the nature deities of druidism. To them, an elven druid who could shapeshift into beasts was seen as the embodiment of divine power. When Freya descended from the sky, Zolwyn initially thought Bobuk had returned to the tribe, only to later realize she was his disciple. So, you fell off a cliff because you were stealing honey and got stung by bees? Leo asked, half amused, half exasperated, after hearing Zolwyn's account. He had imagined Freya might have some dark, shameful past she couldn't bear to mention, only to find out it was due to sheer foolishness. Freya protested indignantly, my teacher has been hibernating for 2 months and didn't prepare any food for me. I haven't eaten in 2 months. Those bees are awful, they stung me in the nose. Inside the chieftain's hall, Leo spoke calmly to explain his purpose. I've come here as a neighbor, with no hostile intentions. The Riverbend camp isn't some nightly frontier settlement. It's merely a haven for a group of homeless refugees. As you've likely seen, our strength is far from formidable, even struggle to fend off kobolds. Zolwyn's sharp gaze seemed to pierce into Leo's very soul. It was rare for anyone to show weakness during negotiations. Even the weakest would often try to exaggerate their strength. Leo then recounted in detail the villagers' migration to Riverbend, describing the chaos and death along the northern riverbanks and the hardships endured during the journey. He vividly painted the scenes of fear from the soul fragments of the camp's original leader and continued. Now that the camp has finally settled, we've discovered the threat of boar men. They're a danger to us all. If we join forces to defeat them, the survival of both our peoples will be more secure. Zolwyn stared at Leo for a long moment before speaking slowly. Child, your sincerity moves me. I'm glad to see that hardship hasn't crushed you. The Barsaka people welcome your arrival. However, we will not join your fight. In the ancestral legends of the northern lands, the war god Tyr had 100 sons, who spread across the north to form 100 clans. Among them, his eldest sons, such as Odolov, Freylov, and Isharov, eventually became the surnames of northern noble families that lasted for millennia. Other sons, like Barsaka and Lavad, were also revered as ancestors by many clans. Barsaka, meaning warriors clad in bear pelts, is the name the wildlings of the Wolfbane Plains use to refer to themselves. Why? Leo frowned and asked, wouldn't it be better for your tribe to eliminate this threat together and expand your territory? Zervin sighed softly, tapping his fingers on the low table in front of him. Child, the enemies of the wilderness can never truly be eradicated, he said, his gaze deep and thoughtful. If you drive away this Borman tribe, another, stronger enemy will set its sights on this land. It could be another group of Boormen, Gnolls, or even, he paused briefly, the Empire. Starting a war will only lead to mutual destruction, allowing a third party to reap the benefits. What we can do is manage their numbers and maintain a balance. Leo fell silent. Zervin's words made sense. The Wolfdrift Plains were home to far more than just one Boorman tribe. In fact, the Boormen themselves were only one of many other factions. Every battle came with casualties, and the wildfolk's numbers were already limited. No matter how skilled their hunters were, each loss was irreplaceable. The wildfolk had survived on this land for centuries, developing their own way of life. They controlled enemy populations by hunting the surrounding factions, even deliberately tolerating the existence of smaller groups of outsiders. These minor tribes acted as a buffer on the outskirts of their territory, shielding them from the gaze of more distant and powerful foes. These remote, hidden settlements were neither worth mobilizing an army against nor attractive enough to draw the attention of slaver bands or mercenary groups. Just as Zervin thought Leo might abandon the idea, the young hunter suddenly spoke. Elder, times have changed. Leo grabbed a handful of sunflower seeds and scattered them across the table. These are the Basaka people. He added a handful of almonds. These are the outsiders. Finally, he placed some dried dates. And these are the orcs. He pushed the dates forward, watching as they disrupted and mixed with the seeds and almonds. The orcs have already begun their massive march south. The Empire might be able to drive them back across the ice river, but it won't happen quickly. A year? 3 years? Maybe 10? Leo's voice grew heavier. The orcs will force all living creatures to migrate south. Outsiders, magical beasts, wild animals, all of them will flee southward. As long as the Empire can't expel the orcs, the balance of power on the Wolfdrift Plains will be completely upended. The northern Boormen might grow from 200 to over 1,000 in just a few months, or they could be devoured overnight by a stronger faction. Elder, are you prepared for such a drastic change? Zervin stared at the scattered dried fruits on the table, then suddenly smiled faintly. These sunflower seeds. They're not the Basaka people, are they? They're you, aren't they? If the orcs truly march south and the outsiders sweep across the Wolfdrift Plains, the first to suffer won't be the wildfolk hiding beneath the Great Falls. It will be the Riverbend domain, with its fertile lands and vast forests. Does it make a difference? To those from other races, we are all humans. Leo locked eyes with Zolvin, his tone resolute. If the Riverbend territory falls, the Barsaka people will be left isolated and defenseless, and the outcome will be the same. Finally, after some build-up, Leo revealed the true purpose of his visit. My request is not unreasonable. The Riverbend territory will continue to take in refugees and strengthen its forces. It will surely hold off the southern invaders, especially with Eisenbor's support. All I ask is that when the warriors of Riverbend face the enemy Hedon, the Barsaka people fire their arrows instead of standing by and watching. That way, the Barsaka people remain Barsaka, the Riverbend territory stays intact, and most importantly, we all survive. Zolvin stared down at the dried fruit in his hand, his face devoid of emotion. Decades of hard-earned wisdom had taught him not to be easily swayed by the words of a stranger. The news of the orcs moving south was still unconfirmed, and the wilderness showed no clear signs of impending danger. No matter how reasonable Leo's argument seemed, these claims required time to verify. Leo noticed Zolvin's hesitation but remained patient. Establishing contact, engaging in rational dialogue, and helping the wildlings see the bigger picture. These outcomes alone made the trip worthwhile for him. In the early spring of the northern valleys, night fell swiftly. That evening, after enjoying a meal of roasted meat with a distinct exotic flavor by the campfire, Leo was given lodging. During the night, two young wildling women silently climbed into his bed, one of them clearly more experienced. For wildling tribes secluded deep in the mountains, where there were no laws or moral constraints, continuing their bloodlines was paramount. Tribes closer to imperial villages might resort to abducting women, but isolated groups like the one near the Great Waterfall relied on intertribal marriages, temporary unions, or even close-kin relationships. A high-quality outsider like Leo was not an opportunity to pass up. However, under the watchful eyes of Physa and Freya, Leo politely declined. The three of them ended up sleeping near the hearth in the chieftain's hall, wrapped in thick animal pelts in honor that represented the tribe's highest level of hospitality. The next morning, as they prepared to leave, Zulvan presented Leo with a long yew bow and a quiver of heavy arrows as parting gifts. Physa received a bearskin blanket, while Freya was offered a large supply of food and an invitation to stay. Yet Freya, yearning for Olivia's flatbreads, graciously declined. Reaching the cliffside of Low Peak, the vast expanse of the Wolfbane Plains stretched out before them, with the Anzino River winding like a silver ribbon below. Freya turned to glance back at the towering mountains shrouded in clouds, then motioned for Leo and Physa to step back. Once they were a safe 10 meters away, she took a deep breath and let out a piercing, dolphin-like call, forcing Leo and Physa to cover their ears. After calling out twice, Freya beamed with satisfaction. My teacher has sharp ears. He can hear me from 100 miles away. Back at the Riverbend camp, Leo gave Urian a detailed report on their encounter with the wildlings. It went fairly well. For now, those wildlings won't be causing any trouble, Leo concluded. Urian nodded. There's a lot to do next, training the militia, acquiring more equipment, reinforcing vigilance across the river, and preparing for potential attacks from the Boermen. He paused for a moment. As for the wildlings, you need to keep an eye on them. Understood, Leo responded briefly and turned to leave. Watching Leo's retreating figure, Urian couldn't help but sigh. The kid's really grown up. Nearby, old Luther puffed on his empty pipe and joked, then why not marry your daughter to him? You'd get to hold a grandchild sooner. In the northern lands, smokers relied on homegrown tobacco, and Luther's stash from his hometown had run out long before they reached their destination. Absolutely not, Urian retorted immediately. With his circumstances, he thinks he's worthy of my darling daughter? Seeing Luther laugh heartily, he countered, if you had a daughter, would you let her marry that rascal? No way. He's too wild. Far too wild. Luther shook his head repeatedly, as if warding off a venomous snake. But after a moment, he added, still, Olivia's a fine girl. It'd be a shame if she didn't marry Leo. At that moment, Leo was busy managing the many affairs of the camp. He was using food to lure groundhogs into digging irrigation channels, urging the militia to intensify their training, and tackling the persistent issue of people relieving themselves wherever they pleased. To address this, he formed a youth patrol and ordered them to ambush anyone caught defecating around the camp with a stick to the behind. As a result, shouts and screams from people of all ages echoed frequently through the camp. During militia training, Leo would take out his yew longbow to practice archery. The nearly tumper longbow had a draw weight of nearly 200 pounds. Even with Leo's natural strength, he had to use his entire body to pull it and take care not to strain his tendons. At first, he only dared to practice drawing the bowstring to build his core strength, only starting actual shooting once his body had adjusted. This kind of single-piece longbow might seem simple but required intricate craftsmanship. Achieving such a high draw weight while maintaining practicality demanded exceptional materials and skill. Even in the Urich lands of the Wolfbane Plains, trees suitable for crafting such high-quality bows were rare. Though its energy efficiency was among the lowest compared to other bow types, it excelled in sheer power and demanded exceptional physical conditioning from the archer. With Leo's sturdy 1.8-meter frame, he was more than fit to be a Tier 3 heavy infantryman, but to become a Tier 3 elite Imperial longbowman, he would need to grow even taller. Whenever Urian saw Leo practicing archery, he would step in to offer guidance. Though Urian was trained as heavy infantry, he had often observed Imperial longbowman training during his time at the Wind God Fortress. He himself owned a smaller drawweight longbow, which he had used to hunt plenty of game since his legs became less mobile. The stance and technique of a longbowman were vastly different from those of an ordinary hunter. Without proper instruction, relying solely on trial and error would inevitably lead to setbacks. Under Urian's careful guidance, Leo's mastery of the yew longbow improved by leaps and bounds. While his archery skills had become quite impressive, he still needed time and practice to reach the level of a skilled hunter from the wilds or an Imperial longbowman. The development of the camp gradually settled into a steady rhythm. The kobolds continued to mine iron ore, which was transported to Ethanport via small fishing boats from the Petikov family. In return, They received food supplies, temporarily alleviating the camp's food shortages. The arrival of Freya further strengthened the camp. This immensely strong young woman excelled at digging irrigation channels and handled any heavy labor with ease. Massive boulders were like playthings to her. She could smash rocks into pieces with a single headbutt and then push the debris to its destination as if rolling a snowball. Thanks to her efforts, the stone foundation of the Lord's Manor was raised from the originally planned 3 feet to an impressive 2 meters. However, if left unsupervised, this reckless girl often caused trouble. Seizing the opportunity, Urian crafted a batch of shields and expanded the militia to 50 members. Due to a shortage of weapons, the new recruits could only rely on their everyday tools, hand axes and short spears alongside their shields. Another 50 young adults were organized into a reserve unit, training alongside the militia. With the improvement in food supplies, Olivia, following Urian's instructions, provided extra meals for the villagers. Before long, the villagers no longer appeared emaciated. Many of the able-bodied adults, still full of energy after a day of work, were better kept occupied learning combat skills than left idle. Every evening, the sight of over 100 militia and reservists training in formation along the riverbank added a sense of security to the camp. Meanwhile, changes were quietly taking place in Little Mouse. Previously, she clung to Leo constantly, and in his absence, she would help Olivia. Under their influence, the other children began to shift their attitude toward her, moving from rejection to reluctant acceptance. They no longer chased her away when playing, though she still remained wary of unfamiliar situations. She preferred spending time alone, either daydreaming in Leo's tent or fishing at the small pond. However, she now smiled shyly when Leo teased her and no longer stuffed uneaten porridge into her pockets. She still had the habit of hiding leftover bread under her blanket, though. When Freya joined the camp, the two girls, despite their vastly different personalities, surprisingly became friends. Freya even acted as their steed, carrying Little Mouse, Olivia, and 26 kobold pups on her back to explore the oak forest to the west, claiming they were on a mission to drive out the evil kobolds there. Wait, 26? Leo counted the kobold pups in the room 3 times, picking out a few that were visibly malnourished. He questioned Fiza, "Are you sure you didn't sneak in a few extra?" The husky-like kobold, who had come to complain about the groundhogs causing trouble, avoided his gaze and stammered defensively, "They followed me on their own." Then, summoning her courage, she asked, "You said adult kobolds could come to the camp too, right?" "Of course," Leo replied nonchalantly. "As long as they're willing to work, they'll get food." The camp's development required more labor, whether it came from humans or kobolds. As long as they contributed, they were welcome. Naturally, the task of handling the follow-up arrangements would fall to Urian. Fiza's eyes lit up at his response, and she began calculating what roles her kin could take on in the camp. On one side of the Lord's Manor, the bald and burly Valeri was busy with several helpers. They were working against the outer wall of the manor, constructing a peculiar furnace standing 3 meters tall and resembling a giant water bottle. Nearby, Ulyan, Rusev, and a few other leaders stood watching, their faces barely concealing their excitement as they pointed and gave instructions. As Leo approached, he couldn't help but ask about the strange-looking structure. "What is this thing?" "This is a blast furnace for smelting iron." "Never seen one before, huh?" Ulyan replied smugly, clearly enjoying the chance to play the role of a teacher. "This is a fine piece of work." Valeri spent 5 years as an apprentice blacksmith when he was younger. You could say he's almost a half-trained blacksmith. "If this furnace works, we'll be able to smelt the kobold's iron or into iron ingots ourselves." Hearing this, Leo's excitement grew as well. He knew full well that in Eisenball, a single ingot of quality pig iron could sell for 5 times the price of the same weight in raw iron ore. If the furnace actually worked, the kobold's iron ore could triple in value with just a bit of processing. However, looking at the furnace built by a former blacksmith apprentice, he couldn't summon much confidence. 5 years and still just an apprentice? Leo said bluntly, voicing his disdain. Ulyan and the other leaders chuckled dismissively, ignoring the naive youngster. Ulyan explained, "Being a blacksmith isn't easy. In the Northern Territories, it's considered a high-level profession. The techniques and recipes for smelting iron are closely guarded secrets." He went on to detail Valeri's journey. The first 3 years of his apprenticeship were spent doing menial tasks like working the bellows, chopping wood for charcoal, and cooking meals. Only after enduring 3 full years was he allowed to touch a hammer. By the end of 5 years, he could barely manage to forge iron ingots on his own. As for advanced smithing techniques, his master never even considered teaching him. For apprentices like Valeri, a blacksmith's workshop typically had 5 or 6 of them at a time. Those who stayed long enough might pick up some basic skills, good enough for crafting farm tools or simple iron fixtures. But to inherit the true blacksmithing craft, one would have to be the master's chosen successor, often his son. In Valeri's 6th year, his master was summoned by the Lord to forge military weapons and equipment, a sign of success in their trade. However, Valeri was not taken along. Still, Valeri proved himself resourceful, learning carpentry and masonry instead. Now, he had a wide range of skills and had become the most capable craftsman in the village. The villagers had dared to construct such a large manor for the Lord largely because Valeri was overseeing the project. Leo joined the others in examining the primitive vertical furnace. Although he had some knowledge of the history of iron smelting, he couldn't offer any practical advice on the technical details. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Don't the kobolds have blacksmiths? Why not bring one over? We could exchange knowledge and learn from each other. Who knows, we might even be able to make our own farming tools in the future instead of buying them. That's a great idea, Ullian exclaimed, clapping his hands. Well, what are you waiting for? Go get one. Why me? Leo protested immediately. Who else? You're the one who knows the kobolds best, and they listen to you more than anyone else. They don't take me seriously, Ullian teased. Didn't you once say something about waiting outside the kobold strategist's bathroom 3 times to get his help? Why can't you do the same for a kobold blacksmith? Leo looked baffled. When did I ever say that? In the end, after repeated urging from Ullian and the other leaders, Leo reluctantly set off on his mission. As they approached the oak grove, Freya, who had been digging a channel, eagerly set down her tools and asked to join them. The path to the Kobold Valley wasn't far. Years of transport had worn a clear trail along the hillside, leading straight to the riverbend camp. From a distance, the kobolds spotted Leo and Freya approaching. Some barked in panic, others turned and ran into the valley to sound the alarm, while a few brandished weapons in an attempt to ward them off. However, as the two drew closer, the guards hurriedly hid their weapons behind their backs, shrinking like guilty schoolchildren. Inside the valley, the sight of the massive groundhog-like Freya sent the kobold civilians into a frenzy. The giant beast is here to eat us, some screamed as they scattered in terror. Freya, seeing their reaction, became even more spirited, standing upright and waving her claws dramatically, causing the kobolds to flee in all directions. Leo observed all of this with satisfaction. A moderate display of strength was just enough to intimidate the kobolds and maintain peace. However, he keenly noticed a significant improvement in their equipment. Once a weakened tribe after several battles, their current core force consisted of lean adult kobolds. They carried small shields made of bark or wooden boards, wielded short spears or iron picks, and had pouches filled with excised stones at their waists. Some elite warriors even carried 3 or 4 short spears on their backs, and nearly everyone was equipped with slings, essentially a crude version of the riverbend militia. Despite being too frightened to approach Freya, the kobolds instinctively formed a shield wall in a defensive formation. This was a stark contrast to their previous chaotic and undisciplined behavior. Leo was quietly impressed. The seemingly goofy husky-like Fiza had managed to organize the tribe remarkably well in her short time as leader. Her administrative abilities were indeed exceptional. When the two entered the valley, Fiza, having been alerted, was already waiting for them. As a leader who frequently visited the riverbend camp, she was familiar with both Leo and Freya. She greeted them calmly, her composure earning admiration from the kobolds, who marveled at their leader's courage. After listening to Leo's request, Fiza agreed without hesitation. Follow me, she said. She led them through the valley to the iron smelting area deep within the kobold's lair. The furnaces here were drastically different from human ones, resembling small mounds no taller than a meter. About half of the dozen or so mounds were emitting smoke, with kobolds busily using bellows to stoke the flames. Next to one of the cooled mounds, 2 small kobolds, blackened by charcoal dust, were lying inside, carefully sifting for iron beads no larger than grains of sand. These beads were collected into clay pots, later reheated in batches to eventually form spongy iron. Not far from the furnaces, for sturdy kobolds were hammering the red-hot spongy iron into various shapes on 2 anvils. An elderly kobold, wearing a headdress of grass roots and a cloak of feathers and leaves, was chanting and dancing nearby, invoking the blessings of the spirits for the smiths. The scene transported Leo back to what felt like a primitive era. Fiza got straight to the point. Our blacksmithsia can take one. To her, this rudimentary ironworking technique held no secrets and wasn't worth keeping under wraps. Leo approached the 4 kobold blacksmiths and asked, "Who's the best at forging?" The question made all the kobold blacksmiths stop their work simultaneously, staring at him blankly. It wasn't until Leo repeated the question a second time that they all pointed in the same direction toward a kobold named Fascia. Not only the blacksmiths, but even the other busy kobolds nearby paused what they were doing and pointed to Fascia as well. Fascia, the princess, the best, the very best. The old shaman stammered in broken imperial tongue, trying to explain. You? The best at forging? Leo looked at Fascia in disbelief. Fascia wagged her tail proudly. Kobold chieftain, either strong or smart. I, princess, am both strong and smart. I see, I learn. Even though Fascia was the daughter of the previous chieftain, her position in the traditional kobold succession hierarchy didn't even rank in the top 30. The structure of power in a kobold tribe was far more complex than just bloodlines. A strong chieftain, a wise shaman, skilled blacksmiths, 7 or 8 hunting captains, and a significant number of kobold warriors. All of these roles carried far more weight than mere lineage. As a naturally disadvantaged female kobold, Phaeacia's rise to the position of chieftain was entirely due to her exceptional talents. Of course, her ascent was also influenced by the Riverbend camp conflicts, during which most of the strong kobold warriors had perished in battle. The old shaman, meanwhile, was little more than a singer and dancer, incapable of even conjuring a fireball. But Phaeacia's abilities extended far beyond combat. Inspired by the wildfolk tribes near the Great Waterfall, she improved the kobolds' primitive iron smelting techniques. Previously, kobolds had simply piled charcoal into muddy pits, rolled iron or powder into mud balls, and burned them, relying entirely on luck to produce iron. Phaeacia introduced small clay kilns, doubling the success rate of iron production. The tools she forged were also the most durable and reliable. Even more impressively, this daring kobold not only ventured into wildfolk territories to trade but also negotiated with humans. She reorganized the hunting teams, studied human tactics and weaponry, established a division of labor, and even began constructing walls for the tribe. These remarkable talents earned Phaeacia her position as chieftain, despite her lack of brute strength. Who would have thought? You're actually this smart, Leo said with genuine admiration. The black and white kobold before him was a stark contrast to the golden-furred kobolds around her. Her intelligence far surpassed that of the other tribe members, and even outshone most of the villagers in Riverbend camp. In the end, Leo managed to catch Freya, who had been causing chaos by chasing and playing in the valley, and chose one kobold blacksmith to take with him. Phaeacia, of course, was not an option. He still relied on this clever leader to govern the kobold tribe effectively. The last thing he wanted was for her to be replaced by another hot-headed brute who only knew how to pick fights with humans. The newly arrived kobold blacksmith struggled clumsily with the imperial language, making communication with Valerie extremely challenging. If it weren't for Phaeacia's constant reassurance, this koboldso filled with hostility and fear toward humans might have already fled back to his den. Thankfully, everyone exercised patience, deciding to first let him acclimate to the human environment and wait until the forge was repaired before attempting deeper communication. Leo, however, was brimming with confidence, convinced that the delicious food from the camp kitchen would quickly win over the blacksmith. At the moment, the kobold blacksmith sat alone in the center of the camp, his eyes filled with confusion. Other than forging, he seemed utterly lost in this unfamiliar setting. Out of kindness, Olivia brought over a few kobold pups to comfort him, but her efforts were met with a hostile growl and bared teeth, scaring the pups into whimpering and crawling back to their mothers. Leo, resting his head on Olivia's lap, couldn't help but complain. Why is it that others get to meet master dwarf blacksmiths when they cross over, but I can't even find a decent smith? Instead, I have to settle for a kobold who only knows how to cast iron ingots. This other world is way too realistic. Olivia was long accustomed to his grumbling and continued to focus on the ledger she balanced on his forehead, recording the day's income and expenses. Watching the numbers steadily climb, a satisfied smile graced her lips. The village now had enough food stored for a month, and they could soon trade iron or for more supplies. In the distance, Valerie was directing a group of able-bodied men as they hoisted beams into place, their synchronized shouts of "Heave-a-ho" echoing across the camp. The first-floor outline of the Lord's manor was now clearly visible. Freya, covered head to toe in mud after digging a water channel, flopped onto the ground, complaining loudly about needing a hot bath. The bustling sounds of daily life gradually calmed Leo's irritation. He realized that everyone was working hard to build this home. As night fell and Leo was just about to drift off to sleep, the tent flap suddenly flew open. Olivia, wearing only a semi-transparent linen nightgown, slipped inside. The firelight outside cast her graceful silhouette against the tent walls. "What are you doing here?" Leo's eyes widened. "Supervising you. So you don't bully the little mouse." Olivia squeezed into the cramped space, forced to lie close to Leo on her side. "Supervising? More like walking into a trap," Leo teased, flipping over and pinning her beneath him, their bodies separated only by the thin fabric of her gown. Just as the atmosphere grew increasingly charged, a sudden squeak from the ground startled Thema. A massive beast's head had pushed its way into the tent. "Get out! Get out!" The two of them scrambled to shove the groundhog's head away. "I want to sleep in the tent too," Freya stubbornly insisted, trying to squeeze inside. With a loud crash, the poor tent finally gave way and collapsed entirely. After a few days of rest at the camp, Leo could no longer suppress the restlessness brewing inside him. Early in the morning, he quietly packed his gear and slipped away alone to the other side of the river, into the Wolfbane Plains. Life at Riverbend Camp was unbearably monotonous, either being ordered by Yulian to repair the dam or forced to carry beams with the other young men. Such menial tasks were hardly fitting for a squire destined to become a frontier knight. The Wolfbane Plains were anything but flat. Near the foothills of the Grand Barrier Mountains, the land was scarred with gullies and deep ravines carved out by running water, interspersed with hills and rugged terrain. This land was not only their future home, but also the battlefield for the inevitable showdown with the Boormen. Although the Boormen had yet to discover Riverbend Camp, their fierce territorial instincts and aggression made a conflict with humans inevitable. Even if the wild folk refused to join the fight, Leo had no intention of waiting idly for the flames of war to reach the camp. Climbing to various vantage points, he meticulously mapped the terrain. Outside a valley, he spotted signs of the Boormen. The location was alarmingly close to the Anzino River. Someone familiar with the routes could reach Riverbend in less than 2 hours. Cautiously, Leo crept closer and observed a group of Boormen warriors from several hundred meters away. 5 Boormen were gathered around a campfire in a sheltered spot in the valley, accompanied by 4 large, muscular tusked boars. Meanwhile, 3 other Boormen armed with crossbows stood guard on elevated positions, scanning their surroundings vigilantly. Judging by the terrain, this appeared to be a hunting outpost. Leo drew his yew longbow and prepared to ambush the nearest guard. Just then, a faint whistle caught his attention. He turned sharply to see a wildfolk hunter draped in a bearskin about 20 meters away. The man, his rugged face framed by a thick beard, gestured for Leo to stop. As Leo approached, he noticed 2 more wildfolk lying in wait. They were camouflaged in animal hides and blended seamlessly with the pine needles and dry leaves, making them nearly invisible from more than 20 meters away. The wildfolk hunter raised his longbow, signaling Leo to follow, and then began creeping toward the valley. When they were within a 100-meter range of the campfire, the twang of bowstrings suddenly echoed from the distance. The 3 Boormen guards were struck simultaneously and silently tumbled down the slopes. Before the remaining Boormen around the campfire could react, the 3 wildfolk hunters beside Leo had already loosed their arrows. The projectiles whistled through the air and struck the remaining Boormen warriors with deadly precision. 2 heavy arrows struck with unerring precision, piercing through the Boormen's skull and chest. The thick iron arrowheads jutted out from the other side, visibly warped from the immense impact. A third arrow, though dodged by the Boormen's quick roll, still managed to hit its hand. The powerful force of the arrow caused the thick palm to explode instantly, sending fingers flying in all directions. Even after suffering such devastating injuries, the Boormen warrior refused to yield. Letting out a deafening roar, he rolled over, picked up his heavy weapon, and, dragging it with one hand, charged forward with his remaining companions. This astonishing scene left Leo utterly speechless. These wild hunters' archery skills were akin to the legends of splitting a hair at 100 paces. Despite his own dedicated practice with a yew longbow and decent talent, Leo could only guarantee accuracy within 50 meters, far from the miraculous precision he was witnessing. The wild hunters showed no signs of slowing their attack. The 6 of them loosed their heavy arrows in a seamless rhythm, weaving a deadly web of projectiles from all directions, enveloping the remaining Boormen warriors. The last 3 Boormen barely managed to advance another 10 meters. Just as they raised their crossbows to fire, they were struck down by the relentless rain of arrows, collapsing to the ground as lifeless pincushions. Leo also fired an arrow, but in his haste, it merely grazed one of the Boormen before disappearing into the dense forest. In mere moments, the 8-member Boormen hunting squad was wiped out completely. All that remained on the battlefield were 4 frenzied one-horned boars. The wild hunters, clearly experienced in dealing with such beasts, quickly climbed into the trees before the boars could close in. Seeing this, Leo immediately followed suit, scrambling up a nearby tree. When he had climbed 5 or 6 meters high, the entire tree suddenly shook violently, nearly causing Leo to fall. A massive one-horned boar had slammed into the trunk with incredible force, its nearly foot-long horn embedded deep into the wood. Even more astonishing, the beast emerged from the collision unscathed, appearing only slightly dazed as it pulled its horn free. Seizing the opportunity, Leo swiftly drew his steel sword, gripped the hilt with both hands, and leapt downward. Using the momentum of his fall, the blade plunged precisely into the boar's neck, nearly piercing through it entirely. Twisting the sword, Leo yanked it to the side with great force, tearing open a large gash in the boar's neck. Blood sprayed out in torrents, and the creature soon ceased its struggles. The remaining 3 wild hunters switched to bone spears and, working in perfect coordination, systematically brought down the other one-horned boars. Once the battle was over, the lead wild hunter approached Leo. He first examined the one-horned boar Leo had slain, then eyed the steel sword in Leo's hand, a flash of envy in his gaze. "I'm Bjorn," the wild hunter said, extending his right hand. "We've met before." "I'm Leo," Leo responded promptly, clasping Bjorn's arm in the traditional northern greeting. "What brings you here?" Leo asked. "This place may be near the river bend, but it's still dozens of miles from the Great Falls. The Boormen are growing in numbers. We have to cull some of them," Bjorn answered curtly. Noticing the doubt in Leo's expression, he added, "Not every battle goes this smoothly. Sometimes we suffer heavy losses, especially in larger skirmishes." Leo understood completely. While the wild hunters were exceptional marksmen, their armor and weapons were primitive. Boorman warriors, on the other hand, were naturally strong and had a significant advantage in close combat. If the boormen gathered in large numbers and commanded the one-horned boars to charge, disrupting the hunters' shooting rhythm, the battle would descend into chaos, leaving the hunters with no choice but to retreat. In small-scale battles like this, there is never the kind of prolonged back-and-forth combat often depicted in movies. A single fatal strike is the reality both sides fight with everything they have for survival, and life or death is decided in an instant. The clashes when boormen attack wildfolk outposts must be just as brutal and direct. Sensing something in Bjorn's heavy tone, Leo immediately spoke up. "If the boormen are troubling you, perhaps you should consider my proposal. Rivamark could lend you a helping hand." "Elder Zulvin has his own considerations," Bjorn firmly declined. Leo wisely refrained from pressing further. Continuing to persuade would only risk appearing as though he were trying to sow discord. Meanwhile, as they conversed, other wildfolk hunters were swiftly cleaning up the battlefield. The boormen's heavy weapons, weighing over 20 pounds and impossible for ordinary people to wield, were discarded into a nearby stream. The remaining crossbows and leather armor were gathered and prepared for transport. Bjorn pointed to the horned boar lying near Leo's feet and said, "This is your kill. You can take it." Leo's gaze shifted to the pile of crossbows. "Can I trade it for those weapons instead?" Bjorn glanced at the heap of weapons. "Berserkers have no use for this junk. Take it all." To wildfolk hunters accustomed to use longbows, these crossbow switch were difficult to craft and maintain held little value. They were only being collected for the sake of salvaging their metal and sinew. "Well, I won't say no to that." Leo grinned, rubbing his hands together, his shameless nature on full display. Although these crossbows were crude in design, with a range of less than 50 meters and inferior performance compared to standard equipment, their high draw weight gave them immense close-range lethality. If mass-produced for militia use, they could become a formidable weapon in the wilderness. As they parted ways, Bjorn dragged a horned boar behind him and turned back to say, "Although Elder Zulvin is reluctant to start a war, the berserkers and the boormen are mortal enemies. If you choose to go to war with the boormen, we will give you our full support." "Understood," Leo replied, waving goodbye with a smile. He knew full well that while Elder Zulvin, a firm believer in the druidic balance, held great authority within the tribe, not all wildfolk shared his far-sighted wisdom. Especially those hunters who had spent years fighting boormen on the front lines. Losing comrades each year, such hatred could not be easily resolved. The wildfolk's small numbers made them ill-suited for large-scale casualties, and Zulvin's decisions were undoubtedly the most prudent. However, if Rivamark's militia could hold the front lines, allowing wildfolk hunters to unleash a rain of arrows from behind, the mere thought of such a scenario was enough to tempt Bjorn. Of course, the wildfolk harbored as much distrust for Imperials as they did for other races. Building the trust necessary for joint operations would take a long time. For now, Leo found himself staring at the 600 or 700-pound horned boar before him, unsure of what to do next. The carcass of the tusked boar was incredibly heavy, but in the food-scarce River Bend camp, no one could afford to waste such a large amount of meat. Leo made a quick decision and began to butcher the animal on the spot. With practiced skill, he removed the innards, drained the blood, and significantly reduced the boar's weight. Then, using nearby tree branches, he swiftly constructed a makeshift sled, which allowed him to drag the prey through the rugged terrain and return to camp before nightfall. When Leo returned with a crossbow, Yulian and Valerie examined it closely and shook their heads repeatedly. "This is tough, really tough," they admitted. "You can't even make something this simple?" Leo asked, visibly annoyed. "It's not that we can't make it," they explained. "It's that we can't mass-produce it. A carpenter would need 10 days or more to craft just one, and even then, it'd be a crude piece of work. Not to mention the materials who don't have the right resources. With what we have now, any crossbow we make would fall apart after a few shots. Let's revisit this idea once the village is built and we have more manpower." Bows were out of the question, and now crossbows were too. Once again, Leo's dream of firepower was crushed. Over the next few days, Leo frequently ventured into the pine forest across the river and even risked approaching the rocky hills where the boormen lived. He closely observed their numbers and behavior patterns. During this time, he witnessed several battles between the wildfolk and the boormen. Most of the time, the wildfolk, armed with powerful bows and sharp arrows, held the upper hand. But Leo also saw grim scenes of wildfolk hunters being hunted down and cornered. On a hill where the fiercest skirmishes occurred, the impaled body of a wildfolk hunter served as a stark warning. This was precisely why Leo insisted on exploring alone, refusing to bring members of the militia along. Not all River Bend militiamen were as adept as he was in navigating the wilderness. Even seasoned wildfolk hunters sometimes met their end unexpectedly. How could these farmer-turned-militiamen hope to survive a direct encounter with the boarmen? If such a confrontation occurred, it was unlikely anyone would make it out alive. As Leo grew increasingly familiar with the terrain, a bold plan began to take shape in his mind. Several days later, he encountered Bjorn, a wildfolk hunter, in the river valley. Despite their small numbers, the wildfolk seemed to be everywhere, their knowledge of the land far surpassing that of Leo, the outsider. In a way, their omnipresence was an unspoken warning to outsiders. Elder Zervin has agreed to your proposal, Bjorn announced with good news. But the Barsaker people will only provide archery support. That's more than enough, Leo replied, nodding with satisfaction. If a battle breaks out, how many fighters can you mobilize? Bjorn remained silent for a long time before answering. 50 archers. They will not engage in close combat. This response left Leo quietly astonished. A small village of barely 100 people had managed to conceal such a formidable number of skilled archers. How do I contact you? Leo asked. When the fighting begins, the Barsaker will appear, Bjorn replied. Back at camp, Leo explained his plan in detail to Yulian. Your plan is way too risky. It just doesn't seem feasible, Yulian said, shaking his head repeatedly. Do I look like someone who's unreliable? Why don't you take a good look at yourself? Leo snapped, visibly irritated. When Leo didn't respond further, Yulian hesitated before asking, even if you're dependable, are these wildfolk reliable? Is Freya reliable? Reliable or not, we won't know until we try, Leo replied firmly. By dinner time, Leo suddenly leaned in close to Freya with a fawning smile on his face. What are you up to? Freya asked warily, shrinking back slightly. Leo reached out and plucked the tiny mouse perched on Freya's head, busily smoothing her unruly tuft of hair. With a serious expression, he said, Tell me, if someone bullies you, shouldn't you bully them back? You should tell the teacher. Freya replied without hesitation. What if your teacher isn't around? Leo coaxed. Look, those boarmen bully you, and your teacher can't do anything to help. Don't you think you should stand up to them? Hearing this, Freya immediately curled her chubby body into a ball, tucking in her limbs tightly. Her eyes darted away as she stammered. But I'm just a weak little groundhog. Aren't you a mighty bear? You need to stand tall. Leo barked angrily. Freya hung her head, silent and looking like a scolded student. Seeing this, Leo began explaining his plan in detail. Can't we send someone else? Little mouse, why don't you go? Freya tried to shirk responsibility, just as her oversized wheat cake finished baking. Leo snatched the pancake, as large as a lid, and took a bite, devouring about 1% of it in a single chomp. Are you going or not? Fine, I'll go. Freya relented hastily, clutching her now slightly damaged pancake, her eyes brimming with tears of heartbreak. After dinner, Leo gathered 50 Riverbend militia members and outlined the attack plan in detail. Though the militia had long been aware of the boarmen and even used them as hypothetical enemies during training, the idea of launching an actual offensive left them hesitant. These were farmers who had only recently set aside their plows. Without the rigorous training from Urian and Leo, they might not even have the courage to face kobolds. Leo did his best to encourage them, saying, Trust me, as long as you follow orders, this fight won't be dangerous. Think of it as live training. And when we win, you'll have meat to eat at every meal. Despite his efforts, the response was lukewarm. Urian, unable to bear the sight of their cowardice, stepped forward and roared, Bunch of cowards. What's there to fear about boarmen? Back in my day, I could take out a whole nest of them by myself. Buck up all of you. Kill one boarman, and you'll be rewarded with an acre of land. Anyone unwilling to go, leave the militia. Under Urian's threats and promises, the militia finally found their resolve. Early the next morning, Leo led Freya and the militia to set out, planning to cross the river upstream. Before departing, he instructed Olivia to keep the campfires burning high to draw the boarmen's attention. Before they could cross the river, a large group of kobolds suddenly emerged from the forest. The militia, almost mistaking the encounter for an ambush, instinctively raised their shields and formed a defensive line. At the forefront, Fisha shouted, We, kobolds, will fight too. Neighbors, allies, boarmen are enemies. Leo frowned as he scrutinized the group of kobolds. Though they had few warriors left, their recent care and feeding had left the ordinary adult golden-furred kobolds looking sleek and well-fed, far more presentable than before. However, the more pleasant-looking the kobolds were, the more they seemed foolish and naive, making their combat abilities quite concerning. This time, Fesha had brought the entire valley's fighting force 60 to 70 kobolds, fully armed. Each carried a handmade wooden shield, a sling, and a short spear. Although their equipment was much improved compared to before, this all-out mobilization only made the situation seem even more precarious. All right, maintain your distance and follow my orders. Got it. Leo didn't turn down Fesha's request to join the battle after all. Every bit of help counted. However, he deliberately kept the kobold troops at a distance from the militia, worried that these timid creatures might panic and disrupt the formation. Got it. Fesha wagged her tail excitedly. As Fesha led the kobolds to follow the group, Ivan, one of the militia, leaned in and whispered, "Are we really teaming up with kobolds now? Why? Do you have a problem with that?" "My brother was killed by kobolds." Leo was momentarily stunned by this revelation. He patted Ivan on the shoulder, but couldn't find the right words to comfort him. The journey to the Borman settlement turned out to be far longer than the expected 30 miles. Thankfully, Leo had scouted ahead and found the most direct and manageable route. Along the way, they encountered Bjorn and a few wild hunters standing atop a large boulder by the roadside, observing the group. "With so few people, you won't be able to breach the Borman's lair or withstand their charge," Bjorn commented, clearly unimpressed by the militia's size. "I know. You just need to focus on shooting arrows. If things go south, retreat," Leo replied confidently before adding, "Can I ask you to clear out the Borman scouts ahead? Try not to alert them." Bjorn hesitated for a moment, then nodded in agreement and disappeared into the forest with his companions. After another 7 or 8 miles, the group stopped in a valley. Leo surveyed the surroundings and murmured, "This is it. Freya, it's your turn." A few hours later, a massive figure appeared outside the Borman stronghold. Freya, covered in mud, tried to sneak forward, but her enormous size made it impossible for her to hide behind the chest-high rocks. The Borman guards immediately panicked. "That giant beast is back. What do we do?" One of them asked nervously. "Just pretend we didn't see it and wait for it to leave on its own," their squad leader said helplessly. "Go inform the chieftain." Seeing the Borman feign ignorance, Freya had an idea. She scanned the area, then picked up a boulder the size of a millstone and hurled it with all her might. The rock flew over 100 meters, smashing into a watchtower with a thunderous crash. The entire structure collapsed, and the guards on top screamed as they fell. "A rodent-powered catapult?" The Borman chieftain roared as he arrived, unable to hold back his fury. "Charge out and kill it." Nearly 100 Borman warriors and hunters surged forward, driving more than 21 horned boars toward Freya. Seeing her plan succeed, Freya immediately turned and fled. After running a few steps, she remembered she was a groundhog, dropped to all fours, and darted into the forest, squealing loudly all the way. Over 20 horned boars relentlessly pursued Freya, their heavy hooves smashing the ground and kicking up clouds of dust. Behind them, the boar chieftain led his tribe in the chase. Though slightly slower, he showed no signs of giving up. The pursuit stretched on for nearly 7 or 8 miles. Up ahead, a massive groundhog seemed to be tiring, occasionally slowing down and glancing back. The panting boarmen grew increasingly excited at the sight this time. They were determined to catch their troublesome prey. When the groundhog darted into a valley and disappeared, the boarmen charged in without hesitation, watching as the leading horned boars followed. Freya paused briefly within the valley, waiting for the boars to close in before suddenly accelerating. With a powerful leap, she cleared a massive 5-meter-wide pit and continued deeper into the valley. Caught off guard, the horned boars were unable to stop in time and tumbled into the 5-meter-deep, over 10-meter-long trap. This pit had been meticulously dug over several hours by Leo, Freya, the militia, and the kobolds. More than half of the boars fell into the pit, while the remaining ones scrambled in the confined space, trying to turn around and flee. "Push them all in." Leo led the militia out from the woods on either side of the valley, using densely packed shields to block the escape route. Taking advantage of the boars' precarious footing, 50 militia members pushed with all their might, forcing several teetering beasts into the pit. However, 5 or 6 immensely strong boars managed to break past the barricade, toppling the militia in their path. One of them received a powerful kick from Leo, a kick strong enough to bring down a grizzly bear, but it only stumbled briefly before sprinting away even faster. "They're like a pack of small rhinos," Leo exclaimed. There was no time to savor the victory. Leo quickly commanded the militia to reform their ranks and brace themselves. At the valley's entrance, the boarmen had arrived. Undeterred by the small number of militia, they raised their weapons and charged. A volley of over 100 crossbow bolts rained down, most deflected by the militia's round shields. Only a few bolts found their way through gaps, injuring some of the militia. Through the gaps in the shields, Leo observed the boarmen struggling with their slow reloading process, making rapid follow-up shots impossible. He immediately issued an order. "Prepare. Raise." Several militia members pulled on hidden cables buried in the underbrush, raising 3 rows of sharp wooden barricades at intervals of 5 meters, 10 meters, and 15 meters, all angled toward the charging boarmen. At the same moment, the sound of bowstrings twanging echoed from the left side of the valley. A relentless rain of arrows poured down from the wildland hunters. Each could fire 6 to 7 arrows per minute, and the 50 archers unleashed a barrage that rivaled the firepower of several hundred men. In no time, Over a dozen boarmen were struck down, their bodies bristling with arrows, collapsing on the path of their charge. These meter-long arrows, as thick as a finger, reaped lives like the scythe of death. The arrows effortlessly pierced through the boarmen's fur armor, penetrated their thick hides, and tore through their muscular bodies, far stronger than any humans, before embedding themselves in vital internal organs. Some arrows even passed clean through, impaling the boarmen completely. With no interference from the horned boars and no threat from crossbows, the hunters, perched on higher ground, unleashed their barrage of arrows without restraint. On the right side of the valley, kobolds emerged from the forest, swinging slings and joining the fray. They used mirror ironstones, double the weight of river pebbles, with power comparable to iron balls. One such stone struck a charging boarman with precision, instantly shattering its thick tusk and crushing its snout. While less lethal than longbows, these projectiles still left boarmen bloodied and injured, disrupting their charge. Some boarmen were forced to halt and reload their crossbows to counterattack. The kobolds' small wooden shields deflected a few bolts but couldn't provide complete protection. As casualties appeared, the kobolds quickly scattered, retreating back into the forest. Yet their brief diversion allowed more boarmen to fall under the hunters' relentless arrows. Meanwhile, the boarman chieftain led over 30 warriors in a desperate charge toward the militia, attempting to rescue their comrades trapped in the pits. The thick wooden stakes blocking their path only slightly slowed their advance. Those at the front swung war hammers and spiked clubs, smashing the stakes apart in just a few strikes. Thankfully, these 3 rows of barriers bought the militia precious time. Javelins ready. Throw. 2 volleys of javelins brought down more than 10 boarman warriors, leaving their bodies scattered 10 meters from the militia's line. One boarman, impaled in the abdomen, staggered forward and reached the front line, raising a nearly 30-pound stone hammer to smash a shield. The massive impact shattered the thick oak shield, sending the shield-bearer flying with blood streaming from his nose and mouth, his arm twisted unnaturally. His comrades quickly dragged him away and closed the gap in their formation. The militia did not wait passively. Before the boarmen could raise their heavy weapons, the militia stepped forward in unison, ramming their shields into the enemy's abdomens to restrict their movements. This tactic, derived from the heavy infantry of the Wind God Fortress and designed to counter even larger and stronger green-skinned orcs, was now proving effective. While a single militiaman could not match a 2-meter-tall orc with arms thicker than a human's thigh, the dense shield formations and coordinated teamwork of the human heavy infantry allowed them to hold their ground against equally sized orc forces. Now, the tactics taught by Yulian were demonstrating their effectiveness on the battlefield. The militia firmly pressed their shields against the boarmen's torsos while stabbing relentlessly with short swords and spears, tearing out their enemies' innards. One boarman managed to pull down a militiaman and pin him underfoot, but as it raised its hammer to strike, it realized too late that it had already been stabbed multiple times by the soldier's short sword. As it looked up, several weapons pierced its throat and chest, ending its life. With the last boarman in close combat falling, the remaining 20 or so enemies turned and fled. But how could they outrun the hunter's arrows? Within minutes, the fleeing boarmen were all struck down. The battle was over, leaving the vast valley littered with bodies. Only a few frenzied horned boars remained, chasing after the scattered kobolds. Bjorn emerged from the forested hillside, surveying the brutal battlefield in the valley below. The ground was littered with the bodies of boarmen, scattered in all directions. The ambush had been executed flawlessly. The battle was swift and decisive. Within just 15 minutes, the boarmen had charged into the valley only to retreat in disarray. 50 hunters from the wildling tribe had nearly emptied their quivers, unleashing a relentless rain of arrows. Over 1,000 shafts had descended like a torrential downpour, decimating the boarmen's formation. One by one, the wildlings appeared from the treeline, raising their longbows and bone-tipped spears in triumphant cheers. Leo observed the archers closely, noticing that among them were both elderly men with silver hair and young girls who still bore traces of youthful innocence. Clearly, the 50 archers Bjorn had mentioned were not all professional hunters. In the wildling tribes, everyone practiced archery. Even teenage girls could draw a 100-pound longbow and strike with deadly precision within 100 meters. The older hunters, though lacking the physical strength of their younger counterparts, made up for it with superior skill and experience. Bjorn approached Leo and pointed to an especially massive corpse. "That's the Boarman chieftain," he said. The creature stood over 2 meters tall and weighed at least 3 times as much as Leo. It had fallen just 7 or 8 meters from the militia's defensive line, its back riddled with 6 or 7 long arrows. Thanks to its thick fur armor and a rusted chainmail patch sewn onto it, the arrows had only penetrated about 10 centimeters, failing to deliver a fatal blow. When Leo rolled the body over, he discovered 3 broken short spears embedded deep into its chest, their heads driven into its flesh after the wooden shafts had snapped. This prominent target had been brought down before it could even reach the front lines, becoming the primary focus of the archers and militiamen. As Leo inspected the body, he casually asked, "Why do you think these boarmen don't carry shields?" Bjorn sighed and replied, "Who goes hunting with shields? If you're hunting, you should always bring a shield," Leo said smugly, patting the round shield strapped to his back. At that moment, Vic, one of the militiamen, approached with a troubled expression. "What should we do with these tusked pigs?" he asked. In a nearby pit, about a dozen one-horned boars were struggling furiously, collapsing the walls of the pit as they thrashed and nearly burying themselves. A few militiamen stood guard at the edge, using long poles to push any boar that tried to climb out back into the pit. "Figure it out yourself," Leo replied. "If you can capture them alive, do it. If not, slaughter them for meat." "Got it," Vic muttered, scratching his head as he walked away. Though only a dozen or so boarmen had managed to break through to the militia's lines, each one was a formidable warrior. Even with their superior numbers and coordinated efforts, the militia had struggled to subdue these exceptionally powerful foes. 2 militia members were severely injured by the boarmen and lay groaning on the ground. More than 10 lightly injured militiamen sat against the ground, helping each other bandage their wounds. Those who were unharmed moved among the scattered corpses alongside the wild folk, searching for spoils of war. The spoils were soon gathered in one place. Surprisingly, the distribution process went smoothly. Leo and Bjorn quickly came to an agreement with just a few words. The crossbows and bolts would go to Riverbend, the armor to the wild folk, while no one laid claim to the unicorn boars. As for the kobolds, they happily accepted the heavy stone hammers and axes. Watching the kobolds wag their tails in delight as they carried off the primitive weapons, Leo found it amusing. To make up for earlier losses, he generously declared that the kobolds could hunt as many unicorn boars as they wanted in the valley. Bjorn led the wild folk in cutting off the boarmen's heads as trophies of their victory. He made a point of presenting the boar chieftain's head to Leo. "This is yours," he said. Under the watchful eyes of the others, Leo solemnly accepted the bloody gift, earning the silent approval of the wild folk. During the rest period, Leo noticed Freya sitting alone on a distant hillside. She was quietly gazing at the battlefield littered with corpses, her ears and tail drooping, devoid of her usual liveliness. When Leo approached, she simply turned her back to him and said with a tone of grievance, "I miss my teacher." The words filled Leo with guilt. It dawned on him that beneath the towering exterior of this creature lay a soul as innocent as a small mouse. As an elven druid, her way of thinking and values were vastly different from those of humans. The elves, known for their love of peace and abhorrence of killing, had long retreated to the highlands within the Grand Barrier, far from the human pursuit of glory in the fires of war. Leo gently stroked Freya's fur, offering comforting words and, for the third time, promised to give her all the camp's food supplies. This promise finally lifted her spirits a little. When the group reached the Boarmen's lair, they were met with a barrage of arrows. Although the main force of the Boarmen had been eliminated, the lair still housed over 100 of them, fiercely defending their position behind fortifications. "Fiza, do you understand the Boarmen's language?" Leo asked, clinging to a sliver of hope. "Help me persuade them to surrender, and I'll give you half the spoils if it works." "I don't," Fiza replied, shaking her head. Leo and Bjorn exchanged a glance and said in unison, "Retreat." "Retreat? What else do you expect us to do? Wait for the Boarmen to invite us for dinner?" Although the Boarmen tribe had lost its main fighting force and posed little threat, wiping out the entire tribe would still come at a significant cost. The militia lacked the skills to fight effectively in the maze-like alleys, and the wildlings, without their ranged weapons advantage, hesitated to act decisively. The kobolds, however, were brimming with fighting spirit. Armed with 30-pound stone hammers and fierce glares, they looked ready to charge into the Boarmen's lair at any moment. If not for Fice's restraint, these berserkers would have already stormed ahead. The difference in strength was glaring. The wildlings, with their brute force, might hold their own against the Boarmen hunters' unknown, but it took 2 regular militiamen to bring down a single opponent. Both Leo and Bjorn understood this reality well. As Elder Zulvin had once said, "Keep your enemies close to maintain control in their current weakened state." The Boarmen ironically served as an unintentional buffer for their own safety. From the Boarmen's perspective, this fearsome, cleansing army had fled in disarray after tasting the sting of their arrow volleys, scattering with their spoils in tow. Along the way, some wildlings, unable to bear the sight of retreat, joined the kobolds in taking down 2 unicorn boars. The kobolds dismembered their prey into massive chunks, carrying them triumphantly like a band of mountain trolls reveling in their loot. This expedition would surely go down in their tribe's history if they actually kept one. Back at the pit, only 6 unicorn boars were captured alive. The rest were either killed or butchered on the spot, their meat carried back to the camp by the militiamen. By the time they returned, it was already midday the following day. Village women rushed forward to take the meat, immediately setting to work. Some sliced strips to dry, others crafted sausages, while the bone-in chunks were thrown into large cauldrons to make soup. Soon, the aroma of cooking meat filled the camp. Beneath the drying racks, kobold pups gathered, leaping to snatch morsels of meat. Some managed to clamp onto hanging strips, dangling until they were chased away by village women armed with rolling pins. The 6 live unicorn boars were secured in the nearly completed Lord's Hall. This structure, blending the design of a Viking longhouse with a fortress, spanned nearly 300 square feet. Its stone foundation, 2 feet thick and 6 feet high, was sturdy enough to withstand the charge of wild beasts. The hall's main door, perched above the foundation, could only be accessed via an external wooden staircase. Valeri and a few helpers were busy atop the nearly finished roof, leaving only the ventilation openings incomplete. This fortress-like building was designed to shelter the entire village's vulnerable population during wartime. Its half-foot-thick oak doors were impenetrable to siege equipment, leaving attackers no choice but to painstakingly hack away at them by hand. The manor houses of other small villages in the northern region were nowhere near this luxurious. Julian stood before the newly completed lord's residence, a hint of pride in his eyes. As a soldier, he had deliberately planned the entire camp according to military standards, ensuring both defense and practicality, though it came at the expense of some comfort. Although the lord's residence appeared to be a 2-story building, it was actually divided into 3 levels. Around the central hearth, wooden staircases spiraled upward, extending all the way to the beams beneath the hall's ceiling. These connected the main door and other rooms, running parallel to the 6-foot stone wall foundation. The space created by this 6-foot height difference formed a hidden lower level, which, according to northern traditions, was used for housing livestock. At the moment, several one-horned boars were leisurely wandering in the hidden level, a sight that made Julian frown. "I haven't even moved in yet, and these beasts are the first to take up residence," he muttered. The interior of the hall was still quite bare, with only a few beams set across the stone foundation and wooden planks still under preparation. A few partitioned rooms in the corners were intended to serve as the lord's living quarters in the future. "Where do I get to sleep?" Leo asked excitedly, thrilled at the thought of no longer having to squeeze into a tent. Julian glared at him, his mood souring as he recalled his daughter's affectionate attitude toward Leo. His expression darkened. Leo, however, was unfazed and shot back. "What are you staring at? You got a problem?" Sitting by the campfire, Luomon couldn't help but steal glances at Freya, who had just returned from digging the canal. Even while sitting quietly, the bear-shaped druid's massive frame was impossible to ignore. 2 village women were diligently brushing the dirt and stones out of her fur with oversized wooden brushes, while Freya leisurely enjoyed her pre-dinner snacks. This had become a daily routine after dinner. The village women would prepare 4 large cauldrons of hot water to bathe her. Thanks to her remarkable performance over this period, Freya had far surpassed Leo and earned the undisputed title of the working queen of the Riverbend territory. The villagers held her in near-reverent esteem. With her astonishing digging speed 5 times faster than anyone else, the first phase of the canal project, planned by Julian, was already complete. The canal now connected the upper reaches of the Anzenua River to a small lake in the central Riverbend Peninsula, providing ample irrigation water for nearly 500 acres of northern farmland. At present, thanks to the tireless efforts of the old, the weak, and the women and children, over 100 acres of wasteland had been cultivated, ready for planting in the spring. Even Leo couldn't help but marvel at such an achievement, accomplished by villagers who seemed so unassuming. But Julian clearly wasn't planning to stop there. Every day, he devised new ways to encourage Freya to keep digging. In just a few days, the southern section of the canal was nearing completion, its straight course far exceeding the original plans. Viewed from above, the canal resembled a sharp blade, severing the Riverbend Peninsula from the mainland and turning it into a true island. Compared to confronting boarfolk or participating in battles, Freya clearly preferred this work, which suited her groundhog-like instincts, though she occasionally showed signs of laziness and playfulness. Despite Julian's repeated explanations that Freya was a druid in the form of a giant bear, Luomon still didn't dare turn his back on her, fearing that this enormous creature might mistake him, a stranger, for prey. Keeping a wary eye on Freya, he began to detail the aid plan promised by his father. "My father has pledged to provide continuous support to the Riverbend territory over the next 3 years, including food, fabric, some weaponry, and necessary military assistance. This is the agreement he personally signed. I've already delivered his handwritten letter to Knight Noise at the Western Watchtower. As the garrison commander, Knight Noise has 15 cavalrymen and 50 regular infantry under his command, ready to provide support to the Riverbend territory at any time." Hearing this series of support plans, Julian could hardly contain his joy, rubbing his hands together in excitement. With the backing of a prominent family like the Petakovs, the Riverbend territory would be well prepared to weather any crisis short of total catastrophe. Julian rubbed his hands together, trying to build rapport while continuing to dig for information. "This Noise Knight, what's his background?" Noyce Hobart is a member of the old Banner family, the Hobarts, from Isenburg. He's also my distant cousin-in-law, me eldest cousin's husband, Roman explained truthfully. One of us. One of us. Julian's eyes lit up, and he visibly relaxed. The arrival of Knight Roman made the dinner particularly lavish. The long table was filled with golden, crispy flatbreads and steaming bowls of hearty soup. Each member of the militia received a large chunk of bony and tusked boar meat as a reward for their bravery in battle. Julian even publicly promised that, regardless of who personally killed the boarmen, every militia member who participated in the fight would be granted an acre of land as a reward. He painted an even grander vision once the Riverbend territory was successfully developed, and he became a frontier knight. These outstanding militia members would become the first professional soldiers of the domain. Leo gnawed on a roasted boar leg, while silently observing the gathering. Half of the original soul within him saw a harmonious scene. A grateful and emotional Julian and a composed, steady Knight Roman. But the other half of his soul, the part belonging to the traveler, saw through the facade. A cunning and calculating rough man skillfully manipulating a naive young knight. Every glance, every word, was a carefully crafted act. Throughout the evening, Roman, under Julian's subtle guidance, revealed everything about himself without reservation, yet he never found an opportunity to bring up his father's conditions. A little mouse, like a small dog, crouched beside Leo, staring longingly at the roasted boar leg in his hand. Each time Leo set the leg down to chew, the mouse would leap forward and take a fierce bite. Other children imitated this, staying close to their fathers or brothers to share the feast. The children without family huddled around Olivia, competing for her attention with the kobold pups. Freya, clutching a piece of flatbread, let her gaze linger on Leo's roasted boar leg before suddenly complaining. Why do you get to eat roasted meat while I only get flatbread? Bears don't eat roasted meat, Leo replied indifferently. Bears do eat roasted meat. Can a bear make a fire? Can it roast meat? Freya retorted. Leo glanced around the room. The villagers, noticing Freya's massive belly, quickly hid their food behind their backs and shook their heads. Don't be ridiculous. One bite from you could equal an entire meal for someone else, Leo said earnestly. Your master is right when practicing shapeshifting. You need to learn all the habits of the creature you're mimicking, including its diet. He suddenly raised his voice. What are you all standing around for? Don't disturb the druid master's meal. Hearing this, everyone quickly dispersed, leaving only the groundhog-shaped Freya clutching her flatbread, lost in deep doubt. Aside from assistance, Roman also brought alarming news. In just 2 short months, the iron hooves of the beastmen had trampled 300 miles of land south of the North Ice River. Hundreds of human villages had been plundered, and waves of refugees were fleeing southward. The Froilov family had gathered forces in the town of Varanger to temporarily hold back the main Beastman forces on the western front, but many smaller Beastman units had infiltrated the defenses, slipping into the wilderness. The northern tribes and beast packs beyond the Anzino River had been stirred into migration, moving south and attacking villages along the way. With Count Froilov's main forces tied up in the north, the southern defenses were left vulnerable. Remote villages, logging camps, and mines had no choice but to retreat toward the towns. Now, even Isenburg had begun to see an influx of displaced people. Against this backdrop, Rigolov agreed to provide aid to the Riverbend territory. After the Roman knight departed, several key figures of Riverbend gathered in the village council's meeting room. The blacksmith, Valery, sat under the dim glow of the oil lamp, his bald head glinting faintly as he and the others pored over the enticing aid list. Quartermaster Rusev leaned lazily against his chair, puffing on his pipe, while the treasurer, Olivia, sat quietly in the corner, lost in thought. Meanwhile, the agricultural overseer, Rashka, tapped his fingers incessantly on the table. Leo, at that moment, was accompanying Julian to see off the Roman knight. So, what's the real story here? Valery asked, frowning slightly. Julian let out a deep sigh and began explaining the intricate dynamics within the Pedikov family. This family currently controlled 4 knightly territories, one under the family head Rigolov, another under his second brother, a third under the second brother's eldest son, and the fourth under the youngest brother. More importantly, the second brother and his son had earned military merits and expanded their territory south of the Western Watchtower, settling over 500 people. Do you understand now? Julian asked, looking around the room. Old Rigolov is desperate. He's worried that after he's gone, the family inheritance will become a mess. In the northern regions, where civilization lagged far behind the south, clan traditions ran deep. People here instinctively understood one thing: survival of the fittest. No one would willingly accept a lesser position simply because they were born as a younger sibling. What does that have to do with us? Valery asked, rubbing his shiny bald head. Rusev took a puff from his pipe, a knowing look crossing his face. Isn't it obvious? They're eyeing Olivia. If Roman marries her, once Julian is gone, Riverbend will belong to the Petakovs. Yulian turned to his daughter. Why don't you marry Roman? I trained that boy myself. He's a decent man and a proper knight now. Olivia rolled her eyes and ignored her father's suggestion. You want convince her, Rashka chuckled. Her heart's already taken. What's so great about that orphan brute Leo? Yulian snapped. If a real war breaks out, he'll be the first to die. If you know he's reckless, why do you keep sending him out to fight? Olivia stood up abruptly, grabbing her father by the ear. Do you want him dead? Enough. Yulian bellowed, stopping her. I'm training him. If he can't handle these small tasks, how can he protect Riverbend in the future? If he's incompetent, he deserves to die. Rusev quickly tried to mediate. Leo's been doing a good job lately. He's clearly maturing. Maturing? Yulian scoffed. He's still a reckless fool. Give him a little authority, and he acts like he owns the place. He even tries to manage how others relieve themselves. Rashka took the opportunity to complain. Olivia, you need to rein in your Leo. He's always ogling the women in the village, and now my grandson is picking up his bad habits. Rusev, recalling his own experience of being poked in the rear by Leo's junior militia during a bathroom break, immediately changed his tune. I take back what I just said. He suddenly changed the subject, fixing his gaze on Yulian, and said, at your age, it wouldn't be too late to find Olivia a stepmother after you become a proper knight. But if you wait until you have a son and train him to inherit the family's knightly duties, it might be too late. No matter how much you dislike Leo, in the end, you'll have to rely on him. Take my advice, arrange their marriage sooner rather than later to avoid unnecessary trouble. Hearing this, Yulian's face wrinkled into a frown, but he had no response. As a knight who had risen from the ranks of commoners, he was all too familiar with the strictness of imperial laws. A knight's fief was a grant from a noble lord, meant to sustain the knight's military expenses, including the upkeep of warhorses and the acquisition of weapons and armor, so the knight could fight when summoned. Under certain circumstances such as rebellion, crimes, or the lack of a capable heir to fulfill knightly duties, the lord had the right to reclaim the land. For a commoner knight without a powerful background, ensuring the smooth inheritance of a fief was an unprecedented challenge. If it were up to him, he would much prefer to marry his daughter off to a capable and well-born knight like Roman. As for who would inherit Riverrun after his death, he cared little. But deep down, he knew his daughter had already set her heart on Leo, and trying to persuade her otherwise would likely be futile. If Roman was not an option, and he still wanted to secure Riverrun's inheritance, he would have to personally train a knight. The thought of entrusting his precious daughter to that young, inexperienced man made Yulian uneasy. While he was willing to treat Leo as one of his own, he still hoped Olivia could find a better match. At that moment, Valerie, staring at a list he couldn't quite decipher, hesitated and asked, So, what about this aid? Do we accept it or not? The first batch of supplies listed was enough to get his blacksmith shop up and running. His forge, having undergone 2 rounds of modifications, was now capable of producing molten iron and casting pig iron ingots. However, the camp's conditions were still rudimentary. The only anvil they had was scavenged from the Cobalt Valley, and creating proper farming tools would require additional equipment. Yulian immediately made the decision. Take the supplies, but not on their terms. Tomorrow, I'll go to Eisenbor myself and have a word with Rigolov, making sure to keep things amicable. He had spent the entire evening stopping Roman from making counteroffers just so he could handle the negotiations personally. If they waited for the other side to set conditions and then refused, it would only make matters worse. Although their isolated group of 300 people was cut off from the world in the wilderness, the greatest threat to Riverrun still came from human society. Rusev nodded in agreement. That's the right approach. Besides, we're starting to get back on our feet. Even if the negotiations fall through, and we don't take the supplies, we'll manage. But we can't afford to sour relations. Just then, Leo strolled in casually. What are you all talking about? Why aren't you asleep yet? The group inside glanced at him, and not a single one offered him a friendly look. The next day, Yulian took 2 men to Eisenpal, returning only after 2 full days. When they came back, their group had clearly grown. Besides a few unfamiliar faces, they also brought along 2 sturdy riding horses. These 2 gentlemen are craftsmen from the Petakov family, Yulian said excitedly as he introduced them to Valerie. They're here to help us build the watermill and sawmill. Valerie, rubbing his shiny bald head, greeted the craftsmen with a warm and simple smile. While doing so, Yulian instructed, take good care of these master craftsmen, bring along a few men to assist them properly, and gave Valerie a knowing look. Valerie immediately caught on. Wasn't this the perfect opportunity for him to learn the craft? After all, his impressive skills had all been picked up through observing and learning from others. The trip had yielded far more than expected. Whatever method Yulian had used to persuade Rigolov had not only secured material support, but also several additional benefits. By the time they left, they had not only borrowed 2 skilled craftsmen, but, under Roman's cover, also quietly taken 2 high-quality riding horses. While not war horses, they were more than adequate for everyday use. These 2 horses were of great significance to Riverbend. The western watchtower was nearly 30 miles from the camp, and in emergencies, relying solely on foot messengers for help would be far too slow. Besides, what kind of frontier knight would be without a horse? Without one, they'd just be ordinary infantry. The new horses were carefully housed in the freshly built stable, joining an eclectic mix of neighbors, including donkeys, kobold pups, groundhogs, and a one-tusked boar, further enriching Riverbend's zoo. The stable and the blacksmith's workshop were located on either side of the Lord's manor, each with a small door connecting to the main building. In a small village like this, livestock and iron tools were strategic resources and needed to be well protected. Julian's gaze drifted toward the far side of the river. That was where he had long envisioned building the water-powered sawmill. Even if it could only drive a single saw blade, it would be worth 20 strong laborers. If they had built the sawmill earlier, not only would the Lord's manor be completed much faster, but even the villagers' wooden house frames could have been finished quickly. They might even have had time to erect a few watchtowers, turning Riverbend into a small, fortified camp. Unfortunately, in such a remote area, skilled craftsmen were a rare commodity. Most were either tied to lords or comfortably settled in towns as wealthy tradesmen. Few would willingly come to the wilderness to make a living. While Leo had once suggested using water power, talking about it was one thing, actually doing it was another. Even Valerie, the most experienced among them, couldn't guarantee they could build a functional water-powered sawmill. Constructing a small iron melting furnace had already been a complex task, requiring 5 or 6 men working for a week and enduring 2 failed attempts before succeeding. Attempting to design and build a water-powered sawmill on their own would require at least 10 strong workers and a month or 2 of effort, with no guarantee of success. As for why they chose the far side of the river, the reason was simple. It was closer to the pine forest, allowing processed timber to be transported directly downriver to the camp or further downstream. More importantly, that side of the river was the erosional bank, with deeper and faster-moving water. The peninsula side, on the other hand, was the depositional bank, with shallow, slower-moving water. The river's eddies near Riverbend occasionally even pushed small boats upstream. With such hydrological conditions, it would be impossible to dock even shallow-draft fishing boats, let alone install a water wheel. To make it easier for small fishing boats to transport or in goods, a 10-meter-long wooden jetty extending into the river was constructed at the camp. In addition, Julian began working on building the camp's basic infrastructure. He instructed the craftsmen to first construct a watermill, an easy task for experienced artisans, requiring only a water wheel and a few bearings. With the mill in place, the women in the village could be freed from the heavy labor of hand-grinding grain, saving time for other productive activities like clearing land, weaving, knitting, and leatherworking. After assigning tasks to the craftsmen, Julian quietly pointed to a frail young man standing nearby and whispered to Rusev, "Do you remember old John's family? The old scoundrels here?" Rusev asked, tapping his pipe heavily. "No, he's not. He's dead," Julian replied flatly. "The whole family is gone, except for his grandson, Harry." Rusev fell silent, swallowing the words, "Serves him right." Old John had been a wealthy farmer who fled from a destroyed neighboring village, bringing his family of more than 10 people to join Julian's caravan. However, upon reaching a small town near Valanger City, John had insisted on parting ways and took several villagers with him. Unfortunately, only a few days after the caravan moved on, the town was raided by beast folk. The entire town was massacred, and Harry was the sole survivor from John's family. Fortunately, Harry remembered the caravan's destination and followed the wave of refugees to Isenport, where he had waited outside the city for 7 or 8 days. He was not the only one to have endured such misfortune. During his trip to the city, Julian had deliberately visited the refugee camp, preparing for future expansion of Riverbend territory. There, he immediately recognized the starving Harry. "He's just a pitiful soul. We can't let him starve to death," Julian sighed. This young man, once as robust as Leo, was now emaciated and listless. The villagers, rather than mocking him, showed kindness and care. 2 village women helped him out of his tattered, mud-stained clothes and brought him a warm meal. Looking at the bread and the steaming soup with floating drops of oil, Harry could hardly believe his eyes. He had assumed that following Julian to the pioneering camp would mean surviving on coarse grain and cassava, if he was lucky. Yet in just 2 months, Riverbend Camp had managed to provide such hearty food. During Julian's 2-day absence, another major event had spread through the camp, thanks to a few gossip-loving old men. Olivia had turned down Night Romon for Leo's sake. In this remote wilderness camp, nearly all the noteworthy happenings seemed to revolve around Leo. Olivia's close friends were outraged when they heard the news and tried to persuade her to change her mind. To them, the dashing, noble-born Night Romon, clad in shining armor, was the perfect matcha dream suitor from the city. As for Leo, in their eyes, he was a distant second. At that moment, Leo, the subject of their whispered criticisms, was not far away, standing idly with a large pitchfork in hand, staring at a manure pile. He wore nothing but a shabby linen tunic with missing sleeves, his entire appearance grimy and disheveled, like a prisoner who had just escaped from a dungeon. Yet, in the sunlight, his cropped golden hair still shone brilliantly, and beneath the thin tunic, his lean, well-defined muscles were clearly visible. Olivia watched her friends with amusement, noticing how, even as they disparaged Leo, they couldn't help but secretly swallow hard. Leo, carrying a pitchfork, was deeply engrossed in studying composting techniques. As a transmigrator, he was well aware of the vast potential for improvement in the current fertilizer practices of the North. The local farmers did know how to use livestock manure as fertilizer, drying and crushing cow, horse, donkey, and sheep droppings before spreading them on farmland, or letting livestock graze on fallow fields. In some remote forested villages, they even practiced slash-and-burn agriculture. However, they were highly resistant to the idea of using human waste, firmly believing in an old generational claim. Human feces would poison the wheat seedlings. Looking at the pile of manure before him, Leo couldn't help but smile wryly. The 30 years of professional experience he had accumulated in modern society were almost useless here. He could only consider himself a theoretical expert, rich in knowledge but lacking practical skills. He understood that the so-called poisoning of wheat seedlings was actually caused by unfermented manure being applied directly to the soil. This led to secondary fermentation in the fields, generating high temperatures that damaged the crops. The solution was simple: fermenting the manure through composting. Yet, even the most basic high-temperature composting technique was not something one could master with theory alone. As Leo was rummaging through childhood memories and repeatedly experimenting, an unexpected interruption broke his train of thought. A village beauty suddenly grabbed Olivia's arm in alarm and exclaimed, "Is Leo planning to eat poop? Olivia, stop him." This remark finally irritated Olivia, who decided to take her 32 adopted dog sons and head off to work. Speaking of Olivia's ever-growing number of dog sons, Leo had secretly investigated the truth behind it. He discovered that every time Phaecia entered the camp, she would discreetly smuggle a puppy into the dog pack, hiding it under her newly made bearskin coat. One day, Leo couldn't resist exposing her little trick, which made Phaecia furious enough to disappear for 3 days. At this moment, Phaecia was sitting by the newly constructed canal with Freya and a little mouse, watching Julian direct the villagers as they transported logs. They were building a watchtower on a rocky outcrop in the middle section of the canal. This 3-meter watchtower, perched on a 7 to 8 meter high hill, would provide the camp with excellent vantage points. Any threats approaching the river bend would be spotted by the sentries. Considering that the militia had to work during the day and couldn't stay fully armed, this watchtower, located over a kilometer from the camp, would buy them precious time to prepare. Julian's defense plan also included constructing watchtowers and gates at both ends of the canal, effectively enclosing the entire peninsula within a protected zone. As for the ambitious project of building stone walls and wooden fences along the inner side of the canal, the sheer scale of the work and its lower priority meant it would have to wait until they had more time to tackle it gradually. Meanwhile, another group of over 30 people had already set out for the peninsula, preparing to establish a 30-mile road connecting the river bay to the western watchtower. This wasn't about constructing some grand cement or stone road, but rather making simple improvements to the basic path that the exploratory caravan had already forged. Workers swung their axes to cut down obstructive trees and shrubs, used shovels to level steep slopes, and worked together to remove boulders blocking the way. At a few streams feeding into the Anzino River, they built temporary wooden bridges. Urian's requirements were practical, simply wanted a road where cargo wagons could pass safely without incidents like the disastrous overturn and breakdown from last time. At the riverside construction site, the kobold leader, Phaecia, was intently observing the humans bustling with activity. She understood well that her own kind was hopelessly inept at construction. Even under her coercion, the wall they built at the valley entrance had been washed away by the stream. Ironically, she herself could stand in the very same stream without being moved an inch. But Phaecia was undeterred. For the past month, she had been learning by stealth at the human camp, picking up skills like slingshot crafting, militia training, cooking techniques, ironworking, and even attempting to make a crossbow. Unfortunately, the Cobalt Valley's development remained stagnant. Without the trade she maintained with the humans, her people would likely have reverted to gnawing on rats for survival. I, the Cobalt Princess, chieftain, leader, the clever Phaecia, must work hard, she suddenly declared loudly as she stood up. Beside her, the giant groundhog attempted to mimic her and the little mouse by swinging its legs leisurely, but its plump body rendered its short legs immobile. Freya stood up as well, proudly announcing, "I am also a princess, the elven princess, the clever Freya." The little mouse, Gulvig, timidly murmured, "I'm a princess too, the human princess, the clever Gulvig." Unfortunately, Her faint voice was drowned out by her friend's boisterous declarations. Just then, Leo lifted his head sharply, alert. On the ridge outside the camp stood a towering figure. It was a giant man, over 7 feet tall, with massive antlers on his head. His long, dark green hair and beard cascaded down like a waterfall. Bare-chested, he wore only a pair of animal skin shorts, and his muscular frame was covered in green tattoos. Strangely, neither the villagers working in the fields nor the distant sentries seemed to notice his presence. As Leo locked eyes with the stranger, an overwhelming sense of pressure washed over him. The world around him seemed to fade, leaving only the two of them. In that instant, Leo immediately recognized the figurite was none other than Bobuk Maramotas, the elven archdruid, bearing an uncanny resemblance to Malfurion Stormrage. Volume 1. Who isn't a princess, anyway? End. Aside from Leo, the first to spot Bobuk was his apprentice, Freya. The large marmot was running in a comical manner, front paws stretched forward, short legs moving rapidly, and her plump backside swaying from side to side with each step, causing the ground to tremble slightly. As she ran, she called out "teacher" in a childlike voice tinged with sobs, her cries growing louder as she approached. Ever since the boarfolk had been weakened, Freya's homesickness had grown stronger. Every morning, she would climb the nearby hill at the same time and let out a piercing call, more punctual than any rooster. Whether her teacher could hear her calls was a mystery, but the surrounding wildlife clearly avoided her. The brown bears and snow leopards that used to roam within miles of the riverbend had vanished entirely. Just as it seemed Freya was about to crash into him, Bobuk acted quickly, grabbing the soft flesh of her cheek to stop her in her tracks. Freya tumbled forward, burying her massive head into her teacher's embrace and bursting into tears. "Don't cry like that. It makes it look like I mistreated you," Leo muttered nervously as Freya's wails filled the air. Sure enough, Bobuk's gaze turned even colder as he glanced at Leo, who could only respond with an awkward smile. "Teacher, I missed you so much," Freya exclaimed after crying her fill. She immediately switched to a cheerful demeanor, nudging Bobuk's back with her head and pushing him toward the camp. Teacher, I want to take you to try the flatbread. Sister Olivia makes it for me every day, and it's so delicious. Teacher, have I grown taller? Have I gotten stronger?" As they passed by Leo, the towering druid extended his hand. "Elven archdruid, Bobuk Maramotas." Leo quickly shook his hand. "Master, my name is Leo. I'm Freya's friend." Establishing a friendly stance was his top priority. Hearing the commotion, Urian, Olivia, and the others hurried over, bowing respectfully to Bobuk. From a distance, the villagers gathered in a circle, curiously observing the stranger with the massive antlers on his head. "My apprentice has been troubling everyone during this time," Bobuk remarked. No trouble at all, Urian replied hastily, waving his hands. He began praising Freya's diligence and helpfulness, saying she had been a great help since her arrival and was loved by everyone. Freya beamed with pride, squatting obediently as she waited for more compliments. Bobuk simply stroked the fur on her back and said, "That's good." Yet this simple acknowledgement sent Freya into a state of bliss. Her tail wagged furiously, and she squinted her eyes in delight, as if ready to roll over for a belly rub. Having spent so much time with the kobold pups, she had started to take on some dog-like traits. Once they reached the camp, Urian, acting as the host, made small talk with Bobuk. However, as a seasoned soldier, his knowledge and experiences paled in comparison to those of the 500-year-old elven archdruid who had traveled across the entire continent. Surprisingly, it was the brash Leo who managed to strike up a conversation with Bobuk. When Bobuk spoke about composting techniques, his eyes gleamed with the wisdom of a sage. He began recounting the history of the rise of the Orlantis Empire. Back when the empire was not yet powerful, its rulers had already understood how to utilize the accumulated bird droppings on the islands, combined with ox-drawn heavy plows, for farming. This advanced agricultural technique resulted in crop yields 3 times that of neighboring nations, driving a population boom and ultimately elevating this once remote frontier kingdom to the status of the most powerful human empire on the continent. Leo nodded slightly and, from the humble perspective of a common farmer, explained, "Agriculture is the foundation of a nation. If a farmer can feed one more person, that person can weave or clear land. Feed one more, and someone can mine and forge iron. One more, and someone can become a soldier to fight wars." He avoided complex theories and used the simplest terms to illustrate the relationship between agriculture, industry, and military strength. With a hint of curiosity, Leo asked, "I've heard that druids have the ability to control plants. Could this be used to increase crop yields?" Bobuk was somewhat surprised by Leo's insight and became noticeably more enthusiastic. He explained that while druidic magic could indeed boost yields, it was limited by individual magical power and couldn't tend to a large number of crops. The most practical approach remained the continuous cultivation and improvement of seeds. Unfortunately, humans aren't as adept at cultivating plants as elven druids, Leo sighed. Half of humanity's wars are caused by food shortages. Bobuk chuckled and shook his head. The root of human wars is innate greed. If half of all wars stem from hunger, the other half comes from abundance. Whether they're starving or well-fed, people are always coveting others' wealth. At last, Leo revealed his true intention. At least in the northern regions, most wars are caused by food scarcity. If elven druids were willing to help cultivate high-yield crops, perhaps many conflicts could be avoided. Do you think druids haven't tried? Bobuk's gaze drifted into the distance. 1,000 years ago, southern wheat and barley could barely grow north of the Anzino River, yielding less than weeds. At that time, the beast folk survived solely through hunting and raiding, while humans dared not venture north of the river. Prodded by Leo's curiosity, Bobuk continued. The great elven lord and archdruid, Chiselcasgrander, sought to aid her starving beast folk friends by modifying southern wheat to adapt to northern soils and gifting it to them. However, the outcome was not as intended. The abundance of food led to a population surge, and the strengthened beast folk began invading elven forests and clashing with humans. In the end, the elves retreated to the Trelither Highlands, the beast folk were driven north of the glaciers, and the humans, after claiming vast tracts of land, descended into internal conflicts. Bobuk looked at his pupil with a meaningful expression and said, "This isn't just a human problem. Any species driven by innate greed and rapid reproduction, once it gains strength, brings destruction. Like the marmots of the Trelither Highlands without predators and with plenty of food, they multiply into a plague, devastating the entire ecosystem." Leo listened, unable to hide his disappointment. All this effort, and what he really wanted was for this druid master to provide some practical benefits for the camp. High-yield wheat that produced 2,000 pounds per acre, bread-bearing trees, livestock that grew fat without eating wasn't picky. When Leo first laid eyes on Bobuk, his mind unexpectedly conjured up the image of Teacher Yuan and the golden waves of rice fields rolling in the breeze. This vision stood in stark contrast to the bleak rye fields in the northern homeland of the original Laos memories where sparse stalks of rye leaned weakly, each spike bearing only a few shriveled grains, with a yield that couldn't even compare to the wild weeds in the rice paddies of his previous life. The struggles of this land stemmed from a convergence of limiting factors. Although the northern region was vast, not all of it was arable. Beyond the plains of the Anzino River Basin, the terrain shifted predominantly to grasslands and forests. In remote areas, an acre of land could barely sustain a single person, and the labor costs to cultivate such land far exceeded any potential returns. This made it unattainable not only for ordinary farmers, but also for village leaders and minor knightly lords, who had no choice but to continue relying on nomadic herding and fishing for survival. This situation reminded Leo of the great northern wilderness from his previous Lithia region, similarly constrained by geography, society, climate, and even religion. Yet, just as the great northern wilderness ultimately proved its agricultural potential, the core issue here was merely the backwardness of technology and productivity. Bobuk's seasoned gaze immediately saw through Leo's thoughts. With centuries of experience, he was all too familiar with such moments. Every ambitious individual who first encountered him inevitably coveted his vast knowledge. But he understood well that if he were as easily swayed as Freya, readily giving aid, his 5 centuries of wisdom would be squandered. More importantly, the ancient records of the elves, spanning tens of thousands of years, warned of a grim truth. The more knowledge humanity acquired, the faster the world approached destruction. Still, the insights of this young man intrigued him. Bobuk decided to abandon his original plan of quickly leaving with Freya and instead engaged in an all-night conversation with Leo. From the campfire to the hearth of the Lord's manor, their discussions spanned a multitude of topics. Bobuk's profound understanding of history, geography, and religion across various races helped Leo quickly piece together his standing in this unfamiliar world. For a modern individual, the previous state of complete ignorance about his surroundings was torturous. Without a proper worldview, it was impossible to chart a meaningful course in life. Just as farmers in remote villages of the last century hesitated to step into bustling cities, Leo, if unaware of this world, would have been confined to the riverbend, living out his days as an ordinary farmer. Yet, Leo's modern mindset and theoretical knowledge occasionally sparked new revelations for Bobuk during their exchanges. They talked through the night until dawn. By then, Julian, overwhelmed by exhaustion, had already gone to rest. Olivia and the little mouse insisted on staying by Leo's side, dozing off with faint snores. Freya had fallen asleep earlier by the campfire and was carried back to the stable by her teacher, Bobuk. As the first light of morning broke, hurried footsteps approached from a distance. Freya burst into the great hall, excitement radiating from her. "Teacher! Teacher!" she called out, her voice echoing before the creaking floorboards beneath her feet filled the room with an ominous sound. "Out! Get out!" Leo and Bobuk shouted in unison. The Lord's mansion was still under construction, and the interior felt particularly spacious and bare. Apart from the makeshift steps around the hearth, there was only a temporary corridor built from old wagon planks and branches. If not for Bobek's calming magic, the horned boars outside would still be stampeding and roaring against the stone walls. Freya froze in place, 3 feet precariously on the creaking planks, 1 foot suspended midair. Despite their scolding, she stubbornly took another step forward only to have the entire wooden bridge leading to the hearth collapse with a thunderous crash. Her scream was cut short as 6 horned boars swarmed her, tossing her about as she wailed in distress. Leo and Bobek simultaneously pressed their palms to their foreheads in exasperation. Seeing the worry in Leo's eyes, Bobek reassured him, "Don't worry, she won't get hurt." "So, this is why you taught her to transform into a giant bear?" Leo asked. Bobek gave a silent nod. "You taught her to transform into a bear, but not how to turn back? She's invulnerable and indestructible, and even if she gets lost, it's no big deal." "Perfect," Leo muttered sarcastically. At Leo's request, Bobek stayed in Riverbend for 3 full days. Though he didn't use magic or artifacts to bring about dramatic changes, he contributed invaluable expertise. Teaching villagers how to calm and tame the unruly horned boars, providing treatment for injured militia, and even reinforcing the structure of the Lord's mansion with his druidic spells. The mansion, spanning a challenging 300 square meters, had structural flaws that the craftsman struggled to address. With a simple wave of his fingers, Bobek summoned vines and roots that emerged from the beams, weaving through and fortifying the entire support structure as if they were alive. In terms of agriculture, he offered practical advice. The soil in Riverbend was already fertile enough and required no fertilization in the first year. The focus should be on proper drainage and aeration. In the second year, forest humus could be used, and in the third year, swamp peat. Only after years of continuous farming, when the soil became depleted, would composted manure from humans and animals be necessary. This left Leo somewhat disheartened. Had all the manure collected over the past days been for nothing? Still, he understood that farming wasn't as simple as just fertilizing the land. It required a tailored approach, considering various factors. In this regard, experienced farmers often had more reliable insights than he did. On the second day of Bobek's visit, the wildling tribes received word of his presence. Elder Zulvan led a group of hunters and druid followers to Riverbend to pay their respects to the revered Earthwalker. With Bobek and Freya present, the wildlings and Riverbend villagers got along harmoniously, exchanging gifts and fostering a rare moment of camaraderie. In just 3 days, Leo and Bobek quickly became familiar with each other. Bobek found that this human boy completely overturned his preconceived notions about humans. During their daily conversations, the wise druid, who had lived for 5 centuries, keenly noticed that despite Leo often pretending to be a mischievous village rascal, his occasional display of life philosophies and values made Bobek see him in a new light. It wasn't just Bobakobold Fisha, Groundhog Freya, and the wild hunter Bjorn also gradually came to trust Leo through their interactions. Acting as a bridge, Leo helped establish peaceful relations between the Cobalt Valley, the wildling tribes, and Riverbend. The sincerity, inclusiveness, equality, and respect Leo exhibited naturally drew these non-human groups to accept him. In fact, individuals influenced by the core values of socialism often found their principles aligning closely with druidic teachings. Bobek's initial caution shifted to a willingness to share more knowledge. If it weren't for Leo being human, Bobek might have even considered taking this clever boy as a disciple. Unfortunately, humans have short lifespans and unpredictable temperaments. Even if they grasp the basics of druidic teachings, it's hard for them to delve deeply into the druidic path. This reminded Bobek of lessons learned millennia ago when elves attempted to spread druidism to trolls and orcs. The short-lived races retained only a distorted version of the teachings, creating a path of war druids entirely contrary to the original doctrine. On the 4th day, Bobek announced his departure. "Master Bobek, can I really learn druidic magic from you?" Leo asked, clearly frustrated. To learn druidic magic, intelligence alone isn't enough. You must first study the druidic teachings and become a true druid, Bobek replied, shaking his head. Freya can do it, so why can't I? If necessary, I can even commit to the druidic faith. Leo protested, unwilling to give up. Bobek gazed intently at Leo, his deep green eyes seeming to pierce into the boy's soul. Leo felt as if all his innermost secrets had been laid bare. Yet, to his surprise, Bobek said, "Interesting. I didn't expect you to have such unwavering faith, one that even divine miracles cannot shake." Leo looked utterly confused, thinking to himself, "What faith? I don't even know what he's talking about. Is it the ancestral faith of the northern humans?" Bobek inquired. I guess," Leo replied, scratching his head in puzzlement. "The ancestral worship of the northern humans originates from the shamanic traditions of the beast folk. It's far more rational than the southern belief in the light." Bobek nodded thoughtfully. "Perhaps you could become a shaman." When mentioning monotheistic religions, Bobuck seemed to recall some unpleasant memories, shaking his head repeatedly and saying no more. Olivia carefully tied a large bag of freshly baked flatbread onto Freya's back while fussing over her like a worried mother, reminding her of various safety precautions. At just 16, Olivia had long shed her youthful naivety due to her responsibilities managing the camp and the nursery, becoming overly mature for her age. Nearby, the little mouse stood nervously twisting the hem of her clothes, her eyes brimming with sadness as she watched her friend prepare to leave. Ironically, Freya's emotional maturity was even less developed than the little mouse's. Naturally timid, she always needed someone to rely on. First it was Leo, then Olivia, and now even the little mouse had become her emotional anchor. Whenever the two were alone, it was the little mouse who often took on the role of the older sister. At this moment, Freya, her eyes filled with tears, hugged the little mouse tightly, resting her large head gently on the smaller girl's and casting a pitiful glance toward Bobuck. The teacher sighed and explained, "I'll be taking her on a journey across the northern regions for a while, so we won't be returning to Trellisil immediately. However, we'll pass through here again on our way back." His words provided some comfort to both the groundhog and the little mouse. Bobuck then traced a few runes in the air, pointing toward Leo. A strange pattern appeared on Leo's forehead, glowing brightly for over 10 seconds before gradually fading. "This is a shaman's soul link spell," Bobuck explained. "If you find yourself in danger, call my name in your heart, and I will hear you within a 1,000-mile radius." Leo eagerly tested this supernatural communicator, tapping his forehead repeatedly and calling out, "Master Bobuck Marmotas, please turn on your microphone for communication." Sure enough, Bobuck's voice echoed in his mind. "I'm here." Freya's faint voice quickly followed. "I'm here too." Bobuck clarified further. "The range of the soul link depends on the strength of our souls. If you one day embark on the path of the extraordinary, the stronger your soul becomes, the farther your voice will reach." This unexpected gift left Leo overjoyed. What had seemed like a final farewell now felt less daunting, as he realized they could still stay connected and he had gained a mentor he could turn to for guidance. The moment of parting inevitably arrived. With Freya glancing back repeatedly, Bobuck led her away, their figures gradually disappearing into the wilderness. Watching the two fade into the distance, Leo was filled with emotion and a lingering regret, especially about the extraordinary path. In this world, extraordinary powers truly existed. From the exalted deities of various races and the demigods of the wild to the legendary saints close at hand, even the renowned knights, warriors, and adventurers had undoubtedly awakened extraordinary abilities. In the Orlantis Empire, becoming an extraordinary being meant ascending to the knightly class. However, this path was far from easy. Among humans, natural awakening of extraordinary powers was exceedingly rare. Most relied on training methods passed down by families or religious orders, coupled with awakening potions. These so-called elixirs, as the ancients named them, were concocted from various magical materials to significantly raise the body's magic absorption threshold, breaking physical limits to achieve the extraordinary realm. Yet, even the cheapest awakening potion was far beyond the reach of someone like Leo, a commoner. In fact, even minor knightly lords often couldn't save enough in a lifetime to afford one for their sons. With Freya and her apprentice departing, Riverbend returned to tranquility, once again resembling an unremarkable newly established village. In the village, kobold pups crawled joyfully in the dirt, while an increasing number of kobold blacksmiths busied themselves hammering away in makeshift forges. Like all newly settled lands, the villagers faced fundamental survival challenges. A 2-ton boulder blocked a crucial path, making transportation extraordinarily difficult. Common colds and fevers posed life-threatening risks, and during the night, the militia on watch had to beat drums and clang gongs to drive away wolves and brown bears approaching the camp. Life gradually found its rhythm. The children who had once followed Freya on her adventures were now confined to the camp, diligently learning the Empire's script and basic arithmetic under Olivia's guidance. It was then that Leo realized he was illiterate, unable to recognize even the most basic Imperial characters. Thus, aside from learning horsemanship from Julian, he was forced to struggle through language lessons alongside Little Mouse under Olivia's stern instruction. Surprisingly, despite her frail appearance, Little Mouse was not only well-versed in Imperial history, language, and classical speech, but also knowledgeable about various noble etiquettes. However, her extreme shyness and introversion meant she would only answer after being pressed repeatedly. Whenever Leo attempted to inquire about her past, Little Mouse would turn pale and tremble in fear at night. So far, all Leo knew was her real name Gulvegan, that she had escaped from a slave trader in the northern lands. As time went on, Riverbend saw rapid development. The establishment of a sawmill provided a steady supply of lumber, and wooden houses for the villagers began to rise. The Lord's Manor was the first to be fitted with sturdy wooden flooring, allowing Julian and his daughter, along with Leo and Little Mouse, to move into their new home. Leo's room was adjacent to Olivia's, and aside from Valerie's custom-made wardrobe and desk, the highlight was the large, two-by-two bed covered with thick fur. Thrilled to have his own bed for the first time, Leo and Little Mouse couldn't resist jumping on it, rolling around with joy and shedding tears of happiness. In front of the Lord's manor, a small street had formed along the gravel road. The number of fishing boats passing through was steadily increasing, transporting iron ingots and grain. The transition from raw iron, or to refined iron ingots, introduced the villagers to imperial currency for the first time. Occasionally, the fishing boats would also bring craftsmen and tradespeople seeking a new life in Riverbend. These were local freemen vouched for by the fishermen, often younger sons of farmers or struggling artisans forced to leave home to earn a living. As for the plan to take in displaced refugees, it remained under deliberation. Julian and his advisors hesitated, weighing the challenges of integrating refugees with the villagers' potential resistance. Even more concerning was the unpredictable nature of the refugees themselves. If the majority of wildlings were akin to bandits, then a significant portion of refugees could easily be compared to vagrants and petty criminals. The nature of these refugees is not entirely innocent. Among every 10 refugees, perhaps half are truly homeless individuals, while the other half consists of fugitives, spies for bandit gangs, and ambitious thieves. For safety reasons, Julian has always exercised caution, prioritizing the recruitment of local freemen into Riverbend. Nevertheless, some daring merchants still venture here by fishing boats, bringing goods to trade furs and herbs with Riverbend. Scattered along the 60-mile journey from the western watchtower to Ethanport are a few long-established villages. Those near the Anzino River even have docks for fishing boats to moor. However, areas beyond the western watchtower fall outside the patrol range of Lord Freylov's forces, and only a handful of merchants and fishermen are brave enough to cross the 30-mile wilderness to reach Riverbend. In the quiet hours of the night, Freya, traveling far away, would often communicate with Leo through telepathy. Her voice would echo faintly and distantly in his mind. "Leo, Leo, I'm here," he responded. "Tell Little Mouse I miss her," Freya said. Leo turned to the little girl beside him, nicknamed Little Mouse, and said, "Little Mouse, Freya says she misses you." Little Mouse leaned closer to Leo's forehead, trying to hear something. But when she couldn't, she said disappointedly, "I miss her too." Leo relayed the message. "Freya, Little Mouse misses you too. Tell Olivia I miss her as well," Freya added. "She's asleep in the next room," Leo replied. "Then have her sleep with you tomorrow. And make sure she bakes barley cakes for me every day and keeps them under your bed. That way, I'll have plenty to eat when I come back." "All right, sure," Leo said, resigned. "I've decided. Tonight, I'll sneak back while the teacher isn't paying attention and eat some cakes," Freya declared. "Have you considered that your teacher might be able to hear everything we're saying?" Leo asked. "What? Oh no. Leo, help," Freya cried, panicked. The next night, after Julian had gone to sleep, Olivia quietly slipped into Leo's room. She climbed into his bed and teased, "So, was it really Freya who asked me to come? Or was this your idea?" Earlier that day, Olivia had shared this story with her friends, which elicited a mix of scolding and envy. Even a married elder sister and the widow Agatha had secretly shared forbidden knowledge with her. Leo defended himself, saying, "It really was Freya who wanted to talk to you." "Then where is she?" Olivia asked. "She might have fallen asleep," Leo replied. Olivia straddled Leo, her hands brushing over his chest. To ease the tension, she asked, "Where's Little Mouse?" A timid voice came from under the bed. "I'm here." Startled, Olivia quickly covered herself and, while pinching Leo's waist, laughed and said to Little Mouse, "How about you sleep in another room tonight?" Reluctantly, Little Mouse crawled out and lingered at the doorway for a long time, hoping someone would call her back. But when no one did, she finally left. As dawn broke and a faint light filled the sky, Julian woke up. As he walked through the corridor, he happened to see Olivia stepping out of Leo's room, her head down as she adjusted her clothes. Instantly, Julian's anger flared, his eyes turning red with rage. He was about to storm in to give Leo a lesson when he turned his head toward his daughter's room. To his surprise, Leo was lying there, sound asleep, holding Little Mouse in his arms. "Did I mix up the rooms?" Julian rubbed his eyes, muttering to himself, wondering if age was catching up with him. Before he could make sense of it, he straightened his face and shouted, "You lazy brat, still in bed at this hour? Get up and stop loafing around." Little Mouse was startled awake and scrambled to put on her clothes. Leo, however, lazily turned over and drawled, "All right, then tell me what time is it exactly?" Julian was momentarily at a loss for words. There were no churches or clocks in the Riverbend. Everyone simply woke up with the natural rhythm of the day. Just as he was about to roll up his sleeves and teach this insolent young man a lesson, Olivia swiftly grabbed his arm and intervened. "Father, aren't you heading to the Great Waterfall today? I've prepared everything you need. Come with me to get it." Indeed, Julian had plans to visit the wildling tribe's elder, Zolwyn, to present a return gift for their recent visit. With Bobek's influence still lingering and no conflicts yet brewing between the two settlements, Wullian knew he needed to act quickly to maintain this fragile relationship. After all, no one wanted disputes over a single tree or a hunted animal to escalate into a full-blown clash between the villages. As the head of Riverbend, Wullian understood that building a good rapport with the wildling elder could simplify many matters in the future. Prioritizing the bigger picture, Wullian let go of his grievances with Leo, left the main house with Olivia, and, along with 2 militia members, loaded up the gifts onto a mule and set off toward the great waterfall. No sooner had Wullian departed than the village girls swarmed around Olivia, peppering her with questions about the previous night. Petite and delicate, Olivia stammered for a while before her cheeks flushed red, and she finally said, "It hurt too much. Leo said I'm too young and should wait another 2 years." Her words left everyone in shock. The widow Demigod, in particular, expressed her discontent, exclaiming, 16 is too young? Others are mothers by this age." Her eyes darted mischievously as she added, "Or does he prefer older women? What about 20? The other village girls glanced at Agata with disdain written on their faces, though their hearts brimmed with envy. The truth was, both Olivia and Leo had been too restless to sleep the previous night. Lying side by side, they ended up sharing many life stories and experiences. Later, worried about Little Mouse, Leo went to check on her in Olivia's room. Sure enough, he found Little Mouse curled up alone under the blanket, trembling and drenched in cold sweat. The moment she saw Leo, she clung to his arm as if he were her lifeline. After such a restless and exhausting night, it wasn't until the sun was high in the sky that Leo finally got out of bed. In the livestock pen behind the large house, Leo was leisurely riding a horse when Ivan, a militia member, came running in a hurry. "Leo, Captain, there's a father in the village," Ivan shouted, gasping for breath. Leo looked down at Ivan with a trace of mockery in his eyes. Noticing the captain's gaze, Ivan nervously added, "He claims he's a father. He wants to speak with our Lord. How dare he? Come with me to meet him." Leo raised his riding crop but did not dismount. Ivan had no choice but to cautiously lead the horse out of the pen. The onlookers tensed up at the sight. Memories of Leo's last solo horseback ride were still fresh. He had been thrown off the horse, and the usually docile mount had caused chaos in the camp, leaving everyone in disarray. The horse trotted into the center of the village, and it was only then that Leo realized what Ivan had meant by father. The visitor was a short, stout middle-aged man, standing less than 5 feet tall, dressed in a white robe embroidered with golden floral patterns. A golden cross on his chest gleamed brightly in the sunlight, adding an air of sanctity to the diminutive clergyman. Behind him stood 2 armed escorts, clad in finely crafted chainmail tunics and polished plate shoulder armor. They wore iron gauntlets and visored steel helmets. Such luxurious attire was a rare sight in this remote village. Had the locals not been devout followers of the ancestor god of war, they might have already fallen to their knees in reverence. Thanks to his long conversations with Bobek, Leo had gained some understanding of the world's religions. Looking down from his horse, he asked, "Are you a priest of the Church of the Holy Light?" This question only deepened Ivan's confusion. After all, in the northern dialect, the words for, priest, and father were one and the same. For villagers who only knew the ancestor faith, such wordplay was beyond comprehension. "Indeed," replied the short, stout priest in white, his tone laced with slight displeasure. "I am Father Lawrence of the Church of the Holy Light. Where is your lord? I need to speak with him." The scene was almost comical. Leo, astride a tall northern horse, towering over Father Lawrence, who looked almost like a dwarf in comparison. The stark contrast in height only seemed to make the priest more reluctant to engage with the impudent young man. Leo dismounted swiftly, flashing a confident smile. "Our Lord is absent. I am in charge of everything here." "And you are?" Father Lawrence asked, casting a sidelong glance at him. "I am the captain of the local militia, magistrate, sheriff, tax collector, the Lord's personal guard, and his son-in-law Leo Mondo," Leo declared without hesitation, listing his titles in rapid succession. Ivan was left dumbfounded by the many unfamiliar titles, his eyes wide with astonishment. Father Lawrence's demeanor shifted as well. He extended his hand willingly. "Young Mr. Mondo, I am Father Turs Lawrence of the Church of the Holy Light, stationed in Isenport. You may call me Father Lawrence." "Revered Father Lawrence, to what do we owe the honor of your visit to our humble land?" Leo asked politely. "The Lord of Holy Light commands me to spread his gospel. Where his radiance shines, there must be his church," Father Lawrence said with a faint smile, a sacred aura slowly emanating from him. "Has the holy light reached this place already?" Leo asked, his tone tinged with mild surprise. Lawrence raised his hand, pointing toward the sun in the sky. A profound expression appeared on his face as he spoke slowly in the imperial high tongue. "This is the embodiment of the holy light, carrying out the Lord's authority. Like me, it spreads his gospel." The imperial high tongue, akin to the ancient classical Chinese, was the official written language of Orlantis. Without the flexible thinking from his past life and the lessons he had learned from Olivia and the little mouse, Leo might have struggled to comprehend it. Standing nearby, Ivan already wore a puzzled expression, barely understanding. To him, Father Lawrence seemed shrouded in an awe-inspiring aura, exuding an air of sophistication, grandeur, and mysterious elegance. Leo recalled his earlier discussions with Bobuk about religious beliefs. The ancestor worship of the North, the shamanism of the beastmen, and the druidism of the elves all shared a common thread as polytheistic faiths, characterized by their inclusivity. They could easily accommodate other gods and doctrines. However, this inclusiveness became a fatal flaw when faced with the expansion of monotheistic religions. The ancestor worship of the North was a prime example, disorganized and lacking systematic theology. While Northerners didn't mind adding a powerful deity to their pantheon, they were reluctant to share their ancestors with others. Their pragmatic approach, believing in what might be true rather than dismissing it outright, led them to venerate ancestral spirits, the wild demigods of elven druids, and the elemental spirits of orc shamans. When the faith of the southern god of holy light arrived, they were happy to believe in it as well, but they would never actively promote their beliefs like missionaries. With his modern perspective, Leo easily grasped Bobuk's explanation, earning the latter's appreciation. Armed with this knowledge, Father Lawrence's words now seemed somewhat hollow to him. So, you're saying you want to build a holy light church here in Rivermouth? Leo asked with a faint smile. Exactly, Father Lawrence nodded with satisfaction. I came here from Ethanport, guided by my lord, to construct a church and spread his gospel. But don't you already have a church in Ethanport? Why come to Rivermouth? Leo pressed. Father Lawrence hesitated briefly before explaining, the priest at Ethanport's church isn't me. It's Father March. The Lord has decreed that the church I oversee shall be built here. Then you're not a father. You're a brother, Leo said flatly. In the imperial language, the word for priest and father was the same, while monk and brother shared another term. According to the rules of the Church of Holy Light, for a monk to become a priest and establish their own church, they had to pass an evaluation by the bishop of their diocese and obtain official documentation. However, throughout the rural areas of the Orlantis Empire, uncertified small churches were still widespread. Most knightly lords were unaware of the formal requirements and were easily persuaded. Besides, many southern knightly lords were already believers in the Holy Light and welcomed churches to their lands. In fact, some noble families had their eldest sons inherit their estates while their second sons inherited churches, allowing them to collect taxes from both and strengthen their rule. But this was the North. This was Leo's territory. My Holy Light brother, if you wish to become a father, please present your documentation. Brother Lawrence stood frozen in place, utterly taken aback by the young lord's unexpected reaction. Could this young man have just returned from studying at the Holy Cathedral in the imperial capital? He seemed to know more about church affairs than Lawrence himself, a seasoned clergyman. Instinctively, Lawrence recalled his visits to other villages. Back then, a simple tour around the village with 2 attendants was enough to make the villagers fall to their knees in prayer without him even uttering a word. Unfortunately, those places were so impoverished that there was nothing to gain. This newly developed land, however, was a completely different story. Construction sites were bustling with activity, and villagers moved to and fro, busy with their tasks. The Lord's manor in the distance, almost resembling a small castle, was a clear testament to the area's wealth. As per his usual strategy, Lawrence figured that if the Lord agreed, he could begin fundraising under the guise of building a church. If the donations were generous, it would indicate this place was worth investing in. If not, absconding with the funds wouldn't be a bad fallback. After all, a church's annual income could rival that of a lord, and devout patrons could even provide additional alms. At worst, selling the church to another cleric would still yield a profit. The guidance of our Lord cannot be wrong. Once the church is built, the official documents will naturally follow. Lawrence pressed on, unwilling to give up. Well, it's not impossible, Leo suddenly said, his tone shifting. He crossed his arms, deep in thought, as he surveyed the surroundings. Finally, he pointed to a spot in the distance. Build it there. Lawrence's heart leaped with joy. That plot of land was less than 100 meters from the Lord's manor, right in the center of the village. The location couldn't be more ideal. But then Leo continued, his tone sharp. However, there are 2 conditions. First, you'll fund the construction entirely out of your own pocket. Second, the church must honor not only the god of holy light but also Tyr, the god of war of the north. Absurd. A church cannot honor 2 deities, let alone. Lawrence's voice rose in anger. Let alone what? Leo interrupted, his hand resting on the hilt of his sword, his gaze suddenly piercing. And nothing. Lawrence stammered, his mind snapping back to clarity. He had been about to declare the god of holy light as the one true deity, but stopped himself just in time, remembering he was in the north. Years ago, During the unification of the Eastern continent, the Emperor of the Orlantis Empire and the Pope of the Holy Light Church had personally traveled to the northern holy city of Anserth. There, they signed a treaty with the High King of the North. The most crucial clause of that agreement was that the High King would relinquish his title to become a Grand Duke and join the Empire. In return, the Empire recognized Tyr as a true deity and granted the North unparalleled autonomy. Of course, such profound religious knowledge is known only to a select few. Over the past centuries, the high priests of the god of holy light have often portrayed Tyr, the northern war deity, as either an incarnation or an archangel under the god of holy light. Sometimes they even avoided mentioning him altogether, but they never denounced him as heretical in the same way they did with other deities. Brother Lawrence instantly understood the deeper meaning behind Leo's cold gaze. From both a religious and pragmatic perspective, the two of them were equally aware of the underlying truths. With just a few words that only an insider would grasp, Leo had conveyed his stance. Realizing there was no longer a need for pretense, Brother Lawrence's expression darkened as he snarled, "Without the protection of the god of holy light, darkness will consume everything, including your little river bay. Think carefully." With that, he turned and walked away. Leo watched his retreating figure and coldly responded, "The god of holy light never said that." This remark caused Brother Lawrence to pause briefly, but he soon resumed his stride and left. Nearby, Ivan, who had been listening in confusion, finally grasped a bit of the situation and grumbled in dissatisfaction. "What nonsense is this? Building a house, and he wants everyone to call him father? Even Uncle Julian isn't this overbearing." Leo ignored his complaint and instead gave a stern warning. "Don't let your guard down during this period. Increase training and patrols. If anything unusual happens, sound the horn or bang the gong. Don't be afraid of false alarms. Treat it as a drill. Understood?" "Yes." As one of Leo's trusted men, Ivan immediately dropped his joking demeanor, nodded solemnly, and went off to relay the orders. Leo continued to stare in the direction where Brother Lawrence had disappeared, a trace of unease rising in his heart. As a modern-day man who had traveled to this world, his wariness of a medieval monotheistic church was not unfounded. Still, he hoped this would turn out to be nothing more than a false alarm. With the main construction projects in the River Bay nearing completion, more laborers were freed up to focus on military training. Every morning and evening, Leo led the militia in running laps along the riverbank, building their endurance while also driving away nearby wildlife. Lone wolves, leopards, brown bears, and even magical beasts lurking in the woods gradually withdrew from the area, deterred by the sight of dozens of fully armed men patrolling daily without fail. The crossbows confiscated from the boar men, while second only to the longbows of the wild folk hunters in power, were crudely made and unreliable beyond 50 meters. Leo saw them as better than nothing and didn't expect his militia to rival the wild folk hunters in skill. However, in small-scale skirmishes in the wilderness, even a few volleys of arrows during an enemy charge could make a difference. In addition to the crossbows, every militiaman was equipped with a heavy round wooden shield an inch thick, an iron single-handed sword, and 2 short spears. The tactics were straightforward. Use the crossbows for long-range suppression, throw the spears at close range, and form a shield wall for melee combat with the swords. Slings, though not particularly effective in battle, were not discarded. They remained a standard survival tool carried by every villager, often worn as a belt. During downtime, villagers practiced with them for fun. Even the children in the village had become adept at using slings to hunt birds, and one particularly talented boy, nicknamed Little Mouse, had become exceptionally skilled with it. Brother Lawrence had just left when Phaecia, the kobold, arrived at the camp. She was accompanied by several burly kobold guards, each sporting a distinctive rooster comb hairstyle. They were clad in fur armor, wielding small round shields, short spears, and crossbows resembling a miniature version of the Riverbend militia. This iconic hairstyle traced back to Freya. Back when Freya and Little Mouse were struggling to solve the problem of keeping her cowlick in place, it was Phaecia who suggested using pine resin as a fixative. Short-limbed Freya not only styled her hair into a rooster comb but also brushed the black fur along her spine into rows of sharp spikes, making her look like a miniature saber-toothed dinosaur. This unique look quickly became a trend among the kobold tribes, who revered strength above all else. Since the kobold parenting plan was uncovered by Leo last time, Phaecia had rarely appeared in Riverbend. Even the kobold mining teams had grown lax in their duties. This left Leo concerned that the Kobold Valley might have changed hands after all. These wild creatures were always one heavy blow away from resolving disputes. If it weren't for Julian being too busy, Leo would have already led a team to investigate the situation in the valley. The iron mines in the Kobold Valley were the lifeblood of Riverbend's economy, and if anything went wrong, Leo wouldn't hesitate to lead the militia to intervene by force. When Phaecia strutted in with her tail held high, Leo finally let out a sigh of relief. Phaecia marched up to him and announced proudly, "I, Phaecia the Brilliant, King of the Kobolds." Leo shot her a sideways glance. "Are you looking for a beating?" Phaecia, hands on her hips, proudly explained her great achievements in simple terms. It turned out that during her absence, she had led a well-equipped force on a trek of over 10 miles to attack another kobold tribe. With her imitation iron slingstones, throwing spears, and crossbows, her troops launched devastating ranged attacks. Despite their numerical advantage, the enemy was forced to retreat step by step. When Phaecia's troops formed a shield wall, preparing to reenact the Riverbend militia's battle tactics, the opposing leader surrendered immediately. The victory was as effortless as riot police dispersing a disorganized mob. For kobolds, who inherently revered strength, submission to a stronger force was the most natural thing in the world. Their simplistic way of thinking made surrender, completely free of psychological burden, follow the strong, and that's that. Phaecia's father and the previous kobold chieftain had both fallen to Leo's fangs, yet she showed no sign of holding a grudge. This made Leo realize that the survival rules of the kobolds were far harsher than he had imagined. Some kobold tribes on the brink of extinction would even willingly sacrifice their elderly and weak to ogres or wargs in exchange for a slim chance of survival. Human adventurers often mistook kobold tribes raising ogres as a sign of strength, unaware that these kobolds were merely lambs awaiting slaughter. Although Leo had little interest in the skirmishes between two elementary-level factions, Phaecia's eagerness to expand caught his attention. The Kobold Valley had only recently been conquered, yet she was already planning to attack other tribes. This ambition stemmed not only from Phaecia's cunning, but also reflected the growing strength of her tribe and the support of her people. In this wild land, any tribe with even a hint of power had to expand or risk becoming prey to others. Moreover, with the orc invasion, the entire Dire Wolf Plains had plunged into chaos. As Leo had told Elder Zolvan, this was a life-and-death reshuffling of power. Phaecia's expedition brought back over 100 new members to the valley, with the number of warriors surpassing the original tribes. This made Leo realize it was time to discuss the resettlement of refugees with Urian. Not every kobold tribe was fortunate enough to have a friendly human neighbor like theirs. Most had to coexist with savage tribes like gnolls or boarfolk, or face the direct threat of magical beasts. Every winter, even tribes sitting on gold mines often faced starvation and death. Early spring was especially brutal, as countless weaker groups were mercilessly eliminated. Leo wasn't overly concerned about the population growth of Phaecia's tribe. The Kobold Valley and Rivermouth were close enough that every movement was easily monitored. With Phaecia's intelligence, she should understand the importance of maintaining trade relations with Rivermouth. Even if she lost her leadership, any new chieftain who dared act rashly would provide Rivermouth with an opportunity to train its forces. Still, Leo knew he needed to accelerate Rivermouth's development, as it was impossible to predict when the clever Phaecia might attempt another expansion. Surprisingly, Phaecia's visit wasn't just to flaunt her victories. She also proposed a joint military operation. With exaggerated gestures, she described ogres, very big, as big as Freya. Leo couldn't help but chuckle, impressed by the kobold's courage. Defeating the boarfolk and succeeding in her recent expedition had clearly boosted Phaecia's confidence. Ogres are to the west, very close, big threat, Phaecia said, carefully examining Urian's tattered map before pointing to a specific spot. Leo fell into thought. The location was not far from the Kobold Valley and Rivermouth, forming a near-perfect triangle between the three. Comparatively, the Kobold Valley was more hidden in the northwestern mountains, while Rivermouth, though slightly farther, was more exposed and easier to locate. Upon learning there were only 2 ogres, Leo felt somewhat relieved. That's manageable. I'll prepare first, then we can take them down together. Good. Neighbor. Ally. Phaecia wagged her tail excitedly, delighted by the promise. Although Leo agreed to Fraser's request, he was well aware of the dangers of rashly going to war. An adult ogre, standing nearly 3 meters tall and weighing over 600 pounds, could easily overpower an ordinary human warrior, reducing them to helpless children in comparison. Even an awakened extraordinary warrior had to give their all to defeat an ogre fighter. Despite the Riverbend militia's recent training, combat experience, and upgraded equipment, half of them now meeting the standards of Imperial regular infantry, they were still insufficient when facing ogres. Moreover, Brother Lawrence's warnings still lingered in Leo's mind. Always cautious of otherworldly beings, Leo chose to hold back, waiting for Urian's return before making a decision. The retaliation came swiftly. The next morning, just as Leo finished his morning exercises and tending to the horses, preparing to head to the archery range beside the manor, a sharp horn blast pierced the dawn. It was an alert from the watchtower that Urian had built. The tower sentry had spotted the approaching enemy in time. However, this time, the invaders were not weak kobolds, but a group of well-trained horse raiders. The horn had barely sounded when over 40 horse raiders burst out from the woods on the far side of the canal. Clad in tattered fur armor and wearing wide-brimmed felt hats, they rode swiftly over the 2-meter-wide waterway, letting out blood-curdling cries as they charged straight toward the Riverbend territory. Leo instantly sprang into action, grabbing his shield and shouting sharply at Little Mouse, who was frozen in place. Get inside the manor. These marauders from the western frontier were notoriously troublesome. Skilled riders, they moved like the wind, making them nearly impossible to eliminate. Whether it was farming villages or nomadic tribes, neither could effectively counter them. Farming villages, led by night lords with only a handful of warhorses, were unable to catch or outshoot the raiders, leaving them stuck on the defensive. Nomadic tribes, while boasting many skilled mounted archers, were too scattered to effectively respond to sudden raids. Only the fishing and hunting tribes deep in the mountains were unafraid of horse raiders, as the rugged terrain hindered the raiders' mounts, and the hunters' longbows could rival them in combat. The riverbend territory quickly mobilized in response to the alarm. Ivan blew the horn at his waist, and the northern settlers rushed toward the camp, seeking refuge in the Lord's manor. Olivia stood on the wooden ladder at the manor's entrance, directing order and urging villagers still carrying supplies like grain and leather to retreat quickly. Meanwhile, militiamen who had been building houses dropped their tools and grabbed nearby weapons, gathering around Leo. This was precisely Leo's foresight. Aside from those on patrol, all other militiamen worked within the camp, keeping their weapons close at hand to ensure they could respond to any sudden crisis. The River Bend project was nearing completion. With the help of Freya, the incredibly strong groundhog, the construction progress had been expedited by at least a month. At this moment, the main force of the militia was building houses in the village, while the reserves were constructing a riverbank on the northern peninsula's shore. The rest continued to clear and cultivate the land. Suddenly, the silhouettes of bandits on horseback appeared near the canal. Moving swiftly, they closed in on the village in less than 2 minutes. The bandits shouted loudly as they raised their short bows, firing arrows at the hastily assembled militia. At this point, less than half of the militia had taken their positions. Those who arrived first were busy loading their crossbows and returning fire at the bandits. Leo raised his longbow and let loose 3 arrows in quick succession, expertly shooting a bandit off his horse. Raise your shields. Shields up, Leo shouted, stopping the militia from continuing to reload. The Borman's crossbows were inaccurate and slow to reload, making it suicidal to keep exchanging fire at such close range with the approaching bandits. The bandits had already reached the village entrance. Several militia members who hadn't managed to raise their shields were struck by arrows, groaning in pain. Fortunately, the bandits' short bows lacked power, and the arrows caused only shallow wounds after piercing the thick fur armor. The bandits scattered into the village, abandoning their bows and drawing curved blades and spears to attack the militia. The piles of construction timber and unfinished houses in the village hampered the bandits' Hitandran tactics. Seeing more militia rushing in from all directions, the seasoned bandits quickly decided to launch an aggressive assault before the militia could fully organize, aiming to create chaos, inflict casualties, and crush their morale. One bandit, laughing maniacally, charged on horseback toward an unformed militia member, swinging his curved blade in a sweeping motion. However, the militia member did not dodge. Instead, he decisively raised his oak shield. This specially crafted double-layered round shield, with a soft pinewood outer layer and a hard oak core, was an inch thick and completely absorbed the bandit's deadly strike. As the bandit prepared to turn his horse around, a sharp short spear whistled through the air and pierced his chest with precision. Blood gushed out, and the bandit died instantly. Immediately after, over 20 militia members, now in formation, hurled their short spears in unison. The bandits on horseback charged toward the militia's formation, their curved blades poised to strike. Just as they were about to land their blows, more than 20 short spears rained down like a deadly storm. The sharp spearheads, propelled by immense force, instantly struck down 7 or 8 of the leading riders. Their fur armor proved utterly useless, as the spears pierced clean through wherever they hit. One spear even drove through the neck of a horse, its momentum unbroken as it impaled the rider's abdomen. The bandit, who had thought himself safe from the spears, now writhed in agony as the spearhead twisted and churned with each jolt of the dying horse. When the beast finally collapsed with a thunderous crash, the bandit's entrails spilled messily onto the ground. Only a few sharp-witted bandits managed to rein in their horses and veer around the militia's flanks, crouching low to avoid the deadly assault. Leo observed the scene with a satisfied nod. Just a month ago, these very militiamen had faltered when bandits came within 10 meters. Some had retreated like frightened villagers, causing the shield formation to break apart. Others had hidden behind their shields like cowed turtles. Even those who managed to throw their spears often missed their marks due to fear. But after several real battles, especially their encounters with the kobolds, these men had transformed. Now, the militia could stand firm and unflinching against the bandits' charge. The veteran fighters among them remained utterly composed, ignoring the enemy's war cries and flashing blades, waiting for the perfect moment to strike with lethal precision. The devastating losses from the first wave of attack made the remaining bandits wary of the militia. Most avoided the group entirely, though a few daring riders attempted to break through the shield wall. However, Their curved blades were methodically blocked by the calm and disciplined militiamen. Realizing this was an opponent too tough to handle, the bandits quickly abandoned their attempts to engage and instead turned their attention to the Lord's manor. Their goal was not to fight a prolonged battle but to sow chaos and destruction, their true objectives being plunder and slaughter. As the bandits surged toward the manor, Leo immediately issued an order: break the line formation and advance. Maintain your positions and stay disciplined. A few eager militiamen, tempted to give chase, restrained themselves at his command and returned to the ranks. More and more militia members formed into two lines, shields raised as they pressed forward in pursuit of the bandits heading for the manor. Just as the bandits prepared to cut down isolated villagers near the manor, a sudden flurry of bowstrings twanged from all directions. Countless crossbow bolts streaked through the air, fired from surrounding rooftops, the manor's second-story windows, and its rooftop. The bolts struck the bandits and their horses with lethal accuracy, turning them into human and equine pincushions. This was the work of 50 militia reservists, wielding crossbows seized from the boarmen in previous battles, now launching a devastating counterattack. Appointed as a reserve instructor by Leo for his outstanding performance, the militiaman Weichi stood on the second-floor balcony corridor of the Lord's manor, leading over 10 crossbowmen. They held their crossbows steady, aiming at the approaching bandits, with arrows slicing through the air. A shabby village like this, where did so many militiamen come from? The bandit leader cursed angrily. He quickly glanced at the advancing militia shield formation behind him, then fixed his gaze on the half-open doors of the Lord's manor. Charge in and kill them, he barked furiously. Before the attack, he had indeed sent scouts to investigate the situation in Hebei. However, his scouts had coincidentally missed the large-scale drills of the Hebei militia and reserves. As a result, he underestimated the number of militia and failed to anticipate the villagers being so well armed, especially with such a significant number of crossbows. Watching the calm and composed militiamen, the bandit leader even began to suspect that he had stumbled upon the regular army of some warlord or fallen into a carefully planned trap to eliminate bandits. Even so, he was unwilling to abandon the mission easily. If they could break into the manor, seize control of the entrance, and take the elderly and weak inside as hostages, the situation could be turned in their favor. One of the bandits acted immediately. He dismounted and rushed up the wooden staircase in just a few strides, attempting to wedge the door open before it closed. But just as he reached the top, a small figure suddenly darted out from inside. Before the bandit could react, a powerful uppercut smashed into his jaw. The blow came from Hebei's kobold blacksmith. Years of forging had made his upper body exceptionally muscular, with arms thicker than his legs, and his soot-covered fur barely concealed his knotted muscles. The bandit, struck by this devastating punch, had his jaw shattered and was sent flying over a meter backward, landing heavily on the ground. Seeing this, another bandit leapt off his horse, landing on the wooden platform in front of the door. But what awaited him was an even more terrifying sight. 8 pairs of crimson eyes gleamed in the dim interior as similarly built kobold blacksmiths charged out, tackling him to the ground. The ensuing carnage of blood and flesh struck terror into the hearts of the other bandits. Some bandits attempted to provide support, only to be taken down by the precise crossbow shots of the reserve militiamen. Many didn't even make it to the wooden platform before collapsing on the open ground. Witnessing the mounting casualties, the bandit leader circled on horseback in front of the manor, shooting down 3 crossbowmen in quick succession. Frustrated and unwilling, he finally placed his fingers in his mouth and let out a sharp whistle. The remaining bandits responded immediately, scrambling onto their horses and fleeing in panic toward the outskirts of the village. The battle was over. The bandits on horseback retreated like a tide, their swift horses carrying them beyond reach. A few militia reservists, armed with crossbows, took a few steps in pursuit, but could only watch helplessly as the enemies disappeared from sight. Leo stood in front of the Lord's manor, his face as grim as iron. This attack had completely exceeded his expectations. If it had been ordinary bandits, the sentry's warnings would have allowed the militia to form ranks in time, and the villagers could have taken shelter in the manor. But the bandits' mobility had utterly disrupted his plans. By the time the first alarm sounded, the bandits were already at the village entrance. The ground was littered with the bodies of 18 bandits, but it was the losses on his side that truly pained Leo. One well-trained militiaman and 7 or 8 villagers who hadn't had time to take cover had lost their lives forever. Those isolated villagers hadn't even had time to react before the bandits' curved blades, carried by momentum, swept through them. Wherever the blades struck, the wounds were fatal. Another 7 or 8 militiamen and crossbowmen had been injured in the exchange of fire and were now receiving treatment. Leo silently thanked his luck that the bandits had attacked from the southwest. If they had come from the northern farmlands, where villagers were working in open terrain, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Around him, the militia were cheering their victory, but Leo couldn't share their sentiment. To him, this was no victory at all. Every villager lost was a permanent blow to their strength, and the fallen militiaman had been someone he had personally selected and trained. A bandit with an arrow lodged in his chest was dragged before Leo by the militia. The man was coughing up blood, his eyes pleading, though he could no longer speak. Leo waved his hand dismissively. Kill him, strip him, and nail all the corpses along the edge of the canal. Mounting his horse, Leo issued rapid orders. All able-bodied militiamen, follow me. Bring a day's worth of rations. Ivan, you lead the group and follow my markers. Vicky, you stay here with the reservists and hold the camp until Yulian returns. He spurred his horse, chasing in the direction the bandits had fled. This time, he had to strike decisively and cripple them. Otherwise, they would surely return. Besides, the timing was too suspicious. Lawrence had left just yesterday, and the bandits attacked today. This was no coincidence. To solve the problem, he needed to address the root cause. The bandits weren't special forces. They couldn't march through the night and still retain their combat effectiveness. Considering the limited speed of travel in the wilderness, their camp must be nearby. Riding on horseback, Leo followed the trail, occasionally dismounting to search for footprints or climbing the tall treetops with agility to survey the surroundings. His hunter's instincts and keen intuition worked in perfect harmony, enabling him to detect even the subtlest traces. After tracking for over 20 miles, a dilapidated watchtower finally came into view. This watchtower was a small fortification capable of housing 50 soldiers, a common sight in the Northern Territories. Its history stretched back hundreds of years to the time when the Atlantis Empire repelled the Beastmen, ushering in an era of great expansion in the north. Clans south of the Anzino River migrated northward, establishing outposts across the land. However, the political upheavals brought by reform eventually rendered these military strongholds abandoned ruins. The watchtower before him was in a state of severe disrepair. Crumbling stones, a rotting drawbridge, and vines growing unchecked. Beneath the tower, in a sheltered area, a few animal hide tents were scattered around. A pot and skewers over a campfire emitted wisps of smoke. On the tower's upper levels, a few bandits armed with short bows patrolled idly. Leo tethered his horse to a nearby tree and cautiously crept to the base of the watchtower. Peering through a large crack in the wall, he saw the bandit leader seated cross-legged on a felt blanket by the fire. Opposite him sat Brother Lawrence, who looked far from the typical clergyman. Dressed as a merchant, Lawrence was accompanied by 2 armed bodyguards. Father, it's time we discussed payment, the bandit leader said with a threatening tone. The riverside village is nothing like you described. 20 gold coins wouldn't even cover the compensation for my fallen brothers. By the light above, Lawrence sneered. A band of outlaws talking to me about compensation? Did you pick up that term while serving under Tarnberg? Brother Lawrence, this isn't ice import. The light's protection doesn't reach you here, the bandit leader said darkly. Lawrence's tone softened. We've worked together many times. What would I gain by deceiving you? You've seen that manor yourself. Could any ordinary lord build something that grand? There's bound to be a fortune hidden inside. A village that can sustain 300 people surely has enough to support your small group. But the place is swarming with militia, all armed with crossbows. My men can't take it with our current numbers. That's your problem. If you're short on manpower, collaborate with someone else. Harold in the south has dozens of men. If you're interested, I can introduce you. Who would have thought a priest had such an extensive network? The bandit leader sneered. After observing for a while, Leo quietly retreated and sat down to rest near his horse. Before long, a militia scout appeared. Spotting Leo, the scout immediately blew a whistle to raise the alarm. Moments later, Ivan arrived with the militia in tow. Leo glanced at the militia behind Ivan and asked in a low voice, "How many people do we have?" "Including me, 40, Ivan replied, then added, "A few of the injured wanted to come too, but I didn't let them." "You did the right thing. 40 is more than enough." Leo patted him on the shoulder and immediately called over several key members. Pointing to the distinct outline of the blockhouse in the distance, he began laying out the battle plan. "Eugen, take 10 men and move through the forest on the left. Hide behind the boulder and fire as soon as anyone comes out." He turned to another. "Moros, take 5 men and guard the right side. Once the fight starts, keep an eye on the horses. Don't let the enemy get near them." Finally, he addressed the rest. "The rest of you stay with Ivan and wait at the designated spot. The moment I give the signal, charge in and block the gate." After finishing the instructions, Leo still seemed uneasy. He sternly added, "The bandits may only have just over 20 men, but they're all skilled fighters. Use the crossbows to focus your fire. No one fights unknown, and don't pursue them if they flee. Let a few escape if needed. Stick to the training. Understood?" The smaller leaders hesitated briefly, their faces betraying a struggle. To them, taking on 20-some bandits seemed simple enough with a frontal assault, especially with the burning desire for revenge driving them. But they ultimately nodded in agreement. Leo didn't concern himself with their thoughts any further and signaled for the deployment to begin. Once the group dispersed, he moved back toward the blockhouse on his own, stealthily approaching the stone wall. Waiting for the sentry to move away, he gripped the cracks in the wall with both hands and climbed up swiftly like a gecko. At the top of the wall, a muscular bandit was idly fiddling with a short bow. This blockhouse, abandoned for nearly 300 years, was over 10 miles away from the World Tree Highway and swallowed by the surrounding forest. The chance of encountering an enemy attack in such remote wilderness seemed slim. The sentry's main task was to guard against wild animals disturbing the horses, and any early warning would make it easy to drive them away. The bandit's mind wandered to their disastrous raid on the river. 18 comrades lost, and not a single horse stolen. It was the worst failure of his 5 years as a bandit. As he mulled over whether to seize the opportunity to challenge for leadership, an unexpected sound behind him caught his attention. Before he could react, a strong hand clamped tightly over his mouth and nose. A sharp steel sword sliced across his throat with such force that it nearly severed half his neck. Blood gushed out like a fountain, spilling down the wall. Leo released his grip, letting the body fall, and with a few quick strides, he leapt off the wall. His steel sword raised high, he struck downward at another bandit. The second bandit turned at the sound, just in time to see a figure descending upon him. The long sword cutting through the air with a chilling whoosh, aimed directly at his head. On the narrow wall, there was nowhere to dodge. Instinctively, he raised his short bow to block, but the effort was futile. Due to their height and strength, the people of the northern regions commonly wield standardized steel swords that weigh up to 3 kilograms. These swords feature elongated hilts and blades, and are referred to by Southerners as bastard swords or hand-and-a-half swords. While Southerners need both hands to wield such weapons, the burly men of the North can swing them effortlessly with one hand. In Leo's hand, a steel sword with a thick spine and wide blade, measuring 1.2 meters in length, descended through the air with unstoppable force. In a flash of cold steel, the short bow, leather bracer, and entire head of a bandit were cleaved in two. If not for the bandit instinctively leaning back while raising his bow to block, his entire body might have been split in half. Amid the spray of blood, Leo's movements were fluid and efficient as he sheathed his sword and grabbed a bow, shooting down another bandit on the third stone wall in an instant. It was only then that the bandits realized they were under attack. They shouted warnings while hastily readying their bows to retaliate. Having dispatched the sentries, Leo quickly took cover behind the battlements and blew a sharp whistle. 4 or 5 arrows whistled through the air toward him. One grazed over his head, while the others struck the stone wall, their iron tips sparking against the weathered surface before clattering to the ground. Outside the tower, Ivan roared and led over 20 militia in a charge. The tower's design restricted the attackers' paths while also sealing off any retreat for the defenders. The bandit leader and brother Lawrence had claimed the only intact room within the tower, forcing the rest of the bandits to set up tents outside. The cramped inner courtyard, further obstructed by collapsed stone walls, could only accommodate a dozen or so tents, leaving the remaining bandits to camp in a sheltered area behind the tower. At this moment, the bandits in the courtyard were scrambling to defend themselves while keeping an eye on Leo's deadly bow above. Meanwhile, bandits from the rear camp rushed toward the commotion, but before they could reach the main gate, a volley of crossbow bolts suddenly struck from the side, instantly felling 4 of them. It was Eugen and 10 militia, lying in wait behind boulders, launching an ambush. Against unprepared targets, this coordinated strike was as precise as a drill. Seeing that only 5 enemies remained, Eugen abandoned Leo's instructions, dropped his crossbow, drew his single-handed sword, and charged forward with a shout of, "Kill them all." However, instead of retreating, the remaining bandits bared their teeth with wild, beast-like howls and charged back with curved blades raised. At the front of the tower, Ivan, supported by Leo's precise sniping, had successfully captured the gate. 7 militia formed a shield wall with their round shields, blocking incoming arrows from within the tower, while the crossbowmen in the rear engaged the bandits in a ranged duel. Though the bandits fired rapidly, their unprotected shots were ineffective against the shield wall, while the militia's crossbows, when they hit, incapacitated their targets immediately. As their comrades fell one after another, the surviving bandits retreated into the main structure of the tower, using its thick stone walls as cover. The militia advanced steadily, firing as they moved, and soon secured the open courtyard, pinning the remaining enemies inside the tower. From above, Leo shot 3 more bandits before the rest retreated into blind spots, at which point he leapt down from the wall to join Ivan's group. Just then, a commanding voice echoed from within the tower. It was Brother Lawrence, shouting with authority, "Everyone, stand down!" The sounds of battle had ceased, leaving the militia and the bandits locked in a tense standoff on either side of the narrow entrance corridor of the watchtower. This corridor, barely wide enough for 2 people to walk side by side, stretched 5 or 6 meters from the stone fortress's entrance to the main hall. Small shooting windows were carved into the stone walls on either side, connecting to adjoining rooms that had been designed as defensive structures to repel enemies. Now, Most of these rooms had collapsed, and the remaining bandits had gathered in the main hall. After the fierce fight, only 5 bandits were left, including their leader, along with Brother Lawrence and his 2 armed attendants. Brother Lawrence, who had been hiding in the main hall, now emerged wearing a white robe adorned with golden patterns. He held a sacred tome in his hand and stood at the opposite end of the corridor, exuding a faint golden glow. His posture was solemn and commanding. "I am a follower of the holy light, your spiritual father," he proclaimed loudly. "Those who believe in me, I shall forgive your souls. Those who do not, shall face the judgment of the holy light." His dramatic declaration was met with silence. This reaction baffled Brother Lawrence. He believed that fear of the holy light should far surpass the fear of death. Surely, they should be falling to their knees, begging for mercy. Then it dawned on him. This was the northern frontier, a land untouched by the faith of the holy light. Realizing this, he resolved to reveal his true power. Brother Lawrence began to chant obscure and arcane prayers in a low voice. As the incantation continued, the golden glow around him rapidly faded. The surrounding light seemed to be drawn away, plunging the main hall into a dim, oppressive darkness where even faces became indistinct. Shadow word, mind flay. With a sudden cry, Leo was hit with a wave of searing pain. It felt as though an axe had cleaved through his skull, threatening to tear his very soul apart. At this critical moment, a gentle spiritual force emerged from the depths of his consciousness. It was like a cool breeze brushing against his face, instantly dispelling the burning agony and leaving only a soothing sense of calm. "Master Bobuk, I love you," Leo exclaimed joyfully in his mind. "You're welcome," replied the Grand Druid Bobuk with a warm tone. Leo, I love you too," came Freya's childlike voice from afar. What Leo had thought was merely a soul link for communication had unexpectedly proven capable of dispelling curses from a distance. The low-level curse was effortlessly nullified by Bobuk's immense spiritual power. To an outside observer, Leo had merely furrowed his brow briefly before his expression softened into a gentle smile. Brother Lawrence stared in disbelief at the scene unfolding before him. His curse, which he had wielded with such confidence, had been rendered utterly insignificant, a mere joke. To make matters worse, his opponent had the audacity to respond with a faintly mocking smile. Even an awakened extraordinary being should have lost their combat abilities under Brother Lawrence's dark speech curse. Yet, the young man before him stood there completely unharmed. This defied everything Brother Lawrence knew. By all accounts, the youth should be kneeling in agony by now, and the militia should have been so terrified that they surrendered on the spot. The bandit leader shot a disdainful glance at Brother Lawrence, who was still reeling in disbelief. As someone utterly ignorant of magic, the leader dismissed this so-called clergyman as nothing more than a fraud. Shoving Lawrence aside, he strode forward and, with a thick Western accent, shouted at Leo, You're the one who slaughtered my men. Come on, let's settle this unknown." In single combat under the Awakening, he had always been invincible. Even his predecessor as leader had fallen to him. However, his challenge was met with an unexpected response. Leo, unable to understand the leader's peculiar accent, simply took the crossbow handed to him by Ivan, aimed without hesitation, and pulled the trigger. The bolt sank deep into the bandit leader's chest. He stared in disbelief at his wound, clutching his bleeding chest with one hand, while tremblingly pointing at Leo with the other. You. Before he could finish, he collapsed with a loud thud. "What kind of fool dares to shout at me? Even kobolds aren't that bold." Leo sneered coldly at the corpse on the ground. He then turned to the remaining bandits and barked, "Drop your weapons and surrender. Lay down your arms and I won't kill you." Seeing hesitation on the faces of the remaining bandits, Brother Lawrence quickly took charge, yelling, "Don't listen to his nonsense. Hold the corridor, they can't get through." 2 armed retainers immediately raised their wide shields, blocking the passageway and effortlessly deflecting the militia's crossbow bolts. Leo had no intention of risking his militia members' lives in a direct assault. "Burn them out," he commanded. Half of his militia continued to hold the blockade, while the rest began gathering firewood. The main hall was small, with only a few rooms and no other exits. Using fire to flush them out was the perfect strategy. At that moment, Eugen arrived with the ambushed troops from the perimeter, but their condition was concerning. Of the 11 men, nearly all were injured. One had a massive tear in the fur armor on his back. Though the wound was bandaged, his face was pale, and he could barely stand. It turned out that Eugen, seeing only 5 enemies left, had recklessly launched an attack. However, these veteran bandits, with years of combat experience, far outmatched the militia. In the ensuing close-quarters fight, the bandits moved like slippery eels, rendering the militia's short swords ineffective. Fortunately, the militia's training paid off. They instinctively maintained their formation and used their shield wall to coordinate their defense. This allowed them to ultimately prevail, though at a heavy cost. Leo cast a cold glance at Eugen. "I'll deal with you later." As the pile of firewood, tents, and felt mats in the corridor was set ablaze, thick smoke began to billow. Trapped inside, Brother Lawrence finally panicked and screamed at the top of his lungs, "Charge out! Break through and fight them to the death!" The remainder of the battle turned into a one-sided slaughter. The bandits, disoriented and panicked, stumbled out from the burning corridor, their eyes stinging from the thick smoke, blindly swinging their weapons. Their fur armor became their fatal weakness. Years of accumulated grease and unwashed grime turned into instant fuel. Many were engulfed in flames before they even made it out, their agonized screams echoing as they became human torches. The militia stationed at the exit had the upper hand. Each time a bandit staggered out, they were swiftly knocked to the ground and dispatched with a clean thrust of a sword. Only 2 heavily armed retainers posed any real challenge to the militia. These retainers, equipped with the strength and skill of Imperial heavy infantry, were encased in sturdy iron armor, part of what had emboldened Brother Lawrence to venture so boldly into the wilderness. One of the retainers demonstrated the discipline of an elite soldier. As soon as he emerged, he rolled to the ground, using his shield to deflect the incoming rain of blades, countering with an upward slash. However, even a heavily armored warrior struggled against the relentless assault of 5 or 6 militia members. When 2 short swords thrust toward his waist, his chainmail and reinforced leather underarmor deflected the blades, but this left him unable to counter. Seizing the opportunity, the militia switched tactics, pinning him from both sides with their shields. Immobilized, the elite soldier was eventually brought down when the militia found a gap in his armor and struck a vital spot with precision. The last to emerge was Brother Lawrence, in a pitiful state. His once pristine white robe was now scorched and stained, his hair and beard still smoldering. Worse yet, the hem of his robe had caught fire, with flames crawling upward along the fabric. The usually composed and dignified monk was reduced to rolling on the ground, desperately trying to extinguish the fire. When he finally managed to put out the flames, he sat on the ground, surrounded by corpses and encircled by the militia. His face was a mask of despair. "You are desecrating the holy light. This is heresy. The holy light will punish you all," he screamed hoarsely. Leo stepped forward, crouching in front of him, and said coldly, "Brother, the holy light never said that." He then stood, raising his voice to declare, "Tewars Lawrence, monk of the Holy Light Church, guilty of fraud, collusion with bandits, and attacking the Riverbend frontier settlement, resulting in the deaths of numerous settlers. His crimes are unforgivable. I, Leo Mondo, in the name of the Sheriff of Rivertown, sentence you to hanging." As soon as Leo's voice fell, 2 militia members sprang into action. Swiftly, they pulled out a rope, ignoring Lawrence's frantic struggles, and firmly secured the noose around his neck. In no time, Lawrence was hoisted high above the gate of the tower, his legs kicking helplessly in the air until the last trace of life left his body. Once Leo confirmed that Lawrence was dead, he turned to Ivan. "Clear the battlefield and gather anything valuable." "Understood." Ivan responded enthusiastically and immediately rallied the others to collect the spoils. An hour later, the group, now laden with loot, was ready to depart. Leo sat atop his horse, while the militia led 24 swift horses, each loaded with confiscated supplies. Although these swift horses were capable of carrying loads, they fell short of the standards for true warhorses. In the Empire, warhorses were categorized into 2 types: light warhorses, which could carry a 300-pound light cavalryman and their gear for short charges, and heavy warhorses, which could bear up to 500 pounds, suitable for heavy cavalry combat. This batch of swift horses, however, clearly didn't meet those standards. The Western Plains were renowned for producing light warhorses, and the nomadic cavalry of the region boasted some of the finest light cavalry units in the Empire. Many of the horse thieves who infiltrated the northern and southern territories were criminals and deserters from the west. Interestingly, although the northern region was known for producing heavy warhorses, it lacked heavy cavalry. The reason was that northerners were generally tall and sturdy, with elite soldiers often standing over 6 feet tall and weighing more than 200 pounds. When fully armored, their total weight easily exceeded 600 pounds, far too much for ordinary heavy warhorses to bear. The rare and exceptional warhorses capable of such feats were far beyond the means of most landholding knights. In contrast, the people of the southern region had a more moderate build, with cavalrymen generally ranging between 5 feet 3 inches and 5 feet 11 inches in height. Coupled with the South's advanced armor forging techniques, which reduced the weight of steel armor by a third without compromising its defensive capabilities, their fully equipped weight was just around 500 pounds, ideal for northern heavy warhorses. Moreover, the southern nobility were wealthy enough to afford these expensive steeds. Among their spoils this time, aside from the horses, the majority consisted of food, cloth, and other daily necessities, along with the horse thieves' tents, fur armor, and sleeping blankets. The Rivertown militia even scavenged barbecue racks and rusty iron pots. The most valuable finds were dozens of imperial gold and silver coins and 2 sets of mercenaries' full iron armor, including leatherback chainmail shirts, steel pauldrons, visored steel helmets, and iron gauntlets. For Rivertown, which lacked iron armor, these were a rare and significant acquisition enough to fully outfit Julian, the frontier knight, and Leo, his squire. Riding on his horse, Leo casually flipped through a confiscated religious text, grinning as he mentally calculated their gains. Suddenly, Ivan, leading the horses, spoke up thoughtfully. Do you think the horse thief leader might have been challenging you to a duel earlier? Leo paused, recalling the thief's Western accent, and then exclaimed in realization, Ah, what a shame. I missed the chance for a proper fight. The two shook their heads in regret as they continued on their journey. As the group passed by the canal, Leo's eyes fell upon 18 bandit corpses. The bodies had been nailed onto wooden frames in cruciform shapes by the militia, lined up in a grim row. Stripped of their clothing, their wounds were gruesomely exposed to the open air, with some even disemboweled. The corpses, pale and gray from blood loss, were devoid of any semblance of life. As the adrenaline from the battle began to fade, the modern part of Leo's consciousness stirred uneasily. The grotesque scene reminded him of horrific imagery from American horror films, and a wave of nausea hit him. This is barbaric. It's too cruel, he shouted, quickly striding away. Behind him, the militia exchanged uncertain glances. One of them hesitantly asked Ivan, Should we take the bodies down and bury them? Ivan gave him a sharp look and snapped, Not our problem. If you've got that much free time, why don't you dig your own grave first? The remark left the questioning militiaman speechless. Upon returning to the riverbend, Leo saw 9 villagers' bodies neatly laid out in the open space in front of the Lord's manor. Survivors stood silently nearby, mourning their loss, while Olivia and Rusev busied themselves comforting the families of the deceased. To Leo's surprise, the villagers were remarkably composed, even showing a hint of relief. Only a few young women and children sobbed softly. The scene stirred fragments of Leo's memories life in the northern villages, where death was a constant companion, whether from bandit raids or harsh winters. Especially after the orc invasions, each attack claimed dozens of lives, ultimately forcing the villagers to migrate under Yulian's leadership. By comparison, losing only 9 lives in this confrontation with a large band of horse thieves seemed almost miraculous. A few burly kobold blacksmiths lounged idly on the manor's wooden platform, yawning at the humans' mourning rituals. To these simple creatures, death was an ordinary occurrence. When one of their own died, they wouldn't even bother with burial, simply tossing the body into the wilderness. The fact that they refrained from eating their deceased companions was considered a sign of relative civilization. As Leo led his team back, Olivia hurried over with the little mouse in tow. She instinctively pulled out a cloth, intending to wipe away the dried blood on Leo's body while carefully checking for injuries. The bandit's blood had soaked him completely, with the fur-lined collar of his leather armor stiffened into clumps, leaving him looking quite disheveled. This wasn't an unusual sight after every hunt or battle. Leo was always at the forefront, often returning with injuries. It was precisely because of this that Olivia's medical skills had far surpassed those of other villagers. Seeing the concern in the 2 girls' eyes, Leo grinned. Don't worry, it's all bandit blood. I didn't even get a scratch. As he made his way toward the manor, he couldn't resist boasting. Just a bunch of horse thieves, weaklings. None of them could take even one move from me. I took them down one by one, like slicing through butter. The little mouse followed behind, her face full of admiration. Olivia ignored the stares of those around her and started nagging like a little wife. Dad has already told you, you're the militia captain now. You should be commanding from the rear, not always charging to the front. Leo, last time you almost got yourself killed by a kobold bite, and it seems you haven't learned a thing. She stomped her foot angrily as she spoke, rolled up her sleeves, and pounded her fists on Leo's back. Are you trying to make me die of worry? Leo, unwilling to back down, mimicked the formal Empire accent taught by a little mouse, dodging as he said, How dare you? A mere commoner woman dares to be so rude to me. With that, he tossed aside his weapon and shield, dove under Olivia's legs, and hoisted her up entirely. Put me down. Olivia struggled, both embarrassed and flustered. The crowd around them burst into laughter and cheers, but Leo paid no mind. With his head covered in bumps from her fists, he carried Olivia around the camp like a lion surveying its territory. By nightfall, Julian finally returned from the wildling tribe. For wildling hunters escorted his group to the riverside canal of Rivermouth before ensuring their safe passage and departing. Such treatment was something even Leo and Freya hadn't experienced during their first encounter with the wildlings. Back then, despite Leo's genuine efforts to show goodwill, Elder Zulvan had remained outwardly polite, but inwardly cautious and aloof. Now, through consistent displays of goodwill, adherence to rules, and respectful coexistence, Rivermouth had finally earned the trust and reciprocation of the wildlings. Leo recounted the events of the past 2 days to Julian in detail, from the arrival of Brother Lawrence to his eventual hanging at the abandoned watchtower. Julian nodded repeatedly, saying, "Well done. That's exactly how you deal with those damn missionaries. Do they even have ancestors?" Ever since Rivermouth began attracting a transient population, various opportunists had set their sights on the newly developed territory. At first, it was just merchants selling fake holy relics. Goose feathers passed off as angel feathers for 30 silver coins, wooden sticks masquerading as a bishop's staff for 2 gold coins, and sheep's blood sold as holy blood for 10 gold coins. But the poor in Rivermouth couldn't even afford copper coins, and some didn't even recognize imperial currency. Besides, the place didn't even have a church. And when faced with Leo, a master of counter-scamming, those merchants either went bankrupt from his reverse schemes or fled in existential despair. However, Brother Lawrence was the first official church representative to appear. Concerned, Leo asked, "Aren't you afraid of church retaliation? A spellcasting brother is dead. They'll definitely investigate, won't they?" Julian, however, seemed utterly unconcerned. "Kid, this is the North. Tyr rules here. What does the light have to say about it?" Julian pondered for a moment before suddenly saying, "But faith is indeed an issue. When someone in the village dies, their family doesn't even have a proper place to mourn." Leo immediately nodded in agreement. "Then let's build a small chapel and start by worshipping Tyr. Since we're honoring the war god Tyr, we might as well include Odalov, Freylov, Lavard, and Basaka too." As the discussion between the two began to escalate, Valerie, the chief craftsman, anxiously rubbed his hands together. "This isn't right, is it? The floorboards in the main hall haven't even been finished, and half the village is still living in tents." But Julian dismissed him with a decisive wave. "It's perfect. You handle it. Every village, no matter how small, must have a temple. We need to honor our ancestors first and not let those dubious things corrupt people's hearts." In the northern lands, the concept of faith was remarkably straightforward. Whether it was a chapel or a temple, known or unknown deities, people would stop to pay their respects. Even oddly shaped trees, peculiar boulders, or towering mountains often became objects of worship. In contrast, the Holy Light Church, with its systematic and comprehensive theology, held far greater appeal than the chaotic and superstitious beliefs of the region. Without a temple to solidify ancestral faith, villagers lacking spiritual guidance could easily fall victim to external influences and exploitation. The figures Julian mentioned, Dodalov, and the others were all children of the war god Tyr in northern mythology. Originally, Odalo and Freyla were the names of 2 tribal leaders. During the late tribal era in the northern lands, they rose to power alongside other tribes, ushering in the age of the northern kings. Eventually, the Odalo tribe triumphed, becoming the supreme royal family of the north, and Odalo was venerated as the eldest son of Tyr. Over time, the name evolved into Odalov, becoming the surname of the supreme royal lineage. Other royal families followed similar patterns. For instance, Freyla became the Freylov Count family, and Sia transformed into the Isharov Count family. As for Lavard and Basaka, they were the ancestors of Laos village and the wild tribes, respectively. The naming traditions in the northern lands were quite unique. People usually referred to each other by their first names, adding surnames only in cases of duplicate names, when meeting strangers, or during formal occasions. In small, impoverished villages with limited literacy, the same few old names were recycled repeatedly. Much like every Chinese village seems to have someone named Wei, every northern village inevitably had an Ivan. As the saying goes, if you have a name, you're Ivan. If you don't, you're a fool. Leo's friend, Little Ivan, had the diminutive little attached to his name because his father was also named Ivan, as was his grandfather. If he encountered another Ivan from a neighboring village, he would give his full name. "I am Ivan Ivanov," meaning Ivan, son of Ivan. If the other person was also named Ivan Ivanov, he would add his clan name, Ivan Ivanov Lavard, indicating he was a descendant of the Lavard clan. Sometimes, the name would further include the grandfather's name, with each generation's name layered like a nesting doll, going on endlessly. In the northern territories, the full names of nobles are often long and elaborate, sometimes extending to 100 words. They weave the names of every illustrious ancestor into their full titles, a testament to the glory of their lineage. In this region, reciting a noble's full name in its entirety is considered the highest form of respect, symbolizing your recognition of their family's epic legacy. In contrast, smaller families like the Ravade and Basaka clans, with less distinguished ancestors, seldom enjoy such grand traditions. However, constructing a temple dedicated to the war god Tyr and their forebears serves multiple purposes, solidifying their rule, gaining the people's loyalty, and marking their entry into the ranks of nobility. This temple not only functions as a place of worship, but also serves as an ancestral Shrinya privilege traditionally reserved for the noble class. Urian had a plan in mind. Once Leo inherited the title of Pioneer Knight and had children of his own, He could stand before the temple's ancestral altar and declare, "This is my son, so and so Leo Urien Revade." As for including the Basaka family in the temple's worship, Urien's intent was clear. When the riverbend prospered in the future, the local people would naturally come to the temple to honor their ancestors, fostering a sense of belonging. In addition to preparing for the construction of the ancestral temple, Leo organized a special commendation ceremony for the kobold blacksmiths. Before a roaring bonfire, he solemnly announced to all the villagers of Riverbend that, in recognition of the kobold blacksmiths' bravery in defending the village, they were being awarded the title of Kobold Champions, a rank higher than Kobold Warriors. Each kobold blacksmith was given a leather blacksmith's apron and a hammer engraved with the words, "Champion's Hammer." What seemed like a somewhat childish gesture to Yin and others turned out to be met with great enthusiasm by the kobolds. As they received their awards, the kobold blacksmiths stood tall and proud, tongues lolling and tails wagging with joy, resembling children delighted by earning gold stars. The kobold pups in the crowd barked excitedly, their eyes full of admiration and longing. Old man Rusev, puffing on his pipe, sighed repeatedly, "You just can't figure out the minds of kobolds." "Leo's got a knack for it, though." The crowd nodded in agreement. This ceremony seemed to breathe new life into the kobold blacksmiths. Previously, they had only come to Riverbend to forge weapons under Phezus orders. Their compensation consisted of room, board, and 2 sacks of grain per month which, of course, went to Pheeza. They spent their days hiding in the forge, rarely interacting with the villagers except for human blacksmiths like Valerie. Some kobold blacksmiths even remained wary of humans, unwilling to share their skills and fearing they might be slaughtered. Despite Phezus' repeated assurances that humans would not harm kobolds, their suspicions persisted. But from that day forward, the kobold blacksmiths began to engage with the villagers of Riverbend proactively. They even felt confident enough to scold lazy apprentice blacksmiths. It was during this time that their extraordinary talents became apparent. Kobold blacksmiths could determine the quality of ironwork simply by smell. The kobold blacksmiths' abilities were undergoing subtle changes. In the past, if you asked them to forge iron spearheads or pickaxe heads, they would complete the task meticulously without doing anything extra. But now, they had begun to critique the work of human apprentices. One day, a kobold blacksmith noticed an iron tool made by a human apprentice and started barking loudly, "This won't do. Keep hammering, you idiot." Valerie picked up the pickaxe and scrutinized it carefully, but couldn't find any obvious flaws. The kobold blacksmith snatched the pickaxe and slammed it against the anvil. With a sharp crack, sparks flew, and the tip of the pickaxe broke off. With this quality, it wouldn't last a few days, not for mining, not even for breaking ground. Other kobold blacksmiths gathered around, sniffing the tool and echoing in unison, "The smell is off. Too brittle. Needs tempering. Keep hammering." The smithy was suddenly filled with a chorus of barks. Sensing the gravity of the situation, Valerie quickly called in Yulian and Leo. The 3 of them stood dumbfounded as they watched the kobold blacksmiths weave through piles of iron tools, easily picking out those that looked fine on the surface but were structurally flawed. On one occasion, a seemingly perfect iron spearhead sparked a debate. 2 kobold blacksmiths sniffed it closely. Suddenly, one of them grabbed the spearhead and twisted it. The iron immediately bent into a hook shape. "Too soft. Overhammered," they exclaimed in unison. "Are you seriously judging the quality of iron tools just by smell?" Leo asked incredulously. After much gesturing and animated explanations, they finally understood why Phaecia had managed to train so many kobold blacksmiths in such a short time. To outsiders, forging might seem like it only requires brute force, but to turn raw iron into functional tools or weapons demands highly specialized skills. From material selection and heating to forging, shaping, polishing, quenching, and tempering, every step requires precision. Human apprentices often take a year to master a single step, and even for marginal disciples like Valerie, years of swinging a hammer under a master's guidance might not guarantee hands-on experience. Kobolds, however, leveraged their extraordinary sense of smell to accurately determine the state of the iron. A single sniff could reveal whether it needed to be remelted, whether it was too brittle or too soft, and what adjustments were required. They only needed to learn the basic process, and after forging a dozen similar tools, they could fully grasp the craft. In contrast, human apprentices had to rely on years of practice to develop such intuition, something the kobolds found utterly baffling. When Phaecia arrived at the River Bay, Leo immediately reported this discovery to her, while also questioning why she hadn't mentioned this remarkable trait earlier. Pheeza smirked mischievously while feigning an exaggerated look of surprise. "What? Humans can't do that? Humans are so clumsy, woof, woof, woof." She launched into an enthusiastic explanation of the kobolds' almost magical sensory abilities. Their night vision allowed them to track rats in pitch-dark mines and spot wild animals from hundreds of meters away under the moonlight. Their acute hearing could pick up the sound of a nearby rat's breath and even decipher the subtle messages in the distant howls of a wolf pack. Most astonishingly, They could sense others' emotional shifts by listening to their heartbeat and breathing. This was why Leo's lies or truths could never escape Fiza's keen perception. But what truly left people in awe was their sense of smell. Beyond the basics of detecting the distance of predators, avoiding danger, and finding food, trained kobolds could sniff out minerals, herbs, and even diagnose diseases. Veteran kobold blacksmiths could analyze the composition of metal tools using only their noses. As he listened to these descriptions, Leo couldn't help but think of the search and rescue dog videos he'd seen in his previous life, dogs using their sharp sense of smell to locate bombs, drugs, and even cancer. He finally understood how the relatively small and seemingly weak kobold race managed to survive so tenaciously in the wilderness. While Fiza continued to boast gleefully, Leo's gaze drifted to the group of seemingly clumsy kobold pups near Olivia. These little ones, carefully cared for by Olivia, displayed astonishing growth rates. Within just over a month, they had grown from a few pounds to dozens. Besides the food provided by the camp, they foraged for roots and insects on their own and occasionally joined the mice in maintaining the pond, opportunistically catching fish and shrimp. The older pups, nearly a meter tall, had already shed their baby fur for sleek golden coats. Under Olivia's meticulous care, they were fed regular, high-quality meals and had developed clean habits. Compared to their scruffy counterparts in the valley, they were practically the aristocracy of kobolds. However, after spending so much time with the mice, they had adopted a quiet demeanor, circling Olivia all day and focusing solely on eating and drinking, giving them a somewhat dopey appearance. Watching this scene, a faint, meaningful smile crept across Leo's face. "I've taken care of you all for so long, it's time for you to start earning your keep." Noticing Leo approaching with a peculiar grin, Olivia seemed to instantly grasp his intentions. She quickly scooped up 7 or 8 of the smallest kobold pups and shielded the others like a mother hen protecting her brood. "What are you planning to do?" "These are my pups." Olivia looked clumsy as she held a bundle of kobold pups in her arms, nowhere near as agile as Leo. With a swift, predator-like movement, Leo darted past the mother hen, guarding her brood, and grabbed the hind leg of the largest kobold pup. The little creature was surprisingly heavy, weighing at least 50 pounds, almost as much as a small rodent. Leo was well-versed in the growth characteristics of kobolds. This species matured rapidly, reaching full adulthood in just 3 years, with an average adult height of around 1.2 meters. At that stage, their growth pattern shifted. Instead of growing taller, they began to grow broader, their bodies becoming sturdier. In the wilderness, kobold pups often suffered from malnutrition. Newly matured kobolds were as thin as bamboo poles, resembling golden retrievers standing upright. However, once they reached adulthood and gained access to more food, they quickly bulked up, transforming from golden retriever kobolds into muscle-bound pit bull kobolds. Well-fed kobolds could even grow an additional 20 to 30 centimeters in height and triple their original weight. Take the kobold blacksmith in Riverbend, for instance. With 2 hearty meals a day and the daily labor of forging, his physique was far superior to his peers. His arms were thicker than a human's calves. The tribe's leader was even more imposing, often the largest due to monopolizing the meat supply. Fiza's father, the previous chieftain, was said to have a build comparable to that of a gnoll. The kobold pup in Leo's hand, barely over a year old, had already reached the size of an adult kobold thanks to Riverbend's abundant food supply. Seeing such a large creature hiding behind Olivia's skirt and pretending to be pitiful was truly contemptible. "What are you doing?" Olivia called out worriedly. It wasn't until Leo explained his intentions that she relaxed and released the whimpering kobold pups in her arms, turning her attention to soothing the rest. She had genuinely feared that Leo might impulsively decide to slaughter one of the pups for a taste, something he was entirely capable of doing. Holding the boss of the group, Leo forcefully divided the kobold pups into 2 groups. Ignoring the timid ones cowering behind Olivia's skirt, he addressed the 15 he had selected and commanded, "Follow me." The little ones, more fearful of Leo than their own parents, obediently followed him to the riverbank near Riverbend. This area served as the militia's training ground, equipped with targets, wooden swords, shields, and spears. The militia had already dispersed for the day, leaving behind a dozen human youths still practicing. In the region from the Northlands to Riverbend, villages often saw casualties among their able-bodied men, resulting in a higher proportion of women and children. Aside from the young ones under Olivia's care, there were many boys aged 10 to 15. In the north, this age group was no longer considered part of childhood. They were expected to work like adults, and some fatherless boys had even become the primary breadwinners of their families. With Riverbend's construction projects nearing completion and the pace of development slowing, Leo had incorporated these boys into the reserves, involving them in militia training. As someone who had been a student athlete in his previous life, Leo deeply understood the importance of nutrition and exercise during adolescence. Compared to adult militiamen, these teenagers undoubtedly had greater potential. Leo understood that even with rigorous training, the militiamen could eventually become regular infantry of the Empire, but less than 1/10 of them would ever advance to the ranks of heavy-armored elites. It wasn't due to a lack of effort. Rather, it was because they hadn't undergone specialized training from a young age. For ordinary people, adapting to battle while carrying nearly 100 pounds of weapons and armor was an almost impossible feat. Upon arriving at the training camp, Leo gathered everyone together, his eyes resting on a particularly composed boy. This boy, named Nois, was not yet 15, but his exceptional skills and mature demeanor had earned him the responsibility of leading the training for the youth squad. From now on, you are the 3rd Squadron of the Rivertown Militia, Leo announced. Nois, you are promoted to captain of the 3rd Squadron. These 15 kobold pups will also join your squad for training. Understood, Nois replied, though his tone carried clear hesitation as he glanced at the group of dazed kobold pups. The human youths around him began whispering to each other. Although the villagers had increasingly frequent interactions with the kobolds, they still struggled to treat this race as equals. The village children often bullied the kobold pups, and if it weren't for Olivia's careful care, the pups might have met misfortune long ago. Furthermore, some villagers had lost loved ones to kobold attacks, making it even harder for them to accept these creatures. Their tolerance of the kobold's presence was less about coexistence and more about putting up with Leo's eccentricities. This troublesome man had done more outrageous things than the rest of the village combined. If he decided to bring back a bear as a pet, what choice did they have but to endure it? Noticing the teenagers' casual and dismissive attitudes, Leo barked sharply, I don't care what you think in your hearts. Keep it to yourselves and strictly follow the militia's rules. Anyone who disobeys orders can forget about ever joining the militia. The sharp command silenced the group immediately. Joining the militia was every Rivertown youth's dream. It not only granted them an acre of tax-free land in advance, but also ensured priority access to food supplies and extra rations. Most importantly, the latest weapons and armor were always distributed to the militia first. Although serving on the front lines meant facing life-threatening dangers, these spirited youths found this life far more appealing. They would rather fight to protect their families than hide in the rear and wait for death. Nois, Leo said, pulling the young captain aside for instructions. You're in charge of training these kobolds. Teach them everything: slings, javelins, crossbows, sword, and shield. Treat everyone equally, and if anyone causes trouble, discipline them. I have big plans for these kobolds. Nois nodded firmly. Understood. As Leo's personally trained protege, Nois was even more dependable than his mentor. The kobold's training didn't stop at the basics. Alongside foundational physical conditioning, Leo also planned exercises for their sense of smell, hearing, and later, scouting and tracking. However, given the current limitations, he could only proceed step by step. The kobold's small stature and lack of strength were indeed disadvantages, placing them among the weakest in the wilderness. Even an ordinary brown bear could send a kobold hunting party fleeing in panic. At their peak, they could barely match the level of gnoll warriors and were no match for boarman hunters. But Leo valued their unique talents. If humans and other races ultimately relied on trained hunting dogs for reconnaissance, weren't these kobolds, with their naturally keen sense of smell, born to be scouts? They were practically the perfect fusion of man and dog. A group of well-trained kobolds patrolled the riverbend territory, their keen sense of smell and sharp hearing making them excellent sentinels and scouts. Beyond their defensive duties, these kobolds were also trained to gather herbs and search for minerals. In this magical world, rare minerals and herbs often emitted a captivating glow and held immense magical power, making them invaluable resources. Although the riverbend territory had only recently established itself, it had already begun to attract adventurers eager to explore the surrounding areas. Leo divided the militia into 3 companies. The first company, the main combat force, received the highest benefits but was always prepared to sacrifice their lives. The second company served as the reserve force, taking on half the training duties and replenishing losses in the first company. The third company consisted of riverbend youths and newly recruited kobolds. The presence of the first 2 companies gave the riverbend territory a military strength surpassing that of most knightly domains. Compared to the northern militias, which had to provide their own weapons, and the southern regions, which relied solely on private armies and peasant soldiers, Riverbend's military system was far more professional. In the south, wars between nobles often turned into absurd spectacles: knights clad in ornate plate armor charging into peasant armies armed with pitchforks, as if engaging in some cruel game. After arranging the kobold's duties, Leo returned to the manor and found Fiza and the little mouse sitting on the steps. Despite being the youngest of the 3 fools of Riverbend, Fiza displayed a maturity beyond her years. Even so, her mindset remained similar to that of an ordinary kobold, occasionally showing a childlike side. In contrast, Freya resembled a willful preschooler, while Fiza seemed like a child forced to grow up too soon. At that moment, the little mouse had Brother Lawrence's scripture resting on his lap and was teaching Fiza how to read. Fiza's thirst for knowledge made her an exceptional student, and her learning pace far outstripped that of the village children or even Leo, who considered himself a dullard. Her vocabulary had already surpassed Leo's. However, Leo remained skeptical about the practical value of literacy in the wilderness. Still here? Waiting to snag some dinner? Leo pondered the threat of the ogres. Fisha was clearly waiting for his decision, her tail swaying gently. I've already informed Bjorn to bring 10 wildling hunters to assist, Leo explained. Taking on the ogres by ourselves would be a bit tricky. The crossbows lack penetration, and short spears require close combat. Neither is ideal. In Leo's view, the wildling hunters' longbows were this world's ultimate ranged weapon, akin to a bolt-action rifle from another realm, with lasting power. Without this kind of firepower support, it would mean sacrificing lives, which was far from his style. Hearing that the wildling hunters were coming, Fisha excitedly wagged her tail. The wildling tribe by the Great Waterfall had always been a pillar of support for the Kobold tribe, and she naturally held great respect for these sharpshooters. Goodbye, lovely Hakimi. Fisha hopped down the wooden steps, waving farewell to the little mouse. Goodbye, clever Fisha, the little mouse replied. These nicknames had unique origins. Back when the three of them often gathered, Fisha always referred to herself as Clever Fisha, while Freya insisted on being called Brave Freya. The little mouse, burdened by insecurity, often pestered Leo to give him a nickname, which led to the creation of Lovely Hakimi. As for Leo, he was dubbed Ruthless Halasheo, a name she was too shy to call herself, though she secretly enjoyed being addressed that way. 2 days later, Bjorn arrived at Riverbend with 10 wildling hunters. Since they had joined forces to weaken the Borman tribe, the hunting grounds had indeed expanded, and life had been more comfortable for a while. But Elder Zulvin and Leo's predictions soon came true. After the Borman's territory shrank, the vast unclaimed lands to the north quickly attracted other races. Scouts from at least 3 different groups had already crossed the Borman's territory, leaving traces along the northern bank of the Anzino River. As Elder Zulvin had said, the wilds were never void of threats. Drive away the Borman, and gnolls or minotaurs would inevitably take their place. Even with elite wildling hunters, humanity remained at a disadvantage in the wilderness. But Leo's judgment was also spot on. As the beastfolk launched larger invasions, the wilderness grew increasingly chaotic. Northern wildling tribes were already considering migrating, so the decision of such magnitude affecting their survival underscored how dire the situation had become. In such times, strengthening their forces and seeking allies became the only path forward. This was why Bjorn had agreed to Leo's request without hesitation. Ogres were not commonly seen on Wolf Ridge. These towering creatures, over 2 meters tall, were gluttonous, lazy, and averse to the cold, making them ill-suited to the northern environment. Most of them wandered in from the southern or western territories, rarely breaking through human defenses to form sizable groups. Thus, the occasional sighting of a few was not entirely unexpected. Bjorn had dealt with an ogre before and found them only slightly stronger than a grizzly bear, with intelligence even lower than that of kobolds. Simple bait and traps were enough to kite and kill them. So, when it came to 2 ogres, he seemed more than confident. The ogre's lair was located several miles north of the abandoned watchtower. If Leo hadn't dealt with the bandit gang in advance, the 2 groups would likely have crossed paths near the tower in a violent confrontation. The lair was nestled under a recessed cliff, forming a shallow natural cave. At its deepest point, there was a clear, small pool of water. At the moment, over a dozen massive ogres were sprawled lazily across the stone platform beneath the cliff, basking in the sun. Their heavy snores echoed intermittently. On a hillside about a mile away from the cliff, Leo, Fiza, and Bjorn were carefully observing the situation. Bjorn stared at Leo with a blank expression, his eyes clearly questioning him. Leo, on the other hand, was filled with frustration, had trusted Fiza's intel and only brought 20 militia members to dig traps and act as a diversion. While Fiza had brought 70 to 80 well-armed kobolds, they were no match for these towering creatures, as fragile as kindergartners facing giants. Each adult ogre stood nearly 3 meters tall, weighed over a ton, and wielded wooden clubs as thick as a grown man's waist. Their rough, thick skin was as tough as rhino hide, capable of deflecting most arrows and bolts. Just one ogre charging into a crowd could cause a bloody massacre. This is what you meant by 2 ogres? Leo asked, barely suppressing his anger. Fiza earnestly counted on her fingers before cheerfully replying. Exactly. 15 of them. 2. She excitedly pointed at the group of monsters. Look, every member of this ogre tribe has 2 heads. Double-head ogres. Though they can't use magic yet. As the faction that contributed the most troops during the Second Tri-Alliance, Fiza was immensely proud of her increased international standing, her tail wagging so vigorously it became a blur. If it weren't for the muscular kobold guards surrounding her, Leo would have loved to give her a good smack. What now? What else? We retreat, Bjorn said irritably. As an experienced hunter who had roamed the wilderness for years, he knew better than Leo how to survive against such overwhelming foes. To deal with an ogre tribe like this, They'd need to gather all the archers from the neighboring wildling tribes again and unleash a dense rain of arrows, leaving no chance for the ogres to retaliate. We'll take another look. Leo, though troubled, was unwilling to give up so easily. Hearing this, Bjorn didn't waste a word and silently vanished into the wilderness with his men. Fiza looked confused. Why are they leaving? What else? Staying here to be ogre food? Leo snapped. You should leave too. We're not fighting. As Fiza reluctantly left, glancing back repeatedly and muttering, if we could handle boar men, why can't we take on 2 ogres? The noise from the hillside seemed to alert the ogres. The dozen or so doublehead ogres abruptly sat up, scanning their surroundings. Then, clumsily but swiftly, they rolled into the nearby underbrush. Those too large to hide covered themselves with pre-prepared shrubs and grass, attempting to camouflage their massive bodies. You have to admit, these ogres are pretty skilled at camouflage. Leo watched closely, and if he hadn't been so vigilant, these massive creatures buried under the grass would have been nearly impossible to spot. The discovery intrigued him, and his courage grew after all. If he was bold enough to tease a snow bear at the age of 15, what harm could come from messing with a few ogres? He cautiously approached the edge of the cliff, carefully gauging the distance between himself and the ogres to ensure a quick escape if needed. Then, raising his voice, he called out, "Is anyone there?" After shouting 3 times, a low, muffled voice answered from nearby, "No one here." "Oh," Leo replied, feigning disappointment. "I thought there were people around. I was going to invite them to dinner." As soon as he finished speaking, the grass suddenly shifted and heaved as several massive figures sat up. One ogre quickly responded, "There are people." "People? Ogres count as people. Do ogres count as people?" Leo asked, pretending to be skeptical. "Don't ogres eat people?" "Ogre is what humans call us," said one of the ogres, nearly 3 meters tall, standing up with a movement that made him look like a walking mountain of flesh. "We are orgii people." Leo mentally compared them to Freya. Though she was equally large, perhaps even heavier, she didn't have these long, over-amateur legs that made standing and crouching so effortless. Combined with her somewhat goofy demeanor, her intimidation factor was nowhere near that of these ogres. Of course, Freya could run at incredible speeds, easily outpacing wild boars. "Oh, so you're the orgii people," Leo continued, "but do you eat humans?" The ogre lowered his head, mumbling in disappointment, "Eat? Eat a little." Seeing this, Leo made a bold decision. "All right, wait here for a bit. I'll go get some food." He quickly returned to the hillside and ordered the militia to load all their rations onto a donkey. Ever since they had confiscated swift horses from the bandits, transportation capacity in Riverbend had greatly improved, and many of the militia had begun learning how to ride. While they weren't yet battle-ready on horseback, they could at least serve as mounted infantry, saving energy and increasing marching speed. However, on the rugged wilderness trails, donkeys proved to have superior off-road capabilities. For this reason, the militia had brought along a few mules to rotate between riding and transporting supplies or injured soldiers. Leading the donkey laden with food back to the ogre's lair, Leo handed the reins to the leader and said with a smile, "Enjoy your meal." "Thank you." The ogres were overjoyed. With one massive hand, the leader snapped the donkey's neck in an instant. Several female ogres immediately stepped forward, tearing the donkey apart with their bare hands. Some pieces were thrown into a large pot, while others were skewered on sticks for roasting. The militia's rations were also dumped into the pot. Watching this relatively civilized cooking process, at least they weren't eating raw. Leo couldn't help but silently mourn for the donkey that had been dismembered in mere moments. While waiting, Leo glanced around at their makeshift dwelling. "Your living conditions aren't great. Isn't it cold at night? Does it leak when it rains?" "Cold. Leaks," the ogres replied in unison. "Well, how about I find you a better place to live? After you finish eating, come with me." The ogres exchanged looks, seemingly unable to believe that a human from the north would be so hospitable. After the ogres devoured their donkey feast, Leo, of course, didn't touch the unwashed meat. Leo led the entire ogre clan to an abandoned watchtower. A few days had passed since the bandit raid, and their corpses had completely disappeared, leaving only the charred remains of the fire and scattered fresh bones. At the center of the gate, a mutilated human head dangled in the wind, still attached to a fragment of its spine. The gruesome and macabre scene filled the ogres with delight. "This style of decoration, we love it." Leo led the ogres into the abandoned watchtower, enthusiastically introducing their new home like a hospitable landlord. Pointing to the open space within the walls, he said, "You can set up a shelter here to live. The rooms inside the tower are small and not suitable for living, but they can be used to store food." As he navigated through the crumbling ruins, he continued, "The tower is actually quite large, but it's in bad shape. If you want to repair it, that's fine, but I suggest leaving it as is to avoid making it worse." Behind him, the ogre leader nodded repeatedly in agreement. This leader was the largest of the 15 two-headed ogres. His two heads were strikingly different. One was robust and powerful, with piercing eyes, while the other was thin and small, looking drowsy with half-closed eyes as if it were dozing off. It was always the stronger head that spoke, grinning widely with satisfaction. He had initially suspected this might be a trap and was ready to swing his massive club at a moment's notice, but to his surprise, the humans of the north were remarkably warm and welcoming. After helping them settle in, Leo reminded them, "Now that you're here, try to avoid raiding others. It's not a good look." The ogre leader scratched his head, looking puzzled. "If we don't raid, what do we eat?" Leo patiently explained, "Everyone around here is a friend of mine. If you raid them and they come to me to complain, who am I supposed to side with? Besides, the local lord's army is no joke. They have hundreds of armored knights. If you plunder today, you'll face a cleanup operation tomorrow. Try hunting to survive, or farming if you have to." A flicker of fear crossed the ogre leader's eyes. Indeed, all wild folk feared the armies of human lords. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been driven into the wilderness. Ogres faced even harsher challenges. Their enormous appetites meant that any given area could only support a small number of their kind, forcing them to split into small tribes and wander until they met a stronger foe and perished. This also explained their expertise in disguise and survival tactics. In reality, the tales of hundreds or thousands of ogres gathering in one place were pure fiction. A single ogre could eat as much as 10 humans, and they were poor at farming. Relying solely on hunting and raiding, they could turn a radius of dozens of miles into a barren wasteland within a year. A large gathering of ogres would inevitably lead to starvation and cannibalism, ultimately driving them to extinction. Thus, despite their individual strength, ogres were a vulnerable race, preying on small wild tribes while avoiding stronger enemies. The ogre leader found Leo's advice convincing and nodded vigorously. "Right. Hide. Hunt. Farm." Moved by Leo's kindness, he placed a massive hand on Leo's shoulder and solemnly declared, "You, friend, cannot eat." "Yes, we're friends." Leo's heart nearly stopped under the pressure of the giant hand that could have crushed him effortlessly. It wasn't until he left the abandoned watchtower that he finally breathed a sigh of relief. On the way back, Ivan kept staring at Leo with a peculiar expression. Finally, he couldn't help but ask, "Leo, can you really be friends with anyone?" Leo shrugged casually, his demeanor relaxed. "Why not?" He went on to explain his reasoning. "These ogres may be lazy and gluttonous, and sure, they might end up eating people. But if we set some rules and they follow them, we can leave them be. If they break the rules, worst case, we just put in the effort to wipe them out." "This area belongs to the kobolds," Leo continued. "I've already had Fiza keep an eye on things. As long as they don't harm people from our river bay, we can negotiate the rest. Besides, dealing with bandits isn't just our responsibility. If a fight breaks out, we can always call on the Southern Night Lords and the Western Outpost garrison to share the burden." Ivan nodded thoughtfully as he mulled over Leo's words. Though he was a year older than Leo, he had become Leo's follower. At first, it was because Leo's strength was second only to Yulian's. Now, it was because Leo had accomplished many reliable things using seemingly unreliable methods, earning Ivan's respect and admiration. Early the next morning, the piercing sound of a horn suddenly rang out from the waterway outpost. Leo quickly climbed to the lookout tower atop the Lord's manor. After surveying the situation beyond the waterway, he called down to the crowd below, "It's fine. It's fine. Stand down. The alarm's over." Even so, Leo still assembled over 20 militia members and headed for the waterway. The ogre leader they had just pacified the day before was there with 2 warriors, confronting a few pale-faced but steadfast militiamen. Though the militia's legs were trembling, they hadn't fled. They stood their ground, holding their swords and shields to prevent the ogres from crossing the waterway. Leo felt a sense of pride at the sight. These militiamen had finally shown some promise. Fully equipped, their combat skills were now comparable to those of the Empire's regular infantry, capable of chasing off 10 peasant soldiers. Of course, they were still no match for ogres. Even the best heavy-armored elites couldn't withstand a single blow from an ogre, let alone regular soldiers. Only warriors who had awakened their powers could stand a chance. The 3 two-headed ogres, however, showed no anger at the militia's resistance. Instead, they waited quietly for Leo to appear. "What brings you here?" Leo asked, stepping past the frozen militia to the edge of the waterway. "Hunting. Success," boomed the ogre leader's thick, deep voice. The thinner head added, "Friend? Gift." One of the ogres then tossed a deer carcass across the waterway. The young antlered deer, though only the size of a donkey, kicked up a cloud of dust as it landed at Leo's feet. These antlered deer were common near the river bay, but they were faster than thoroughbred horses and highly alert. It was a mystery how the ogres had managed to catch one. Leo gladly accepted the gift and turned to Ivan. "Go grab a few sacks of wheat as a return gift." Seeing Leo's delight, The ogre leader grinned as well and turned to leave. As they departed, the two heads continued their conversation. Humans smell so good. Friends, no eating. Sneak one. Eat in secret. This exchange caused the nearby militia to go even paler, each feeling the weight of their precarious fate. Another foreign tribe was turned from foe to friend under Leo's deft diplomacy, but this left the kobold Phaecia quite displeased. Her hunting grounds were suddenly shared with an ogre tribe. Although their hunting targets differed, ogres focused on large prey like grizzly bears, elk, and saber-toothed tiger. Kobolds were not entirely absent from the ogre's menu. What frustrated Phaecia even more was Leo's ever-expanding circle of allies, which seemed to mean she was receiving less and less attention from him. Ogres aren't even people. Phaecia stormed down to the river bend to confront Leo. Their origins, Leo corrected her. They eat kobolds. I've already told Themtheory not allowed to eat kobolds. Fuming, Phaecia spun around and stomped off. Leo had little time to deal with such trivial matters. With Yulian and Rusev off to Isenbor to assess the situation for taking in refugees, Leo and Olivia temporarily took over management of the river bend. Unlike their early days, when survival demanded unity, the newfound stability had given rise to a host of conflicts. Neighborhood disputes where the strong preyed on the weak, petty thugs harassing others, and domestic squabbles like a woman secretly using her savings to buy a feather from a merchant, only to be severely beaten by her husband. The kind-hearted Olivia often found herself at a loss when faced with these household dramas, but Leo's approach was simple and effective. All he needed to do was stand there, hand resting on the hilt of his sword, casting a disdainful glare at the crowd. Most would quickly back down, admit fault, and apologize. Everyone knew that in this feudal manor society, Leo, who had effectively appointed himself sheriff, wielded life-and-death authority second only to the Lord. Crossing him could easily result in a swift and fatal lesson. When it came to dealing with deceitful merchants and swindlers from outside, Leo was even more adept. After publicly hanging the fifth con artist at the river bend docks as a warning, the other merchants quickly abandoned any thoughts of trickery. A week later, Yulian and Rusev returned from Isenbor, bringing with them the first group of refugees, 100 people, mostly able-bodied young men, with a few young women among them. They were settled at a logging site across the Anzino River, facing the river bend from the opposite bank and traveling back and forth via rafts and small boats. As the cleared land around the logging site expanded, the refugees began constructing walls and watchtowers from local materials, forming a small military outpost. This was part of the original plan. While all land in the frontier territory belonged to the Lord, the 300 villagers Yulian had brought with him had effectively transitioned from freemen to serfs. Although Yulian came from a humble background, he carried the air of a northern village chief deep in his bones. Toward the villagers he brought from the north, he adopted an exceptionally open-minded approach. These villagers, most of whom were blood relatives, were not only exempt from the status of serfs, but were also granted tax-free land, allowing them to live far better lives than they had by the banks of the North Ice River. However, the policies for newly recruited refugees were much stricter. While the northern region already had a system of slavery, granting them the status of serfs was considered a generous act. These refugees were stationed at logging camps and military outposts, serving the dual purpose of isolating potential diseases and acting as a forward defense for the riverbend territory. If northern tribes attacked, these refugees would serve as the first line of defense and could retreat to the riverbend via small boats if necessary. This arrangement at least prevented the invaders from directly ravaging the farmlands in the heart of the riverbend. In addition to their basic labor, the refugees were required to participate in militia training and learn fundamental military skills. Those who performed well could be promoted to the 2nd Squadron Reserve and, by the following year, might even be granted tax-free land. Standing to the side, Leo observed the new settlers as if inspecting livestock. These people, who had fled from Ethenbor, were either physically robust or came from wealthy backgrounds. Naturally, Yulian chose the former. Though they were temporarily thin from hunger, their physical foundation was far better than that of the original riverbend villagers. Back then, most villagers, apart from a few key militia members, were gaunt and skeletal, resembling a band of skeletons. Now, after 2 months of improved living conditions, the original villagers looked significantly healthier and even more spirited than these newcomers. Soup in the morning, a flatbread at night, and meat every 3 days, Yulian said with a kind tone. Start with light work and put some weight back on. The soup was a thick porridge, 1.5 liters per person. The flatbread was as large as a basin, and the meat, though often in the form of broth, always included a substantial portion of meat and bones for everyone. This treatment is like living in luxury, exclaimed Rusev, a wealthy farmer who used to run a general store in the north. Yulian sighed. We have no choice. Times are tough, and grain doesn't keep well. Better to use it to strengthen people than let it go to waste. It'll help us resist the tribes. His foresight had enabled him to lead the entire village on a migration spanning 1,000 miles. In contrast, The nobles on the southern banks of the North Ice River clung to their treasure chests even in the face of death. With the arrival of the refugees, news of the riverbend settlement spread to Ethenborough. 2 months of survival proved the sustainability of this new territory, and the completion of basic infrastructure gave it the ability to withstand moderate-scale attacks. Merchants soon followed, and a few days later, the riverbend welcomed its first adventurer group. The adventuring party consisted of only 6 members, but each was equipped with 2 high-quality northern battle horses, a luxurious setup that hinted at their formidable nature. After circling around the riverbend territory, the group chose not to enter the village. Instead, they set up camp on the riverbank between the village and the southern stockade gate. The campsite was strategically located at the southern end of the water channel where it met the river. A narrow stretch of riverbank, less than 20 meters wide, served as the only access point to the outside world, while the inner side was a sloped embankment 4 to 5 meters high. At this key location, Wullian had constructed a makeshift stockade gate, complete with wooden chevaux and station militia guards. Though the defenses were modest and there was no intention to collect tolls, the vigilant setup was enough to deter potential intruders. Leo, brimming with curiosity about adventurers in this fantastical world, promptly ventured over with his pet mouse to take a closer look. The campsite was neat and orderly, with 6 individual tents lined up in a row. A few meters away from the tents, freshly cut logs had been hammered into the ground to serve as hitching posts, where 12 battle horses stood in a striking formation. An elderly man with graying hair was tending to the horses, feeding them hay. Watching the battle horses endure the cold wind, Leo couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy. The Lord's Manor has a stable. If you squeeze them in a bit, there's definitely room. Leaving the horses outside in this freezing weather is just cruel, he remarked. The old man, clutching a handful of hay, gave the raggedly dressed boy a dismissive once-over and sneered, "And who are you to decide?" In this world, knights and lords viewed adventurers much like city officials regarded street urchins' natural adversaries. Unless an adventuring party was widely renowned, most lords considered ordinary adventurers unruly troublemakers and were already being lenient by not actively targeting them. At that moment, Leo, clad in a tattered linen shirt, seemed completely unbothered by the biting spring chill, standing in stark contrast to the little girl beside him, who was bundled in snow-bare fur. His messy golden hair and his lazy stance leaning against the girl painted a picture of a carefree rural boy. "Of course I can decide. Around here, my word carries the most weight," Leo boasted. "I don't believe you," the old man retorted with a shake of his head. Just then, a clear and crisp voice called out from one of the tents, "Uncle Pete, since he claims so, why don't we ask the local lord?" A brunette girl emerged from the tent, appearing slightly older than Olivia. She wore a deep brown cowboy hat and a bright yellow, intricately designed leather jacket. The fitted waist and the elaborate lacing on the chest and sides accentuated her figure, while the white lace-trimmed blouse underneath peeked through. Her sturdy denim pants and tall leather boots highlighted her long legs, giving her a striking appearance. To Leo, she looked like a time-traveling cowgirl from the Wild West, or perhaps the leading lady of some Caribbean pirate stage play. Yet, he knew full well that such a meticulously crafted urban outfit would quickly reveal its impracticality in the wilderness. Just the intricate leather boots, the tight-fitting belt, and the jacket alone must take an hour to put on or take off, right? Denise noticed Leo stealing glances at her, but she didn't mind at all. As a self-assured, sharp-dressed young woman who perfectly embodied the image of an adventurer, she was long accustomed to the eager looks of rural youths. "Better not," old Pete said with a slight shake of his head, rejecting Leo's suggestion. Northern horses aren't that hard to handle. With his wealth of experience, he knew that while it might be easy to enter the Lord's stables, leaving with the horses could stir unnecessary trouble. Though he wasn't intimidated by the local knightly lords, he had no desire to make enemies over something trivial. Taking advantage of the pause, Denise struck up a conversation with Leo. "Hello, I'm Denise." "Hi, I'm Leo." "Leo, are you familiar with the local lord? Can you introduce me to him?" "Very familiar. Follow me," Leo replied readily. Meanwhile, in the center of the camp, the other 4 adventurers were preparing a bonfire while keeping a close eye on the interaction. The towering Barrett, standing over 2 meters tall, teased, "Lynch, you'd better hurry. Your sweetheart's about to run off with someone else." Lynch only responded with a shy smile, not saying a word. In his view, this country lad reminded him of his younger self, eager to impress a beautiful woman, even if it meant risking rejection in front of the Lord. It would likely end with no one being pleased. When they reached the Lord's manor, Urian was lazily basking in the sun at the entrance. "There, that's our Lord. Ask him whatever you need," Leo introduced. Denise gave Urian a graceful bow. "Greetings, my lord." "Hello, adventurer. What do you want?" Urian asked, still seated and looking down at her. "Well, our adventuring party needs to conduct some preliminary scouting in Wolfbane Plains, and would like to stay in your territory temporarily to purchase supplies." No problem. Talk to him, Urian said, gesturing toward Leo. Denise gave Leo a surprised glance before asking, do you have a map of Wolfbane Plains? I'm willing to pay for it. Urian turned to Leo. Do we have a map of Wolfbane Plains? Nope. Nope, Urian repeated. Then do you have a guide familiar with Wolfbane Plains? I can pay for their services, Denise continued. The same exchange occurred again, with the same negative response. Finally, Denise couldn't hold back anymore and glared at Leo, demanding, who's the Lord here anyway? Don't look at me, Leo shrugged. He's the Lord. I'm just the local know-it-all. If you have a decent map, I'll pay 5 gold coins. For a guide, 1 gold coin per day. Denise huffed. If not, we'll have to figure something else out. Before she could finish, the previously lethargic Urian suddenly sprang out of his chair, shouting, we have it. We have it all. The best map. The best guide. Guaranteed to satisfy you. Leo looked at Urian with disdain, clearly displeased by his sycophantic behavior. Just a small sum of money, and you're already sold out? Where's the backbone of a northerner? You're a lord. For crying out loud. Urian quickly pulled Leo into a corner, lowering his voice as he urged, hurry up and draw a map. For how much? Is it even worth my time? Leo leaned against the wall, unmoving. 5 gold coins. Imperial gold Sulers. Urian exclaimed in exasperation. Do you have any idea how valuable that is? 5 gold coins? Leo asked uncertainly. With that, you could buy at least 2 steel swords like the one you're holding. If you traded it for grain, you'd get at least 100 sacks of wheat. Although Leo didn't have a clear grasp of the world's economy, his frequent observations of Olivia doing accounts gave him some idea. The gold suler of the Orlantis Empire was originally a currency reserved for large transactions between nobles. However, as the empire expanded and gold mining increased, it began to circulate among commoners as well. 1 gold suler equaled 100 silver sulers, or 10,000 copper sulers. In Isenport, a sack of wheat cost 5 silver sulers. As for Leo's military-grade hybrid sword, it was the kind of item nobles collected as a luxury. After hearing the explanation, Leo suddenly understood. Wait, this isn't just a map, it's a treasure map. 5 gold coins for 100 sacks of wheat could feed the entire village for a week. Suddenly, Leo remembered the bag of gold and silver coins he had obtained after wiping out the bandits and hanging Lawrence. That bag contained at least 20 gold coins, which he had casually tossed to Urian for safekeeping. Give me back the money from last time, Leo demanded, almost on the verge of tears. He had assumed the money was worth, at most, a few hundred or maybe 1,000. What money? Where? Urian feigned ignorance. After a brief standoff, he finally relented. Fine, fine. Draw the map, and once we get paid, they'll return it to you. I'm just keeping it safe for you. Leo couldn't be bothered to argue further and instead turned his attention to their patron, Danny's, with a newfound appreciation for money. Deciding to capitalize on the opportunity, he resolved to make even the guide fee part of his earnings. I, Leo Mondo, captain of the militia in Riverbend, the finest scout on the Wolf Plains, and the best guide you'll ever find, he declared solemnly, introducing himself to Danny's. Earlier, I asked if you could guide us, and you said no. Now you claim to be the best guide? Danny's looked at him with evident skepticism. Trust between people is built on good communication, Leo replied earnestly. Our earlier communication wasn't exactly ideal. Looking at this unreliable duo in front of her, Danny sighed in resignation. I can pay, but not without conditions. I need to discuss this with my companions first. They'll give you an answer tomorrow. Take your time. No rush, Urian said, rubbing his hands together with a smile as simple and honest as an old farmer's. If you don't mind, you're welcome to have dinner with us. Thank you, my lord, but I'll have to decline, Denise responded politely. After watching Denise walk away, Urian sighed regretfully before turning to Ivan, who was standing nearby watching the scene unfold. What are you standing there for? Go to the storehouse and grab a couple of legs of meat to deliver to our esteemed guest. He then turned to Leo, speaking thoughtfully. Acting as their guide could really bring in some good money. They're no adventurers. It's obvious she's some young lady out on a countryside outing. Just take them across the river, show them around, and let them experience a little hardship. I guarantee they'll be begging to go home in no time. But spring planting season is almost here. Will you make it back in time? Leo scoffed. Why would I come back? As if I know how to farm. Escorting this so-called adventuring party on a stroll for a day earns a gold coin enough to feed all 400 of us. Why bother with farming? Urian was momentarily silenced by Leo's blunt reply. In the northern frontier, where villages depended on farming for survival, spring planting wasn't just an important task, it was a significant event. Traditionally, the Lord would lead their family to the fields to bless the farmers with wishes for a bountiful harvest. Subconsciously, Urian hoped Leo would stand by his side during such occasions, resembling a rightful heir, to solidify his position as the future leader of Riverbend. Everyone in the village knew Julian intended to marry his daughter to Leo and groom him as the successor to Riverbend. However, as the population of the territory grew, so did the number of those coveting power. As a soldier turned warlord, Julian could handle being a village chief or even a bandit leader, but being a competent noble lord was a far greater challenge. Though he couldn't put it into words, he instinctively wanted to eliminate any potential threats before they could take root. Meanwhile, Denise returned to her companions and briefly recounted her encounter. The moment she mentioned the guide fee of 1 gold coin per day, 5 pairs of pitying eyes turned toward her. What? Is 1 gold coin too much? Denise, though inexperienced, quickly realized something was amiss. 1 gold coin is enough to make a farmer who's never left their village claim to be a seasoned adventurer, Harkins sighed. So, what do we do? Didn't you say guides are important in the wilderness, Captain? Denise asked. Reliable guides are important, Harkins corrected. A reliable guide can help us avoid most dangers and save time mapping out the terrain. Many local insights can't be bought with money. They're earned through blood and experience. But this frontier settlement is so new, we might not even find someone suitable. If we can't find a reliable guide, we'll have to set up camp here and gradually familiarize ourselves with the area. Time waits for no one, my friend, came the mocking voice of Shadow Fisher, muffled beneath his cloak. I know, time waits for no one, Harkins replied. First, we'll buy a map. If the map proves accurate, it'll at least show that the locals have some understanding of Wolfbane Plains. Then we'll look for a guide. If they're reliable, 1 gold coin a day is worth it. If not, we'll rely on ourselves. The Firefly adventuring party is back together. What's a little Wolfbane Plains to us? Exactly, the group echoed in agreement. Early the next morning, Denise, accompanied by Old Pete, returned to the Lord's manor and sought out Leo. Leo pulled a hastily drawn map from his pocket, spreading it out on the table, and named his price 5 gold coins. Denise stared at the piece of rough parchment before her, the ink still slightly damp, with a few crooked wavy lines and crude triangles scrawled across it. Disappointment was written all over her face. In her imagination, a map should have been an aged roll of parchment adorned with mysterious symbols, detailed notes of danger zones, and even illustrations of mythical beasts, complete with ornate dragons decorating the edges. Unexpectedly, Old Pete, who had remained silent until now, took the map and examined it closely. After a moment, he nodded toward Denise. Without hesitation, Denise pulled out 5 gleaming gold sewels, handed them to Leo, and fixed him with a stern glare. You'd better not be trying to deceive me. I'm a seasoned adventurer. Leo feigned seriousness, repeatedly assuring her, though inwardly he was laughing. Seasoned adventurer? More like someone whose experience came solely from bardic songs and adventure novels. For the next few days, the little adventuring party seemed to vanish. During his free time, Leo went to investigate and often spotted Denise lounging on a large rock by the riverbank, reading or sunbathing, or learning to fish with Old Pete. She also strolled into Riverbend, accompanying Old Pete to buy supplies, watching villagers construct houses, or playing with the children and young kobold pups. Denise seemed particularly fond of the kobold pups, even entertaining the idea of purchasing one. However, when Olivia showed her the fearsome appearance of an adult kobold blacksmith, she promptly abandoned the thought. Watching Denise's leisurely demeanor, she seemed more like a vacationing artist than an adventurer. Her wide-eyed innocence and eager curiosity made her resemble a college student yearning for adventure rather than someone hardened by it. Meanwhile, her companions were often nowhere to be seen, perhaps scouting the other side of the river to verify the map's accuracy, though it was just as likely they were simply wandering aimlessly, ready to wrap things up quickly. Just as Leo began to think his guiding fee might fall through, Denise showed up again. Your map is accurate, but the coverage is too limited, and the details are lacking, she critiqued in a professional tone. So, we'll need a guide. Are you sure you're the best choice for the job? Absolutely. Worth every coin. Leo replied confidently, thumping his chest. All right then, my previous offer still stands. 1 gold coin per day, plus a 5 coin deposit. Once the adventure is over and we return here, we'll pay the rest. However, this deal requires your lord as a guarantor. Deal. Leo agreed without hesitation. Get ready, well set out tomorrow morning. Whether Denise had come up with this negotiation herself or was coached by someone else, Leo didn't care as long as he got paid. Besides, even without this adventuring group, he had planned to scout the northern shore himself. Though Bjorn and his band of wildland hunters frequently roamed the northern forested slopes and provided a steady flow of wilderness reports, nothing compared to seeing things with his own eyes. The villagers had long been isolated from the outside world, and the imperial language was complex and difficult for them to understand. As an outsider who had traveled from hundreds of miles away, Leo inevitably faced communication challenges with the local villagers. He was determined not to repeat the misunderstandings of the past, like the one with Phaecia that had arisen due to language barriers. 2 ogres? Such a ridiculous misunderstanding could not happen again. The next morning, Leo appeared fully armed in front of the adventurer group's small campsite. He was clad in a complete set of equipment acquired from Lawrence's armored retinue. A finely crafted leather-lined chainmail shirt hugged his body, steel pauldrons gleamed coldly in the morning light, and iron gauntlets and a steel-visored helmet added an air of authority. The round shield and longbow on his back, as well as the steel sword and quiver at his waist, all underscored the presence of an elite warrior. The protective capabilities of this gear were impressive. Since the territory's iron supply had become sufficient, Valerie had reinforced Leo's double-layered wooden round shield with iron strips and rivets, significantly enhancing its defensive strength. In contrast, the militia round shields previously crafted by Julian seemed much cruder. Though thick, their quality fell far short of the Imperial infantry's standard wooden round shields. Those makeshift shields were merely assemblages of thick wooden planks, able to block arrows and blades, but unable to withstand heavy blunt strikes. The newly improved shield, however, could endure several blows from the heavy hammer of a boar warrior. The armor alone weighed nearly 80 pounds, nearly matching the standard gear of heavily armored elite infantry. But for Leo, whose natural strength was extraordinary, this weight felt as effortless as a normal person wearing a bulletproof vest. His tall, muscular frame, combined with the high-quality gear, made him a striking figure. Even with his slightly youthful face, he could easily capture the attention of the village women, who found it hard to look away. However, even more remarkable was the leader of the adventurer group, Harkins. This handsome and elegant middle-aged man was clad in a genuine suit of knight's plate armor. It wasn't flimsy iron plating but solid steel, making him look like a medieval version of Iron Man. Harkins held a visored knight's helm in one hand and extended his other hand toward Leo in a friendly gesture. Introducing himself with a warm demeanor, he said, "I am Harkins, a banner knight of the Empire and leader of the Firefly Adventurer Group." The title of banner knight was both a noble rank and a military position in the Orlantis Empire. By comparison, someone like Julian, an entry-level frontier knight, was referred to as a pennant knight, as his family's banner was triangular in shape. If Count Frolov, their feudal lord, issued a muster call, Julian's small force comprising 1 or 2 knightly retainers, a dozen professional soldiers, and several dozen levied troops would not even qualify to raise their own banner. Instead, they would be assigned under the command of a banner knight, joining forces with other pennant knights to form a larger military unit. This was akin to what Julian's former superior, banner knight Rigolov Petikov, had done. Should the orcs approach Isenbor, Julian would likely find himself back under Rigolov's command. An imperial banner knight, even if not a prominent general, would at least be a significant landowner. As Leo gazed at the knight before him, Harkins, his mind was filled with questions. Why would a nobleman, who should be living a life of luxury, appear in this desolate wilderness? What surprised him even more was the heavy, fully enclosed plate armor Harkins wore, its weight nearly matching that of the wearer, far heavier than the armor of the Imperial heavy cavalry. Ordinary armored cavalrymen, once dismounted, would struggle to move under such weight. Yet Harkins moved with the ease of someone wearing light armor. This was no feat an ordinary man could achieve. He must be an extraordinary individual. This realization piqued Leo's interest. He extended his hand and greeted Harkins with the etiquette of the southern region. This handshake ritual originated from the martial traditions of the Orlantis Empire, removing one's helmet and gauntlets upon meeting, as a gesture of peace. It stood in stark contrast to the northern custom of clasping arms to signify mutual support. The other members of the adventuring party began to gather around. Among them, a hulking man drew everyone's attention. His name was Barrett, and he stood nearly 2.3 meters tall, more imposing than an orc. He wore hardened leather armor scarred with sword marks, with a tear across his chest exposing thick chest hair. Over this, he donned a chainmail shirt and a bearhide cloak. His bare arms were as thick as an average man's thighs, and he wielded a pair of executioner's axes, each weighing dozens of pounds, as if they were weightless. Behind Barrett stood a diminutive figure, barely 1.6 meters tall, shrouded entirely in a black cloak. Only glimpses of black leather armor and a quiver of crossbow bolts were visible at the edges. This member, named Fisher, spoke in a cold tone. Meanwhile, the young Ranger Lynch remained silent, introduced instead by Old Pete, who claimed to be the group's cook and wore a cheerful smile. Leo felt as if he were standing before the character selection screen of some fantastical game. With enthusiasm, he introduced himself. "I'm Leo Mondo, captain of the Riverbend Militia and your guide. It's a pleasure to meet you all. I hope we'll have a great collaboration ahead." Denise carefully observed the fully equipped Leo. The fact that he could handle 70 to 80 pounds of gear with ease proved that he at least met the basic physical standards of a warrior. Even if he turned out to be all brawn and no substance, his strength alone would suffice to keep up with the group's marching pace. More importantly, he demonstrated quick thinking and strong social skills, which significantly improved Denise's impression of him. She extended her hand and reintroduced herself. "I'm Denise, a historian and the initiator of this expedition. Mr. Mondo, Welcome to the Firefly Adventuring Party. Leo immediately began organizing their departure. Please stable the warhorses at the Lord's Manor and leave them there until we return. He'll prepare a few donkeys to help carry supplies, tents, sleeping bags, weapons, equipment, food, and medicine. Check everything thoroughly and make a list to report back. Ensure nothing is missing. The adventurers exchanged uncertain glances. Leo's command revealed his meticulous nature as the militia leader. This careful attention to detail stemmed from both Julian's teachings and habits ingrained from his past life. Old Pete was the first to spring into action, inspecting the gear while urging his companions to do the same. Meanwhile, Leo called over a few militia members and replaced the warhorses with 3 sturdy donkeys. They skillfully divided the supplies, tents, food, and other essentials into 3 loads and securely fastened them to the donkeys' backs. Noticing Denise's puzzled expression, Old Pete leaned in to explain, donkeys are far more practical than warhorses in the wilderness. They're better suited for rough terrain and water crossings, with fewer chances of injury to their hooves. Plus, in case of danger, donkeys can serve as bait. Warhorses, on the other hand, are too valuable. They run faster than humans, and losing one would be a real shame. It's only March, Leo added. The northern region has significant temperature drops between day and night, and it could snow at any time. You should leave that chest of clothes behind. The set you're wearing now, along with 2 warm coats, will be enough. But what about clean clothes for changing? Denise asked, a little flustered. Old Pete hesitated before finally muttering, well, that's up to you. Once everything was packed and ready, the group set off through the village, heading north along the riverbank. Their destination was a shallow crossing a few miles away at the river's bifurcation. The water there was only knee-deep, making it ideal for fording. Leo had previously led a militia ambush on Boerfolk using that very crossing. This route was far better than taking a boat across the river to the logging camp and then heading north, which would require navigating 2 steep mountain ravines, an almost impossible feat for heavily burdened donkeys. In this wilderness, 3 to 5 meter-wide ravines and cliffs 7 to 8 meters high were common sights. While such obstacles posed no issue for Leo traveling alone, leading a group with supplies required relying on the guide's expertise to avoid them. As they journeyed, Leo led the way while keeping an eye on their surroundings. Sir Harkins, isn't that armor heavy? He asked casually. When the knight shook his head, Leo probed further. You must be exceptionally strong. Are you perhaps an extraordinary being? Harkins responded with a faint smile, but it was Denise who eagerly chimed in. Our Firefly adventurers only accept extraordinary beings. Leo was genuinely surprised by her response. In his understanding, extraordinary individuals were rare and highly valued. In the Northern Territories, anyone willing to pledge loyalty to the Count could earn a ready-made estate and become a landed knight. All of you are extraordinary? Even you? He asked, incredulous. I'm a mage, Denise declared proudly. Seeing the doubt on Leo's face, she rubbed her thumb and forefinger together, producing a bright flame that danced between them. A flame, the size of a ping-pong ball, floated quietly in midair, its heat waves rippling upward. There was no fuel in sight, yet the flame remained unextinguished. Leo watched this scene, a surge of envy rising in his heart. This seemingly innocent and naive girl was, in fact, a hidden master of magic. He thought to himself that an adventuring party aiming for elite status definitely needed a mage to hold the fort. Still, he feigned nonchalance and said, this is just a little trick, isn't it? Can you cast fireball? Or maybe something impressive like a portal spell? Denise rolled her eyes and snapped, portal spells? Those spatial magics are only mastered by saint-level archmages. Don't ask me if I can do it. I've never even seen one. She paused, then added, as for fireball, I may only be a newly awakened Lodier mage, and casting such an offensive fire spell requires some channeling time, but I have my own methods. As she spoke, she gently lifted the hem of her tunic, revealing a belt lined with a neat row of small glass vials. Each vial was about the size of a common oral medicine bottle, filled with powders and liquids of various colors. This is fire oil. It enhances the ignition effect of my fireball spell. And this is lizardman saliva. It boosts the paralyzing effect of my ice arrow. Denise introduced her collection with pride, like a social media influencer showcasing her products. These spellcasting materials not only amplify the power of my spells, but also reduce the channeling time. After all, igniting fire oil is much faster than igniting air, and freezing liquid is easier than freezing air. Listening to her innocent explanation, Leo couldn't help but sigh inwardly. This girl is way too naive. If she runs into the wrong people, wouldn't all her cards be exposed? He turned to assess the other members of the group. The steel warrior powered by manpower, the giant carrying 2 50-pound executioner axes, the silent black-armored assassin, and the sharp-eyed young ranger with a glowing longbow on his back. Each one was extraordinary, making Leo feel like an ordinary man in comparison. This team's lineup was far from a casual outing. So, what exactly is your purpose in coming to Wolf Plains? Leo asked. Earlier, Denise had only mentioned needing his guidance to cross the pine forest and reach the foothills north of the rocky ridges, without revealing the specifics of their mission. Here's the thing, Denise began to explain. I'm a student at the Imperial University. My mentor, Professor Hylet, is a renowned historian who has dedicated his life to studying elven civilizations. 2 years ago, he uncovered clues in ancient scrolls about a city established by the elven lord Chiselcast Midgard. The central plateau of the Grand Barrier is called Trellisir by the elves. At the heart of the Trellisir Plateau lies the elven capital, High Court. This place is the cradle and sanctuary of the elves. Over 1,000 years ago, the elven lord Chiselcast led his people away from High Court to the foothills of the northern frontier, where they founded the second elven city Midgard. It is the only elven city beneath the plateau and a metropolis that welcomed all races. The fabled city of Zhongting, known as the City of Myriad Races, was a utopian realm where all beings were treated as equals. In this legendary place, as long as one adhered to the law, any race could live and trade freely. Denise spoke with a tone of yearning as she recounted the ancient city's history to Leo in vivid detail. Although the Free Isles are now hailed as the second Zhongting, in reality, they are still dominated by humans, and most non-human races exist as slaves, she explained further. After Zhongting was established, countless races migrated north along the World Tree Avenue, settling in the Wolfbane Plains under the protection of the Elven High Lord. Her voice grew heavier. But about 1,000 years ago, the beastfolk violated Zhongting's laws and launched a surprise attack on the northern races, even slaughtering some of the elves. Yet, despite the provocation, the powerful elven lord, Khazair, chose not to retaliate. Instead, he led his people back to the Trellisir Highlands and sealed off the entire city. The brilliance of Zhongting vanished in an instant, and the alliance of myriad races fell apart. Denise continued, her eyes gleaming with curiosity. That land first became a pasture for the beastfolk and later, under the influence of magic, transformed into a perilous forest. After a century of beastfolk rule, the Wolfbane Plains were abandoned, and all city ruins were lost to time, surviving only in ancient texts and poetry. Why did such a powerful elven lord choose to retreat without a fight? How did a revered figure of myriad races become a cautionary tale in poetry? This mystery has been my mentor's lifelong research focus, Denise said, her eyes lighting up. Unfortunately, my mentor, Mr. Xylode, is too old to explore in person. As his academic successor, uncovering Zhongting's ruins will be the subject of my thesis. Leo nodded in agreement. His earlier instinct had been correct. Denise was indeed a university student. With enthusiasm, Denise introduced her escort team. Uncle Harkins is my father's close friend. He was once the leader of the Firefly Adventurers and later became the captain of the Imperial Guard after getting married. Concerned for my safety, my father spared no expense to hire him as my escort. Giant Barrett, Shadowfisher, and Cook Old Pete were his former adventuring companions, while Lynch's father also has ties to them. Although the cost was significant, their skills are absolutely worth it. Each one of them is exceptional. Leo silently marveled at the revelation. It turned out this elite adventuring party had been hired to protect a wealthy young lady. No wonder such an impressive lineup included a rookie like him. His pay was likely the lowest among them. As they walked and talked, steadily piecing together the purpose of their journey, a sudden commotion erupted in the jungle. Before anyone could react, a swarm of heavily armed kobolds burst out from the dense underbrush. The Knight Harkins swiftly entered combat mode, the kite-shaped shield on his back now firmly gripped in his hand, and his sharp knight's sword drawn in an instant. Before him stood over 20 kobolds, not a large number, but each one was burly, far surpassing the size of the ones he had encountered before. What was even more alarming was their disciplined formation and well-equipped appearance. These kobolds sported wild, mohawk-like crests, wore fierce animal tooth necklaces around their necks, and donned leather skirts. The frontline warriors carried small round shields in one hand and short spears in the other, with several spare spears strapped to their backs, ready for both throwing and close combat. The archers in the rear carried round shields on their backs while maintaining a steady aim with their crossbows. Although Harkins was confident in his ability to fend off this squad on his own, his experience told him that such a well-trained team must belong to a powerful tribe. Engaging them would likely lead to reinforcements arriving in no time, and even someone of extraordinary skill would struggle to endure a prolonged battle of attrition. Meanwhile, Denise prepared for battle but cast a reproachful glance at Leo, clearly displeased that he hadn't warned them about a large kobold tribe nearby. At that moment, Leo suddenly barked loudly, "Woof!" The kobolds immediately grew agitated, lowering their shields and barking back at him. When Leo stepped forward, resting his hand on his sword hilt, the kobolds instantly recoiled, huddling together in fear. After exchanging panicked glances, they whimpered and fled in disarray. It was evident that Leo's reputation for slaying their chieftain 2 months ago hadn't faded. If anything, it had only grown more terrifying. Denise stood dumbfounded as the kobolds came, and went in less than a minute. Curiously, she leaned in and whispered, "Leo, Mr. Mondo, do you speak kobold?" Leo nodded modestly. "A little. And just now, I told them to scram." Denise mimicked his bark, "Woof," only for Leo to immediately stop her. "Don't. That's a mating call. The kobolds will get angry. They don't like human women." Denise's face turned bright red, and she silently retreated to the side. Old Pete and Barrett burst into laughter, finding this young man increasingly intriguing. Ever since the abandoned watchtower had been taken over by ogres, the kobold hunting parties had avoided that area. Some of the teams had shifted their focus to the pine forests across the river, hunting squirrels, hares, and foxes while gathering the abundant Diru cassava. This territory, once belonging to the Boormen, had been tacitly accepted as the lumberyard for the riverbend after the Boormen retreated. Meanwhile, the wildling hunters preferred roaming the majestic barrier mountain range, rarely venturing into the plains unless provoked. The sentinels of Riverbend turned a blind eye to the kobolds, treating them like a pack of hard-working guard dogs. As long as the kobolds stayed obedient and worked diligently in the mines, the sentinels tolerated their presence. Old Pete and his companions, having previously seen kobold pups and a blacksmith in Riverbend, quickly deduced that the territory had a very close relationship with the kobold tribe. They also noticed that the young guide, Leo, held considerable respect among the kobolds, further confirming his identity as a native of the region. The journey that followed felt more like a casual countryside outing. Leo led the adventuring group along the border where Direwolf Plains met the foothills of the mountains. This sprawling area, stretching from Riverbend to the Boorfolk's rocky hills, was as familiar to Leo as his own backyard. The path he chose was flatter and more open compared to the pine forests of Direwolf Plains. Although Direwolf Plains was largely a vast expanse of flatland, it was dotted with small hills and knolls. These features, covered by ancient trees, formed shadowy, mysterious habitats for wild beasts, with gullies, marshes, ponds, and earthy slopes scattered throughout. By contrast, the terrain at the base of the mountains was much easier to traverse, featuring flat riverbanks, grassy meadows, and sparse woodlands. The open landscape provided clear visibility, allowing the group to spot and avoid treacherous ravines while staying on course. The day's journey went exceptionally smoothly, with hardly any obstacles requiring a pause for rest. By evening, Leo led the group to a familiar valley, the very spot where he and Bjorn had once hunted down a Boorfolk raiding party. This area had previously served as a Boorfolk camp and was later occupied by wildling hunters. The valley was well equipped, a ready-made fire pit, a pristine mountain spring, and a dry storage cave. Exhausted, Denise immediately spread out her blanket, sitting down to massage her aching calves. Old Pete and Barrett busied themselves with setting up camp, unloading supplies, and preparing dinner. Meanwhile, Leo and the ranger Lynch climbed to the valley's high point, keeping a watchful eye on the surroundings. Suddenly, Lynch's expression froze, and his green longbow was already knocked with a steel-tipped arrow. Leo, however, calmly let out a sharp whistle with his fingers. Moments later, a responding whistle echoed from the forest over 300 meters away. This was followed by 3 or 4 more whistles from different parts of the woods, before the area fell silent again. "Who's out there?" Lynch asked warily, his eyes fixed on the direction of the sound. "Wildling hunters," Leo replied calmly. "Don't worry, they're allies." Back at the camp, Fisher and Lynch seemed to grow suspicious of Leo. After all, stories of guides leading adventurers straight into bandit ambushes were not uncommon. However, seasoned adventurers like Old Pete, Barrett, and Harkins remained unfazed. Encountering bandits would simply mean another fight and another chance to earn some coin. As for Denise, she was oblivious to the potential danger, engrossed in jotting down notes about the fascinating valley in her adventure journal. Sitting by the campfire, Leo held a bowl of Old Pete's special stew in his hands, the aroma tantalizingly rich. As he sipped it, he couldn't help but shower it with praise. The seasoned cook, who had been with the adventurer group for years, had an uncanny ability to turn simple rations and homemade spices into mouth-watering dishes. "This is absolutely incredible," Leo exclaimed sincerely. Compared to the plain, boiled food of the women in Riverbend Villager, even the industrial seasonings he had encountered in his previous life, this was on a whole other level. Old Pete beamed with pride at the compliments, his wrinkles smoothing out as he grinned. He quickly ladled another bowl for Leo. Meanwhile, the silence from the other members of the group became increasingly awkward. They had been enjoying Old Pete's cooking every day without ever expressing their appreciation. Sensing the tension, the quick-witted Denise immediately joined in with her own compliments. As a top graduate of the Imperial University, her words were far more refined and eloquent than Leo's, easily capturing Old Pete's attention and lightening the mood. The other adventurers, while envious of the pair's tact, either found it too embarrassing or couldn't bring themselves to speak up, and so they sat by in quiet frustration. After dinner, Leo's expression grew serious. Heading north from here, I'm not very familiar with the terrain, he said, gesturing at the map. Ahead lies the rocky hills of the Boerfolk's territory, and beyond that, a range of mountains. That's where our destination is. He explained that while he had mapped the area from a distant highland, he had never ventured deeper. Denise added that their original plan had been to enter the Wolfbane Plains from Varanger City to the north. The city not only had rivers running deep into the region, but also served as a forward base for adventurers. However, since Varanger had become a frontline in the war against the Beastmen, extraordinary individuals like them would likely be conscripted upon arrival. This had forced them to change course and enter from the southern city of Isenport, eventually crossing paths with Leo and Riverbend. You've done a great job so far, Harkins said as he marked the map. The others nodded in agreement. In the wilderness, the distance one could cover in a day was always unpredictable. More importantly, information about the locations of other races, wild tribes, and magical beasts could spell the difference between life and death for adventurers. The journey the next morning remained smooth, but as time went on, the terrain became increasingly treacherous. The winding mountain paths were strewn with loose rocks and uneven layers of stone, forcing the adventuring party to halt frequently. They huddled together, carefully studying the map in their hands, and occasionally asking Leo for specific geographical details. Ranger Lin Chi and Assassin Fisher began taking turns scouting ahead of the group, cautiously navigating the challenging terrain. The steep and complex landscape slowed their progress to half the expected pace. It wasn't until evening that the group finally stopped to set up camp on an open riverbank. In the distance, several towering stone pillars rose between the mountains, resembling the fingers of giants pointing toward the sky. While skillfully pitching her tent, Denise glanced up at the stone pillars, her eyes gleaming with the curiosity characteristic of a scholar. Legend has it that there were once 24 elven watchtowers outside the citadel, she said excitedly to Leo. They were equipped with powerful arcane cannons capable of covering hundreds of square kilometers. This place became a sanctuary for all races. Who knows, we might be standing on what was once their land. Leo looked at the distant stone pillars and abruptly interrupted her musings. Those are just ordinary weathered stone columns. You can see the obvious traces of water erosion on them. They have nothing to do with elven watchtowers. The shapes of the pillars did indeed resemble the landscapes of Zhangjiajie from his previous life, though they were far fewer in number and scattered sparsely among the mountains. As significant landmarks, Leo had already marked them on the map. Listening to Leo's professional terminology as he discussed geographical features, Denise was momentarily transported back to her days at the Imperial Academy, debating with her peers. Despite being younger than her, this boy exuded a wisdom and rationality far beyond his years, qualities that made her enjoy conversing with him. Leo, with your knowledge, you really should pursue advanced studies at the Imperial Academy instead of being stuck in a small village, Denise said with a smile. Let them eat cake, Leo thought to himself, silently mocking the aristocratic tone of her suggestion. Outwardly, however, he replied jokingly, I'll pass, unless they're inviting me to teach. As the two bantered, a sharp whistle suddenly pierced the silence. It was a warning signal from Lin Chi, who was keeping watch from a high tree canopy. The group barely had time to grab their weapons before the low growls from the pine forest ahead grew louder. Suddenly, the pines across the riverbank shook violently, as if an invisible giant hand were parting them. Amid the snapping branches and falling pine needles, a massive shadow emerged. It was a direwolf, a beast after which this region was named. Its size dwarfed even the warhorses of the northern territories, and its entire body was covered in sleek, glossy black fur that shimmered like satin. Despite its enormous build, its movements were agile and powerful. Before it made any further move, the bloodthirsty aura of a magical predator had already enveloped the campsite. Direwolves, known among the locals of Howling Plains as forest behemoths or woodland demons, are legendary creatures regarded as the orcs' most formidable war mounts. Not only are they powerful advanced magical beasts, but centuries ago, they served as mounts for the Orcish wolf cavalry, becoming a nightmare for human knights. These massive direwolves could effortlessly carry the burly orc warriors across mountains and valleys, their charging speed on open plains rivaling that of heavily armored human cavalry. Their low growls alone were enough to terrify warhorses, while their razor-sharp claws could easily tear through steel horse armor and disembowel their prey. It wasn't until the High King of the North, the first Grand Duke of the Northern Realm, gathered all extraordinary knights to form the legendary Gale Knights that the wolf cavalry's onslaught was finally curbed. After the orcs retreated to the Arctic tundra, some direwolves remained in the Howling Plains, hiding deep within the forested wilderness. And now, an adventuring party had unexpectedly encountered them. The giant Barrett was the first to step forward, wielding a massive executioner's axe in each hand as he strode into the shallow water. Come on, little pups. Face me unknown, he bellowed, raising his weapons provocatively. After all, as someone who had once fought a raging earth bear, he felt confident that a single direwolf would be no match for him. However, as the enormous black direwolf let out a low howl, more direwolves began to emerge from the dense forest. 1, 2, 3 until a total of 6 direwolves stood in formation on the opposite riverbank. Barrett lowered his arms, scratched his head, and glanced back at their leader, Harkins. But then, with a thunderous roar, his fighting spirit ignited as he charged toward the pack. Swinging one heavy executioner's axe, he aimed a brutal strike at a direwolf's head, while the other axe swept in a wide arc, forcing back the wolves attempting to flank him. At that moment, an arrow whistled through the air, piercing the skull of one direwolf with deadly precision. Following it, a barrage of arrows rained down from above, as if an entire squad of archers had been lying in wait among the treetops. Several direwolves yelped in pain as arrows struck them. Unnoticed, the assassin Fisher had already leaped onto one direwolf from above, dual daggers plunging deep into its neck on either side, leaving only the hilts visible. The grievously wounded direwolf thrashed violently, blood spraying everywhere, but it could not shake Fisher off. It wasn't until another direwolf lunged at him that Fisher nimbly vaulted into the air, performing an elegant midair flip before landing lightly on a tree branch. From his elevated position, he drew a hand crossbow and continued firing at the direwolves below. Leo watched in stunned silence. While he had the audacity to tease an ordinary brown bear, he knew that in a life-and-death struggle, he would likely lose. A fully grown brown bear's paw strike packed 4 times the force of a heavyweight boxer like Tyson, and its charging speed of over 50 miles per hour was akin to a car crash. Yet these stats paled in comparison to the direwolves. Despite Barrett's fearless strength and Fisher's agility, the two of them were outnumbered and locked in a fierce stalemate. Huggins turned around and shouted to Old Pete, "Protect Miss Denise." With that, he raised his kite-shaped knight's shield and armed sword, stepping resolutely through the river to join the fray. Old Pete, clutching a frying pan, exchanged a nervous glance with Leo. Without hesitation, Leo drew his shield and positioned himself in front of Old Pete and Denise. Huggins' arrival immediately shifted the tide of battle, and 3 dire wolves fell in quick succession. Just then, a deep growl echoed from the black dire wolf. Leo's instincts flared, spun around, shield raised. A dire wolf had silently circled to the other side of the camp and now leapt from the woods, its massive jaws aimed directly at Denise. In a split second, Leo struck upward with his shield, narrowly deflecting the deadly attack. The wolf's fangs carved deep grooves into the shield, splintering wood and peeling back the iron plating. As the dire wolf landed, it immediately lashed out with its forelimbs in a powerful strike. Though Leo managed to block it with his shield, the tremendous force nearly rendered his arm useless. The shield groaned under the impact, cracks spidering across its surface. This specially reinforced iron-edged shield could barely withstand a single blow. Gritting his teeth through the pain, Leo counterattacked, his blade slicing across the wolf's neck. Yet it only severed a few strands of fur, sparks flying upon contact. These dire wolves' fur was as tough as steel wire, and their hide even tougher than a rhino's. The contrast between ordinary fighters and the extraordinary was stark. Huggins could effortlessly block the wolf's claws with his shield, leaving deep gashes with his sword in return. Barrett's massive axe was even more devastating, cleaving through the dire wolves with each strike, sometimes severing limbs outright. Leo couldn't help but lament his own lack of strength. He could barely penetrate the wolves' defenses. As this dire wolf revealed itself, 4 more emerged from around the camp, charging straight at the visibly weaker trio. These cunning beasts had clearly lured the adventuring party's main force away to target the vulnerable. Old Pete, in a frantic effort, banged his frying pan with a wooden spoon, shouting like an excited sports fan, "Quick, throw a fireball. Where's your fireball?" Denise snapped out of her daze, swiftly pulling a small glass vial of oil from under her leather jacket. She uncorked it and held up her staff, cleverly disguised as a hiking stick. Fire elements rapidly gathered at the tip of the staff, and the oil, instead of dripping, coalesced into a glowing sphere. FHR. Farima. Flog. Bah, she chanted, her voice steady. The fireball, with the oil as its core, absorbed the surrounding fire elements. The air grew searingly hot, and in moments, a fireball the size of a soccer ball formed at the staff's tip. As the chant concluded, the fireball roared to life, hurtling through the air and striking a dire wolf with pinpoint accuracy. The explosion engulfed half the beast's body in flames. Howling in agony, it stumbled into the river, but the enchanted fire and special oil were no ordinary flames. As soon as the wolf stood in the shallow water, the nearly extinguished fire reignited with ferocity. The sight completely shattered Leo's understanding of fireball spells. The ones he'd seen in anime and games were low-level tricks. Compared to this was more like a cannonball. The terrifying power of the mage was finally on full display. Under Leo's desperate cover, Denise transformed into a mobile turret, conjuring a devastating fireball every 5 seconds. Each time the fireball struck a dire wolf, it not only injured them but also set their fur ablaze. Within a mere minute, a vacuum zone formed around Denise and Leo, forcing the dire wolves to retreat. They would rather risk attacking the berserker Buffett or gnawing on Harkin's sturdy armor than approach the dangerous mage. Old Pete cleverly stayed behind Leo and Denise, playing a game of hide-and-seek to avoid danger while directing Denise's firepower and constantly reminding the others to stay alert to threats around them. In the heat of battle, a long horn blast suddenly echoed from the distance. It was as if the dire wolves had received a command. They immediately abandoned their current targets and swiftly retreated in the direction of the sound. The final tally of the battle: 11 dire wolves, 6 killed and 5 escaped. Among the kills, one was felled by Ranger Lynch's precise shots, another by Fisher's ambush, and the remaining 4 were beheaded by Barrett. The dire wolves' astonishing vitality was shocking. Denise's fireballs, Fisher's daggers and crossbow, Harkin's shield strikes and longsword, and Lynch's rain of arrows could only severely injure them, restricting their movements but rarely delivering a fatal blow. Even when Fisher managed to drive 2 one-foot-long daggers into a dire wolf's neck, the mortally wounded creature still managed to persist for several minutes before succumbing to blood loss. Only Barrett's massive executioner's axe could deliver a single, decisive strike, severing the wolves' heads. As the dire wolves retreated, Old Pete smugly held his untouched frying pan, praising his own strategic command and efficient coordination, proudly demonstrating the prowess of an experienced adventurer. Meanwhile, Leo rubbed his sore arms and stared at his shattered round shield, wondering whether Old Pete was secretly a master of great skill or simply extraordinarily lucky. After all, for an adventurer to survive into their 50s, they either had to be exceptionally capable or unbelievably fortunate. However, Harkins and Barrett wore grave expressions as they watched the direction in which the dire wolves had fled. Denise stepped forward and analyzed. That horn was unmistakably a beastman wolf-taming signal. These dire wolves are likely being secretly trained by the beastmen here or brought down from the northern tundra. The dire wolves of the dire wolf plains have been feral for hundreds of years and wouldn't obey commands like this. After the sealing of the legends, the beastmen ruled this area for a century, leaving behind numerous war fortresses. They may be attempting to reactivate these strongholds to gain a strategic advantage. Shouldn't we report this to the military? Leo couldn't help but ask. Harkins smiled faintly. Kid, the northern frontier is currently under the rule of the legendary Grand Duke Mitchell Odolov, a high-ranking knight, the Archduke of the North, and a figure hailed as the Sword Saint of Humanity. He is the greatest and most powerful ruler since the first Grand Duke of the North. A mere band of beastmen is insignificant in his eyes. These are nothing more than raiders from the far north, unable to survive there and seizing the opportunity to move south. We just need to focus on our own matters. If it really is an orc clan that's arrived here, the journey ahead could become extremely dangerous, Harkins said nonchalantly. Leo remained silent. As a northerner, he was all too aware of the southern nobles' dismissive attitude toward the orc invasion. To them, it was nothing more than a theatrical ploy by the Duke of the North. Their rhetoric was always the same: why would the orcs choose to head south, just as the Empire's 3 borders were in turmoil? Clearly, this was the North's way of seizing the opportunity to demand military funding. The current state of Wind God Fortress only further validated the Southerners' prejudices. This standing army, originally under the direct command of the Empire, was now entirely composed of Northerners, from soldiers to generals. Though they continued to receive substantial military funding from the Empire each year, in reality, the force had already become the Duke of the North's private army. When questioned why no Southern soldiers were stationed to defend the borders, the Southerners always evaded the topic. Noticing Leo's concern, Dennis tried to comfort him. Don't worry. The terrain of the Wolfdrift Plains is complex. Even if orcs infiltrate this area, it will only be small clans at most, causing minor disturbances in a few villages. It won't affect the bigger picture. As a student at the Imperial Academy, Dennis indeed knew more than most. At the Academy, discussions about the war were common, but the orc invasion was often treated as a peripheral topic. To them, as long as Windgod Fortress and Alanik, the 2 key military strongholds, were held, the orcs posed no real threat. I'm not worried about the war itself. I'm worried about the people in those small villages, Leo retorted, unable to hold back. Dennis was momentarily speechless, and after a long pause, she murmured, I'm sorry. On the noble's chessboard of war, even a town like Isenport was merely a pawn, let alone the fate of small villages like Riverrun, which no one seemed to care about. The next day, Leo seemed to have put the previous night's unpleasantness behind him, returning to his usual cheerful self. While praising Old Pete's skills, he also asked Harkins and Barrett about the rankings of extraordinary individuals. It was then that he learned about their classification system. The most basic level was the initiate, or entry-level extraordinary individuals. The members of their adventuring group all fell within this rank. Barrett was a high-level initiate warrior. while the others were mid-level initiates, and Dennis had only recently awakened as a low-level initiate. In comparison, Duke Mitchell Odilov was a 9th-level high-tier powerhouse, second only to saint-level beings among humans. As Leo pondered this information, he began calculating on his fingers. Initiate, Intermediate, Advanced, Saint, Demigod, True God, 6 major tiers, each divided into 3 sublevels, making a total of 18 levels. You can only awaken innate combat skills at the high intermediate level, so that means reaching level 6. Denise immediately spoke up to clarify. When it comes to hierarchy, the calculation in the north is indeed like that. However, in the south, it's a bit different. The highest rank only goes up to the 5th level. The Holy Light Church's scriptures explicitly state that mortals can never become true gods. A true god's status cannot be quantified by any ranking system. Her tone lightened, carrying a hint of teasing. So even if you were to become a true god someday, you'd only be called Liao Sai, not Liaoding. In Imperial High Speech, Sai is a suffix for saints, while Ding is reserved exclusively for true gods. But this set of rules is mostly followed within the Holy Light Church nowadays. Northerners certainly wouldn't call their ancestors Turding. By this time, the adventuring party was fully prepared to set out. The only thing left on the riverbank was the direwolves' carcasses. The team had taken only the best pelts and a few wolf fangs as trophies. Old Pete had even cut out a piece of wolf liver, planning to cook a delicious meal for everyone later. Huggins approached Leo with a serious expression. The road ahead will be even more dangerous. If you want to back out, now is the best time. Denise nodded in agreement. That's right. Your job as a guide is technically done. You can still turn back now, but if you continue, there's no going back. You'll have to see this through with us. The direwolves' attack had indeed shaken Leo. Such formidable magical beasts were far beyond the capabilities of an ordinary person like him. But he wasn't ready to give up just yet. The professionalism demonstrated by the Firefly adventuring party had instilled confidence in him. They were neither reckless nor greedy, and traveling with them seemed to ensure at least a basic level of safety. After weighing his options, Leo made his decision. I'll keep going. The situation in the Wolf Drive Plains is important to me as well. Even if I weren't traveling with you, I'd still need to understand what's happening here. Besides, earning 1 gold coin a day was enough to justify the risks. Huggins nodded in approval. All right then. Your job will be to protect Denise and stay alert at all times. The group pressed forward. Lynch, the scout, discovered some knoll tracks along the way, but they never encountered the creatures themselves. After crossing 2 mountain peaks, they finally arrived at the base of a massive stone pillar. From a distance, the pillars appeared like slender candles standing amidst the mountains, but up close, their diameter exceeded 20 meters. Denise carefully examined the stone pillar, only to shake her head in disappointment. These are just naturally weathered formations. Lynch and Fisher agilely climbed to the top of the pillar to investigate, but upon returning, they confirmed there were no signs of human activity. This was to be expected. If the ruins of the Midgard sanctuary were so easy to locate, it wouldn't be our turn to find them. Just as the group was starting to feel a tinge of disappointment, Barrett, who had been sitting at the edge of the cliff enjoying the cold wind and the view, suddenly jumped up excitedly and pointed down toward the mountains. Look over there. What is that? Everyone immediately gathered at the edge of the cliff. Nestled halfway up the sheer cliff face, surrounded by towering peaks, were a dozen ancient, man-made stone pillars scattered across the area, each towering over 10 meters high. Only a few remained intact. Behind the pillars, the faint outline of a massive stone statue was visible on the cliff wall, though it had been heavily overgrown and eroded by vines sprouting from the crevices. The golden hues of the setting sun bathed the ruins in a desolate, melancholic glow. After a careful examination, Harkins analyzed, this is architecture from the beast folk. Judging by its scale and design, it's highly likely to be a storm altar. He went on to explain, storm altars were sacred sites for the beast folk, only constructed by hero tribes that possessed a saint-tier warrior. And any tribe capable of fostering such a warrior must have been a large clan with a population in the tens of thousands. This might very well be the ruins of a beast folk city-state. Hearing this, Barrett was thrilled and wasted no time. Grabbing both mules and heading down the mountain, the others exchanged glances and quickly followed suit. While beast folk ruins might not hold the same allure as elven ones, this was still a significant discovery. The location of the storm altar was incredibly well hidden. Unless viewed from the mountaintop or approached directly through the canyon, its existence would have remained unnoticed. The adventurers set up camp in the canyon that night, enjoying Old Pete's carefully prepared pan-fried wolf liver. The next day, they finally found the path leading to the cliff face. Climbing up a narrow, man-made trail, the group arrived at a platform spanning 300 to 400 square meters. Here, massive stone pillars lay sprawled haphazardly, with dried vines coiled around them like spiderwebs. The foundations of the pillars, elevated several meters above the ground, had been pierced by vine roots, leaving only rubble and debris behind. Though the collapsed pillars and the remnants of the statue had almost entirely buried the altar's core structure, several dark openings were still visible. Fisher, being the smallest of the group, was the first to crawl inside to investigate. She quickly returned with a report. "It's safe in there. No signs of danger." Harkins assessed the size of the openings and turned to the burly Barrett. "You'll have to stand guard out here and wait for us to return." Barrett nodded in disappointment, understanding that his large frame wouldn't fit through the narrow passage that could barely accommodate one person at a time. The rest of the group set down their packs, carrying only their weapons for protection, and crawled one by one into the opening. After about 4 or 5 meters of squeezing through the cramped passage, the space suddenly opened up. Leo helped Denise steady herself as she landed, and she raised her staff, conjuring a softly glowing orb of magical light that drifted upward, illuminating the interior of the altar. To their surprise, the massive cavern, which seemed to hollow out the entire cliffside, was completely empty. There were no sculptures, no decorations, nothing. It resembled an abandoned warehouse that had been stripped bare. Denise, examining the surroundings with a puzzled expression, remarked, "Something's not right. A storm altar, as a sacred site for the beast folk, should retain its basic structure even if it's been looted. There's not even a single mural here." The group moved to the far end of the altar, where they were confronted by a towering stone wall, 20 meters high. A jagged crack slashed diagonally from the top left corner to the bottom right, the widest part spanning over a meter, its depths shrouded in darkness. In this vast, empty altar, the massive, sword-like fissure stood out as the only remarkable feature. Huggins stepped back a few paces, his eyes scanning the massive fissure before him. Clicking his tongue in amazement, he drew his armed sword and gestured along the crack. "This is no natural formation. It looks as if it were cleaved by a single, mighty strike. Such power is beyond mortal capability. Perhaps this is the training ground of an orc sword saint." Noticing the puzzled expressions of his companions, Huggins elaborated, "There's a legend about a powerful clan among the orcs known as the Blade Clan. Unlike other orcs, their entire lineage is devoted to the way of the sword, and each of them is a master of swordsmanship. The strongest among them are called sword saints, wielding blades so powerful they can split mountains, sunder seas, and even tear through space itself. This fissure must be the work of a sword saint." Leo listened intently, his eyes studying the fissure before him. 20 meters long, 1 meter wide, tapering at both ends with a smooth, mirror-like cuticle radiated a sharp, overwhelming aura. Its sheer scale was difficult to fathom. As adventurers of humble origins, the group except for Dana scowled only gape in awe, muttering exclamations like "Whoa" or "Same here." Only Danis could converse with Huggins on equal footing. Human records often boast of their long history, but both elves and orcs have far older cultural legacies. 10,000 years ago, when humans were still farming with primitive tools, elves and orcs had already established advanced civilizations. Many martial techniques in the northern territories originate from the orc clans. For instance, the Odalov family's two-handed swordsmanship is said to have been passed down from the Blade clan. Huggins nodded in agreement. 1,000 years ago, the northern humans and orcs lived on opposite banks of the Anzino River, engaging in exchanges far more frequent than the current north-south relations within the empire. The orc shamanic traditions and the northern ancestor worship share a common root. Both are centered on reverence for strength. This storm altar served as both a religious site and a sword saint's training ground, a dual purpose that coexisted seamlessly. This sword mark was likely left by an ancestral sword saint to inspire and train future sword wielders. As their conversation continued, the ancient legends seemed to seep into the vast, empty altar, casting a solemn atmosphere over the group. Danis turned to Leo with a smile. "You use a sword too, why not take a closer look? You might catch a glimpse of the sword saint's intent." Feeling out of place as Huggins and Danis chatted effortlessly, Leo suddenly became acutely aware of his lack of refinement. Determined to make an impression, he abruptly drew his long sword, lightly running a hand along its blade. In a low, measured tone, he recited in the Empire's formal dialect, "Death is like the wind, always by my side." Danis' lips parted in surprise, and the rest of the group stared at him, dumbfounded. Inside, Leo was laughing triumphantly, though outwardly his expression grew colder, more composed. With a graceful flourish, he spun his sword into a dazzling arc, sheathing it in one fluid, almost theatrical motion. He added, "The road is long, my only companion the sword." In that instant, the weighty sense of history and legend evaporated, leaving only Leo's overwhelming display of flair in the altar. For a fleeting moment, the group found themselves half convinced they were standing in the presence of a sword saint. Leo, unable to control his expression, was about to burst into laughter when a massive beam of sword light erupted from the sword mark on the stone wall and came crashing down on him. Under everyone's watchful eyes, the sharp and unmatched sword intent instantly engulfed him. Leo's body stiffened abruptly, falling backward like a marionette frozen in place. The impact of the sword intent was like a landslide, or the crushing weight of a massive warship. If Brother Lawrence's earlier spiritual lash was like a blade to the head, this strike was akin to a thunderous divine judgment, enough to obliterate one's very soul. In the final moments before darkness consumed his consciousness, Leo faintly heard Denise's startled cry and felt a surge of immense spiritual power emanating from behind him, protecting the flickering flame of his fragile soul. From afar, there also came a faint, curious hum. When Leo opened his eyes again, dusk had already fallen. A pounding headache and parched throat made him uncomfortable. Is this what happens when you overdo it and get punished by the heavens? He muttered to himself. Looking around, he found himself lying on a stone platform outside the altar, cushioned by a soft fur blanket. Denise was watching him with concern and handed him a cup of water. You're finally awake. Here, drink some water. What exactly happened? He asked. Denise shook her head. You suddenly fainted. But, before you passed out, you seemed strange, like you were possessed by something. Not far away, old Pete, who was busy cooking, suddenly turned around and declared firmly, it was the Sword Saint's possession. That aura was nothing an ordinary person could have. Denise's eyes lit up as she scrutinized Leo from head to toe. So, did you really grasp the sword intent of the Beast Tribe's Sword Saint? Leo felt as though the two souls he had just fused together were being forcibly torn apart again, his head splitting with pain. The whole experience felt like a dream, leaving him unable to discern its reality. Turning to old Pete, he asked, isn't the adventurer party supposed to be full of extraordinary individuals? What's your extraordinary ability? Old Pete hesitated, holding a frying pan. Does cooking count? After old Pete walked away, Denise chuckled softly and explained, don't underestimate Uncle Pete. He can fish, cook, perform first aid, care for horses, identify herbs, skin animals, and even repair armor. Anything an adventurer can do, he can do, and the things they can't, he's mastered too. Leo was well aware of old Pete's exceptional skills. In every battle, the old man remained calm and composed, skinning wolves with a small knife as effortlessly as gutting fish. Yet, Leo had never seen him truly fight, which only piqued his curiosity further. As they talked, Fisher, who was on watch, suddenly raised his hand in warning. The group immediately fell silent and followed him to the edge of the cliff. They were positioned midway up a canyon hundreds of meters deep, with the storm altar about 100 meters above the canyon floor. At that moment, a group of orcs appeared along the river at the bottom of the canyon, around 40 to 50 in total, half riding dire wolves and the other half on foot, making their way upstream. Further up the canyon, several humanoid bears stood in their path, blocking their way forward. These humanoid bears, cloaked in an ashen gray fur, stood as tall as ogres, but were even more imposing in stature. Their burly arms were thicker than the waist of a grown man, with taut muscles exuding immense, unmatched strength. The 5 bearfolk stood shoulder to shoulder, forming an unyielding wall of life, blocking dozens of orcs in front of them. Their human-like hands were equipped with coarse, half-foot-long claws, and their lion-like manes of thick fur around their necks were braided into fine strands, secured at the back with polished bone beads. Bearfolk, Denise gasped softly, recalling the ancient elven texts her mentor had deciphered. These indigenous people of the Talishir Plateau were not only the most loyal allies of the elves, but also natural masters of magic. They could manipulate elements at will, particularly excelling in channeling elemental power into their claws. The powerful bearfolk warriors wielded the strength of the earth, with claws capable of unleashing thunder, frost, and fire, easily tearing through rock and shattering steel. Some scholars even speculated that orc shamans might trace their origins back to the bearfolk. When the great Lord Chassair led his people down the mountains, some bearfolk clans followed, including the Thunder Clan, which became guardians of the Courtyard. Denise's excitement grew as she speculated that the presence of bearfolk here might mean they were near the Courtyard. In the canyon below, an orc leader astride a massive wolf mount advanced slowly. He carried a black greatsword on his shoulder, more accurately, a long sword. In an ancient, guttural tongue, he addressed the bearfolk. Great guardians of the Thunder Clan, we of the Blade Clan are as ancient as you, and we were once allies. Please accept my most sincere greetings. The white-furred leader of the bearfolk barked coldly. Orc, state your purpose. 700 years ago, our people were betrayed by humans and driven to the northern tundra. Now, we only seek to return to our homeland, the orc leader declared, raising his long sword to point at the storm altar, causing the adventurers on the mountain to shrink back in fear. The altar on the mountain is ours, and the land below is our burial ground. This is our home. The bearfolk guardians stood with arms crossed, silently gazing down at the orcs. 1,000 years ago, during the orcs' era of dominance, they ravaged countless races, enslaving and slaughtering nearly half of them while claiming the entirety of the Wolf-Drift Plains. The elves and bearfolk were forced to retreat to the courtyard, ultimately sealing it off before leaving. That 300-year war ended with humanity's victory. The Storm Altar, built 900 years ago, was erected over the remains of countless fallen from that ancient conflict. After the orcs were driven away, the Wolf-Drift Plains transformed into sprawling forests under the magical influences of elven druids and orc shamans, and the slopes of the Grand Barrier Mountains returned to tranquility. The bearfolk clans who remained in the courtyard had already lived in these mountain slopes for centuries before the upheaval, and continued to do so for centuries more. Now looking back, are they claiming this place as their homeland? Dozens of orcs stood facing the blockade of the bearfolk, their emotions growing increasingly agitated. One after another, they raised their heavy long swords and roared at the top of their lungs, "Home! We're going home!" While the bearfolk might hesitate in the face of a massive orc army, this small group of wolf riders was far from enough to intimidate them. From a higher vantage point, Denise anxiously observed the tense standoff. Seeing both sides on the brink of conflict, she couldn't help but side with the bearfolk in her heart. Although the bearfolk had formidable defensive capabilities, the sheer number of orc wolf riders was an undeniable advantage. Barrett, understanding the situation, lazily sat cross-legged, pulled out some snacks, and prepared to watch the spectacle unfold. He couldn't resist showing off, saying, "A strong guy like me could probably take down 2 of them, but you lot? You probably couldn't even handle one." Leo reluctantly agreed. He could barely manage to deal with a single dire wolf, let alone these infamous wolf riders. These warriors, commonly referred to by humans as wolf riders, were more accurately known as dire wolf knights, elite fighters of the Orcish horde, on par with humanity's extraordinary knights. Just then, a mechanical and ethereal voice suddenly echoed in Leo's mind, as if coming from a distant realm. "Ding. You have activated the Civilization Lord system. System loading. Chosen One, you have activated the Civilization Lord system. Led your people towards civilization." A novice mission immediately appeared. Help the Thunder Clan repel the invading orcs. Completion will grant access to the Midgard. Leo froze in place for a moment, but quickly composed himself. The orcs are our enemies. We must find a way to drive them back. If this large group of orcs discovers us, we'll be sitting ducks. Instead of waiting to be attacked, we should strike first, weaken their forces, and force them to retreat. Harkins thought for a moment and nodded in agreement. Leo's right. With this group of orcs entrenched here, not only will our exploration become more difficult, but we might even be forced to abandon the area. If we join the fight now, we might win the bearfolk's friendship and learn some information about the Midgard. So, what should we do? Leo surveyed his surroundings, taking in the sight of a crumbling, ravaged altar. Years of decay and encroaching vines had reduced the outer courtyard structures to a sea of rubble and debris. "Move the stones," he commanded sharply. The group snapped into action, hauling broken tiles and fractured stone pillars toward the edge of the cliff. Among them, the young Denise joined in, carrying a rock roughly the size of her head. But as she neared the cliff edge, she noticed her companions wrestling with massive stones, weighing hundreds of pounds, and Barrett lugging a colossal stone pillar that must have weighed over 1,000 pounds. Suddenly, her contribution felt insignificant. Quietly, she set her stone down, sat on it, and feigned taking a break. The soul-crushing experience from the morning still weighed heavily on Leo. After moving only a few stones, he felt lightheaded and dizzy. He moved to crouch beside Denise, observing the situation below while raising his hand to signal. "Hold off for now. Wait for my command," he said. Picking up a pebble about the size of an egg, he tossed it lightly over the edge, counting the seconds as it fell. The pebble eventually splashed into the river between the orcs and bearfolk below, causing a noticeable ripple but drawing no attention. While the group above busied themselves moving stones, the confrontation in the canyon below reached its boiling point. With negotiations failing, the orc chief raised his longsword high and let out a battle cry. "Warriors of the Blade Clan, take back our homeland." The wolf riders roared in unison, charging forward behind their leader. The massive white bearfolk guard let out a cold laugh, raising its paws as electricity crackled across its body, causing its fur to bristle and its size to swell. Gathering the electricity into its palms, it pointed at the orc chief. A lightning arc over 20 meters long shot forward, striking its target with precision. The wolf mount beneath the charging chief convulsed and collapsed, its fur scorched, throwing the chief to the ground. The lightning arced onward, downing 5 additional wolf riders in its path. Although the wolves and their riders were left twitching and incapacitated, the resilient orc chief struggled to his feet, refusing to back down. Behind him, over 20 wolf riders roared and surged forward, leaping past their leader to attack the 5 bearfolk guards. The bearfolk bared their teeth, crouching low as electricity coursed through their claws, ready to meet the charge heat. Close behind, 2 to 3 dozen orc infantry charged with longswords and greatswords raised high. Leo silently calculated the timing, then suddenly slashed his raised hand downward. "Drop them!" he shouted. The group immediately pushed the stones over the edge. These massive rocks, carried by superhumans, weighed anywhere from 100 pounds to over 1,000. As they plummeted down the steep cliff, the boulders shattered on impact, exploding into a deadly rain of debris. The stone fragments rained down like artillery, scattering and wreaking havoc among the orc infantry. Even the extraordinary among the orcs couldn't withstand the barrage. Anyone struck by a stone the size of a fist was left with devastating fractures. Massive stones, each weighing over 100 pounds, plummeted like projectiles from a catapult, their devastating force capable of obliterating fortress walls. The orc infantry, mere flesh and blood, were instantly crushed into pulp under the onslaught of the boulders. In a single barrage, 10 orc foot soldiers and 1 warg rider lost their lives. The rolling stones split the orc forces in two, cutting off the rear ranks as the relentless cascade of rocks blocked their path, forcing them to retreat. One warg rider looked up at the cliffside and spotted the source of the rock's death figures of Leo and his companions. Roaring with fury, he commanded, "Charge up there! Kill them!" The remaining 2 warg riders and the entire group of orc infantry immediately shifted their direction, advancing along the narrow cliffside trail toward the storm altar. Huggins, observing the approaching enemy, gripped his sword and shield tightly, speaking calmly, 15 orc infantry, 2 warg riders. Prepare for battle. He moved to take up a strategic position at the end of the narrow path. The trail, wide enough for only one person at a time, should have been an ideal defensive choke point, but the orcs had a surprising tactic in store. The 2 warg riders urged their mounts into the air, using protrusions in the cliffside to push off and leap a staggering 10 meters. They landed directly behind the adventurers. One rider swung down his longsword midair, forcing Barrett to block with his massive axe. The sheer power of the blow pushed Barrett back several steps. Huggins had no choice but to abandon his position at the choke point and turn to engage the second warg rider. With the path now exposed, the orc infantry surged forward. The first orc let out a resounding "Wayarag" battle cry, only to be instantly silenced as 3 of Lynch's arrows pierced through his chest and face, sending him tumbling off the cliff with broken shafts still embedded in his body. The next orc barely had time to react before Leo's heavy arrow struck him square in the chest, the immense impact knocking him backward into his comrades. Lynch's green longbow and Leo's Hugh greatbow each had their strengths. The former was light and nimble, perfect for precise shots, while the latter packed incredible power, akin to a sniper rifle at close range, capable of severing an orc's arm. Under the combined assault of the 2 bows, Fisher's hand crossbow, and Dennis's fireballs, the first 5 orcs to charge forward were swiftly eliminated. These orc warriors, the elite of their tribe and far stronger than the Empire's heavily armored infantry, still could not withstand the relentless ranged attacks. Even for someone as skilled as Leo, defeating an orc warrior in close combat without a shield would come at a steep cost. However, ranged firepower could only hold them off for so long. The remaining 10 orc infantry finally broke through to the clearing, launching a fierce attack on the adventurers. Lin Chi and Fisher drew their weapons, stepping forward to meet the charging orc warriors. The battlefield quickly split into distinct skirmishes, with berserkers and shield warriors locked in combat against the warg riders, leaving the mage and ranger to face the direct threat ahead. Leo loosed 3 arrows in rapid succession, felling one of the orcs. However, he was soon forced into close combat as another orc swung its long sword at him. This orc clan was unusual. They had abandoned the traditional clubs and great axes in favor of finely crafted longswords and greatswords. These weapons, nearly 1.5 meters in length, boasted blades 10 centimeters wide and half an inch thick. Forging such weapons required extraordinary craftsmanship and significant resources. Despite the nicks and wear on some of the older blades, in the hands of these immensely strong orcs, they remained deadly instruments of war. Against such massive blades, Leo's steel sword seemed almost fragile. He narrowly dodged 2 heavy strikes but was forced to block the third. The moment steel clashed against steel, the sheer force of the blow nearly fractured his wrist, and his northern steel sword almost slipped from his grasp. In this critical moment, Leo felt as though he was guided by some unseen force. He spun his body instinctively, using the momentum to whirl his blade like a hammer throw. Suddenly, he released his grip with one hand, and the sword slashed forward with unnatural speed and power, severing the orc's head cleanly. Blood spurted into the air as the head flew high before crashing heavily to the ground. Another orc warrior, witnessing the scene, froze in shock for a moment before letting out an ear-splitting roar of "Wayag" and charging toward Old Pete. Leo stared in astonishment at the strike he had just delivered, a blow far beyond his usual strength. It felt as though he hadn't been controlling the sword, but rather the sword had been guiding his movements. The overwhelming force of the swing nearly caused him to lose his grip entirely. As he stood there, momentarily stunned, three more orc warriors broke through Lin Chi and Fisher's defensive line and rushed toward him. In the distance, Danny's was chanting an incantation, fire elements slowly gathering at the tip of her staff. With her casting materials depleted, she was relying solely on her own magic, drastically slowing the process of conjuring a fireball. Seeing Leo in danger, she maintained the fire element at her staff while reaching for a water skin at her waist, drawing a stream of water into the air. Clear water instantly froze, transforming into a sharp, 1-foot-long icicle. With a forward thrust of her palm, Denise sent the icicle whistling into the abdomen of an orc warrior. As the orc let out a pained roar, a fireball struck his face with precision, instantly turning the horned helmet and his head beneath into a blazing torch. Meanwhile, Leo was locked in fierce combat with the remaining two orcs. His fighting style, however, was markedly different from before. In the past, his swordsmanship was measured and adaptable, always leaving room to respond to unforeseen changes. Now, it was as if the long sword in his hand was dragging him along, his movements erratic and unsteady, like a man trying to tame a wild beast. This risky style, sacrificing balance for power, made each of his strikes devastatingly forceful, allowing him to meet the orc's heavy weapons heated. His swordplay was unpredictable and cunning, each move fluid and ever-changing, carving several bloody gashes into his opponents within moments. Leo, however, was not unscathed. The loss of balance made even basic dodging a perilous endeavor. Every attempt to evade an attack felt like a death-defying dance on a tightrope. Denise, though drained of her magic, did not retreat. With a determined expression, she raised her staff, pointing one end at an orc while bracing the other against her shoulder. A thunderous boom erupted as the staff spat a tongue of flame, blasting a palm-sized hole through the orc's chest. Staggering backward a few steps, the orc collapsed lifelessly to the ground. The last orc, stunned by the bizarre attack, flailed his long sword in panic. Seizing the opportunity, Leo struck, slicing into the orc's calf before following up with a horizontal slash that took his head clean off. At that moment, the sound of a horn echoed through the canyon. The two warg riders battling Barrett and Harkins abruptly disengaged, retreating with reluctant growls. The remaining orc infantry quickly followed suit. Exhausted, the adventurers had no strength left to pursue them. Down in the valley, the orc leader regrouped with the warg riders and the retreating forces before vanishing into the wilderness. It turned out they had been losing ground in their battle against the Bearfolk guards, suffering the loss of more than 10 warg riders. The white Bearfolk, capable of unleashing lightning, was particularly fearsome, felling 5 riders with a single strike. Wielding thunder-imbued claws, he and his comrades tore through the flesh of wargs and orcs with ease. In just a quarter of an hour, over half of the 20-plus warg riders had been wiped out. Before old Pete could voice his thoughts, Leo interjected, "It's a good thing my command was so effective and my strategy so sound. That's how we managed to repel the orcs. Truly, I am a seasoned adventurer. I contributed a lot too." Old Pete shouted indignantly, his voice tinged with frustration. He recalled his earlier, less than dignified scramble around the altar ruins, desperately trying to evade the orc warriors chasing after him. In hindsight, he figured his frantic dash had at least served to divert their attention. The outcome of the battle was now clear. Of the 15 orc infantry, 6 had been taken out by ranged attacks early on. Leo brought down 2 with his sword, while Danis burned one with a fireball spell and took out another with her alchemical firearm. Fisher and Lynch teamed up to dispatch 3 more. As for the 2 orc soldiers who had been pursuing Old Pete, they retreated immediately upon hearing the signal to withdraw. Meanwhile, the warg rider who had been locked in combat with Harkins and Barrett continued to dominate the fight, using the warg's agility and ferocity to maintain the upper hand. When the orcs finally retreated, the group felt no urge to give chase. Instead, they were collectively relieved to have survived. The intense and chaotic skirmish had drained them of their stamina, and they doubted they could withstand another assault, especially from the relentless warg rider. Leo examined Danis's staff with keen interest. The metallic staff, designed with a distinctly British aesthetic, appeared ornate but concealed ingenious craftsmanship. The curved handle was embedded with a fire element mana crystal, which not only amplified Danis's fire magic, but also served another purpose. To Leo's surprise, the staff's base revealed a gun muzzle. The entire staff was, in fact, a precisely engineered firearm with firepower comparable to a modern shotgun. The palm-sized, bloodied cavity in the chest of the orc it had struck was the devastating result of its dense steel shot. Danis explained with a smile, "This is the masterpiece of the alchemy master Freeman. It originally belonged to my mentor. It's an alchemical firearm, a modified version of a dwarven musket, powered by magic instead of a trigger mechanism. When my mentor learned that I was going on a journey, he gave it to me for self-defense, With a playful grin, she added, since it uses magic to fire, I suppose it counts as a form of fireball spell, right? So I named it Danis's fireball technique. As she spoke, she unscrewed the handle of the staff, revealing the gun chamber and deftly loaded a cylindrical bullet. With this powerful shotgun and her capabilities as a mage, Danis was far from a burden to the Firefly adventurers. Leo could hardly contain his envy. While the capital of the Orlantis Empire was already flourishing in its Renaissance era, his homeland in the northern regions still lingered in the classical age. The immense gap in technological and cultural advancement was evident in this intricately crafted alloy barrel. Even if the blueprints were handed to the finest blacksmiths in Eisenport, the resulting musket barrel would still need to be a centimeter thicker to ensure safe use. Leo shifted his gaze from the alchemical musket to Denise and asked curiously, "Do dwarven muskets have this much power?" Denise shook her head. "I wouldn't know. I haven't seen many firearms. Most of the ones I've encountered are ancient relics in the Imperial Capital Museum, and they're less powerful than bows and arrows. Ever since the western regions fell into turmoil, dwarves from the west rarely come to the capital to trade. Occasionally, you might spot a dwarven artisan in the free states of the southern islands." Hearing this, Leo nodded in disappointment as his hopes for long-range firepower were dashed once again. Just then, that grand, indifferent voice echoed in his ears. "You have aided the Thunder Clan and successfully repelled the orcs. You have completed the beginner's quest and unlocked access to Midgard." Access to Midgard? Where is Midgard? Leo wondered silently. He felt a wave of dissatisfaction with this sudden system. It didn't even come with a beginner's gift pack, let alone something groundbreaking like a eureka moment for fusion research. If he had to choose between this system and Grandpa Bobuk, he'd pick the latter without hesitation. "Master Bobuk, are you there?" Leo called out in his mind, but received no response. Suddenly, streams of data appeared in his vision, and a series of glowing markers materialized on the ground. Various interface elements popped up one after another. Auto pathfinding, a minimap, quest guides, a health bar. The once immersive experience of crossing into another world now felt like a video game. "Leo, are you okay?" Denise asked with concern, noticing his unusual expression. "I'm fine. I think I've discovered Midgard." "What?" Denise exclaimed, glancing around in surprise. They were currently in the middle of a vast canyon. Beyond its outer edge lay the endless expanse of Wolfbane Plains, while the inner side was dominated by towering, majestic cliffs that reached into the clouds. To the north, the cliffs stretched on endlessly, their snow-capped peaks visible on clear days. In the distant south, the mighty Anzino River waterfall roared, its grandeur making it seem closer than it was. "Follow me," Leo said, unwilling to explain further, and took the lead. A precarious cliffside path on the far side of the storm altar led toward the canyon's end. The deeper they ventured, the narrower the canyon became, and the river's current grew increasingly turbulent. Denise grew more and more uneasy as they walked. "Where did those barefolk guards go? Are they just letting us stroll in like this? We adventurers aren't as sturdy as Warg Redursa. A single lightning chain would be enough to take us out." "Maybe they retreated to tend to their wounds," Leo replied vaguely. "How did you figure out where Midgard is?" "I couldn't find a single clue." "Ah, my head hurts. I must be growing a brain," Leo exclaimed, clutching his head. Since being struck by the altar's sword aura earlier that morning, his face had remained pale, suggesting he hadn't fully recovered. Yet during the battle with the orcs, his mastery of the dual-handed drunken sword technique had been extraordinary, allowing him to take on two opponents at once without faltering. It was almost supernatural. Some speculated that the spirit of a beast-folk sword saint might have possessed him. The group followed the trail for another 7 or 8 miles before finally descending to the canyon's riverbank. The scene before them was breathtaking. Crystal-clear pools of water shimmered in varying shades of blue and green, perfectly complementing the azure sky and the lush green mountains on either side. It was like a natural masterpiece. The glowing markers on the ground extended all the way to the base of the distant waterfall. The waterfall ahead blocked the path through the canyon. During winter, the water flow was not strong, and the waterfall resembled a sparse curtain of water, about 20 meters wide, cascading gently down. The canyon abruptly ended here, with a majestic sheer cliff standing just 100 meters behind the waterfall. Through the thin veil of falling water, faint glimpses of streams converging and splashing down from the cracks in the cliff could be seen. The members of the expedition halted by the riverside, their faces filled with disappointment. Only Leo refused to give up. He walked toward the waterfall alone, following the guidance of the mysterious glowing points. Wading through the shallow river, he reached the waterfall, gently parted the water curtain, and disappeared behind the rock face. The sight left his companions stunned. Barrett was the first to rush toward the waterfall, reaching out to feel behind the water curtain, but his hands found only cold rock. He searched along the entire length of the waterfall, venturing into the center of the river until the water reached his chest, but he had to give up eventually. Soaked to the skin, he returned to the shore, shaking off water as he said, "There's no entrance." Denise carefully observed the waterfall, looking for signs of human intervention but found none. "It must be some kind of magic. Perhaps it requires specific permissions to enter," she said, her voice a mix of excitement and frustration, excited to have found the legendary Midgard, yet disheartened by their inability to enter. Meanwhile, on the other side of the waterfall, Leo was greeted by an entirely different scene. A vast circular lake stretched out before him, and he stood on a white stone bridge about 20 meters wide. The bridge arched gracefully across the lake like a rainbow, leading directly to the opposite shore. The cliffs on both sides of the canyon grew lower, curving around the lake and converging at the far end of the bridge to form a natural circular gateway. The towering cliff that had seemed so close earlier had now receded several miles into the distance, revealing a breathtaking elven city rising majestically in its place. Built into the mountainside, the city displayed an elegant, layered design. The lowest tier of buildings perched atop cliffs at least 100 meters high, while the highest palace seemed to hover 500 meters above the ground. At the canyon's highest points, elven watchtowers stood sentinel, extending outward from the gorge. These were the same weathered stone pillars Denise had spotted from the mountaintop yesterday, now revealed to be magically concealed structures. This fantastical and grand city was unlike anything Leo had ever seen, even in the most imaginative fantasy films of his previous life. This was Midgard, the ancient elven city. Leo took a few steps forward and glanced back. The waterfall had vanished, replaced by a shimmering curtain resembling raindrops on a glass pane, distorting the view of the outside world. Through this watery veil, he could see Barrett still fumbling in vain. "Welcome to the magnificent elven city of Atrium." The system's voice echoed in Leo's mind. Seeing the disappointed expressions of his companions, Leo silently asked the system if it could unlock their permissions. After a long silence, the system suddenly proposed an absurd task. Leo had to strip naked, run 3 laps around the lake, and kiss his companions as a condition to unlock their permissions. Leo shook his head helplessly and had no choice but to move forward alone. However, at the end of the stone bridge leading to Atrium, a massive bear lay sprawled under the circular gate, completely blocking the path. The system popped up with a new task: capture the evil bear with a sack and knock her on the forehead. As he approached, Leo recognized the drooling, white-eyed Barrett was Freya. He grabbed her chubby cheek and scolded, "Weren't you supposed to be traveling with Master Bobuk? What are you doing sleeping here?" Freya slowly woke up and, recognizing Leo, excitedly tried to leap at him. Leo quickly pressed his hand against her forehead, fearing being crushed by the two-ton creature. While Freya pouted and explained pitifully that her mean teacher had starved her, the system suddenly became emotional and demanded Leo kick the evil bear into Moon Lake to feed the fish. To everyone's surprise, Leo actually gave the unsuspecting Freya a push, sending her tumbling into the lake. The water was shallow, only reaching Freya's belly. She coughed and splashed around, looking at Leo in confusion. Leo immediately scolded her for badmouthing her teacher behind his back. Freya clutched her stomach and pitifully explained that Master Bobuk had gone to the dangerous northern snowfields, leaving her here to starve. At that moment, Leo sensed something was wrong. Ever since he had gained spiritual perception, he had noticed an intangible veil in his mind, cutting him off from the outside world. The most obvious clue was that, even with Freya standing right in front of him, their soul link was completely inactive. Just then, a gentle yet unyielding force swept away the veil in Leo's mind, and Master Bobuk's voice came through. Stop playing around. Giggle." The system let out a mischievous laugh. "Ha, you silly teapot." As the teasing words echoed, Leo instantly realized he'd been played. From the very beginning, this so-called system had shown all sorts of abnormalities. The erratic task updates and its hurried tone were clear signs of something off. But who wouldn't want a personal system? Even an unreliable one seemed better than nothing. When the truth was finally revealed, a wave of crushing disappointment engulfed Leo. "You liar." Leo roared in frustration. "Huh, you're not even a system. What on earth are you?" "On Earth? Well, I've heard people turn into ghosts when they die. As for me, I suppose I'm more of a little spirit, though I don't have a life of my own. So maybe you can call me a spirit ghost," the voice replied mischievously. Just then, Master Bobuk's calm and gentle voice interjected at the perfect moment. "Ael didn't intend to deceive you. She is indeed a system, just one from Midgard." He began to explain slowly. Midgard isn't an ordinary city. At its core is a complete alchemical creation, responsible for operating all magical devices. Ael is the control system for that creation. As Bobuk's explanation unfolded, the truth gradually came to light. Over 1,000 years ago, Lord Chisel built Midgard and created Ael alongside it. When Midgard was sealed, the city's core merely entered a dormant state, as complete shutdown would mean its demise. The Thunder clan of Bearfolk chose to stay behind, becoming Midgard's guardians, while AEL continued to maintain the city's basic functions. AEL, in essence, was an ancient artificial intelligence tasked with monitoring and overseeing the magical devices still in operation. This alchemical creation, crafted by a grand druid, possessed immense spiritual power. It could easily delve into Leo's thoughts, invade his mind, and even block Bobuk's spiritual link. The so-called civilization system was nothing more than an illusion AEL had fabricated by extracting fragments from Leo's subconscious and residual memories. I just wanted to help Valhall fend off the orcs. Leo protested. Oh, you didn't stop there, you wanted me to put a sack over Freya too. Ael's tone grew even livelier after her identity was exposed. Bobuk, his soul is so fascinating. What is artificial intelligence? Is it me? Bobuk let out a soft sigh, as though chastising a mischievous youngster. Do not peer into people's hearts so recklessly. With that, a powerful spiritual force enveloped Leo's soul, dispelling the discomfort of being spied upon. Leo pondered deeply. Master Bobuk could likely also read his mind and search his memories with ease, yet the venerable elder chose not to. This realization made Leo hold even greater respect for Bobuk, while also revealing the unfathomable depth of the master's power. The sheer strength of his spiritual force alone was far beyond what ordinary people could comprehend. The gap between the extraordinary and the saintly was vast, spanning 3 tiers and 9 levels. While these extraordinary beings had broken past the limits of their physical bodies, gaining superior strength and extended lifespans, they were ultimately still flesh and blood. Lower-tier ones can be killed by a single arrow from an ordinary person, while higher-tier ones might not possess such extraordinary powers. Leo pondered silently, his gaze falling on Master Bobuk, who wore nothing but a pair of animal hide shorts. This unassuming druid cowled. He have already reached the saintly rank? Turning toward the riverbank, Leo saw his companions already busy setting up camp. Raising his voice, he called out, "Hey, fake system. I've completed the task. Can you let my companions in now?" The system's cold, mechanical voice promptly replied, "The big dumb bear hasn't been fed fish. Task incomplete. There aren't any fish in this lake." Leo shouted in frustration. Suddenly, a more furious voice erupted from El. "There used to be, but that lazy, gluttonous bear ate them all." Her voice carried a noticeable sob. "I've lived alone for 1,000 years, and I finally managed to raise some fish. I watched them grow every day, gave each one a name. They were my precious babies. Now they're all gone." Hearing the grievance in Elle's voice, Leo turned to Freya and questioned, "Didn't you say you hadn't eaten in ages?" Freya feigned ignorance. "Fish count? But they're fish." Leo finally understood why Elle held such animosity toward Phriathus. Gluttonous bear had clearly wreaked havoc on Elle's belongings during her time in Midgard. At that moment, Master Bobuk spoke up. "Elle, let them in. Consider it compensation for toying with Leo." After a brief silence, Elle reluctantly announced, "Ding! Your companions have been granted access to Midgard." As they walked back with Freya, who was still shaking off water furiously, Leo muttered, "Your teacher sure has a lot of sway. Even the system listens to him." Freya immediately puffed up with pride. "My teacher is a grand druid, the guardian of Thracer's forest, the leader of the wild order." She gestured dramatically. "It's like Thisif Lord Chisel is a grand duke of the human kingdoms. Then my teacher is equivalent to your pope. Hard to imagine. Hard to imagine," Leo murmured, shaking his head. It was indeed difficult to fathom such a figure. The members of the adventuring party, waiting on the riverbank for news from Leo, suddenly saw him emerging from behind the waterfall's curtain. Following him was a giant, soaking wet groundhog. The seasoned adventurers immediately recognized the species of this magical beast. Dodging the water, Freya deliberately splashed at him. Leo spread his arms wide and announced loudly, "My friends, welcome to Midgard." Under Leo's guidance, the adventuring party passed through the waterfall's curtain and crossed the magical barrier. The sight before them left even the well-traveled Leo in awe, let alone these medieval, otherworldly explorers who had never encountered such a marvel. Midgard wasn't the grandest city, but it was the masterpiece of the ancient grand druid, Chisel, who had poured his heart and soul into its creation. Every statue, every corner, and every district perfectly embodied elegance and harmony, reflecting the elves' pursuit of ultimate comfort and beauty. The group passed through Moonlake and Moongate, ascending the winding mountain road. They marveled at the city's terrace design, a breathtaking blend of elven artistry and the natural harmony it exuded. The entire city is broadly divided into 3 sections, ascending layer by layer. At the lowest level lies the bustling trade district, where commercial streets branch out from the main road in a web-like fashion. Open-air markets on the cliff's edge complement the grandeur of a domed auction house, while an imposing theater adds a touch of cultural sophistication to the city. Statues representing various cultures stand scattered throughout, with viewing platforms and rest areas strategically placed. Walking through this area, Denise could almost envision the vibrant scenes of the past merchants gathering, crowds bustling, and the wealth of half the morning light continent flowing endlessly through this hub. Between the trade district and the residential area on the second level, there is a height difference of several dozen meters, connected by winding stone stairways. The architecture here is diverse brick courtyards, wooden lofts, stone houses, and tree houses nestled among ancient, verdant trees. Though the structures have fallen into disrepair over the years, traces of their former glory remain visible. At the highest point stands the Elven Palace, perched on a fault in the Grand Barrier. From this vantage point, one can gaze down at Moon Lake 500 meters below, the lake marking the beginning of the Great Canyon and towering hundreds of meters above the Wolf's Ridge Plains. The palace's elevated position makes it appear even more majestic when viewed from below. As evening fell, the adventuring party decided to camp in the residential district. Looking at the empty buildings, Leo sighed. It's such a pity to see so many houses abandoned. Look at that courtyard. If it isn't repaired soon, it'll collapse. Even if it collapses, it's not for you to live in. Al retorted indignantly. It's just a bunch of old, unsafe house. What's so special about them? Suddenly, a small deer bounded down from the mountain, curiously observing the group setting up camp in the square. Finding it amusing, no one disturbed the creature. After all, this was the sacred middle court, and even if they had to chew on dry rations, they wouldn't harm the living beings here. The deer locked eyes with Freya, who was busy devouring a piece of jerky Leo had given her. Watching Freya wolf down her food, Leo couldn't help but silently scold Master Bobuk. How could you leave so abruptly? She's still growing and needs proper care. Master Bobuk's voice echoed faintly. Elven druids can sustain themselves by absorbing natural magic. They don't need food. If Freya says she's hungry, it's purely because she's being greedy. What? Then the 3 flatbreads I gave her were wasted? Leo was stunned. Consider it payment for her labor, Master Bobuk replied with a chuckle. Just then, the small deer suddenly knelt on its front legs, stood upright on its hind legs, and, in human language, called out to Freya, "Catch me if you can, you big oaf." "Nah nah nah." With that, it darted off gleefully. "I'm going to eat you." Freya immediately chased after it. The group exchanged puzzled looks, and Leo reassured them. "Don't worry, just kids playing around." "Leo," Denise couldn't hold back her curiosity, "have you been here before?" "No, never. But you seem so familiar with this place," and Denise gestured in the direction Freya had run off. To them, this groundhog, as massive as an earth bear, should be one of the guardians of the middle court, much like the bear folk. Yet it exhibited an unusual closeness to Leo, even showing signs of dependence. "Ah, she's an elven druid who once visited Riverbend as a guest." Leo offered a vague explanation. "That's truly amazing. I envy your life, Leo. It's like you're living in a fairy tale," Denise exclaimed sincerely. Leo responded with just a slight smile. He was all too familiar with the harsh laws of the wild. When you're strong, neighbors welcome you with songs and dances. When you're weak, you might become someone's next meal. Yet, meeting Freya and the little mouse had indeed added a touch of magic to his life. The next day, the group climbed the winding stone steps to the highland summit. Before them stood a uniquely designed elven palace, a masterpiece that seamlessly blended nature with architecture. The marble foundation and grand entrance exuded royal majesty, while the main structure was crafted from intertwining ancient trees and vines. Several vine bridges extended outward, suspended in midair, connecting various sections carved into the cliffs. However, a bear chieftain draped in snow-white fur barred the entrance to the palace, firmly declaring it off-limits. Left with no choice, the group retreated to explore the surrounding gardens. Standing at the edge of the highland cliffs, the entire Wolfbane Plain unfolded before their eyes. Bathed in morning light, the vast expanse of mountains stretched magnificently for 800 miles, with streams and waterfalls cascading like silver ribbons from the heights. In the distant wilderness, faint trails of smoke rose sporadically, hinting at the presence of tribes or nomadic settlements. If not for the perpetual mist shrouding Wolfbane Plain, they might even have glimpsed the rooftops of Eisenball. Denise, brimming with excitement, explained, "Most explorers in the past set out from Varanger in the north. Who would have thought Midgard lies at the southern edge of Wolfbane Plain?" She marveled at the breathtaking scenery around her. No wonder Lord Chazelle chose this spot to build his city. This region spanned over 1,000 miles from north to south and nearly 500 miles east to west, with a total area comparable to an entire province. Searching for a magically sealed ancient ruin in such a vast expanse was akin to finding a needle in a haystack. Despite trekking for days, they had only traveled 100 miles in a straight line from the river bend. To their right, the Anzanor River's grand waterfall was clearly visible. Leo also noticed a broken aqueduct extending from the palace toward the lake beneath the falls. Unfortunately, only a few hundred meters of it remained intact, the rest having succumbed to the passage of 1,000 years. After spending an entire day in Midgard, Denise reluctantly suggested heading back. Leo, too, felt a deep attachment to this magical place and couldn't help but ask Master Bobuk if it were possible to settle here. Seeing through his thoughts, Bobuk patiently explained, "The seal on Midgard requires an immense amount of magical energy to fully lift, far beyond your current capabilities. Besides, without permission from Lord Chisel, who has slumbered for centuries, no one can claim this city as their own." Caught off guard, Leo could only manage an awkward smile. Gaining an entire city for free was indeed a rarity beyond imagination. Still, the opportunity to witness the splendor of this extraordinary ancient city was more than enough to satisfy him. Early the next morning, everyone began packing their belongings, preparing to head home. Denise, unusually quiet, seemed like a completely different person from the talkative university student from the imperial capital. She mechanically organized her backpack, her gaze unfocused, as if weighed down by heavy thoughts. Leo noticed her unusual behavior and couldn't help but ask, "Why leave so soon after finally finding the atrium? You've only been here a day. I thought you'd want to stay longer." Denise set down the items in her hands and gave a faint, bitter smile. "If the atrium were an abandoned ruin, I would definitely stay and study it thoroughly. But it's different. This place is perfectly preserved, guarded by the bearfolk, and as beautiful as a dream. Any human interference would ruin its purity." She paused before continuing. "My mentor always said that history is the eternal treasure of civilization. While searching for history, we must also protect it. But when faced with a living atrium like this, I realize I lack the ability to safeguard it." "Ability? What kind of ability?" "The ability to protect it." Denise frowned even deeper. "I'm not even sure if I should tell my mentor about discovering the atrium. Once it's written into a paper and published, adventurers, opportunists, and looters will undoubtedly flock here. The atrium's 1,000 years of tranquility could be destroyed by my own hand." She sighed. "If I were a king or a duke, I would send professional mages and scholars to explore and communicate. But unfortunately, I'm just an ordinary scholar." Hearing this, Leo couldn't help but feel admiration for her pure dedication as a scholar. He spoke softly, trying to comfort her. "You're thinking too far ahead. Without the atrium's internal permission, even if someone scoured the entire Wolfbane Plains, they might not find a way in. Tell your mentor. Trust that he'll make the right decision." At that moment, Freya, who had been clinging to Leo's side, suddenly hugged his arm and glared at Denise with suspicion. "Leo has a wife. His wife is Olivia." Denise couldn't help but laugh, playfully replying, "Humans can have many wives. We're not like you elves." Freya froze at this response, her expression turning serious as she pondered for a moment. Then, out of nowhere, she asked, "Do you know how to bake flatbreads?" The sudden question left Denise momentarily speechless. Leo, both amused and exasperated, gently pried Freya's hands away and changed the subject. "Aren't you coming with us? To Rivermouth? I'll treat you to something delicious." Freya pouted, her voice tinged with a sob as she said, "Teacher won't let me leave." This was no surprise to Leo. Master Bobuk had placed Freya in the atrium not only because it was a safe haven, but also because his soul bond with Freya had reached its limit across the northern snowy plains. If she ventured any farther south, even as close as Rivermouth, they would lose their connection entirely. Although Master Bobuk often placed Freya in perilous situations, his care for his disciple was beyond question. Leo looked helplessly at the young girl before him. As an ordinary man, he couldn't even defeat Freya, making him wholly unqualified to promise Master Bobuk that he could protect her. At the moment of farewell, Freya gazed at Leo with reluctance, her voice carrying a childlike tone of reminder. "Make sure Sister Olivia saves some wheat cakes for me." As the adventuring party left the courtyard and exited the Great Canyon, the various interfaces set up by Al and Leo's vision began to fade one by one. Clearly, Al's formidable mental power could only influence the area within the canyon where the courtyard was located. The return journey was far smoother than the way there. Familiarity with the route and the absence of attacks from foreign tribes significantly sped up their progress. After crossing the rocky hills near the Borman's lair, the journey became especially peaceful. Some elusive wildfolk hunters even shared fresh game with them, allowing the group to enjoy a hearty outdoor barbecue. Since leading the three factions to defeat the Borman tribe, relations between the wildfolk, kobolds, and Rivermouth had noticeably improved, with frequent trade interactions. As the commander, Leo earned widespread respect, particularly from the young wildfolk hunters, whose gazes were filled with awe when they looked at him. By the evening of the third day, the adventuring party finally returned to Rivermouth. Their 8-day adventure ended successfully, with all 7 adventurers unharmed. Even the 3 donkeys, initially expected to be expendable, made it back safely. In fact, their fate turned out far better than anticipated. Barrett, the giant, often carried 2 donkeys at a time when they slowed down on mountain paths. These sturdy northern-backed donkeys could never have imagined riding on a person to explore the mountains. On the northern waterway of the Rivermouth Peninsula, a newly constructed suspension bridge was guarded by several small kobolds armed with wooden spears. They appeared somewhat timid, cautiously questioning passing villagers and militiamen. While some grumpy villagers impatiently kicked these little creatures aside, most humored their patrolling with playful cooperation. These kobolds, raised by Olivia, were markedly different from their counterparts in the valley, meek and even more timid than human youths, never retaliating even when struck. However, upon seeing Leo, they seemed to find their backbone, standing tall and even daring to bare their teeth at the more aggressive villagers. After all, in their eyes, Olivia was their mother, and Leo, as her companion, was naturally their father. As the adventuring party approached, the little kobolds raised their wooden spears, mimicking guards as they shouted, "Sign in! Sign in!" Their antics drew laughter from the group. Barrett stepped forward, deliberately putting on a fierce act, and bellowed at the barely meter-tall creatures, "I am Barrett, eater of dogs." 2 at a time. To the little kobolds, the towering Barrett, over 2 meters tall, was like a terrifying demon. They were so frightened that they dropped their spears, huddling together behind Leo, trembling and shouting, "Wrong flavor! Wrong flavor! They are outsiders! Woof woof woof." Leo couldn't help but laugh, but since this situation was ultimately of his making, he had no choice but to calm the frightened kobolds while leading the adventuring party into Rivermouth. During Leo's absence, the defense of Rivermouth territory underwent a complete transformation. The previously scattered and informal patrols had been organized into a proper defensive force. 50 full-time militiamen were no longer just part-time helpers, but operated under a strict military system, taking shifts around the clock to patrol, stand guard, and train. Such a strengthening of defenses was absolutely necessary. With increasing unrest in the wilderness, the newly sheltered refugees, the barely pacified ogres, and the well-fed kobolds in the valley all posed potential risks that couldn't be ignored. Urian demonstrated military skills far beyond Leo's capabilities. Under his command, every vantage point in Rivermouth was guarded by 2 sentinels, and fully armed patrols frequently passed through populated areas. This arrangement not only reassured the villagers, but also served as a deterrent to potential threats. As a civilian officer with a background as an imperial soldier, Urian had earned the deep respect of Roman's father through his competence. At this moment, Urian was strolling leisurely through the village, dressed in a silk garment of dubious origin, looking like a farmer trying to pass off as a wealthy landowner. With the arrival of spring, he was finally able to put away his wolfskin coat, which reeked of an unpleasant odor. When he spotted Leo and his group returning early at the village entrance, he was visibly surprised. Taking a noble lady on an adventure should have taken at least 10 days or more to be satisfying, but here they were, back after only 8 days before the spring planting had even begun. Smiling, he greeted the adventurers while muttering to Leo under his breath, "Why didn't you take them to the Borman lair? It'd be both an adventure and a chance to clear out some monsters. 2 birds with 1 stone. No? Better not," Leo replied honestly. "If we got exposed, my days as a lord would be over." He hadn't expected to return so quickly either, imagining a grand and epic adventure akin to the Fellowship of the Ring. Still, this wasn't so bad. No casualties, payment secured, and 8 days for 8,000. He was quite content. Urian, seeing through Leo's modest ambitions, shook his head silently. With such low aspirations, this guy will never make a proper lord in his lifetime. That evening, the adventurers were accommodated in an unfinished longhouse located to the left of the lord's manor. The building was originally intended as a barracks for the militia, designed to facilitate quick assembly in case of nighttime emergencies. However, due to the financial struggles of the newly established territory, even basic materials like reeds and straw for the roof were still being gathered, leaving the project temporarily on hold. The lord's manor, though grand in scale, was built with the most basic materials: wood, and not even tiles for the roof. Still, for adventuring parties seeking shelter from the wind, being able to pitch tents and light a fire inside was far better than braving the cold on a riverbank. As night fell, Denise visited the newly completed manor to settle Leo's payment. The interior was fully constructed. 3-inch thick oak planks were firmly nailed to hefty beams, not creaking even underfoot. Below, the one-tusked boars had settled in, lounging lazily beneath the wooden staircase and dozing in the warmth of the central hearth. The 4 corners of the manor had been sectioned off with wooden panels to serve as storage for food and supplies. A ventilation shaft in the center of the roof allowed smoke from the hearth to escape. Valerie had crafted a spacious lord's throne above the hearth's staircase, close to the wall, adorned with a massive saber-toothed tiger pelt. Mounted above it was the preserved head of the Borman chieftain, a symbol of the lord's authority. This design was common in the Northlands, resembling Viking longhouses but on a grander scale. Thanks to the central hearth, the interior was warm and cozy, far more comfortable than the outdoor bonfires. Each evening after dinner, the chiefs gathered here to discuss important matters, while children played nearby. Even the kobold pups from the stables would sneak in to tumble around and bask in the heat. Olivia had organized the hall with various rain-sensitive supplies, creating an arrangement that, while seemingly chaotic, was surprisingly orderly. As a first-time employer, Denise appeared slightly reserved. She handed over 5 gold soules, 3 as the agreed payment, 2 as a bonus for discovering the courtyard, in addition to the 5 soules already given as a deposit. Thank you, generous Miss Denise. Leo exclaimed joyfully, though he barely had time to examine the coins before Yulian snatched them away. My money! Leo cried out in despair. Yulian sternly kept 1 coin. I'm the lord, and you're a subject. If you take jobs here, you pay taxes. Got it? 9 out of 10 coins. Consider yourself lucky. Just as Leo reclaimed his pitiful single coin, Olivia swooped in and took it, along with Yulian's share. Smiling, she declared, I'll keep these safe for you. The 2 men could only exchange helpless glances, silently grumbling. Seated by the warm hearth, Denise smiled at the scene. This family carried none of the airs of nobility, instead radiating a closeness and warmth that even commoners might envy. She thought of her own family. Despite her title as the daughter of a viscount in the imperial capital, her home had always been cold and distant. Only in her studies and adventures had she found genuine companionship. After pocketing the coins, Olivia brought out some dried fruits and invited Leo and Denise to chat as they snacked. As a scholar from the Imperial Academy, Denise was well-read and could converse on a wide range of topics with ease. After a while, Leo suddenly asked, I heard people from the capital all have black hair and black eyes. How come your hair is brown? Denise chuckled softly as she explained to Leo, the Orlantis Empire originally originated from the southern province of Orlantiri. There, true Orlantiri people traditionally have black hair and black eyes. However, in the modern imperial capital, such traits have become a minority, with less than a third of the population sharing these characteristics. Her gaze swept over to the timid little girl standing beside Olivia. After a brief pause, she continued, over the past 1,000 years, especially after the northern and western territories were incorporated into the empire 700 and 500 years ago respectively, the demographic composition of the capital has become quite mixed. Traditionally, we used hair and eye colors to distinguish northerners with blonde hair and green eyes, westerners with brown hair and blue eyes, and southerners with black hair and black eyes. But nowadays, these distinctions are not as clear. It's more of a way to trace lineage. Through generations of intermarriage, even many Orlantiri nobles have seen changes in their hair and eye colors. Leo nodded thoughtfully. That's true. Even in the remote villages of the north, you can see these changes. Take Vichy, for example. He has the robust build typical of northerners, yet he was born with the curly brown hair and dark hazel eyes unique to westerners. As they spoke, the little girl seemed increasingly uneasy, quietly shifting from Olivia's side to stand closer to Leo, clutching tightly to the corner of his garment. Though Denise had seen this girl following Leo before, she had never paid much attention to her. Denise knew that after humanity drove back the beast folk 700 years ago, a large number of imperial citizens crossed the Anzino River and settled in the former beast folk lands. While the northern clans made up the majority, there were also many soldiers from the western and southern regions among the station troops. As a result, modern northerners display a variety of hair colors: blonde, brown, black, and even green, which is rumored to stem from beast folk lineage. However, pure Orlantiri individuals with black hair and black eyes were exceedingly rare in the north. Denise turned to the little girl and asked kindly, What is your name? The girl hesitated, her face pale as she glanced at Leo. He encouraged her gently, Don't be afraid. Speak up. My name is Gulvig, the girl whispered timidly. Denise smiled warmly. What an elegant name. Your parents must be very learned. This northern name signifies royalty and strength. In fact, the current emperor's father-in-law, your Grand Duke Mitchell, named his own granddaughter Ghoul. Before she could finish her sentence, Denise's expression froze, and her face gradually turned pale. The little girl buried her face into Leo's chest but mustered the courage to continue. My name is Gulvig Charlie Alexander Augustus King Griffin Black. With each surname the girl uttered, Denise's complexion grew increasingly ashen. From the string of illustrious surnames, Leo keenly sensed the unusual origins of the little mouse. He turned eagerly to Denise. Miss Denise, have you heard of this name? In the culturally and informationally limited Northern Territory, having someone like Denise to consult was a rare opportunity. Life in the frontier was far from the idyllic picture it might seem. The environment was harsh, survival was barely manageable, and dangers lurked everywhere. Even a simple cold could be fatal. There wasn't even a single doctor around. Since taking the little mouse under his wing, Leo no longer held the same indifferent attitude as before. He genuinely wished to give her a better future. Denise remained silent for a long time, her expression grave. She took a deep breath and spoke slowly. Of course, I've heard of it. That is the title of the empire's princess, the only daughter of Charles VII, the heir to the Atlantis Empire. Leo looked incredulously at the little mouse, holding her small head and tilting it from side to side. I just picked someone up off the roadside, and it turns out I found a princess? Do all your empire's princesses like to hide under carriages? Denise let out a long, weary sigh. The truth is yet to be determined. About a year ago, the Queen and the young Princess Gulvig traveled to Ornick to visit the Duke of the North, the Queen's father, but their airship crashed, and there were no survivors. The Empire mobilized the Griffin, Rose, and Gale Knight orders to investigate, but they neither uncovered the cause of the accident nor found any survivors. Over the past year, at least 100 imposters claiming to be the princess have been executed by hanging. She fixed her serious gaze on the little mouse. If it's true, this would indeed be incredible news. But if it's false, not only will you both face execution, but I, as someone involved, would also be implicated. Leo asked the little mouse to bring out her nightgown. Can this piece of clothing prove her identity? Denise examined it carefully and discovered a griffin embroidery hidden within the patterns. This magical fabric from the province of Arantiri had been a royal tribute for millennia and was nearly extinct in the market. The griffin insignia was exclusively reserved for the royal family. However, these clues alone weren't enough to confirm her lineage. Then what should we do? Leo held the trembling little mouse close, comforting her softly. Don't be afraid. Even if you can't go back, you can be my daughter. He'll take care of you. His words seemed to have a calming effect, as the frightened little mouse gradually began to relax. Denise scrutinized the two of them before finally speaking. Leo, after spending this time with you, I've come to understand your character, and I believe you lack the means to orchestrate such a complex scheme. But the world is full of hidden dangers, and I can't nor dare tortuously bring a girl who might be the princess back to the capital. I will depart immediately and use my connections to investigate. In the meantime, you must ensure her safety. Seeing how serious she was, Leo had no choice but to agree. All right, go ahead and investigate, but make sure not to reveal this information lightly. Whether it's true or not, I don't want anyone to get hurt. Denise nodded. Of course. Regardless of whether the little mouse is the princess, any leaked information would pose great risks to her and to Rivermouth. After watching Denise leave, Leo turned to the little mouse, who was now hiding in Olivia's arms, and deliberately teased in a loud voice, Your Highness, the princess, aren't you going to come and warm my bed? Late at night, Olivia quietly climbed into Leo's bed. The two lay on their sides, with a little mouse soundly asleep between them. However, the little mouse's sleep was restless. Rapid breaths and slight trembles revealed that she was trapped in uneasy dreams. Olivia gently stroked her frail body, trying to soothe her troubled face. She's so tiny. How could she be a princess? Olivia whispered. Leo couldn't help but chuckle. Does a princess have to be big? In Olivia's imagination, a princess should be as graceful and elegant as the widow Agatha, dressed in luxurious gowns and radiating a holy aura like an angel. But as a country girl who had never seen a real noble, her idea of a princess was quite simple. Clothes without patches were considered lavish, and a life free from farm work was the epitome of nobility. In the entire River Bay, only the widow barely met these standards. The occasional silver jewelry her sisters secretly wore during gatherings was the closest they had ever come to experiencing true splendor. Yet, in Olivia's heart, the image of the little mouse remained that of a starving waif, all skin and bones, with sunken eyes, silently pleading for a crust of bread with her pitiful gaze. What if she really is a princess? Leo asked softly. If she's a princess, we'll send her back. If she's not, I'll treat her like one anyway, Olivia said, wrinkling her little nose. Then, with a jealous huff, she added, Humph, you're just too kind. You're my princess too. Leo teased, his hand mischievously reaching over. Stop it, Olivia giggled, grabbing his hand and placing it on the little mouse's belly. And so, the three of them fell asleep together, the boy and girl finding a surprising sense of warmth and familiarity, as if they were an old couple, thanks to the little mouse's presence. In his dreams, Leo witnessed a horrifying scene. An alchemic airship with a peculiar design spiraled out of control in the sky, crashing and erupting into flames. Darkness consumed everything. Screams and cries for help echoed in the chaos. The little mouse, covered in blood, stood frozen before a sea of fire. A massive griffin writhed in the flames, while human torches scattered in panic. Several armored female knights surrounded the little mouse, fending off advancing attackers clad in black. One injured knight, her face marred with wounds and blood streaming from her empty eye sockets, turned abruptly and shouted at the little mouse, Run! The overwhelming sense of dread jolted Leo awake. Ever since he had been struck by the sword saint, his spiritual sensitivity had heightened, and he suspected he had glimpsed the little mouse's nightmarish memories. Watching her furrowed brow, he sighed. He had long sensed that the little mouse carried deep emotional scars. This clever yet broken girl often seemed dazed and timid, like a hollow shell driven only by the instinct to survive. When he opened his eyes again, daylight had already filled the room. The little mouse was kneeling on the bed, staring at him intently. "Good morning, Your Highness. Shall I kneel before you?" Leo teased the little mouse with a playful grin. The little mouse, clearly not one to back down, retaliated instantly with a growl, leaping at him and sinking her teeth into his arm. She even wiped her drool off his sleeve with an air of defiance. Leo quickly jumped back, deftly tucking the little mouse under his arm. Just then, Olivia, who had been awake for some time, happened upon the scene. She frowned and scolded. "Put her down right now." Ever since learning that the little mouse might be a princess, Olivia had become unusually formal and reserved in her treatment of her, unlike Leo, who remained as casual as ever. Chastised, Leo and the little mouse stood obediently, heads hung low like children caught misbehaving. But as soon as Olivia walked away, they exchanged a knowing glance. Leo wasted no time scooping the little mouse up again, cheerfully heading out the door. The adventuring party was already prepared to depart, their horses ready at the stable. Denise pulled the little mouse aside and whispered a few questions to her. She only stopped when the little mouse began to look flustered. "Well, we're off then," Denise said distractedly, bidding Leo farewell. Leo escorted the group to the canal south of the river bend, waving enthusiastically. "Take care, everyone. Come back and visit sometime. Next time you adventure in Wolf Plains, I'll give you a 20% discount." As they rode off, the ranger Lynch couldn't help but glance back at Leo. To him, Denise's preoccupied demeanor could only mean she was reluctant to part ways with Leo. During their time together, the two had shared many meaningful conversations. The boy, whom Lynch had initially dismissed as a rough and simple country lad, had revealed a sharp mind and remarkable maturity. Without Leo's help, they wouldn't have even made it to the central courtyard. In contrast, Lynch, who had been part of the group longer, felt he had barely contributed. The young ranger realized he still had much to learn. Once the adventuring party was gone, the river bend returned to its usual tranquility. Leo resumed tinkering with his inventions, scavenging seemingly useless materials. In his spare time, he diligently practiced swordsmanship. The memories imparted by the Sword Saint's essence were like a tidal wave of knowledge flooding his mind. If not for Master Bobek's protection, the sheer intensity of it might have overwhelmed him. Even so, the insights he could grasp, though just fragments, greatly enhanced his skills. After a week of grueling training, Leo finally managed to stay steady while practicing his sword moves, no longer stumbling or falling. As his strength grew, so did his appetite, earning him the title of the biggest eater in the river bend. His physical power also increased significantly. Once known for his brute strength, he had now truly become a powerhouse. The 3-kilogram hybrid broadsword felt as light as a feather in his hands. The little mouse, now more relaxed after her identity was revealed, grew livelier as well. She busied herself helping Olivia with chores and often tattled on Leo's misdeeds during dinner, only to sneak off later and share Olivia's secrets with him before bed. She and Fiza frequently climbed walls to spy on Leo's inventions, peeking over the shoulders of kobold guards until they were inevitably caught and had to flee in embarrassment. One day, a sudden explosion echoed from the Kobold Valley. Leo soon learned that Fiza had successfully created black powder. In the distance, Freya's voice rang out excitedly, "Time to generate some love-powered energy." When the thunderous noise echoed from the Kobold Valley, Julian was attending the spring sowing ceremony with Leo and Olivia. Standing in the fields by the Anzino River, Julian could feel the climate here was much warmer than that near the northern ice river. In this land, sowing could begin as early March, a full month ahead of the northern regions. In the north, the cold waves could strike at any time, forcing farmers to wait until April to scatter rye and oat seeds in their fields, and even then, they needed to cover them with thick layers of straw for warmth. But in the river bend, the grand barriers and the stretching mountain ridges shielded the land from the northern winds. Even the occasional snowflakes that drifted in couldn't harm the resilient crop seeds. Despite this, Julian felt a sense of unease toward this unfamiliar land. To ensure the success of the spring planting, he had invited several local elder farmers for guidance. These seasoned farmers explained that the villages near Icenport followed a fixed farming routine. Barley, oats, and legumes were sown in March, and after the September harvest, wheat and rye were planted. This farming method had its logic. Crops sown during the warmer season had a reliable yield, while the wheat and rye planted during the cold season, though less predictable, were less critical for the common farmers. Barley, oats, and legumes were their staple food, while wheat was primarily an economic crop used to generate income, and rye was mainly for feeding livestock. The high-quality southern wheat struggled to adapt once it crossed the Anzino River, posing too high a risk for the free farmers. Only the well-off noble estates, unconcerned about food security, would grow large amounts of wheat in both seasons to meet the urban demand for soft white bread. This class disparity allowed the Riverbend territory to reach urban dietary standards through grain-iron trade deals with the Petikov family. Though the Petikovs only sold wheat from their estates and refused to procure other cheaper grains, Yulian, after careful consideration, chose not to alter this trade arrangement. However, on his own land, Yulian decided to take a cautious approach, following the wisdom of the local farmers and starting with barley and legumes. This was the first sowing in Riverbend, and there was no room for error. A failure would bring a blow more devastating than 10 bandit raids. Guided by several white-haired elders from the village, Yulian held a handful of seeds and solemnly prayed to Tyr and the ancestral spirits. He also offered blessings to the spirits of the winds, earth, and nature in all directions. Then, with great care, he scattered the seeds onto the black soil and gently covered them with a spade. As the Lord of Riverbend, he took on the role traditionally held by a shaman, bestowing blessings upon the villagers and earnestly wishing for a bountiful harvest and a prosperous year ahead. Leo and Olivia stood solemnly behind Urian, a position that highlighted their status as his successors. In northern traditions, bloodline inheritance was of paramount importance, with both the quantity and quality of offspring directly tied to a family's prosperity. Rigolaf's doubts about Urian's ability to serve as a pioneer knight largely stemmed from the fact that he had only one daughter. Fortunately, Leo had already established himself as a figure of authority among the villagers, and Olivia's conduct had earned their trust as well. Their stance behind Urian sent a clear message to the villagers. The protector of this land was not Urian alone, but a legacy that would endure. Though not all villagers were aware of Urian's intention to betroth Olivia to Leo, the arrangement of their positions itself served as a subtle hint. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted from the Cobalt Valley, its reverberations echoing through the mountains. Villagers busy with spring planting looked up in alarm, some of the more timid ones even showing signs of fear. Urian immediately ended the ritual and said urgently to Leo, "Go check it out. What kind of trouble is that kobold stirring up now?" Without hesitation, Leo headed toward the valley, accompanied only by Ivan and the little mouse. He had grown accustomed to the surprises brought by the clever kobold, Fiza, but as her friend, he still worried that one day her antics might lead to disaster. The valley was in even greater chaos than usual. A surge in the number of kobold pups had them crawling everywhere, while adult kobolds scurried around in groups, seemingly busy with some unknown task. Whenever Leo saw these bustling groups, he couldn't help but think of the small demons from Journey to the West chasing after Tang Monk. As if they might start singing, "The king sent me to patrol the mountain at any moment." These creatures, with intelligence equivalent to that of 10-year-old human children, had simple emotions and thoughts. They were content and carefree when full, but irritable and impulsive when hungry. Toward strangers, they were as wary and hostile as feral dogs. Toward those they recognized, they were as affectionate as house pets. At the moment, some kobolds who were distrustful of humans barked at Leo and his companions, but quickly slinked away after being shoved by their peers. Others, more friendly, squatted nearby, wagging their tails and panting as they watched intently. On a large rock in the distance, Fiza stood proudly. Wearing a crown of thorns and a feathered cloak she had snatched from the old shaman and elder now too frail to even perform the blessing dance for the smelting furnace. With her arms outstretched, Fiza raised her voice and proclaimed, "I am the clever Fiza, king of the kobolds." Beneath the rock, hundreds of kobolds knelt, their fervent barking filled with worship. Behind them, the already crumbling cliff had partially collapsed, with the remaining portion riddled with massive cracks, threatening to fall at any moment. At the base of the cliff, over a dozen kobolds lay sprawled, their fates uncertain, clearly victims of an explosion. Leo approached the rock, looked up and teased, "Preaching, are we?" Fiza looked down at him, trying her best to stand on tiptoe, and spread her arms to make herself appear larger. She repeated, "I am the clever Fiza, king of the kobolds. Get down from there." Fiza obediently jumped down, wagging her black tail furiously as she picked up a small wooden bucket. Clever Fiza invented Boom Boom. Powerful. Unstoppable. Leo took the bucket, removed the lid, and found it filled to the brim with black gunpowder. Leo glared at Facia, unable to suppress the fury burning in his chest. This kobold had not only spied on his gunpowder formula, but was now brazenly flaunting it. He recalled his recent efforts in experimenting with gunpowder, painstakingly collecting saltpeter for an entire week, only to produce a mixture that emitted a few feeble sparks without so much as a decent bang. Of course, this was intentional out of caution. He only dared to test in small quantities. His boldest experiment had been crafting fireworks to tease the mice. The last thing he wanted was to blow himself and his family sky-high due to negligence. Yet the quality of the barrel of gunpowder in front of Facia was clearly far superior to any of his trials. This cunning kobold had not only stolen his formula but also sourced better materials, and even figured out how to make it explode by crudely packing the gunpowder into a wooden barrel. Leo makes gunpowder. Facia makes Boom Boom. Facia, smarter. Fascia announced gleefully, showing not the slightest hint of shame for the plagiarism. In hindsight, the statement wasn't entirely wrong. For a kobold, coming up with the idea of stuffing gunpowder into a barrel was indeed a stroke of genius. Was inventing gunpowder a historical turning point? No, making it explode was the true revolutionary breakthrough. Leo's attention quickly shifted to a practical question. How exactly was this head-sized barrel supposed to detonate? He noticed, puzzled, that the barrel lacked even a fuse. Sensing his confusion, Fascia triumphantly hoisted the gunpowder barrel and shouted, "Boom boom! Boom boom!" The surrounding kobolds immediately erupted into excitement. She pointed casually at one of them. "You, light the boom boom." The unfortunate kobold, who had been cheerfully joining in the commotion, instantly wilted at her command. Hanging his head, he reluctantly accepted the barrel and a torch handed over by his companions. He trudged toward the opposite cliff. With great care, the kobold wedged the wooden barrel into a crack in the rock wall. His trembling hand brought the torch to the barrel, and then he bolted. Leo swore this was the fastest kobold he had ever seen, practically a cheetah. But even so, the poor creature was a fraction too slow. He had barely made it 10 meters before a deafening explosion sent him flying. The thunderous blast echoed through the valley, smoke and dust billowing everywhere. When the debris finally settled, a gaping hole, over 10 meters wide, was revealed on the opposite cliffside. Behind it lay a network of tunnels riddled into the rock by the kobolds, resembling wood gnawed by termites. The freshly exposed iron ore glinted coldly in the sunlight. Shards of rock from the explosion were flung dozens of meters away, injuring many kobolds who cried out in pain. But the others, having witnessed the spectacle, paid no mind to their injured comrades. They were too enraptured by the power of the explosive barrel. That massive opening in the cliff would have taken the entire tribe's miners a month to carve out by hand. Yet the barrel had achieved it in an instant. Amid the kobolds' jubilant cheers, Leo stood in stunned silence, unable to deny that the display was, indeed, astonishing. "You're absolutely right. You're the smarter one." Leo gave a sincere thumbs-up in praise. "The patent for the powder keg is all yours. But until a proper fuse is invented, I won't let anyone on our side touch it." Taking the opportunity to commend Fascia, Leo turned to the trembling little mouse beside him and sternly instructed, "See that? This is something you must never imitate." The little mouse, terrified by the devastating aftermath of the explosion, nodded repeatedly. At the same time, she couldn't help but feel a pang of frustration. After all, she had been sneaking peeks at Leo's experiments alongside Fascia, but while she had accomplished nothing, Fascia had already made such significant progress. Fascia was overjoyed, her tail wagging rapidly. She felt she had finally outsmarted Leo for once. Seizing the moment while Fascia was basking in her triumph, Leo quickly asked, "So, tell me, where did you get so much saltpeter?" "Follow me," Fascia exclaimed excitedly, leading Leo deeper into the valley until they reached her home, the Kobold Chief's cave. She dragged out a large wooden chest she had hidden away and proudly declared, "Shiny stuff." She opened the chest to reveal an array of colorful minerals. Like a girl showing off her treasures, Fascia picked up each piece to display. Yellow shiny stuff, white shiny stuff, golden shiny stuff, red shiny stuff. The little mouse, who had followed them, stared wide-eyed in amazement, swallowing hard with envy. Leo carefully examined the minerals Fascia handed him. There were gold ore, crystals, calcite, beryl, and many other types he couldn't even identify. Finally, when he took a piece that looked like solidified sand, he hesitated and asked, Is this saltpeter?" "Yes, the boom boom shiny stuff," Fascia replied, taking it back and licking it with her tongue. "Salty, but you can't eat it, it's poisonous." She even tried to convince the little mouse to taste it, but Leo quickly stopped her. At the bottom of the chest was a thick layer of sand-like saltpeter, emitting a distinctive smell. It was clear that Fascia had already used a considerable amount to make powder kegs. "Where did you get this?" Leo pressed further. "The big swamp." Fascia pointed westward, her expression tinged with fear. "Dangerous. There are crocodiles." Leo picked up the gold ore and asked, "And what about this?" "The dogs found it." "I don't know," Fascia replied with a shake of her head. Disappointed, Leo set the gold ore down. He had initially hoped Fascia had discovered a gold mine and planned to purchase it at a price higher than that of iron ore. However, considering the limited range of kobold activity, the source of this gold ore likely wasn't far away. Perhaps one day, he could indeed locate a gold mine. "You take the little mouse back," Leo told Ivan before turning to Fascia. "Take me to the big swamp." Fascia visibly shrank back. "The big swamp? There are crocodiles." "You're the Kobold King, how can you be afraid of crocodiles?" Leo encouraged her. "Leo's right." Fascia puffed out her chest. "Smart Fascia, the Kobold King and we have boom booms." With Leo's persuasion, Fisha led a group of kobold warriors and carried their last powder keg as they crossed the valley toward the big swamp. Until now, Leo's main focus had been on the threat from the direwolf plains on the other side of the Anzino River, leaving him with little knowledge of the forests west of the riverbend. This area had originally been kobold hunting grounds, but after clearing out the bandits and settling the ogres, riverbend scouts rarely ventured beyond the abandoned watchtower where the ogres resided. Similar to the direwolf plains, this region featured the foothills of the Grand Barrier stretching outward for over 100 miles. At the far end was the World Tree Road, a route leading to the western frontier. Around 200 miles west along the road stood the massive Borkback Mountains, which extended southward for 1,000 miles from the Grand Barrier. The World Tree Road passed through one of its mountain passes, beyond which lay the western frontier of the empire. The big swamp Fisha mentioned was located in the foothills between the Borkback Mountains and the riverbend. Passing through the northern side of the abandoned watchtower occupied by the ogres and climbing over several hills, they finally arrived at the Great Swamp that Fisha had mentioned. This so-called Great Swamp was actually only about the size of 2 football fields. It resembled a drying pond, quietly nestled within a small basin surrounded by mountains. Its surface was covered with a thick layer of white crystalline deposits, and beneath the mud, bubbles occasionally rose to the surface, faintly revealing the remains of large animal skeletons. Leo was about to crouch down to examine the white substance that didn't seem like frost when Fascia suddenly shouted a loud warning from behind. Crocodiles! Focusing his gaze, he finally noticed several black shapes in the shallow water that appeared to be dried logs. Without warning, Fascia shoved a barrel of gunpowder into Leo's arms, her eyes gleaming with anticipation. Boom boom, she asked eagerly. Leo silently stared at her innocent expression, while the surrounding kobolds also looked at the human warrior with hopeful eyes. Leo quickly devised a plan. Using his dagger, he stripped bark from a nearby dead tree to fashion a makeshift raft. He carefully placed the barrel of gunpowder on it and gently pushed it into the water. After retreating to a safe distance, he borrowed a kobold's crossbow, wrapped an arrowhead in oil-soaked cloth, and ignited it. Once the bark raft had drifted about 7 or 8 meters away, he decisively pulled the trigger. Boom! The deafening explosion sent water splashing everywhere. When the smoke cleared, 2 massive crocodiles floated belly up on the water, while several other shadowy figures darted away in panic. Before Leo could catch his breath, Fascia let out a battle cry. Now's the time. Charge! She led the kobolds straight into the swamp. Leo wanted to stop them, but it was too late. He had no choice but to cautiously follow, stepping into the footprints left by the kobolds. The swamp's mud only reached Leo's knees, but for the kobolds, it was as deep as their waists. Those carrying heavier loads would occasionally sink up to their hips. After struggling for less than 50 meters, many kobolds were left with only their heads pitifully poking out of the mud, emitting plaintive whimpers. Bringing up the rear, Leo had no choice but to repeatedly pull these unfortunate creatures out of the muck, like plucking turnips from the ground. By the time they finally reached the other side, Leo couldn't hold back his frustration any longer. He turned to Fascia and demanded, "How could you be so reckless? Now we've used up all the gunpowder. If those crocodiles come back, how are we supposed to get back?" Fascia nonchalantly brushed mud off herself and pointed to the side. "Don't worry, we can take this way back." Only then did Leo notice a hidden path next to the swamp that led directly back to where they had come from. A little more observation earlier would have easily revealed this safe route. Then why didn't we just take this path in the first place? Leo asked in disbelief. "Oh, right," Fascia replied with a tilt of her head and an innocent smile. Leo clutched his head in despair, vowing never to go on another adventure with Fascia again. It felt like being an elementary school teacher leading the most mischievous class on a field, utterly exhausting and exasperating. The group of kobolds, covered in mud from head to toe, seemed completely oblivious to how Fascia's reckless command earlier had nearly led to their complete annihilation. Instead, they were enthusiastically chattering about their heroic exploits in braving the crocodile swamp. At this moment, the original Leo had a simple thought: these foolish creatures deserved to be thrown back into the marsh. However, the scene before him made him temporarily suppress his urge to argue with Fascia. On this side of the swamp, the ground was blanketed in thick white frost, and a nearly dried-up creek came into view. The creek bed was covered with white and translucent crystalline dust, stretching all the way to a white cliff above. Upon closer inspection, Leo quickly recognized it as an open-air saltpeter mine, accompanied by abundant deposits of rock salt and gypsum. The kobolds immediately got to work. Some pulled out pickaxes and began chipping away at the saltpeter cliff with loud clanging sounds, while others crouched on the ground and in corners, sniffing around to collect pure rock salt crystals. They carelessly discarded any salt with discoloration, as their simple understanding equated color with poison. These discoveries filled Leo with excitement. High-purity saltpeter could be used to make gunpowder and even ice. High-quality rock salt was edible and essential for preserving food in He Bay. As for the gypsum, Leo was already envisioning its use in making tofu and orthopedic casts. While directing the kobolds in their mining efforts, Phaecia began explaining the history of the area to Leo. This is the Salt Tribe's territory. We used to have to sneak in here, she said. Then, with a flourish of her whip, she added smugly, the Salt Tribe, the ones who traded salt for our iron tools, I defeated them. This place is all mine now. Leo could hardly imagine how Phaecia, who seemed to have maxed out her talent for internal affairs, managed to lead the kobolds on such a long journey and still win a battle. Judging by her performance since leaving the Kobold Valley, her actions seemed more like a death wish. Noticing Leo's skeptical gaze, Phaecia misunderstood, assuming he had designs on the mine. She immediately spread her arms wide in front of the cliff and declared loudly, "It's all mine." "Fine, fine. It's all yours," Leo replied, tossing the 3 types of minerals he had picked up toward her. "These 3? He Bay will buy them endlessly." "You can buy them, but I don't want grain," Phaecia suddenly announced. This piqued Leo's curiosity. "What do you want, then?" he asked, speculating inwardly. Could she be after weapons, armor, or technology? As the Kobold Queen with control over salt and iron resources, was she aiming for a path of dominance? "I want wheat cakes," Phaecia blurted out. "A basket of minerals for 5 wheat cakes. No 10. She stared at Leo nervously, waiting for his response. It turned out the kobolds hadn't mastered He Bay's milling technology yet. The grain they cooked still had the husks intact, making it an ordeal for humans to consume. Only the kobolds, with their robust digestive systems, could tolerate such coarse food. No wonder wheat cakes had become a symbol of high status in the Kobold Valley. Leo waved his hand helplessly. "We'll discuss it when we get back." On the way back, Phaecia remained relentless in trying to persuade Leo. The Great Swamp is dangerous, and mining is hard for kobolds. A basket of minerals for 10 wheat cakes is a good deal. Looking at the swamp, the bodies of 2 massive crocodiles floated near the shallow edge. Leo stroked his chin in thought. The presence of these swamp crocodiles was indeed a troublesome issue. They not only increased the risk for the kobolds mining in the area, but also significantly raised procurement costs. Surveying the basin littered with crocodile tracks, Leo estimated that there were at least 10 crocodiles lurking in this single shallow pool, with several similar areas scattered throughout the swamp. These beasts, with their sheer size and strength, were far beyond what the kobolds could handle. Coupled with the natural advantage the swamp terrain gave the crocodiles, the kobolds stood little chance against them. "All right, let's take these to the ogres," Leo said, grabbing one crocodile's tail with one hand and effortlessly dragging the 2 massive beasts, each weighing over 1,000 pounds and measuring more than 4 meters long, onto the shore. "Why?" Phaecia protested, clearly still holding a grudge against the ogres and reluctant to help them. "You don't understand. Neighbors should help each other," Leo replied earnestly. Although Phaecia was still unwilling, she eventually directed a few kobolds to take one of the crocodiles. With that, the group began the task of hauling the crocodile carcasses to the abandoned watchtower. Since following Leo's advice to retreat to the abandoned watchtower to recuperate, the ogre leader Krog had grown noticeably thinner. His tribespeople were in a similar state, often wailing from hunger in the middle of the night with glowing green eyes. Despite the abundant resources in the foothills of the Grand Barrier, the ogre spoor hunters by nature often had to share a single deer among 15 members and 30 heads. At times, they were forced to subsist on mushrooms, which turned their one-third skin to pale blue, but their hunger was never truly satisfied. Just as Krog began to doubt his decision, considering either raiding the riverbank for humans or attacking the Kobold Valley, Leo's arrival brought both joy and shame. Seeing the food delivery, Krog felt a mix of gratitude for finally having meat to eat and guilt for previously harboring malicious thoughts toward his well-meaning neighbor. Unfortunately, his 2 massive faces struggled to convey his embarrassment properly, but the hunger in his eyes was unmistakable. The clever Phaecia seemed to catch on to Leo's intentions. She excitedly climbed onto one of the crocodile carcasses and shouted, "Ogre neighbors, we're giving you these big crocodiles. There's a whole lot more on the other side of the mountain. You'll never run out of food." Her words instantly ignited the ogres' enthusiasm. They were eager to set off and hunt crocodiles immediately. A single crocodile weighing 1,000 pounds was enough to feed the entire tribe for a day. If they could catch one every day, their strength would quickly return. Leo smiled quietly, concealing his accomplishment. He knew that once swamp crocodiles became part of the ogre's diet, their fate was sealed. Krog, with both heads, expressed his gratitude to Leo and Phaecia. "You're so kind, such good neighbors. Kobolds, I have a gift for you too. Follow me." With that, he led them into the abandoned watchtower. Over time, the watchtower had only a few makeshift shelters erected in its inner courtyard, barely providing protection from the elements. The skull and spine of Brother Lawrence still hung prominently above the entrance. The ogre clearly had a peculiar taste for decorations. At the entrance of the passageway, strings of human and beast thigh bones hung suspended in midair, swaying gently in the breeze. The bones collided with one another, producing crisp, tinkling sounds, akin to a macabre wind chime. Leo picked up Brother Lawrence's spine and gave it a light shake, triggering a chain reaction among the thigh bones above, which clattered noisily. This was no mere wind chime, it was unmistakably a bone doorbell. It seemed that Brother Lawrence had, in this unexpected way, become a part of the local ambience. The kobolds were fascinated by this unusual doorbell but, being too short, could not reach it. Seeing this, Leo grabbed the scruffs of 2 kobolds, one in each hand, and hoisted them high. The kobolds eagerly grabbed the spine and shook it vigorously, finally satisfying their curiosity. As they stepped into the open space of the watchtower, a terrifying low howl echoed from deep within the passage. The ogre chieftain, Krog, stooped to squeeze through the passageway, dragging out a massive creature, a towering werewolf nearly 2 meters tall. Its body was covered in scars, and its eyes gleamed with a feral light. Thick iron chains bound its limbs and neck, severely restricting its movements. "Runaway kobolds. They're yours now," Krog bellowed. The werewolf struggled fiercely as it was dragged out, its sharp claws carving deep grooves into the stone walls. But against the sheer strength of the ogre, its resistance was futile. Krog handed the chains over to Fisha. "That's not a kobold," Leo couldn't help but point out. But Fisha was already staring in astonishment. She scrutinized herself and the werewolf repeatedly before angrily retorting, "This is a kobold. Same head, same body." She gestured between the werewolf and herself. "Black, white, exactly the same." Admittedly, this Siberian werewolf did bear an uncanny resemblance to the husky-like kobold. "Fisha, is this a kobold?" Leo turned to Krog for confirmation. The ogre chieftain scratched his head, his gaze darting between the two as he stammered. "Leo said kobolds can't be eaten, so we didn't eat it. It's so big, we couldn't bear to throw it away." "Are you a kobold?" Leo questioned the werewolf. The werewolf bared its fangs and made a move as if to pounce. Krog immediately threatened, "Not a kobold? Even better. We'll cook you up right now." The werewolf instantly retracted its fangs and fell silent. Leo could tell it understood human speech. Fisha, however, remained adamant. "This is a kobold. An Allguy. A friend. A neighbor. Give it to my people." And so, the ferocious werewolf was led away by Fisha. On the way back, as Leo watched the kobold surround Fisha, leading the towering werewolf through the forests, he couldn't shake the feeling that the scene was deeply bizarre. What exactly were the werewolves of this world? Were they a separate species, or humans transformed? Would a bite from one cause infection? And what would happen if a kobold were bitten? It seemed like a field ripe for exploration. Before departing, Leo gave the werewolf a stern warning. "I'll pretend you can't talk, but don't act like you can't understand. If Fisha truly considers you part of her tribe, then stay and be part of it. Heal up, and whether you choose to stay or leave is up to you, but don't cause trouble." Leo's warning seemed to fall on deaf ears when it came to the werewolf Fiza. Watching her excitement, like a child with a new toy, even forgetting her constant chatter about the saltpeter trade, Leo could only silently hope she wouldn't go overboard. Back at the Lord's Manor, Leo reported the discovery of the saltpeter mine to Yulian. At that moment, Yulian had his back to him, bent over a hand-drawn map, marking it with care. Dressed in a casual shirt and holding a quill, his focused demeanor as he scribbled on the parchment unexpectedly lent this farmer-turned-pioneer knight a scholarly air. Yulian showed little interest in minerals like saltpeter or gypsum. He had no idea what they were used for. But the moment he heard that rock salt was present, his enthusiasm was instantly piqued. While Yulian was engrossed in his map, Leo's gaze roamed the room, subtly searching for anything worth pocketing. He smirked inwardly. Fiza might claim those minerals were hers, but in this lawless wilderness, where morality held no sway, ownership was dictated by power. If the Riverbend region were any more ruthless, the Cobalt Valley might have long been renamed Slave Valley. The current situation, however, was rather intriguing. Initially, Leo had only sought to bring the kobolds to heel to minimize casualties and conserve strength. But as the Riverbend's power grew, these kobolds gradually became tamed, increasingly loyal like domesticated dogs. Yulian appreciated their simple nature, often remarking that they were far better than the villagers who constantly vied and schemed hardworking, low maintenance, and obedient. "After the spring planting, we'll organize a few hunts to stock up on meat," Yulian suddenly said. "Oh, and don't get into trouble these next few days. Don't get hurt or die out there. You'll need to accompany me to a banquet in Eisenport in a couple of days." "A banquet?" Leo's interest was immediately piqued as he leaned in closer. Yulian explained that Rigolov was hosting a dinner party at his estate. "Can I bring Little Mouse along?" Leo asked eagerly. "No." "Then how about Olivia?" "No way. Julian snapped, raising a hand as if to strike him. Do you think this is a game? This is noble socializing. It's important. Bringing Olivia? What are you thinking? I don't even dare bring my own daughter. Every young bachelor in Isenport knows I have an unmarried daughter. Whenever Julian regarded Leo as a nephew, he found him quite agreeable. But the moment he considered him as a potential son-in-law, he found faults everywhere. 2 days later, Julian set off for Ethenbor with Leo and Ivan, each with a horse and gifts in tow. The scene before departure was particularly hectic. Julian gathered several leaders and meticulously gave instructions on various matters, his brow furrowed with worry. Meanwhile, Leo was also busy, calling over the militia member Vicky and young Noise to carefully brief them on the defense of Riverbend. As the sound of hooves gradually faded from Riverbend, Julian and Leo exchanged a glance, both suddenly aware of a long unspoken understanding. Whenever Leo left, Julian would remain to oversee Riverbend, and when Julian departed, Leo would never venture far. This unspoken agreement, now broken by their simultaneous departure, left them both with a deep unease. Riverbend had no shortage of capable leaders, but no one could fully take on the responsibility of overall coordination. Even the prudent Olivia often hesitated when faced with thorny conflicts. Small issues piling up into big ones was a common occurrence. Only Julian and Leo, with their decisive actions and unquestionable authority, could swiftly quell any disputes. Although Julian never hesitated to mock or reprimand Leo, deep down, he knew that the only person truly capable of guarding Riverbend in his absence was this young man. The road conditions were better than expected. Thanks to the recent activity of a few trade caravans, the path from Riverbend to the western watchtower had become quite smooth. The wooden bridge at the stream junction was wide and sturdy, allowing 2 wagons to pass side by side. The 3 rode at a brisk pace along the forest trail, surrounded by early spring wildflowers. The chirping of birds and the murmuring of streams created a harmonious scene. When they arrived at the western watchtower, they made a brief visit to the night noise station there. The watchtower, situated at the junction of the World Tree Avenue and the Anzino River, guarded a mountain pass less than 30 meters high. Its architecture resembled the abandoned towers of ogres, consisting of a main tower and several stone barracks partially embedded in the mountainside. As the farthest western outpost of Count Frelev's territory, it was manned by 15 cavalrymen led by Night Noise and 50 regular infantry, enough to deter small groups of bandits and raiders. Since receiving a letter from Roman's father, Julian had been visiting Night Noise frequently. This knight, who shared the same name as the captain of the Riverbend Militia's youth squad, was also Roman's distant brother-in-law. Despite his reserved and impartial demeanor toward Julian, he was known for his fairness and strictness. This time, the fully armored Night Noise met them briefly outside the barracks, dismissing them with a curt farewell before they could even share a cup of tea. Unperturbed, Julian left behind a deer and a pound of rock salt as gifts and continued the journey to Ethenbor. They arrived by afternoon. Stepping into the bustling city for the first time, Leo eagerly took in the lively streets. Aren't we staying at an inn? I've never stayed at one in my life. Are you paying? Julian shot him a glance. We're heading straight to the Pedikov residence and staying in the finest guest rooms. Let me show you the connections this old man has. Leo and Julian's group had just stepped into the estate when they were met with a scolding. The butler of the Pedikov family scrutinized the 2 men from head to toe. His gaze filled with disdain. It was clear he saw them as nothing more than a couple of rural guards. With a stern expression, he led them to the servants' quarters, which were already crowded with other guards brought by various nobles. A long row of shared bunks was to be their accommodation. The butler, speaking as if reprimanding unruly children, lectured the 2 for a full 10 minutes. He sternly warned them not to roam around without permission and, above all, not to disturb the esteemed guests. His tone made it seem as though he would have preferred to lock them in the room altogether. The misunderstanding was somewhat understandable. To make a good impression, Julian had insisted the 2 were the best gear they had inherited from Brother Laurentia, complete set of iron armor for armed retainers. While the armor's defensive capabilities were mediocre, its imposing presence was undeniable. The chainmail tunic was covered with a freshly laundered coarse cloth surcoat to conceal any sword marks or rust, while the pauldrons and helmets had been polished to a shine. Standing fully equipped behind Julian, the 2 six-footed, broad-shouldered men indeed exuded an air of authority. They had no trouble embracing their guard identities. Trailing behind Julian, Leo and Ivan couldn't help but glance around curiously. Leo, having lived 2 lives, maintained his composure, but Ivan, coming from a remote northern village, was like a wide-eyed country boy visiting the city for the first time. To him, this shared bunk room was nothing short of a luxury suite. The soft cotton quilts and feather-stuffed pillows were rare treasures in his eyes. He eagerly touched everything, even tempted to feel the clothes of other guards. The young women in black dresses with white stockings and lace-trimmed collars caught Ivan's attention. He initially mistook them for noble ladies, only to realize they were merely maids. What surprised him even more was the male servants' attire: coarse cloth jackets in pristine condition, complete with protective sleeve covers for work. Such meticulous outfits, to Ivan, were comparable to festival attire back home. The Rigolov estate was located 5 miles outside the southern gate of Isenpal, near the riverbank. Though modest in size and primarily used for growing fruits for winemaking, it served more than adequately as a social hub for the Petikov family. In contrast, their 4 knightly estates in the distant countryside were each 10 times larger. However, small estates like this were common around Isenpal, as the remote knightly lands were sparsely populated villages, unable to cater to the nobles' indulgences, while city residences were unsuitable for hosting banquets and gatherings. The Petikov family was one of the most prominent military noble houses in Isenpal, and the current head, Rigolov, was a decorated war hero, ranking among the 5 banner knights of Isenpal. In the empire, a banner knight was not just a noble title, but also a military position with battlefield command authority. Should Isenpal face war, when the knightly lords assembled, the army's commander would invariably be chosen from Rigolov and the other 4 banner knights. In the Western territories, this rank would be equivalent to a commander of 1,000 men under Burke. The Furlov Count's domain firmly controls the World Tree Avenue, a vital lifeline of the Northern Territories. Although their military strength is only average among the 7 northern counts, centuries of development have secured the loyalty of 35 banner knights and over 200 pennant knights, in addition to the family-trained household knights and landless knights. In the event of a full-scale war, the count's domain can mobilize hundreds of knights, tens of thousands of elite lordly troops, and twice as many conscripted militiamen. Over the past 2 decades, the most significant conflict involving the Furlov family was the struggle with the Bibos family to the east over control of the upper reaches of the Anzino River. Thanks to the convenience of waterborne transportation, the Bibos forces could move upriver to the north, while the Furlov forces could travel downstream to the south, allowing both sides to rapidly concentrate the majority of their forces. This level of mobilization is exceptionally rare in other northern domains, where vast territories and poor transportation often prevent even half their forces from mustering within a month of conflict. In that battle, both sides amassed tens of thousands of troops and clashed fiercely along the banks of the Anzino River, several dozen miles downstream from Isenpal. The fighting was so brutal that the river ran red with blood. Ultimately, the Furlov family emerged victorious, which is why Isenpal and the riverbend lands, though situated on the southern bank of the Anzino River, remain under Furlov's rule. Currently, nearly half of the Furlov forces are stationed in the northern military stronghold of Varanger, defending against the southward advance of the Orcs. By tradition, if the conflict approaches within 500 miles of Isenpal, the Enfeft knights of the city must answer the call and march north to join the battle. For the warlike northerners, this is hardly a challenge. Many knights from Isenpal, driven by their eagerness for battle, have already led their troops northward to fight. Recently, the nobility of Isenpal has been hosting frequent banquets, both to send off knights heading to the front lines and to discuss the unfolding war and the increasingly dire refugee crisis. Outside the city, refugee camps have swelled to over 10,000 people. Food prices are soaring, public order is deteriorating, and disease is spreading, each issue a cause for deep concern. Yulian, the lord of a frontier domain, has yet to officially attain his knightly status. According to frontier laws and northern traditions, he must develop his domain to the point of self-sufficiency, pay the minimum tax for 3 consecutive years, and raise troops to complete 2 years of knightly service to earn formal recognition. Rigolov's invitation for him to attend the banquet and meet the traditional nobility of Isenpal was an effort to help him integrate into high society in advance. At the Petikov family's banquet the following evening, most guests began to arrive in the afternoon, although Yulian and other distant travelers had arrived earlier. Leo and Ivan, serving as guards, could not join the banquet openly and had to remain on the sidelines with the other attendants, observing from afar. One luxurious carriage after another, adorned with noble crests, rolled into the estate. The noblewomen, clad in layered gowns but with transparent veils draped over their chests and rouge adorning their nipples, exuded opulence. Young women wore simple long dresses with leather corsets and floral accessories. Meanwhile, male nobles of all ages displayed their valor by wearing knightly swords. The noblewomen stepped down from their carriages, their eyes scanning the surroundings with eager boldness, searching for tonight's prey. Among them, some were trapped in marriages that had long since become mere formalities, yearning for solace in the arms of strangers. Others, left alone while their husbands were away at war, longed for warmth and affection. In contrast, the young ladies carried themselves with far more restraint, their lowered gazes and modest demeanor betraying a sense of reserve. Only when fate brought them face to face with someone they fancied did they muster the courage to approach. Before being reduced to mere pawns in arranged marriages, finding true love or plotting an elopement was an unspoken rite of passage for the young women of the northern lands. The male nobles were no less ambitious. Having left the battlefields behind, these vigorous men turned their attention to the pursuit of romance, flaunting the number of mistresses they kept as a measure of their allure. Even before the banquet officially began, the estate was already abuzz with undercurrents, stolen glances, and whispered flirtations filling the air. Even the worldly Leo found himself momentarily stunned by the bold attire of the noblewomen. Here, revealing clothing was not considered improper. On the contrary, excessive modesty was seen as out of place. With no constraints from feudal traditions or legal codes, fashion followed the dictates of societal trends. Beside him, Ivan could hardly take his eyes off the spectacle, his gaze darting from one smooth curve to another. The young man, inexperienced in the ways of the world, was left in awe, declaring his true love no less than 10 times within the span of an hour. Rigolov and Yulian stood side by side, greeting the arriving guests. During a brief lull, Rigolov cast a glance at the two slightly uneasy young men nearby and casually asked, "Which one is your son-in-law?" "The one with the short hair." "Why did he cut it short?" "Said it's to avoid getting grabbed during a fight." "Interesting," Rigolov chuckled. "Looks ordinary enough. Yet he managed to outdo my Roman." Yulian offered a sheepish smile. "The young ones are in love, and there's not much I can do about it. Back when I was in the army, Leo took care of my family. If I were to break them apart now, what kind of man would I be?" Rigolov, his earlier irritation long gone, saw no reason to make things difficult for his old subordinate. He admired Yulian's loyalty and sense of duty, qualities that represented the fading remnants of knightly virtue among the northern folk. "You are hopeless as a lord, let alone a noble," Rigolov teased. Yulian laughed heartily. "What choice did I have? If not for my people, I'd have come here long ago to serve as your captain of the guard. Keeping your kids in line would be easier than fighting bandits in the wilderness, wouldn't it?" "I've got no children for you to manage," Rigolov replied with a wry smile. "Roman still hasn't found a suitable wife, and it's driving me mad." As he spoke, he turned to warmly embrace a newly arrived guest, showering the man with effusive compliments about the beauty and grace of his wife and daughters. After the others had walked away, Rigolov frowned and muttered quietly to Yulian, "The world is getting worse. Those women dress like harlots. What kind of people are they?" Yulian, however, had been craning his neck, staring intently at the women. Hearing Rigolov's words, he quickly collected himself, stiffened his expression, and echoed, "Disgraceful. Absolutely disgraceful." Rigolov then turned to Roman, who was standing nearby, and instructed, "Go and fetch Yulian's son-in-law. I need to speak with him." Once the guests' entrance performance concluded, Leo and Ivan's attention was wholly captured by the delicious dishes brought out by the servants. Golden, crispy roasted piglet, pies sprinkled with almond crumbs and raisins, various grilled meats, and white bread slathered with honey and butter filled the air with an irresistible aroma. The two stood by the table, unable to move away as their mouths watered. Ivan cautiously reached out for the food, only to retreat his hand in fear when a passing servant startled him. This scene repeated itself multiple times, as the warrior who was fearless on the battlefield now hesitated before the feast. Unable to bear the sight any longer, Leo grabbed a piece of white bread, folded it swiftly, and stuffed it into Ivan's mouth. As Ivan chewed the bread, tears of gratitude welled up in his eyes. Although their village of Riverview had ample grain after the harvest, and Olivia would often organize the women to bake bread, it was always coarse, homemade whole-grain bread. It couldn't compare to the refined white bread of the nobility. The taste of honey, jam, and butter was a luxury that left him utterly enchanted. Leo was eating even more voraciously than Ivan, joking between bites, "Nom nom. Look at you like you've never seen food before." Before he could finish his sentence, he stuffed another piece of pork into his mouth. Roman approached, frowning at the sight of them devouring the food. "Show some restraint. You're embarrassing Captain Yulian." Leo, unbothered, offered the pork knuckle in his hand. "Want to try some?" In truth, Leo bore no ill will toward Roman. Although one was a rough country boy and the other a refined city noble, it was natural for them to clash. Even though Yulian had once tried to match Roman with Olivia, and Roman did have feelings for her, it wasn't enough to make them enemies. After all, who wouldn't admire the goddess of Riverview? 9 out of 10 men in the village were smitten with her, and many had even confessed their feelings boldly. Leo couldn't possibly see all of them as rivals. With the maturity of someone who had lived a previous life, Leo had a broad perspective on such matters. His attitude toward Roman was simple. They could be friends if possible, and if not, there was no need for hostility. "No, thank you. My father is asking for you," Roman replied, maintaining a polite tone despite his disapproval of the crude son-in-law. Leo quickly wiped his hands and followed Roman to meet the renowned knight of the banner, Rigolov. As someone deeply involved in the development of Riverview, Leo understood how crucial Rigolov's support had been. Securing the land charter, passing through the Freylov family's checkpoints on the World Tree Avenue, and trading iron for grain to survive, all of it relied on Rigolov's aid. Regardless of any hidden dealings or agreements between Yulian and Rigolov, Leo held a deep gratitude for the local noble. When he met Rigolov, Leo immediately straightened his back, gave a proper salute, and greeted loudly, "Good afternoon, Sir Knight." His sincerity and impeccable manners pleased Rigolov, who nodded approvingly. "A fine young man," he remarked before addressing Leo with the tone of an elder offering guidance to a younger family member. Rigolov spoke earnestly to Leo. "To become a competent knight, you must master not only combat skills but also noble etiquette, estate management, and tactical command. When you have some free time, consider coming to Isenball. I can arrange for professional instructors, or have you serve directly as a knight's squire under me." Leo nodded repeatedly, expressing his gratitude. Within the empire, the knight training system was highly developed. Wealthy descendants of knights could attend specialized academies, akin to business crash courses, to supplement their knowledge. However, the traditional squire system remained the most respected path. Young aspirants gained comprehensive guidance by serving alongside seasoned knights. Being accepted as a squire by a banner knight was a dream opportunity for countless young men. The number of squire positions under a banner knight was limited, but nearly everyone who followed this route eventually became a full-fledged knight. This was because the mentor not only provided experience and training, but often supported their squires with equipment and financial aid. A complete set of knightly equipment was far from cheap. Just a warhorse, sword, shield, armor, lance, and bow could cost around 50 gold shores. More crucially, a qualified knight required at least 3 warhorses and had to shoulder the expenses of 2 squires and 10 armed retainers. Take Yuri Yin, for example. Although he was already a local lord commanding hundreds of troops, he still couldn't afford a decent northern warhorse, let alone a full suit of heavy armor. Leo's situation was even worse. He had nothing to his name. Becoming Rigolov's squire would be nothing short of a monumental leap for him. In this era, knights were far from ordinary soldiers. A fully armed knight was the equivalent of a modern battlefield tank. While common soldiers wielded spears and broadswords, knights had already formed an unstoppable armored force. A cavalry regiment led by a banner knight, equipped with dozens of pennant knights and hundreds of squires, was enough to strike terror into any civilian army. Unfortunately, Riverbend was in a critical stage of development, and Leo truly couldn't leave. Rigolov, though tempted to have Yulian forcibly bring him along, had to give up on the idea. As an elder, Rigolov offered Leo a few simple words of advice and encouragement before turning to guide Yulian through the bustling banquet hall, introducing him to the nobles and elites of Isenbor. For Rigolov, a military noble, this banquet was far more than an occasion for socializing. Groups of knightly lords gathered in clusters, quietly discussing the Orc War's developments and local security issues. While law enforcement and the standing army were supposed to handle Isenbor's safety, they were notoriously slow to act, often arriving only after villages had been entirely looted, putting on a show of authority too late. The current governor, Tarik Vorilov, third son of Count Vorilov, was an utterly incompetent and debauched man, known mostly for his indulgences in drinking, gambling, and womanizing. His most infamous achievement was dueling his own uncle over a prostitute, only to be defeated by the 50-year-old man. Humiliated and deemed a disgrace, he was exiled to this position to live out his days in obscurity before even reaching 30. Given such circumstances, Rigolov had little choice but to unite the knightly lords, either pressuring the governor or organizing private patrols to maintain order. Though Isenbor wasn't a major city, it faced a dire crisis of law and order. Tens of thousands of refugees gathered outside its walls, with nearly 100 corpses thrown into the Anzino River daily. Robberies and murders were rampant, leaving concerned citizens deeply troubled. These refugees, having survived the journey to Isenbor, were either wealthy or strong and would stop at nothing to survive. Without work or aid, they would quickly turn into bandits, wreaking havoc in the countryside. If recruited by existing local bandit groups, their numbers could swell beyond 100, posing a grave threat to the poorly defended villages. Not all villages were as focused on military preparedness as Riverbend. Most remote villages saw their knightly lords absent for years, with the manor houses falling into disrepair and losing their defensive capabilities. Militia groups were small and poorly trained, leaving them no choice but to surrender when faced with a band of over 100 bandits or hostile outsiders. For Leo, meeting Rigolov marked the completion of his mission. High-level political discussions were far beyond the reach of someone like him. When he returned to Ivan's side, he found him blushing and muttering under his breath. "A lady just told me her corset was too tight, and she was feeling uncomfortable. She asked me to help loosen it." Leo was stunned. "What did you say?" "Two don't even know what a corset is, so I just ignored her," Ivan stammered, though in truth, he had been too timid to respond. Leo slapped the back of Ivan's head. You. His frustration was evident. The next day, as the three of them headed back, Yulian heard about the incident and was equally exasperated. You. The story quickly spread throughout the village, and anyone who encountered Ivan would sigh with a mix of regret and disappointment, saying, you. Even years later, those words of reproach, laden with emotion, continued to echo in Ivan's ears. Before leaving Ethenburg, Julian took Leo and Ivan through the bustling market. Although trade caravans now visited Riverbend village weekly, ensuring the availability of basic necessities, luxury goods were still absent. Merchants assumed the remote village couldn't afford such items and never bothered to introduce them. Before their departure, Olivia quietly slipped a gold suler and a handful of silver-copper mixed coins into Leo's hand. "Don't be stingy," she said with a teasing smile. "You're such an inexperienced country bumpkin. How much could you possibly spend? A few copper coins for some flatbreads, and you'll probably be grinning from ear to ear." In her mind, the man she fancied shouldn't behave like a penny-pinching villager. Leo, however, surprised her. At the market, he generously bought Olivia and the little mouse each a brand new outfit, complete with soft calfskin boots. He also purchased several jars of rare honey and butter, as well as an assortment of peculiar experimental materials, completely emptying his purse. This unexpected generosity left Olivia both astonished and delighted. Her current nightgown, sewn by her late mother, had been with her for 3 or 4 years. Already thin as gauze to begin with, it was now riddled with holes and nearly transparent. While it might have some charm in the intimacy of the bedroom, wandering around the house after a bath in such attire often risked unintended exposure. For the villagers of Riverbend, such matters were hardly noteworthy. Rural folk were accustomed to making dough-patching clothes when they had fabric or wearing tattered garments when they didn't. Women would even work bare-chested like men when performing heavy labor. In a setting of scarcity, concepts like modesty became luxuries. Compared to this, Leo's more refined demeanor naturally made him uncomfortable with the idea of his beloved appearing so exposed. However, when Olivia learned that a silk nightgown cost 20 silver coins, she was utterly shocked. She immediately grabbed Leo by the ear, scolding him for his reckless spending and vowing never to give him another coin. That amount could buy enough food to feed a child for an entire year, or enough coarse cloth to make lined winter coats for 20 grown men. The thought filled her with guilt. Yet it didn't take long before she was twirling happily in her new clothes, showing them off to Leo. Throughout the day, she oscillated between playing the guilt-ridden miser and the jubilant girl thrilled with her new outfit, leaving Leo thoroughly exasperated. The little mouse, on the other hand, had no concept of money. She simply hugged her new clothes, wiggling her hips in joy, a habit she had picked up from the dog, mimicking its tail-wagging enthusiasm. Sitting by the hearth in the large house, Leo held up a piece of purchased limestone and waved it in front of the noses of several kobolds. "Shiny. Take a sniff," he encouraged eagerly. One curious kobold sniffed it, then rolled out its tongue to scoop the stone into its mouth. A moment later, it spat it out onto the ground, clearly unimpressed by the taste. "Can you find this stuff?" Leo asked hopefully. The kobolds exchanged confused glances, looking utterly lost. "We've never even left Riverbend Peninsula. How are we supposed to find any ore? Our human dad must be an idiot." Frustrated by their incompetence, Leo's expression darkened. "Get back to training, you useless bunch." The kobold who had tasted the limestone quickly picked it up and scampered off with the others. At that moment, Ivan came in to report, "Bjorn has arrived." Nearby, Olivia sighed and shook her head at Ivan. You. She's a noble lady. If I offend her, I could be executed, right?" Ivan offered the same feeble explanation for the umpteenth time. As usual, no one paid attention to his defense. Leo, however, thought his concerns weren't entirely unwarranted. As he headed out to greet Bjorn, he said gravely, "Next time something like this happens, come to me first. It's too dangerous for you to handle on your own." Bjorn was a towering figure, resembling a brown bear in both size and demeanor, from his height and weight to his rugged attire. He stood outside the Riverbend camp gates with a group of equally burly wildling hunters. Despite the growing familiarity between the two tribes, the wildlings maintained their guest etiquette, refraining from entering another's territory fully armed without an invitation. Leo welcomed Bjorn and his group through the gates and led them toward the large house. Along the way, Bjorn introduced a companion. "This is Magna, the great hunter of the northern Wolf Fong tribe." Among the berserkers, a great hunter was both the leader of the hunters and the captain of the hunting party. Small tribes had only one great hunter, while larger ones had several, depending on the size of their hunting grounds and the number of hunting parties. Although Leo had heard from Bjorn and Zervin about other berserker tribes in the Wolfbane Plains, this was his first time meeting any of them in person. To his eyes, these hairy hunters all looked remarkably alike. He still couldn't discern Bjorn's features clearly and relied on his signature beard for identification. As for Magna, the unfamiliar great hunter had been trailing Bjorn for quite some time before Leo even noticed him. Bjorn had once mentioned that the berserkers had lived in the Wolfbane Plains for generations, their tribes scattered across the forests, with numbers large enough to hunt down dragons if united. However, Leo doubted their population was that vast. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been driven into the plains by Count Freylov and the Imperial Army, nor would they have suffered oppression from the wildling tribes. Leo warmly ushered the guests into the large house and had Olivia serve them the finest food and drink. Magna was even quieter than Bjorn, focusing solely on eating and drinking while Bjorn conversed with Leo. Meanwhile, Magna discreetly observed Leo, occasionally whispering to Bjorn in their rough wildling dialect. Thanks to his prolonged interactions with the wildlings near the Great Falls, Leo had picked up bits and pieces of their dialect, which was rooted in the imperial language. He managed to catch snippets of their conversation. Why is a child hosting us? Can he make decisions? Leo Mondo, militia leader of Riverbend, second in command. He can make decisions. Will they accept us? That depends on your sincerity. Leo gradually picked up on the implications, his eyes lighting up with realization. He eagerly turned to Bjorn, waiting for him to continue. Bjorn took a deep breath and slowly revealed the truth. Leo, the situation north of Wolf Ridge is indeed as you suspected. The orc invasions have caused numerous non-human tribes to migrate south, plunging the entire region into chaos. Magna's Wolffang tribe is stationed north of the Stony Hills, but recently, they've encountered an unexpected mixed tribe of outsiders. This tribe has been growing rapidly, their numbers surpassing 1,000, frequently encroaching on the Wolffang tribe's hunting grounds. Unable to withstand the pressure, the Wolffang tribe has no choice but to migrate south. A mixed tribe? Leo frowned. That's unusual. What's their composition? Primarily gnolls, making up about 70%, Bjorn explained. The rest are boar men and kobolds. Leo fell into deep thought. In his understanding, the base combat strength of gnolls was comparable to that of the northern human tribes. Their height, weight, and muscle mass were on par with northern infantry. However, their true combat prowess far exceeded these surface-level metrics. Gnolls were steeped in violence and combat from birth. Even cannibalism within their own kind was commonplace. Every adult gnoll, regardless of gender, was a natural-born warrior. Their innate combat instincts and military discipline, honed from a young age, far surpassed the abilities of human militias trained for only a few years. More importantly, their blood carried a genetic thirst for violence. Once engaged in battle, they would enter a berserk state, fighting to the death. In their culture, consuming the brain of a defeated enemy was considered the highest honor. Magna's Wolffang tribe, though numbering only 200, had always maintained a delicate balance with neighboring tribes of similar size. This balance was forged through mutual skirmishes and hunts, a fragile, yet common state of existence in the wilderness. But now, the orc invasions had shattered that balance. Like the toppling of the first domino, the upheaval that began in the northern reaches of Wolf Ridge was triggering a chain reaction across the wilderness. Tribes losing their hunting grounds were forced to migrate and, in turn, infringe upon weaker groups. The weak were either assimilated or annihilated. However, the destruction wrought by war and the growing population led to food shortages. Without agriculture or trade to sustain them, the wilderness tribes were left with no choice but to wage continuous wars. Once this cycle of expansion began, it was nearly impossible to stop until they encountered a stronger adversary. The power dynamics of the wilderness were undergoing a dramatic reshuffle. Under the pressures of survival, some previously hostile races were forced to form alliances to compete for scarce resources. North of the Rocky Hills, the gnolls had risen as the dominant force in the region. By annexing or annihilating nearby tribes, they rapidly expanded their power, driving the Wolffang tribe to the brink of destruction. Magna faced a harrowing dilemma. To the north, a coalition of thousands of hostile races loomed menacingly, while to the south lay the territories under the Empire's control. For the wild folk, leaving the forest was as perilous as a soldier losing their armor, or a snail abandoning its shell. Would make them easy prey for the northern lords, who would enslave them without hesitation. Magna first sought aid from his kin living below the great waterfall. However, Zolvan made it clear that the basin's capacity was limited and could only accommodate 100 people at most. Any more, and all would perish due to resource shortages. It was then that Bjorn presented them with another option: the Riverbend. The Lord of Riverbend is different from other imperial nobles, Bjorn explained. He has the vision to embrace all races and the courage to welcome strangers. After hearing Bjorn's introduction, Leo asked seriously, "So, friends from the Wolffang tribe, Great Hunter Magna, are you planning to join us in Riverbend?" Magna nodded and replied in broken imperial tongue, "Wolffang tribe lives and dies together, not willing to separate. We wish to join your settlement, but we require equal treatment, no slavery, and the freedom to leave." This cautious approach stemmed from harsh lessons learned in the north. Many wildfolk tribes that had surrendered their weapons quickly found the Lord's promises to be empty. Lacking agricultural skills, they were unable to pay the heavy taxes and ultimately ended up as slaves or were driven back into the wilderness. Without Bjorn's willingness to vouch for them, Magna would never have considered coming to Riverbend. As you can see, Riverbend has no slaves at all, Leo said, slapping the table with a laugh. Even kobolds enjoy basic rights here. The conditions you've mentioned can negotiate all of them. He turned to Ivan. Go find old Olden immediately. We have big matters to discuss. The addition of 200 wildfolk was indeed a significant event for the small Riverbend territory. Though Leo had decision-making authority, he was well aware of his own shortcomings, being overly kind and prone to sacrificing interests for harmony. While this might be a virtue in a civilized society, it was a fatal flaw when dealing with the wilderness's savagery. His past life's experiences had taught him that even in a civilized world, the darker side of human nature could not be ignored, let alone in this more primal and brutal world. Thus, Leo decided to let the experienced Yulian lead the negotiations. He believed that while one could give without expecting a return, any losses must still come with gains. Until the wildfolk truly integrated into Riverbend and became one with its people, everything had to be handled according to the rules. Once they genuinely became part of Riverbend, then offering them sincere help would not be too late. Upon receiving the news, Yulian hurried back to the manor with urgency and began negotiations with Magna. He understood deeply that for a settlement to grow and prosper, it required not only natural population growth, but also the inclusion of outsiders. However, this was no easy task. As a former imperial soldier, Yulian held some reservations about the refugees from Ethenbor. Many of the young and able-bodied among them, who prided themselves on their worldly experience, were often arrogant and unwilling to settle into farming life. On the other side of the river, within the logging camp, several rival factions had already formed in a short amount of time. The leaders of these groups were more focused on scheming for power than on contributing to the camp's development. Yulian had his own methods for dealing with these so-called leaders of the refugees. In his eyes, they were merely bullies who preyed on the weak, not even worthy of being called proper bandits. He always managed to find justifiable reasons to teach them lessons, assigning them the hardest and most grueling tasks, or even stringing them up for a beating. For particularly troublesome individuals, he would simply transfer and disperse them. If that failed, he'd expel them outright. For Yulian, managing these people with military discipline was a straightforward task. This reminded him of something his prospective son-in-law Leo often said: give rules to those who respect order, and meet the wild with wildness. Although he frequently criticized Leo for his carefree attitude, he did agree with this sentiment. In contrast, the nomadic tribespeople were far more straightforward, seeking only a safe place to call home. After an hour of discussion, the two sides reached an agreement. Riverbend would allocate a piece of land on the opposite side of the river, send 50 experienced villagers to assist with construction, and provide the necessary tools. In return, the Wolffang tribe would contribute 50 archers to join the militia and help defend Riverbend. The tribe would be allowed to trade furs, herbs, and other goods through Riverbend in exchange for food supplies. They would become subjects of Riverbend, abiding by its laws and paying taxes, but if irreconcilable conflicts arose, they would be free to leave. At the conclusion of the negotiations, Yulian and Magna clasped each other's arms in the warrior's fashion. It's settled then, Yulian said. Riverbend will do everything in its power to assist your migration and settlement. May your bows and our swords work together to protect our home, rather than clash against each other. Magna was silent for a moment before responding solemnly, as you wish, my new leader. For the nomads, addressing someone as leader signified true submission. These generous terms far exceeded Magna's expectations, and for the sake of his people's future, the proud hunter finally agreed to lead his tribe under Yulian's banner. Yulian provided Magna and several other Wolftooth tribe hunters with enough food for their return journey and gifted them a bag of steel-tipped arrows. When Magna received the bag containing 50 steel-tipped arrows soaked in oil, his breathing noticeably quickened. These military-grade products from the southern workshops were precious resources Yulian had borrowed from Rigolaf's storeroom. Since the last time Yulian, with a mix of persuasion and trickery, had managed to lead away 2 high-quality riding horses from Rigolaf with Roman's help, he had been strictly forbidden from approaching Rigolaf's stables. However, this didn't deter Yulian's determination to guard Rigolaf's assets. This time, his target shifted to the weapons storeroom. In the wilderness, the value of these steel-tipped arrows far surpassed that of gold or silver. The iron arrowheads used by the wild tribes were often too soft and prone to deformation, or too brittle and easily shattered. Some were even inferior to carefully crafted bone arrowheads. Although the wild tribes took pride in their powerful longbows, without high-quality arrows, these bows couldn't fully unleash their potential. Poor-quality arrowheads not only reduced accuracy but also shattered or deformed too early upon hitting prey, significantly diminishing their lethality. These steel-tipped arrows, however, were entirely different. They were sharp, durable, and possessed excellent armor-piercing capabilities. Even if they struck the bones of prey, they wouldn't easily break and could be reused multiple times. If the hunters of the Wolftooth tribe were equipped with such arrows, Magna would gain more confidence in facing the current crisis and perhaps truly defend their homeland. After seeing off Bjorn and Magna, Julian immediately began inventorying supplies and discussing procurement plans with Olivia. The Wolftooth tribe's involvement was both an unexpected boon and a historical inevitability. During times of turmoil in the wilderness, smaller tribes had to unite for survival. However, the wild tribes had limited options for allies. Only small clans like the Great Falls and Wolftooth tribes would seek external assistance. A few days later, when Leo received Bjorn's message, he promptly led the militia out to provide support. The convoy, consisting of 15 horses and 15 pack mules laden with supplies, set out toward the rocky hills. In the forests flanking the convoy, hunters from the Great Falls tribe occasionally sounded whistles and howls to signal safety. The militia at the front carried axes and shovels, carefully clearing the path in preparation for the return journey. The horses and mules were loaded with baked flatbreads, loaves of bread, and various smoked meats. Olivia had also thoughtfully prepared 3 large iron pots with iron stands, making it convenient for cooking meals along the way. When the two groups finally met on the northern side of the rocky hills, the weary faces of the migrating party broke into relieved smiles. The wildlings of the Wolffang tribe never anticipated that Leo would bring reinforcements to escort them. When they saw the militia appearing on the mountain path, every face was filled with disbelief. For these wildlings, who were no better than refugees, being accepted by Riverbend was already a tremendous blessing. To receive such a grand welcome midway left them feeling both overwhelmed and deeply grateful. Leo's enthusiasm was not without reason. In his eyes, these wildling hunters were an invaluable elite force. He vividly recalled the ambush against the Boarmen, where 50 berserker archers from the Great Waterfall tribe had joined the fight. Among them, only 2/3 were genuine wildling hunters, with the rest being elders, youths, and women. Yet, even this mixed group accounted for 70% of the damage dealt during the battle. This time, the Wolffang tribe had promised 50 seasoned wildling hunters, a significant boost to Riverbend's defensive strength. Moreover, in times of crisis, the remaining berserkers could also take up bows and fight. The migration of the Wolffang tribe was an arduous journey. Starting from the northern edge of the rocky hills, they traveled along winding mountain paths for over 100 miles of rugged terrain. Along the way, they were repeatedly attacked by boarmen and jackalmen. Although these skirmishes caused no major losses, the relentless harassment left them physically and mentally exhausted. These attackers were small roaming bands of neighboring non-human tribes. Too weak to confront the 200 members of the Wolffang tribe directly, they were nevertheless driven by hunger to launch suicidal assaults, hoping to trade their lives for human elders and children as food. The grueling 100-mile journey had already drained the strong-bodied wildlings, and their supply of arrows was steadily dwindling. Some hunters were forced to abandon their cherished longbows and switch to spears to prepare for the battles ahead. Leo understood all too well the hardships of wilderness migration while he could traverse hundreds of miles of wildlands alone with ease. Leading a group of the elderly, frail, and infirm, along with heavy supplies, could turn even a short journey into a deadly ordeal. The arrival of the militia completely transformed the Wolffang tribe's circumstances. Donkeys replaced human effort in pulling carts, horses lightened the burden of carrying supplies, and ample food allowed the weary wildlings to regain their strength. The wildling hunters, who had been tasked with both protecting their people and hunting, finally had a chance to catch their breath. Notably, as with Riverbend's migration, the Northfolk demonstrated a strong sense of communal responsibility. Young and able-bodied individuals took on the most dangerous tasks, and the more skilled the hunter, the higher their chances of injury. With the militia escorting them, the remaining miles of the journey were almost uneventful. Not even a single cart overturned. Leo meticulously organized the migration, ensuring the elderly and weak had plenty of rest. The presence of 3 large iron pots meant that everyone could enjoy a hot, hearty meal, lifting spirits and restoring energy. This was now the territory of Riverbend. Under the cover of night, the whistles of the wildfolk served as the best protection, driving away prowling gnolls and boarfolk, allowing everyone to sleep peacefully. The migrating group settled on a small hill across the stream from Riverbend. A creek, about 10 meters wide, separated this area from the lumber camp to the south. This region had been carefully chosen by Julian as the settlement site for the Wolffang tribe. The lumberyard continuously supplied processed timber, which piled up in heaps on the already cleared open ground. 3 settlements formed a strategic triangle: Riverbend, the lumber camp, and the Wolffang tribe. Though connected only by small boats, they managed to establish close yet independent relations. Julian had originally planned to build a floating bridge across the creek, but the exorbitant price of quality ropes at the Ethenbore market made it unaffordable, while the villagers' homemade hemp ropes fell short of the required standards, forcing the plan to be postponed. Riverbend's population of over 300 consisted primarily of Julian's kin and refugees from his homeland's surrounding areas, along with several dozen locals from near Ethenbore. Just over half of the population were able-bodied adults. The lumber camp, with more than 100 people, was predominantly composed of able-bodied workers, with only a few healthy women among them. The Wolfang tribe, numbering nearly 200, had a similar proportion of able-bodied individuals. These wildfolk, accustomed to battling the wilderness and its non-human inhabitants, lived off fishing and hunting and boasted exceptional combat prowess. The combined population of the three settlements exceeded 700, making it one of the larger villages in the northern regions. Including the cobalt miners in the valley, the total population approached nearly 1,000. In the sparsely populated north, a settlement with over 1,000 residents could already be considered a small town. Most natural villages in the region housed only 300 to 500 people, with some having as few as 100 or 200. A standard nightly fief, essentially a village of around 100 households, typically had a population of 400 to 700, producing just enough to sustain a night, along with their retainers and attendants. With Riverbend's current scale, barring unforeseen events, the community could fully engage in mining, farming, hunting, and lumbering. This would not only support Julian as a knight, but also allow the entire first squadron of 50 militiamen to become full-time soldiers. When Count Frelev issued a call to arms, Julian would be able to lead his two knightly retainers, Leo and Vich. Ivan still lacked the qualifications, along with 50 armed attendants, and conscript dozens or even hundreds of farmers to join the battle. Such a force would already be considered among the best among Horn Banner Knights, rivaling the scale of a Square Banner Knight's retinue. After all, the standard for a Horn Banner Knight required only one knight, 2 retainers, 10 armed soldiers, and 20 conscripted farmers. The North and South differed significantly in their use of conscripted farmers on the battlefield. Northerners valued displays of martial prowess before the war god tier. Fully armed knights and soldiers viewed unarmed serfs and commoners as spoils of war rather than warriors. In contrast, Southern knights were indifferent to population losses. Under the Light's blessing, they advocated for universal participation in warfare. In some southern provinces, which had enjoyed centuries of peace, nobles would mobilize their forces over something as trivial as a rabbit. Fearing the loss of elite soldiers or the humiliation of being unhorsed by an opponent, they would instead send serfs as cannon fodder, allowing the knights to charge with greater confidence. The clever Phaecia had already anticipated the arrival of the Wolfang tribe. Wasting no time, she rallied dozens of kobolds, carrying 3 fresh deer carcasses and 5 heavy baskets of iron ingots, and marched grandly toward Wolfang village. The tribe's wild hunters instinctively reached for the longbows on their backs upon seeing the formidable procession of kobolds. However, with Leo accompanying her, Phaecia showed no fear. She wore a specially tailored linen sack tunic, a vibrant feathered cape, and a crown of thorns. With her head held high, she strode confidently into the crowd. "I, Phaecia the Clever, king of the kobolds, bring gifts to the wildlings, me new neighbors," she declared boldly. This eager display of presence was typical of Phaecia's style. Whenever something new happened in the Riverbend, she would make sure to involve herself, as if this would solidify her social standing. And it worked. No one in the Riverbend saw her as just an ordinary kobold anymore. Phaecia had a keen ear for praise, and whether it was true intelligence or feigned simplicity, she always reciprocated compliments generously. When the village women sold her modified linen sack tunics at high prices, claiming they looked great on her, it wasn't long before the entire kobold tribe was donning these simple garments. Inspired by this, the villagers began trading old goods with the kobolds, earning substantial profits while the Kobold Valley gradually filled with random odds and ends. This seemingly comical trade, however, unknowingly bridged the gap between the two groups. The villagers grew accustomed to the kobolds' presence, and their previous hostility and disdain began to fade. Especially after acquiring barrels of explosives, the kobolds' mining efficiency skyrocketed. Surplus labor shifted to building iron furnaces, gathering wood, and smelting iron ingots, leading to a surge in pig iron production. Phaecia's trade network expanded steadily. Beyond exchanging iron tools for food, she also traded for essentials such as cloth, ropes, and arrowheads. She even hired Riverbend craftsmen to construct houses and dams in the Kobold Valley. Once the Riverbend established charcoal kilns, she was the first to purchase high-quality charcoal to improve the iron ingots' quality and fetch higher prices. With control over salt and iron resources, Phaecia quietly became the wealthiest figure in the Riverbend. Julian and Leo were pleased with her success and actively helped maintain her influence among the kobolds. To them, this ambitious and humane kobold leader was the ideal neighbor and ally, alleviating Riverbend's significant survival pressures. If a ruthless kobold had taken power instead, the nearby Kobold Valley would have posed a major threat, mirroring the increasing turmoil of the wilderness and leaving Riverbend besieged from within and without. Although Magna had already heard about the kobolds from Bjorn, seeing them in person still left him incredulous. In his mind, kobolds were a weak race, easy to hunt without a second thought. When had they risen to stand on equal footing with humans? While the Wolfang tribe's wildlings didn't eat kobolds, they would unhesitatingly fire arrows to drive them away in the wild, ensuring their hunting grounds remained undisturbed. Faced with Phaecia's generous gifts, The newly arrived Magna, unwilling to offend anyone, could only bow his head and express his thanks. Phaecia the Clever, king of the kobolds, thank you for your gifts. Phaecia's ears tingled with delight as her tail wagged furiously. She barked excitedly. New neighbors. Good friends. Woof woof woof. Her eyes swept over the towering piles of construction materials scattered across Wolf Fong village, and she declared like a gracious host, kobolds are warm and hospitable. We'll help our neighbors build their home. Magner could do nothing but repeatedly express his gratitude. Seeing this, Leo chuckled and pulled him aside, saying, you'd better stop thanking her, or she'll start planning your wedding. The remark startled Magner so much that he immediately began avoiding the overly enthusiastic kobold heiress. When Phaecia didn't receive more praise, she left in a huff but still generously left behind dozens of strong kobold workers. She instructed them to assist the Wolfang tribe with carrying bricks, clearing debris, and handling all the heavy labor they could manage. Meanwhile, the construction team promised by Urian had arrived and begun guiding the wildlings in building houses. This team consisted of 50 experienced Riverbend villagers who had honed their skills in carpentry and masonry through years of building their own settlement. Compared to the early, clumsy efforts of constructing Riverbend Camp, they now worked with confidence and precision. Their division of labor was clear, and they wielded their tools with ease, leaving the wildlings awestruck. Leo's invention of the lever and pulley system was also successfully implemented on the construction site, significantly reducing the manpower needed. Heavy timber and stone, once cumbersome to move, now seemed weightless as they glided effortlessly through the air, guided by ropes, pulleys, and cranes, landing precisely in their designated spots. Phaecia even demonstrated the power of her boom-boom explosives twice, blasting apart mountain rocks to aid the tribe. This display left the wildlings thoroughly impressed and slightly intimidated. Whenever they encountered Phaecia wandering around the camp afterward, they couldn't help but bow respectfully. The construction of Wolf Fong village progressed at an astonishing pace, transforming the camp day by day. Like Riverbend and the logging camp, this settlement was modeled after a small imperial military camp. Though the Orlantis Empire had long since fallen into decline, its centuries of accumulated military engineering knowledge persisted. Even a low-ranking officer like Urian possessed basic camp construction expertise. While the new settlement wasn't as rigorously designed as an imperial military camp, its defensive capabilities were no less formidable. In addition to sturdy walls, watchtowers, and gates, it boasted a full range of living facilities, a communal kitchen, wells, toilets, bathhouses, and storage buildings, all laid out in an orderly and efficient manner. For the wildlings moving in from their primitive huts, it was nothing short of paradise. What delighted the Wolfang tribe even more was their discovery during a visit to Riverbend Camp, a newly built temple dedicated to the ancestor Basaka. This immediately dissolved any psychological barriers the wildlings had toward the Riverbend villagers, allowing them to see them as true kin. However, the good times did not last. Alarming news arrived from the north. A mixed tribe of outsiders was moving southward. They had already overrun the boormen of the craggy hills and temporarily occupied their lair. It was clear that once the local food supply ran out, this ever-growing tribe would continue south in search of new targets to plunder. Bjorn, who was responsible for monitoring the northern front, hurried toward the river bend, his face grave with concern. Around the fire pit, tribal leaders including Julian, Magna, and Fiza were already gathered, sitting in a circle and waiting for Bjorn's report. The enemy will move south soon, Bjorn began without preamble. The palisade at the logging camp is complete and can serve as our first line of defense, but the Wolfang camp is another story. Its fortifications are still at the foundation stage. He paused before adding, that said, the Knoll equipment is severely outdated. They have no ranged weapons, no siege engines, and they can't even swim. As long as we hold the river bend and the logging camp, supporting each other, we can easily drain them of their strength. Julian nodded in agreement. I've already contacted the local lords. If we can hold out for 2 or 3 days, the knights from neighboring domains will send reinforcements. What about Elder Zolvan's side? Someone asked. The Great Waterfall is a natural fortress, Bjorn explained. Its terrain is treacherous and not suitable for large-scale assaults. Even if the gnolls discover it, they wouldn't dare risk attacking. However, we can't let this drag on for too long. Losing the hunting grounds would mean cutting off our food supply. There's a good stockpile of grain here at the river bend. We can transport some to the Great Waterfall to help them through the crisis. These words brought a sliver of relief to both Magna and Bjorn. Though the enemy was numerous, their own strength was not to be underestimated. Julian, however, remained focused on the makeshift map in front of him, his expression grim. We absolutely cannot let them cross the Anzino River into the north. If they set foot on the Riverbend Peninsula, whether we win or lose in the end, the cultivated farmland and newly planted seeds will be completely destroyed. As leaders of fishing and hunting tribes, Bjorn and Magna didn't fully grasp the significance of farmland to Julian. Still, they nodded silently. The logic was simple. The riverbend relied on farmland, while the wild folk depended on hunting grounds. Both were essential for survival. If the farmland were ruined and the hunting grounds taken, even a final victory would mean a harsh year ahead. Fortunately, the riverbend had iron mines and logging camps to trade for food, whereas the wild folk could only rely on the forest. Leo, who had been silent until now, suddenly spoke up. Who says we have to sit here and take the beating? We could go on the offensive. The group exchanged uncertain glances. Bjorn hesitated. But their numbers are over 1,000, perhaps even more by now. Didn't we already prove it can be done last time? Leo stood, a faint smile on his lips. We can use the same strategy again. The riverbend provides 100 infantry, the kobolds provide 100 crossbowmen, and the Barsaka tribe contributes 100 archers. As long as we avoid direct confrontation, a force of 300 well-trained warriors stands a good chance. Knoll hunting parties usually consist of around 100 members, and right now, they're scattered across our lands. We can use the terrain to our advantage, picking off smaller groups one by one. Then we set an ambush, just like before. Once they've lost half their forces and their morale drops, we can crush them in one decisive blow. This way, we not only protect the farmland and hunting grounds, but also boost our own morale. He scanned the room, his voice growing firmer. It's clear that the threats facing the riverbend won't end with this one Knoll coalition. Purely defensive tactics might secure a victory, but not without significant losses. And if we defend once, twice, 3 times, eventually morale will shatter, spirits will crumble, and the riverbend will no longer be our home. It will become the hunting ground of invaders. Leo's voice was firm and commanding as his gaze swept over everyone present. We must strike back. We must make the riverbend's name feared, so our enemies dare not return. Besides, we have a secret weapon. As soon as Leo finished speaking, Bjorn stood up abruptly, his strong hand gripping Leo's arm. I agree, he said in a deep voice. The berserkers are no cowards. We will not only defend our home and hunting grounds, but also protect our honor and glory. By the gods of war, we must fight back, just like last time. Magnus said nothing, but he stood and clasped Leo's hand, letting out a single, low shout, Berserker. This call, invoking the name of their northern ancestors, carried more weight than any oath to the war gods, expressing his full support for Leo. Fiza, Little Mouse, and Olivia embraced each other tightly, their eyes shining as they looked at Leo's confident face. Mondo, the merciless Haralsho, clever and brave, they exclaimed in unison, their admiration evident. Nearby, Officer Yulian observed Leo thoughtfully. As a military officer, while he wasn't deeply versed in theories of mobile warfare, guerrilla tactics, or positional battles, his mindset was far more strategic than that of the wild hunters who simply sought to defend their home or attack their enemies. He believed in proactive strikes, using terrain advantages, and eliminating foes one by one, ideas that aligned perfectly with Leo's vision, even before Leo had spoken. In truth, whether wildlings, invaders, or most imperial knights, few had ever experienced formal warfare. Limited education often left their military skills at the level of rural skirmishes. Many seemingly imposing lords were little more than bullies who could lead troops and peasants to raid neighboring villages, but lacked the ability to command a militia for a 100-mile march, let alone orchestrate guerrilla warfare. Leo's estimate of 300 troops was, in fact, quite conservative. If they included the refugees from the lumber camp, the wildling elders and children, and the kobold miners, the total number could easily double. Though these people were poorly equipped and lacked training, in a life-or-death situation, they could still raise spears against the enemy. Yulian took a pragmatic view of this. Without the baptism of several bloody battles, the weak would never grow into the strong. In that case, Yulian said, rising to summarize, we'll proceed as Leo suggested. Each of the 3 factions will contribute at least 100 fighters, the more, the better. Leo will have full command. Our mission is to annihilate the Knoll pack and offer their leader's head as a sacrifice to the temple of our ancestors. Yes, chieftain, the crowd responded in unison. With the battle orders issued, most of Riverbend's construction activities came to a halt. Spring planting was rushed to completion, covering only 200 acres of farmland. Aside from a skeleton crew maintaining basic irrigation and fertilization, all activities outside the camp were suspended, and the villagers temporarily withdrew into the camp to rest. Leo led a well-equipped force of 100 Riverbend infantry, along with 100 refugees armed with crossbows, spears, logging axes, and pickaxes, as well as the entirety of Riverbend's livestock, awaiting the arrival of their secret weapon. Once joined by over 100 berserker archers and another 100 kobold crossbowmen, they set out together toward the rocky hills. The 100 Riverbend infantrymen were divided between the 1st and 2nd militia squads, but they could no longer be called mere militia. This full-time, professional force under the Lord's command was uniformly equipped, well-trained, and highly disciplined. The 1st squad, in particular, had seen extensive combat, with battle skills and psychological readiness that matched the standards of regular infantry. They wore double-layered fur armor, supplemented with either bearskin cloaks or wolfskin shoulder guards. Sturdy animal hide boots protected their feet, while their legs were wrapped with coarse cloth bindings. The armor's most notable feature was the incorporation of hammered, curved iron plates embedded within the layers of animal hide on the chest, abdomen, and back. These plates provided sufficient protection against most stray arrows and thrusts from swords or spears. The materials for these high-quality armors came from the wild men near the Great Falls, who traded their surplus hides for food. Julian then collected these hides to craft protective gear for the infantry. Each soldier was standardly equipped with a 1-meter-long, thick-spined, broad-bladed iron sword, a 1-meter diameter, 1-inch thick double-layered wooden round shield, and 3 heavy javelins. Many also carried a small hand axe or dagger at their waist for emergencies. If not for the lack of iron helmets, their gear would have been indistinguishable from that of the Empire's regular infantry. Practical combat experience revealed that slings and crossbows were less effective than anticipated. These weapons added unnecessary weight and interfered with the use of javelins. Consequently, except for patrols and guards, the infantry stopped carrying these weapons, focusing instead on javelin and sword and shield tactics. The discarded ranged weapons were reassigned to 100 refugees who had received basic training but lacked combat experience. Leo and Julian agreed that it was better to deploy these individuals for battlefield fire support than to risk them causing trouble in the logging camps. In their downtime, these recruits could also assist in constructing defensive fortifications. By comparison, the Kobold crossbowmen under Fish's command were far more formidable. Known as the Kobold Guards, these elite warriors wore linen tunics, used slings as belts, and carried oversized crossbows along with 3 heavy javelins despite their relatively small stature. They were rigorously selected from among the Kobold warriors for their exceptional skills. Thanks to the Kobold's astonishing metabolic rates and Fish's careful feeding regimen of 2 daily meals of wheat and meat, these once frail miners had, in just a few months, transformed into muscular fighters with formidable strength. The transformation of the Kobold warriors was astonishing. These creatures, who typically spent their days eating, mining, and brawling, managed to gain 15 kilograms of muscle in just 1 month. Some even showed signs of a secondary growth spurt in height, despite their naturally short stature. While still diminutive, their limbs were now powerful enough to effortlessly handle the heavy crossbows designed for boar-like creatures, and their throwing skills rivaled those of the Rivertown infantry. This elite unit of Kobold bodyguards, averaging only 1.3 meters in height, looked somewhat comical wielding massive 1-meter-long crossbows. Yet, these weapons surprisingly suited their combat style. Though they lacked the strength to draw a longbow used by commoners, or even the short hunting bows of Rivertown villagers, the modified foot crossbows proved to be their ideal weapon. Their sheer brute strength often broke these crossbows during use, forcing fascia to reinforce and remake them with wrought iron, increasing the draw weight in the process. In close combat, the Kobold bodyguards' muscular arms thicker than the calves of human strongmen became deadly weapons. A single uppercut could easily shatter an opponent's jaw or strike a critical blow. Combined with iron weapons, their attacks became devastating. However, even under Fascia's rigorous training, they struggled to maintain formation, often descending into chaos during battles. Spears and crossbow bolts were launched haphazardly, and they would even fight among themselves over weapons. Their shooting stances lacked any semblance of discipline. Despite these shortcomings, their remarkable speed, accuracy, and battlefield mobility more than compensated. In rugged mountains and dense forests, the Kobold bodyguards outperformed the Rivertown infantry by a wide margin. Their keen senses allowed them to detect threats early, while their thick golden fur provided excellent survival capabilities in the wild. Even in the harshest conditions, they could sustain themselves on tree bark, insect eggs, and bugs. Their only significant weakness was their fragile morale. The sight of injured comrades or a particularly ferocious enemy could easily break their fighting spirit, sometimes leading to immediate surrender. Because of this, they were best suited for support roles behind the main forces. Following Leo's advice, Fascia capitalized on their strengths by training them as elite wilderness scouts and guerrilla fighters, avoiding direct confrontations whenever possible. The true main force came from the Berserker Longbowmen of the Great Waterfall tribe and the Wolffang tribe. This unit, composed primarily of young and strong tribal hunters, included a few seasoned veterans and naturally gifted youths, making them a formidable force. Their diet of meat over the years had made them even more robust than the Rivertown infantry. Their long arms and powerful muscles allowed them to easily handle heavy longbows and even wrestle wild beasts barehanded. Adorned in various animal hide armors and wearing beast helmets, they displayed their hunting trophies: bear claws, tiger fangs, and the like around their necks and arms. Each was equipped with a yew longbow with a draw weight of at least 150 pounds, 2 quivers of heavy arrows at their waist, and either a hunting spear or a double-handed woodcutting axe. Since Rivertown began producing iron tools, these archers were outfitted with iron arrowheads. While not as refined as southern steel, they were far superior to their previous equipment. This upgrade allowed them to easily take down medium-sized prey, and even gave them the chance to kill large beasts with a single shot. However, the most intriguing aspect remained Leo's so-called secret weapon. At the rear of the procession marched 15 enormous ogres, each of their steps causing the ground to tremble. These colossal creatures towered over even the billiest of the Magnar warriors, making them look like mere twigs in comparison. Each ogre carried a massive wooden club, as thick as an adult's torso over one shoulder. These were only their single-handed weapons. They always kept the other hand free to snatch prey, wary of their companions stealing their food. Trouble arose on the very first day of the march. One ravenous ogre seized a pack mule and, with just a few swift motions, tore it apart and began stuffing chunks into its mouth. This act deeply embarrassed the two-headed ogre chief, Krog. His robust head glared furiously at his kin while slapping himself repeatedly in frustration, while the withered head took the opportunity to sneak a bite of the mule's ribs. To prevent further incidents, Leo had to personally oversee these gluttonous giants, ready to provide food at a moment's notice. Watching them devour their rations as they marched, Leo couldn't help but think to himself that it might be simpler to just send them charging into the rocky hills and let them perish alongside the enemy. Krog, seemingly sensing Leo's displeasure, spoke between mouthfuls, "We strong, brave, not afraid of death. Fight for you. No need for pay." Leo couldn't help but laugh bitterly. After all, he had promised each ogre a generous reward of 20 sacks of wheat, a deal so enticing that Krog had brought his entire tribe along. When Krog finished the last morsel of food, he carefully handed the empty sack back to Leo but couldn't resist leaning in to sniff Leo's horse. The startled animal bolted away with its tail tucked between its legs. "Horse, smells good. Wanna eat?" "Not now. Tonight. Sneak a bite," Krog muttered to himself, leaving Leo rolling his eyes. After all, it was already evening. After 2 days of marching, the mixed force of over 400 finally set up camp in the valley where they had previously ambushed the boarmen. Though the boarmen's corpses were long gone, the remnants of the battlefield remained evident. The pit traps dug by Freya had now filled with water, forming small ponds. Scouts from the wildfolk near the great waterfall continued to send reports, detailing every movement of the enemy within the rocky hills. Since the boarfolk suffered a devastating loss of their main forces in the ambush set by Leo in the gravel hills, they had retreated in fear, drastically shrinking their hunting grounds and almost completely withdrawing to the depths of the hills. But in this survival-off-thefidist wilderness, hiding away like a turtle in its shell was never a wise choice. While Leo held his forces back, a far more ruthless group of gnolls set their sights on the weakened boarfolk. After a fierce and overwhelming siege, the battered and bloodied boarfolk quickly surrendered. Fewer than 100 of them survived, and they, along with their kin fleeing from the north and a few small kobold tribes, were reduced to slavery under the gnolls. Faced with the gnolls' overwhelming numbers, these subordinate races were at their mercy, forced to gather food and hunt prey for their masters day after day. Failure to meet the quota meant only one thing: making up the shortfall with the flesh and blood of their own. The gnolls, however, did not grow complacent in their victory. Hundreds of them split into 5 or 6 hunting parties, each led by its own captain, launching relentless raids and sweeping through every corner of the gravel hills and beyond. Their territory now spanned the entire gravel hills, stretching south to the dense forests along the Anzerno River and north to the mountains beneath the Grand Barrier, covering over 2,000 square kilometers. This land, comparable in size to a small county, was home to countless small groups of creatures: 31 horned boars here, 50 wild wolves there, or 70 kobolds scattered elsewhere. Even smaller groups included packs of dire wolves, bison, brown bears, saber-toothed tigers, and great antlered deer, dotted across the mountains and forests. In the past, these groups preyed on one another, maintaining a fragile balance. But the arrival of the gnolls completely shattered this order. No small group could withstand the onslaught of a gnoll hunting party. Even if they managed to fend off one attack, more gnolls would soon follow. Everyone understood that once the gnolls devoured all these smaller groups, their insatiable hunger would inevitably turn toward the riverbend. According to intelligence from the wildling scouts, the gnolls typically kept 2 to 3 hunting parties active, while the rest remained at their lair to guard their people and slaves. At this moment, a gnoll hunting party of over 100 was nearby, encircling a herd of bison. Magnar hefted his hunting bone spear and stood tall. "Leave this pack of gnolls to me. The Wolf Fong tribe will prove our worth to join Riverbend with their blood." Leo frowned. "It's safer to act together," he said. In his view, even a lion must give its all to catch a rabbit, let alone when dealing with savage gnolls. The advantage of numbers was not to be squandered. "No need," Bjorn interjected. "We'll go with them. You stay here and prepare the battlefield. This side is more critical." Leo considered briefly before nodding his agreement. Unlike Magnar, who was eager to showcase the Berserker tribe's valor, Bjorn was more meticulous. Having fought in the previous battle alongside Leo, He understood Leo's tactical mindset well. Though Bjorn's words were subtle, Leo caught their meaning. This valley lay less than 10 miles from the Boarfolk's lair. Although the wildling scouts provided cover, it was only a matter of time before the gnolls discovered their presence. While the gnolls might not know the exact strength of the forces in the valley, they would undoubtedly launch probing attacks. Being prepared for battle was an entirely different matter from fighting in haste. Leo had to act quickly to finish setting up the battlefield before the gnolls arrived, turning what could have been a disadvantageous away game into a home field advantage. Bjorn led his tribe to join forces with Magnus' people, swiftly traversing the forested mountains and heading straight toward the gnoll hunting party. Weighing the strengths of both sides in his mind, Leo knew that in a heated confrontation, the combat power of 100 berserker longbowmen would only slightly surpass that of 100 gnolls. However, in an ambush, the situation was entirely different. Longbowmen positioned in advantageous terrain could decimate more than half the gnolls with just a few volleys of concentrated arrow fire. Leo wasn't worried about the wildlings losing the battle. His primary concern was minimizing casualties. These two wildling tribes had already become assets to him. Even if they did not fully submit, they were at least reliable allies. As a former strategy game enthusiast in his past life, Leo had always pursued the goal of minimal losses in games. Even losing a single scout pained him, let alone now, where he was responsible for actual lives. The ideal situation, Leo thought to himself as he directed the infantry and refugees to dig trenches and set traps, would be avoiding war altogether, living peacefully, and focusing on developing our tribe. Turning his gaze to Fiza, who was overseeing the kobolds as they worked on making explosives, Leo asked, "Where's your big kobold?" This so-called big kobold was actually the chained werewolf that an ogre had gifted to Fiza. After showing up twice, it had disappeared without a trace. He went home to see his mother, Fiza replied without looking up. "And you just let him go? What else was I supposed to do?" Leo was left speechless. If that was Fiza's decision, so be it. At least the werewolf hadn't harmed anyone, which was the best outcome. "He'll come back," Fiza suddenly declared with firm conviction. "He's the big kobold. He's one of my people." As she spoke, she approached a kobold mixing gunpowder, grabbed a handful of the mixture, and sniffed it closely. Then, she scolded sharply, "Idiot! Too little yellow, too much black." The poor kobold whimpered and hung its head in shame. Turning to another kobold, Fiza sniffed the gunpowder mixture it had prepared and smiled in satisfaction. "Not bad. The quality's pure." Fiza's invention of the powder keg had been surprisingly straightforward. Starting with stolen glimpses of Leo's formula, her extraordinary sense of smell allowed her to accurately identify the components of gunpowder and refine its proportions. With an ample supply of materials and time for experimentation, her gunpowder soon surpassed Leo's in quality. An accidental explosion revealed the destructive potential of powder kegs, leading her to develop this new weapon. She was now experimenting with granulating the gunpowder to improve its moisture resistance and stability. However, with the urgency of war, they could only use powder in its current form, a state that was difficult to store and transport, and one that carried the constant risk of sending the kobolds to an explosive demise. Leo suggested that Fiza carry the gunpowder ingredients separately and only mix them when needed during battle. The kobold craftsmen were clumsy when preparing the gunpowder, forcing Fiza to closely monitor their every move. The craftsmen secured head-sized wooden barrels with 3 iron hoops, filled them with grape-sized iron pellets, and carefully poured in the gunpowder before nailing the lids shut. One kobold, about to shake a barrel to evenly distribute the gunpowder, was immediately whipped by the vigilant Fiza. His scream echoed across the camp. During such dangerous moments, Leo had already retreated to a safe distance. That same day, Bjorn and Magna returned triumphantly with their forces. Though they bore some minor wounds, their spirits were high. Magna proudly threw the severed head of a gnoll in front of Leo. Its menacing fangs and grotesque features were even more terrifying than Leo had imagined. The thick tendons of its severed neck were still clearly visible. At least 100 gnolls, all wiped out. Not a single one escaped, Magna declared boldly. Leo quickly inquired about their casualties. "What are our losses?" 9 dead, about 10 injured, Magna replied curtly. Leo scanned the returning berserker archers and noticed that at least 20 of them bore bandages but could still stand with their bows. Clearly, Magna's count of the wounded referred only to those gravely injured and needing to be carried back on stretchers. The casualties left a bitter taste in Leo's heart, but he suppressed these feelings and instead loudly praised them. "Well done. The god of war bears witness to the bravery of the berserkers." His words instantly lifted everyone's spirits. Once the wildling crowd dispersed, Bjorn quietly recounted the details of the battle to Leo. Over 100 berserker archers had ambushed an equal number of gnolls in a valley. Within the span of 10 breaths, more than half of the gnolls had fallen under the hail of arrows. To prevent any survivors from escaping to report back, Magnus sent hunters to intercept them, which led to close-quarters combat. The The strength of the Knoll warriors was fully revealed during the melee. They were burly, comparable to the wildling hunters in size, with even more developed muscles, rivaling the kobold guards under Fiza. Their thick fur and bear and tiger hide armor allowed them to survive the arrow volleys, and their flails and chain maces made them extremely dangerous. While the Knoll hunters wore only leather skirts, their agility matched that of riverbend infantry, but their lack of armor led to heavy casualties. In the ensuing melee, the wildling hunters, despite their superior numbers, lacked shields and formation training, quickly descending into chaos. The power of the Knoll's flails and chain maces was devastating, capable of felling even the strongest wildlings. Ultimately, the Knolls were completely annihilated, but at the cost of 9 lives and 15 serious injuries. Leo thought to himself that if the riverbend infantry, with their disciplined training, had been in their place, the losses would have been far fewer. But he knew better than to voice such thoughts to these fearless wildlings. The wildlings not only brought back the Knoll's severed heads, but also returned with an impressive haul. They carefully examined their spoils, stripping the relatively intact tiger and bear pelts from the Knoll brutes and bundling them together. Although the Knoll's iron weapons were of poor quality, their sheer quantity made them worth hauling back to Hewan for smelting and reuse. The most significant prize, however, was the carcasses of over a dozen northern wild buffalo and their fresh hides. These muscular, herbivorous giants were notoriously fierce, so much so that even the seasoned wildlings preferred not to provoke them, opting instead to hunt solitary brown bears or saber-toothed tigers. Only the Knolls dared to organize large-scale hunts for wild buffalo, employing the most primitive exhaustion tactics, driving buffalo herds into valleys and relentlessly chasing and terrorizing them until the massive beasts collapsed from exhaustion or even died from sheer fatigue. This was the very same strategy Yulian had employed during the militia's migration, relying on dried buffalo meat and tents made from their hides to complete their arduous journey over 1,000 miles. Leo decided to reserve the buffalo carcasses as rations for the troops, while awarding all the animal hides to the wildlings as a reward for their valor. Unfortunately, being so close to the stony hills meant they had to maintain stealth and could not risk lighting fires. Everyone had to make do with their dry rations. The ogres under Krog, however, were unaffected by this limitation. They had always eaten raw food and were utterly indifferent to whether it was cooked or not. At that moment, Leo found himself missing Freya's presence. Her knack for motivating soldiers with just a few flatbreads and a word of praise was unmatched, a skill truly unique to her. After half a day of rest, the scouts spotted another Knoll hunting party. This time, Leo not only sent the wildlings but also dispatched 50 Hewan infantrymen to assist in a frontal assault. Fiza volunteered to lead but was promptly ignored by everyone, knowing how undisciplined the kobold miners were. Once they entered the forest and slipped out of Fiza's control, they would likely seize the chance to sneak back to their old mining lives. The 50 Hewan infantrymen, led by Vice Captain Vich of the former militia's 1st Squadron, accompanied the wildlings into the forest. Vich's full name was Antonius Durdernovich, a cumbersome and obscure name. Antonius was his father's name. Durder meant calf in the northern dialect, and Vich was merely a suffix. The unwieldiness of his full name led the villagers to simply call him Vich. In contrast, Leo and his late father Mondo's names combined were far shorter, making Mondo's Little Lion a much simpler and more memorable moniker. The brown-haired Vich was 2 years older than Leo, composed and reserved. Though more level-headed and rational than most his age, he was no less courageous. Both he and Leo were protégés carefully nurtured by Yulian. Should Yulian rise to knighthood, they would undoubtedly serve as his squire knights. During the last attack by the bandits, Vicky demonstrated extraordinary leadership. He led the militia reserve crossbowmen onto the wooden framework of the manor, deliberately drawing the bandits' fire to buy valuable time for the villagers to evacuate. In daily training, Vicky was responsible for the military preparation of the 2nd Squadron and the refugees. Whenever Leo was away, Vicky naturally took over the militia's affairs and had never made a single mistake. In contrast, Ivan, who was a year older than Leo, seemed far less mature, like a college graduate just stepping into society. While Magna harbored resistance and even slight disdain toward the inclusion of the Rivermyth infantry, he had no choice but to comply with orders. Bjorn, however, held a completely different perspective. As the leader of a weaker tribe, he was more cautious and pragmatic. Having witnessed the defensive capabilities of the Rivermyth infantry's shield formation firsthand, he preferred to position his archers behind this solid line to maximize their effectiveness, rather than having his tribesmen engage in direct combat with the Knolls. However, before the actual battle, the performance of the Rivermyth infantry was disappointing. These infantrymen, mostly former farmers, were particularly clumsy in the rugged mountain forests. Their marching speed was less than half that of the wildlings, and even the elderly and young girls among the wildlings moved more nimbly than they did. When faced with streams over 5 meters wide, the Rivermyth infantry often had to detour, while the wildlings could leap across with ease. Cliffs several meters high posed no challenge for the wildlings, who climbed them with the agility of apes, using both hands and feet. In contrast, the Rivermyth infantry required tools or assistance from their comrades. Many fell behind due to exhaustion, and some even lost their way in the dense forest. This deepened Magna's disdain, to the point where he considered abandoning them. Fortunately, Bjorn intervened in time, personally staying at the rear to search for the missing infantrymen. After 2 hours of grueling trekking, the group finally reached the ambush site before the Knoll hunting party arrived. Once the real battle began, however, the Rivermyth infantry's performance shocked Magna. Under Vicky's command, their shield formation effectively sealed off the Knoll's retreat, forcing the enemy to endure a relentless barrage of arrows. The Knoll's heavy flails and maces, weighing several kilograms, were intimidating but failed to shake the infantry's shields. These were no longer the crude wooden shields of the past. Early shields, limited by a lack of iron and craftsmanship, were poorly constructed with barely a few iron nails. They could only block arrows and minor slashes, serving more as a deterrent against roadside bandits and refugees, and were even penetrable by kobold spears. The current shields, on the other hand, were finely crafted defensive tools, half an inch of oak bonded tightly with half an inch of pine using iron rivets and strips. Some infantry even added a layer of animal hide to the surface. The soft outer pine layer absorbed impact effectively, protecting the user's wrists, while the hard inner oak layer resisted most heavy strikes. Even arrows and blades could only scratch the surface pine, leaving shallow marks on the oak underneath. These standard round shields weighed 15 kilograms, comparable to a butcher's heavy chopping board, but the well-trained northern infantry had mastered their use. By comparison, the steel shields employed by the Empire's heavily armored elites weighed over 25 kilograms. Designed to withstand the blows of Orcish battle axes, they often featured additional thick iron plating. Such weight made even lifting them a challenge, let alone maneuvering with agility in combat. It's worth noting that the Rivermyth infantry were not merely passive defenders. The heavy javelins of the Riverbend infantry have undergone significant upgrades, no longer resembling the crude, mismatched kobold short spears of the past. With blacksmiths mastering the techniques of smelting iron and crafting ingots, standardized mold production has become a reality. While the current quality of molten iron is insufficient for forging long iron swords, it is more than adequate for mass-producing farming tools and iron spearheads. The new heavy javelin consists of a 1-foot-long iron spearhead mounted on a 2-foot-long hardwood shaft, weighing a total of 3 kilograms. This design prioritizes power and impact. Though cumbersome, it delivers devastating force. Well-trained Riverbend infantry can accurately throw these javelins at targets within 20 meters, and even hurl them as far as 40 meters. Each soldier is equipped with 3 javelins, capable of inflicting catastrophic damage on the enemy before close combat begins. Some soldiers skilled in spear techniques also use these weapons for close-quarters combat, thrusting effectively from behind shield formations. Even the Kobold Royal Guard quickly adopted these new weapons as a complement to their crossbows. Fesha, in particular, was so enamored with this deadly tool that she immediately added it to her personal arsenal. In battle, the heavy javelins proved far more effective than the longbows wielded by the wildfolk. A single volley of these dense projectiles could kill on impact, and even the crude wooden shields of Knoll warriors offered little protection. After 2 coordinated javelin volleys, the charging Knoll forces were decimated, with fewer than 30 managing to reach the battle line. The experienced infantry were well-versed in close combat techniques. They would deliberately collide with the Knolls at the moment their weapons were about to strike, disrupting their attacks. Before their shields absorbed the impact, the soldiers braced the backs of their shields with their bodies to protect their vulnerable wrists. Thick fur-lined armor and powerful muscles provided additional layers of protection for their arms. Even when the shields cracked under the crushing blows of the Knoll's flails, the shield-bearers remained unshaken. Armed with thick-spined, broad-bladed iron swords, the infantry pressed close behind their round shields, executing precise thrusts. Each strike was followed by a twisting motion that shredded the Knoll's entrails. The battle quickly turned into a one-sided slaughter. Despite their ferocity, the Knolls fought without coordination and could only crash futilely against the disciplined shield wall. Some seasoned veterans even chatted casually during the fight, discussing the rewards they would claim after victory. For them, such battles had become routine. Meanwhile, the Besaker longbowmen demonstrated formidable prowess. The nearly stationary Knoll targets allowed even the most nervous wildfolk girls to land accurate shots. The battle concluded swiftly, with the Riverbend infantry suffering only 1 fatality and 10 soldiers with varying injuries in unequivocal triumph. The Barsaka longbowmen emerged from the battle virtually unscathed, each archer using up only half a quiver of arrows. The sole casualty was an unlucky infantryman who had just speared a Knoll to death and was inspecting his kill when another Knoll brute seized the moment to hurl a flail, striking his head with lethal precision and killing him instantly. The injuries among the other soldiers were relatively minor. The most severe case involved a warrior on the flank of the shield formation who was struck in the back by a Knoll brute's flail. He now lay on a stretcher, coughing up blood. However, judging by his ability to curse and swear between fits of blood spitting, his life did not appear to be in any imminent danger. Despite the minimal losses, Deputy Commander Vicky was far from satisfied. He harshly reprimanded several of the infantrymen who had fought most bravely. These soldiers had acted too aggressively during the battle, attempting to break out of the shield formation to pursue the enemy. This forced their comrades to follow in haste, advancing the entire formation a few steps forward. If the gnolls had been more organized, this lapse could have provided a critical opening for them to exploit. These ordinarily fearless warriors now stood with their heads bowed like scolded kobold pups in front of the younger Vicky, not daring to argue back. Watching this, Magna was thoroughly puzzled. Back in the tribal communities, bold actions on the battlefield were always praised by the leader, yet here, they seemed to warrant a scolding instead. Throughout the ambush, the Barsaka longbowmen performed exceptionally well, accounting for 80 of the gnoll casualties. By comparison, the Riverbend infantry's kill count was far less impressive. While their shield formations were virtually impenetrable, their slow movements made it easy for the gnolls to retreat out of melee range. However, no gnoll could escape the deadly accuracy of the Barsaka longbowmen. With the infantry's shields providing cover, some daring archers even advanced within mere dozens of meters of the battlefield to shoot. At this range, their arrows deviated by no more than 3 centimeters, and the most skilled among them could shoot clean through enemies while grazing the heads of their allies. Though the infantry admired the sheer precision of these feats, they did not approve of such risky behavior. This gnoll hunting party, which had only just set out and had yet to find any prey, ended up becoming the prey themselves. The spoils of battle were meager, consisting mainly of hides and weapons. However, the fight gave Magna a profound appreciation for the strength of the Riverbend infantry. These seemingly cumbersome soldiers, with their disciplined formations, calm demeanor, and seamless coordination, functioned like a finely tuned war machine, effortlessly crushing disorganized opponents. Even though the gnoll brutes were stronger, faster, and more ferocious, they could do nothing against this human wall of shields. It was as if their savage attacks were biting into solid rock. Back in the valley where Leo's forces were stationed, the group reported the battle's progress to him. They patiently awaited the appearance of the third gnoll hunting party, but it seemed the gnoll leader had already sensed something was amiss. Though they had not yet received news of the annihilation of the other 2 hunting parties, their innate sense of danger prompted them to stay holed up in the Borman lair, sending out only a small number of scouts to patrol the area. Faced with at least 800 enemies while their own forces numbered only around 400, Magna and the others grew restless and uneasy. In a direct confrontation, even if the range units delivered their maximum effectiveness and achieved the best possible results, they wouldn't be able to stop the enemy's numbers from breaking through. The small shield wall of 100 Riverrun infantry would inevitably be overwhelmed by the enemy forces several times their size. Once that happened, the crossbowmen and archers in the rear would stand no chance. Even if victory could be achieved, it would likely come at a devastating cost. "We can lure them in again," Leo said calmly. "The enemy still doesn't know our position or numbers. We can send out a small unit, like last time, to draw them into the valley and eliminate them. No matter how many enemies come, it's better than engaging in a direct battle." After some discussion, all eyes turned to Fisha. Feeling indignant, she jumped onto a rock, spread her arms wide, and flared her feathered robe as she protested loudly. "Gnolls are not weak. Gnolls are the strongest. Gnolls are invincible." "Woof woof woof." Leo quickly reassured her. "It's not that you're weak. It's that you appear less threatening, which makes it easier to catch the enemy off guard." He added, "Fisha, you're smart and brave. You defeated the Nolsia, are the king of the kobolds." This immediately made Fisha wag her tail with excitement. Fisha is smart and brave. Leo is brave and smart. Smart and brave Fisha will lead the kobolds, defeat the terrifying gnolls, and become the kobold king. Leo was startled. Remembering Fisha's unique military tactics from their encounter in the crocodile swamp, he feared she might act impulsively and lead her group to their doom. He quickly gave her detailed instructions. Do not attack the rocky hills recklessly, do not use the explosives prematurely, do not trust anything the gnolls say, and simply fire a few volleys of arrows at the guards. Once the enemy pursues, retreat immediately to the valley. As Leo, looking like an over-concerned father, watched the kobolds leave the valley, the other leaders exchanged glances. Stroking his chin, Magna remarked, "Why does this feel like tricking a child into going to battle?" Vicky shook his head. "It feels more like sending a foolish daughter off to school." Everyone nodded in agreement, deeply convinced. At this moment, Leo's eccentric daughter, Phaecia, revealed her unique strategy. She quietly led her troops to the forest near the rocky hills and signaled them to halt. Facing the Borman's lair, she tilted her head back and howled like a wolf. The over 100 golden-furred creatures behind her immediately understood her intentions and joined in with a chorus of howls. The echoing wolf cries reverberated through the valley, deafening and fierce. Inside the Borman's lair, a kobold with the sharpest hearing was the first to notice the anomaly. A well-traveled black-furred kobold leader nervously reported in broken Knoll language, "Woof, woof, woof. There are over 100 werewolves outside." This news left the Knoll chieftain utterly stunned. In their understanding, werewolves were not only as formidable in combat as dire wolves, but also feared for their cunning and their prowess in night raids. Faced with such a large number of werewolves, the Knolls had no hope of victory. The black-furred kobold leader, trembling, suggested surrendering, but his suggestion was met with the Knoll chieftain's fury. The chieftain smashed his head with a single blow, leaving the poor leader dead before he could even enjoy his newfound authority for a few days. The Knoll chieftain perked up his ears, carefully discerning the sounds outside. When he detected the hints of barking mixed in with the howls and spotted the faint golden figures among the trees in the distance, he flew into a rage. "Nonsense! They're nothing but a pack of weak kobolds your own kind." Pointing at a familiar black-furred kobold, he commanded, "You, go and subdue those kobolds. If they refuse, kill them all." Though a sense of foreboding lingered in his heart, he ordered the Borman leader to accompany them. As a subordinate of the Knolls, the newly appointed black-furred kobold leader dared not disobey. He was forced to lead over 100 of his kin and 50 or 60 Borman hunters to confront the intruders. These Borman were the remnants of the tribe. The elite warriors had long perished in battle, leaving only the elderly, the weak, and the young, many of whom were often used as food by the Knolls. Seeing the enemy take the bait, Phaecia led her troops back a few miles. When the opposing force caught up, she stood atop a high ground, adorned in a magnificent phoenix crown and ceremonial robes. Using her charismatic presence, she proclaimed loudly, "I, the wise Phaecia, king of the kobolds, command you to submit to me. Follow me, and you shall have meat to eat." These words held no sway over humans, but greatly tempted the kobolds. The black-furred kobolds glanced at their well-fed and well-equipped counterparts on the other side, then at their own starving and pitiful state. They began to waver. At least following other kobolds meant they wouldn't have to worry about being eaten by their own kind. Sensing danger, the Borman leader roared and tried to drive the black-furred kobolds to attack. But Phaecia's offer was even more enticing. "Kill them, and you can join my tribe. You'll eat meat every day, and never be eaten yourselves." Before the Borman leader could respond, a few black-furred kobolds lunged at him. Although these primitive kobolds were unarmed and no match for the Borman, the situation spiraled out of control as all the black-furred kobolds, their eyes red with desperation, joined the fray. Amid the chaos, Phaecia gave the order, "Fire." Her personal guards, already prepared, immediately pulled their triggers. The clever kobolds aimed their crossbows with precision, while the clumsy ones fired wildly. Some bolts found their mark on the Borman, others missed entirely, and a few even hit their fellow black-furred kobolds by mistake. In the ensuing melee, the Borman were overwhelmed and immobilized by the black-furred kobolds. Ultimately, they were all wiped out by Phaecia's crossbowmen. Leo, uneasy about Phaecia, climbed a tall tree at the valley's highest point to observe the peculiar scene from afar. Although the distance blurred his vision and rendered the sounds inaudible, he could roughly discern what was happening. Watching the black-furred kobolds easily swayed by Phaecia's words and promptly switching sides, Leo couldn't help but marvel. Truly a child of destiny, capable of commanding submission with just a few sentences. However, his amazement was short-lived. After aiding Phaecia in defeating the Borman, the black-furred kobolds were promptly cast out after paying their respects to their new chieftain. These suddenly abandoned kobolds kept glancing back at Phaecia, whimpering as they retreated to the Borman's lair. When Phaecia returned to the valley camp, Leo confronted her angrily. "They surrendered and even helped you take down the Borman. Why did you drive them away? 100 more kobolds mean 100 fewer enemies. This is a golden opportunity for the riverbend." Phaecia replied nonchalantly, "I changed my mind. How can you go back on your word?" Leo snapped. Phaecia looked at Leo as if he were an idiot and replied innocently, "I'm just a kobold. Aren't your expectations of me a bit too high?" Leo was momentarily speechless, scratching his head. Indeed, if even humans, who pride themselves on civility, are rife with deception, how could one expect a kobold to uphold honor? Seeing Leo at a loss for words, Phaecia smirked triumphantly, like a puppy that had just stolen food. She barked playfully, "Woof, woof, woof. The Borman were too few, and the Knolls too many. To join my tribe, they'll have to offer more than that." Unable to grasp Phaecia's reasoning, Leo could only sigh and turn his attention back to overseeing the refugees digging trenches. He redirected his frustration toward the kobolds, ordering the kobold guards to put down their weapons and assist with the digging. Though initially puzzled, none of the kobold guards dared defy the commands of Leo the Dogbiter, Mondo the Merciless, Supreme Commander of the United Forces. Among the elder kobolds, Leo had become a figure of legend, feared as a demonic being who devoured kobolds without leaving a trace. The Kobold Guards, with their background as miners, displayed astonishing efficiency, carving deep trenches into the valley like miniature excavators. Meanwhile, by the time the black-furred kobolds returned to the Boorman's lair, it was nearly dusk. The Knoll chieftain, seeing them return empty-handed, furiously demanded to know the whereabouts of the Boorman and the golden-furred one. Upon learning that the Boorman were dead and the golden-furred one had left, the enraged chieftain roared, vowing to devour their young. He lamented his poor decision-making, which he attributed to overindulging in kobold pups the previous night, leaving his mind clouded. As the Knoll chieftain prepared to swing his chain hammer, the black-furred kobold swiftly raised a wooden barrel the size of a human head that he had been clutching tightly. Although the golden-furred Knoll was reluctant to submit, this offering arrived at just the right moment. The Knoll chieftain wrinkled his nose, sniffing the tightly sealed barrel. He weighed it in his hands before asking, "What's this?" The black-furred kobold pointed to a small hole on the barrel and exclaimed excitedly, "A treasure. A big treasure. Just light it here, and you'll see the ancestors." These words instantly caught the attention of all the Knoll leaders present. In this desolate wilderness, shamanic beliefs ran deep, and every tribe yearned for guidance from their ancestors. They crowded around eagerly, desperate to catch a glimpse of this mysterious artifact. While the Knolls were still speculating about its secrets, the black-furred kobold had already raised a torch and, without hesitation, brought it close to the small hole in the barrel. Boom! A thunderous explosion shook the heavens, and the war tent was blown to pieces in an instant. It turned out that this was a large makeshift grenadier barrel packed with gunpowder and iron pellets specially crafted by Fascia under Leo's suggestion. Dozens of grape-sized iron pellets shot out in all directions, shredding the black-furred kobold leader who had lit the fuse, along with all the Knoll leaders, into fragments. Chaos erupted within the Boorman's lair. Leaderless, some Knolls wailed in despair, while others seized the opportunity to rally support in a bid to claim the chieftain's position. Meanwhile, the remaining black-furred kobolds sprang into action, scooping up their younglings and setting fires wherever they went. Following the scent trail left by Fascia, they fled toward the valley where Leo was waiting. The new leader had always said that only by causing a massive upheaval in the Boorman's lair and teaching the Knolls a harsh lesson could they prove their strength and earn recognition from the new tribe. Now, with the entire Knoll command structure obliterated and the Boorman's lair engulfed in flames, this statement of loyalty seemed more than sufficient. As they fled for their lives, the black-furred kobolds dreamed of a better future. As long as they could eat one cassava root a day, endure fewer than 100 lashes, and keep their young from being eaten, they would swear unwavering allegiance to their new leader. By the next morning, the inferno at the Boorman's lair had finally burned out. After a bloody struggle, a new Knoll chieftain emerged. Leading the remnants of the devastated Knoll and Boorman tribes, the new chieftain set out in pursuit of the fleeing black-furred kobolds. Once a massive mixed tribe of over 1,100 members, they now numbered just over 400 Knolls and 100 Boormen. The younglings, unable to fend for themselves, were never included in the population count. With no food supplies left, the Knolls abandoned over 100 of their young in the ruins. Unless the kobolds were captured and brought back, these younglings would likely perish from hunger or fall prey to wild beasts. Nearly 600 Knolls and Boormen surged into the valley, only to find it teeming with kobolds. Among the trees, the faint silhouettes of wildlings could be seen, while at the valley floor, 100 human shield-bearers stood ready for battle. Though the exact size of the enemy force was unclear, it appeared to be no larger than their own. The new chieftain understood that any hesitation or retreat at this moment would undermine his freshly claimed authority. Without a second thought, he let out an earth-shaking war cry and commanded his tribe to charge. At the very moment the Knolls began their charge, the hidden Basaka longbowmen in the forest released their bowstrings. Last night, the commotion from the Boorman's lair could be heard even from this side of the valley. Flames raged throughout the night, lighting up half the sky, and several times they almost spread to the surrounding forests. When a large group of black-furred kobolds flooded into the valley to pledge allegiance to Fascia, Leo knew the decisive battle was imminent. He immediately ordered his troops to rest in shifts while heightening the level of vigilance. Sure enough, by mid-morning the next day, the Knoll army surged into the valley like a tidal wave. The Basaka longbowmen were the first to give them a warm welcome. A relentless rain of arrows poured down, with heavy shafts piercing through countless Knolls. They fell like wheat being harvested, their numbers cut down in swathes, a display of force that would have sent any army lacking heavy armor and large shields into retreat. Yet the Knolls revealed their ferocious nature, entirely unfazed by the casualties of their comrades. Under the captain's command, a portion of the Knolls spread out and pushed into the forests on both flanks, while the main force charged directly at the most conspicuous target, the Riverbend Infantry Regiment, who were provocatively banging their heavy javelins against their shields and shouting taunts. Standing behind the infantry, Leo observed everything with a calm demeanor, unmoved by the Knolls' dispersal tactics. The Basaka longbowmen held advantageous positions, using their superior range to shoot from above. Fascia's kobold guards stationed themselves at the base of the mountain, tasked with intercepting the scattered enemies. Even if the kobolds broke ranks, it mattered little. Their purpose was to draw the enemy's attention and create opportunities for the longbowmen to pick off their targets. Hundreds of gnolls flooded into the forest, engaging in chaotic skirmishes with the kobold guards. The kobolds made the most of their opportunistic tendencies. They swarmed lone gnolls, taking them down with heavy javelins and crossbow bolts, but scattered and fled when faced with larger groups, leading the enemy on a chase through the woods. Meanwhile, Basaka longbowmen hidden in the trees targeted the gnolls who recklessly pursued their fleeing foes. In the valley, the gnoll main force stepped into traps carefully prepared by the kobolds and refugee fighters. The trenches, though hastily dug and only 2 to 3 meters deep, were wide enough to slow the gnolls' charge. Some agile gnolls leaped over the gaps, but many were pushed into the pits by their companions behind them, becoming stepping stones for the others. Chaos ensued as they trampled over one another, which commanded the refugee crossbowmen to form ranks on the infantry's flank, executing mechanical 3-line volleys. Trained by Yulian, he had grown into a competent leader. He understood that these untested refugees needed clear and simple instructions. There was no room for improvisation. They simply needed to follow their training with precision, providing sustained firepower to suppress the enemy on the battlefield. Although the morale displayed by the refugees wasn't low, they were eager to prove their bravery. It was ultimately superficial. Once they witnessed their comrades falling in battle, their thoughts quickly shifted to self-preservation, and any semblance of tactical discipline evaporated. Still, they managed to maintain their formation and provide steady support from the rear, which was commendable under the circumstances. The 3-tiered formation of 100 crossbowmen continued to prove effective, steadily cutting down the ranks of the gnolls. However, as some gnolls darted into the forest, they managed to divert half of the Basaka longbowmen, causing the rain of arrows from the woods to noticeably thin. The number of gnoll forces charging toward the infantry unit exceeded Leo's expectations, but he was prepared. When the gnolls closed in to within 50 meters, Leo gave a sharp command: break formation. The riverbend infantry quickly dispersed, revealing a group of ogres crouching behind them. Even while seated, these massive beings were as tall as the human soldiers. Now's the time. Ogres, charge! Leo shouted. The 15 ogres began to rise slowly, but upon seeing the hundreds of gnolls and boarmen charging toward them, they hesitated and seemed ready to sit back down. Despite their brute strength, these creatures were not fearless. Thinking quickly, Leo bellowed, "Gnolls are delicious. Go eat them." The ogre leader, Krog, grumbled, "They don't look tasty." Leo pressed on, tempting him further. "Just try one. If they're not good, they'll give you a whole bowl." Krog's eyes lit up, and he finally raised his massive club, shouting alternately with his 2 heads, "Ogres, eat all the gnolls, and we want the bowl too." With that, he led his tribe in a charge, barreling through the scattered infantry and colliding with the gnoll horde. Leo wiped the sweat from his brow, thinking to himself that these unreliable ogres should probably be stationed on the front lines next time. The experience served as a lesson. Overcomplicated strategies on the battlefield could backfire. During the brief exchange of words, the dispersed infantry had already launched a volley of heavy javelins, pinning the leading boarmen and gnolls to the ground. Leo quickly followed up with another order: shield wall. Shield wall. The well-trained infantry regrouped swiftly, raising their round shields to form a defensive formation that resembled overlapping scales. The appearance of the ogres threw the gnoll forces into disarray. These wild nomads, though fearless when outnumbered, were deeply afraid of enemies they couldn't overpower. Each ogre was equivalent to an entire squad in strength, and the power gap between the ogres and the gnolls was as vast as that between the strongest boarman and the weakest kobold miner. The ogres swung their massive clubs, each as thick as a northern warrior's torso, sending multiple gnolls flying with a single sweep or smashing boarmen into pulp. While their right hands swung their weapons, their left hands casually grabbed gnolls to bite, though they found the taste unappealing and spat out the gnawed bones. The gnoll main force scattered in panic, leaving only their berserk warriors willing to retaliate. However, their hunting spears barely scratched the ogre's thick skin, and their flails and stone hammers often rebounded, injuring their own wielders. Incredibly, 15 ogres managed to scatter hundreds of gnolls. Krog, having charged too recklessly, found himself stuck waist-deep in a trench. Unable to move, he resorted to swinging his club in place to fend off nearby enemies, turning the battle into an impromptu tower defense game. The heavily battered gnolls, unwilling to engage in a futile struggle against the ogres, left a small group to keep them occupied while the rest pressed on toward the infantry's shield wall. Facing a larger force of gnoll warriors, the Riverbend infantry demonstrated admirable battlefield discipline. Amid the blood and fire, even as waves of enemies surged forward, these seasoned veterans maintained their professional composure. They stood in tightly packed formations, shields interlocked to form an unyielding defensive wall. Behind the front lines, the newer recruits, though visibly nervous, had simpler roles hurling javelins and preparing to fill gaps in the formation. For now, they were spared from confronting the gnashing teeth and razor-sharp claws of the enemy. The strength of this elite unit did not lie in individual heroics, but rather in their superior equipment, rigorous training, and disciplined coordination, reminiscent of ancient Roman legions or modern riot control squads. In this skirmish, the Riverbend infantry displayed remarkable combat efficiency. They operated like a relentless slaughterhouse, each swing of a blade and every thrust of a spear cutting down an enemy with precision. However, the true danger came from the hulking Boorman warriors. Wielding massive stone hammers weighing dozens of pounds, each strike from these brutes could send shields and the soldiers holding them flying out of formation. The most critical moment occurred when a Boorman, leading several Gnoll berserkers, broke through the shield wall. These powerful foes rampaged through the formation, causing brief chaos. Leo, anticipating such a scenario, quickly deployed 10 elite veterans armed with two-handed weapons to reinforce the line. These experienced fighters worked in tandem with the shield bearers, swiftly eliminating the intruders and sealing the breach. Meanwhile, Leo himself oversaw the battle from the rear, armed with a yew longbow. After over 2 months of rigorous training, his archery skills had reached the baseline of a Barsaka longbowman. While not yet on par with the prodigiously talented young hunters from the wild tribes, his progress was evident. These tribal youths, considered the elite of their clans, treated this battle as an early trial for their hunter initiation. Leo's strength had now surpassed the limits of ordinary men. He could easily draw a 200-pound yew bow to its full extent and hold it steady for 10 seconds, a stark contrast to his earlier struggles, where he could only manage 3 seconds with slight trembling. On the battlefield, this improvement meant he could more accurately target and eliminate the most dangerous Boorman warriors. Such power was unmatched even by the renowned wild hunters Bjorn and Magnar. Though their longbows also boasted a draw weight of 200 pounds, they relied heavily on their seasoned experience and instinct, employing a swift, drawn-release shooting style. In the face of these master hunters, prey rarely had the chance to glimpse the drawing of the bow before being pierced by an arrow. However, immense strength alone is merely the foundation of precise archery. Achieving true mastery requires years of accumulated experience and refined instinct. Although Leo had not yet reached the extraordinary skill level of the wild hunters, he could reliably avoid harming his teammates within a range of 30 meters. The clash between the Riverbend infantry and the Gnolls lasted only 5 minutes before the battle's outcome became one-sided. Under the weight of heavy casualties, the Gnolls' frenzied aggression began to wane. One surviving Gnoll leader stood amidst the battlefield, surveying the scene. Ahead lay the impenetrable shield wall of the infantry. Behind loomed the relentless two-headed ogre warriors. Above, arrows rained down like a deadly storm, as the heavy bolts from the Basakar longbowmen intertwined with the crossbow quarrels of kobold guards and refugee marksmen, forming a lethal web of death. The battlefield had descended into utter chaos, with humans, kobolds, ogres, boarmen, and gnolls all entangled in a frenzied melee. With every passing moment, countless lives were lost, and most of the subordinates who had once surrounded the gnoll leader were now lifeless bodies. The once tightly packed formations had disintegrated, leaving the fighters scattered and struggling to survive on their own. Faced with the staggering losses, many gnolls began to falter. What ultimately shattered their will to fight was a devastating blow orchestrated by Fisha. Positioned on a high vantage point along the valley's edge, she had constructed a massive 2-meter-tall slingshot using sturdy wooden stakes. 2 forked supports held a thick elastic band woven from cowhide, with a specially designed leather pouch at its center. Pull. Keep pulling. Fisha commanded from the side. 2 burly kobold guards strained with all their might to stretch the elastic band, while several others held the supports firmly in place. A line drawn on the ground marked the optimal launch position determined during tests the previous day. Finally, with the band stretched to its limit, Fisha placed a barrel of explosives fitted with a special fuse into the leather pouch and lit the fuse. Release. At her command, the exhausted kobolds let go, collapsing to the ground. The explosive barrel shot into the air with immense force, tracing an arc before plummeting into the valley 100 meters away. Before it even struck the ground, the barrel detonated midair, unleashing a deadly shower of iron shrapnel. Gnolls within a 10-meter radius were sent flying by the blast, while those within 20 meters were left writhing in agony amidst the deafening explosion. Even the nearby 2-headed ogres weren't spared, sustaining multiple injuries from the iron shrapnel. One piece of shrapnel flew as far as 50 meters, leaving a deep dent in an infantryman's round shield. The thunderous explosion momentarily froze the battlefield. From atop the hill, Fisha erupted in triumphant cheers. Yes, mission accomplished. The deviation this time was only 50 meters. Leo looked up toward the valley and saw Fisha and the kobold guards dancing and celebrating wildly. Furious, he shouted, "You mutt, what are you up to now?" Unfortunately, the distance was too great for Fisha to hear him. The tactic of launching explosive barrels with a slingshot was inspired by the children of the riverbend, but Fisha had acted on it without informing Leo, catching everyone off guard. Ever since Leo's ideas had sparked Fisha's creativity, the kobold chieftain had been obsessively tinkering with inventions. Even when accidents occurred, the tribe members dared not intervene. Rubbing his temples in frustration, Leo silently vowed to reign in this increasingly reckless kobold before one of those overloaded explosive barrels ended up landing on his own head. That said, the explosion had indeed turned the tide of the battle. While Leo's troops knew it was Fisha's doing, to the gnolls, this terrifying and incomprehensible attack was far more horrifying than an ogre's charge. Large numbers of gnolls began to flee in panic, and the surviving leaders abandoned any hope of victory, now fearing for their very survival as a species. A long, mournful howl echoed through the valley, and the remaining gnolls immediately broke off from their opponents, fleeing desperately toward the valley's exit. From the start of the battle until now, the boarmen had suffered heavy losses, while the gnolls were reduced to just over 100 fighters. Yet the wilderness folk would not let their enemies escape so easily. The waterfall tribesmen and riverbend infantry held back to some degree, but the wolffang tribesmen, who had been relentlessly hunted and displaced by the gnolls, were consumed by vengeance. Dozens of Bersaka longbowmen pursued the fleeing gnolls, loosing arrows as they ran. When their quivers emptied, the hunters blocked the valley entrance directly. The kobold guards, armed with crossbows, emerged from the forest and continued firing relentlessly. Fueled by the scent of the gnolls' fear, their morale soared. Even so, the gnolls were incredibly fast, and about half of them broke through the blockade and escaped into the wilderness. Leo decided against ordering a pursuit after all. The riverbend infantry, weighed down by 60 to 70 pounds of gear, stood no chance of catching the swift wilderness creatures. Instead, he commanded the troops to rest, tend to the wounded, and clean up the battlefield. The plaster bandages Leo had developed were already highly effective, frequently used by villagers and tribesmen for fractures sustained during work or hunting. Only the kobolds refused to use them, preferring to limp along with broken legs rather than be seen as burdens by their peers. If not for Fisha's orders, the traditional practice would have seen kobold injuries that rendered them unable to work left behind in the wild to fend for themselves. This battle was the largest-scale confrontation anyone present had ever witnessed. Over 1,000 combatants packed the small valley to its limits, more than 400 soldiers of the Riverbend Alliance facing off against nearly 600 Gnoll warriors. The war ended in a crushing defeat for the Gnoll coalition. These savage tribes, which had long struck fear into other races across the wilderness, were almost entirely annihilated when faced with military strategies 2,000 years ahead of their own, formations honed over 1,500 years, and weapons refined over a millennium. The Bersaka longbowmen once again proved to be the decisive factor in the battle. Their longbows could unleash at least 10 heavy arrows per minute with deadly precision, far surpassing the chaotic volleys of their enemies. Most of the longbowmen had emptied 2 quivers, each holding 40 arrows, before the battle concluded. Leo had anticipated this. Not only had he provided additional quivers for the archers, who were accustomed to carrying just one, but he also had 3,000 arrows transported by mules and prepositioned at key points in the longbowmen's formation. These represented the entire stockpile that the Great Falls tribe, the Fang tribe, and the Riverbend Fletchers could produce in time. However, the battle turned out to be far more intense than expected. Some gnolls infiltrated the forest, disrupting the resupply of arrows and diverting the archers' attention, significantly diminishing the firepower directed at the main enemy force. Even more terrifying was the extraordinary resilience of the Gnolsenless struck directly in the head or heart. Even those pierced through the body by heavy arrows continued their charge, like berserk zombies impervious to pain. The Gnoll warriors' equipment was unexpectedly formidable as well. Ordinary fighters carried combat round shields, while their leaders wore iron armor, though damaged, that still protected vital areas. Despite being worn and poorly maintained, these defenses bought the Gnolls precious survival time. The battlefield was a harrowing sight. The valley was littered with arrows, and each enemy corpse bore at least 3. The larger and more elite boar-like Gnoll warriors suffered concentrated fire, their bodies bristling with arrows like pincushions. Under the pinpoint accuracy of the Bersaka marksmen, the stronger the enemy, the quicker they fell. The kobold guards and refugee crossbowmen also contributed significantly, second only to the longbowmen. Though their crossbows were inferior in both range and power compared to the longbows, and their marksmanship less refined, their sheer numbers allowed them to maintain a steady output. However, when ogres entered the fray, their firing zones had to be restricted to avoid friendly fire. In contrast, the Riverbend infantry's results were comparable to the 15 ogres in the alliance. They drew nearly half of the enemy forces into melee combat, engaging over 100 gnolls in close-quarters fighting, yet managed to eliminate only about 60 of them. This was not due to a lack of skill, but rather the gnolls' extraordinary tenacity. Some wounded gnolls continued fighting for an extended time, even with their entrails spilling out. The infantry had to maintain their shield wall, forgoing pursuit to hold their ground. The rear ranks, apart from occasionally throwing javelins, spent most of their time supporting the front line to withstand the relentless assaults. The two-headed ogres rampaged across the battlefield like a pack of uncontrollable beasts. Aside from distinguishing friend from foe, they completely ignored any tactical commands. In the early stages of the battle, they inflicted significant damage on the gnolls, but soon found themselves in a futile chase. The enemy, unwilling to confront them scattered in all directions, leaving the massive creatures to pursue them in vain through the valley. Fortunately, two of the ogres spotted a group of gnolls locked in combat with the infantry unit. With massive clubs in hand, they charged back into the fray, wreaking havoc among the enemy ranks and alleviating a significant amount of pressure on the infantry's shield wall. As for the ogre leader, Krog, the so-called commander, had the misfortune of falling into a trap. He spent the entire battle floundering in frustration and ended up consoling himself by gnawing on the corpses of gnolls. Meanwhile, the Bersaka longbowmen arriving from all directions showed great respect for the Riverbend infantry and the two-headed ogres. Although these two units did not claim a high number of direct kills, their tactical value far exceeded the raw figures. The infantry's shield wall drew substantial enemy fire, while the ogres successfully disrupted the enemy's formations. If the battle had been left solely to the 400-plus Bersaka longbowmen against the 600-plus gnolls, the outcome would have been grim. Despite the potential for significant casualties inflicted during the ranged phase, once the battle devolved into close combat, the longbowmen would likely have suffered heavy losses, perhaps over half their forces. In this large-scale engagement, however, they lost only 7 warriors. Among them, 2 were reckless Wolffang tribe hunters who let their hatred cloud their judgment. The other 5 were wild hunters from the Great Falls. These 5 had been safely attacking from the trees, but threw themselves into danger to rescue the kobold guards being pursued. Leaping from the trees without regard for their own lives, they engaged in a brutal melee in the forest. In the ensuing clash, a dozen wild hunters faced over 20 gnolls. Though victorious, the cost was high. 5 hunters were killed, and 7 or 8 others sustained injuries. Despite the wild hunters' usual disdain for kobolds, on the battlefield, they instinctively treated them as comrades. None regretted their decision. Even Bjorn, who valued the safety of his people above all else, merely frowned in silence when he heard of the incident. The Riverbend infantry suffered relatively lighter losses, with only 2 fatalities and 7 or 8 serious injuries, though there were countless minor wounds among their ranks. Thanks to Leo's Yu longbow and a small team of two-handed warriors supporting the shield wall, the formation held firm throughout the battle, preventing it from descending into chaos. This was precisely the scenario Leo sought to avoid. While this unit was well-trained and capable of suppressing the wild tribes, they were far from elite. Even after months of practicing the most basic shield wall tactics, mistakes were still common. If the battle had devolved into a chaotic melee, the infantry would have struggled to maintain their usual small unit tactics, likely relying on individual bravery instead. Such a situation would have resulted in heavy casualties. Leo had used up half a bag of arrows, but nearly every shot hit its mark. Within 30 meters, his aim was unerring, focusing on piercing through the enemy infantry's shield formations and targeting vital areas like the head and neck. However, as a commander, he couldn't devote himself entirely to attacking. Much of his attention was required to monitor the battlefield and maintain the stability of the formation. The heaviest casualties in the battle were not among the kobold guards shielding the longbowmen of Bersaka, but rather the refugee crossbowmen. 8 were killed, over 10 were injured, and 5 of them were critically wounded. This was due to the ranged attacks from gnoll and boarman hunters, as well as the short spears thrown by gnolls during their charge. Unlike the nimble kobold guards, the refugee crossbowmen, standing in formation, were unable to dodge and had to endure the brunt of the losses. The militia's deputy commander, Vicky, and 2 of his subordinates stood nearby, acting as a disciplinary squad. During training and before the battle, he had repeatedly warned that any deserters would face execution. This threat ensured that, despite heavy casualties and shaky ranks, the refugees did not break and flee. This was in stark contrast to their behavior before arriving at Riverbend back then. A single charging gnoll was enough to send them scattering. This highlighted the state of serf soldiers. In the densely populated South, where non-human races were rare and lords showed little regard for human lives, battles between serf soldiers during civil wars often ended with minimal casualties unless a knight's lance struck home. In the northern and western regions, however, where populations were sparse, non-human adversaries were numerous, and conditions were harsh, even the bravest serf soldiers often faced death due to their lack of armor. By comparison, even the most basic conscript infantry equipped with iron-reinforced armor and wooden shields saw a significant improvement in survival and combat effectiveness. This was why frontier lords relied primarily on professional soldiers, not out of compassion, but because survival demanded it. On the kobold side, the newly joined black-furred kobolds launched ferocious charges to prove their worth, suffering heavy losses as a result. In contrast, the experienced kobold guards sustained relatively fewer casualties. However, the exact numbers of dead and injured were unknown, as kobolds didn't bother with counting. They even ignored their fallen comrades, leaving their bodies to lie in the forest. Even Fisha only conducted a head count after the battle, and as long as the group still appeared large, she ceased to concern herself further. Disheartened, Leo demanded that Fisha send people to retrieve the bodies of the fallen and give them proper funerals. The kobolds, however, showed little interest in this and were far more enthusiastic about rummaging through the battlefield for loot. They would bring whatever they found to the riverbend infantry for inspection, hoping to claim a share of the junk as trophies of their victory over the gnolls. As an expert scavenger, Fisha led her guards, carrying large baskets, to plunder the Boorman's lair. While Leo doubted anything valuable would remain after the fire and he was mostly correct, what surprised everyone was Fisha's elation as she returned carrying a large group of gnoll pups. These gnoll pups, currently in the midst of shedding their fur, were undeniably hideous. Most of them had scruffy, patchy coats, with bald spots scattered throughout. Only a few had completed their molting process, revealing a leopard-like, vibrant fur pattern, and their facial features were beginning to take on the ferocious traits typical of gnolls. Fisha had somehow managed to capture hundreds of these pups, stuffing them into several large baskets and bringing them back. She struggled to lift one of the baskets brimming with pups and excitedly ran to Leo to show off. "Look, new kobolds." Leo nearly choked at the sight. "These are gnolls." "They're not gnolls. They're new kobolds." Fisha immediately assumed a defensive stance, baring her teeth and glaring at Leo, though her eyes betrayed a lack of confidence. After a moment of contemplation, she racked her brain and, using the imperial language she had learned from Olivia and the little mouse, coined a new term. "They are fierce kobolds." Her excitement grew as she continued, "Big kobolds, fierce kobolds, golden-furred kobolds, black-furred kobolds. They've always been part of my people. Oh, for heaven's sake. You're even throwing imperial high speech at me now?" Leo was devastated to realize that Fisha, of all beings, was outpacing him in cultural literacy, leaving him momentarily speechless. But then, a sudden awareness struck him. One should never argue with a dog. It's a losing battle from the start. He decided to stay calm. "Ah, yes, you're absolutely right. After all, anything can be a kobold. Who knows? Maybe I'm one of your people too." Fisha's eyes lit up. She began scrutinizing Leo's golden hair, comparing it with the golden-furred kobold guards at her side, clearly trying to find some resemblance. "Get lost," Leo bellowed. Though Fisha slunk away with her new people in tow, she was secretly delighted. Leo hadn't outright rejected her claim, which to her was as good as an endorsement. In truth, Leo fully understood the deeper meaning behind Fisha's childish and chaotic antics. The rapid population growth and rising strength of Rivermouth were deeply unsettling to this clever kobold. Although she couldn't clearly articulate her concerns, the imbalance of power created a sense of crisis that lingered in her subconscious, driving her to expand her tribe. With no new kobold tribes to be found in the short term and the slow growth rate of existing pups, assimilating similar species into her fold was the only solution she could think of. While Rivermouth rulers like Yulian and Leo harbored goodwill toward the kobolds, who could guarantee that future leaders wouldn't emerge with a grudge, like Vichy, whose family had been killed by non-humans and who bore a deep-seated hatred for the wildfolk. Or what about the foreign lords eager to prove their valor by targeting kobolds on sight? And then there was the Kobold Valley iron mine. A cornerstone of Rivermouth's economy. Was it truly safe from covetous eyes? Compared to Yulian and Leo's concern over the potential loss of the Kobold Valley, Fisha was the one truly gripped by fear. Her only means of securing her position was to continuously amass strength and fight for a voice within Rivermouth. Bringing the gnoll pups to Leo and showing them off was, in reality, her way of seeking his support because among her few allies, Leo was the most influential. To some extent, Fraser's remark wasn't entirely unreasonable. This race, referred to as gnolls, resembled hyenas more closely than wolves in both physique and fur. It would be more fitting to call them hyenafolk rather than gnolls. The search lasted an entire day. The bodies of humans and gnolls were gradually recovered and laid out neatly in the clearing of the valley. As the sun set, two massive pyres rose in the clearing, one for burning the human remains and the other for the gnolls. In the Northern Territories, both cremation and burial were common practices. Settled and secure communities often opted for burial, allowing their dead to rest beneath the earth, while nomadic or weaker tribes favored cremation to prevent wild animals from disturbing the remains. Even skulls and leg bones that weren't fully burned would be smashed to avoid being carried off by scavengers. In coastal regions like Storm Fjord and Bishnik, water burials were customary, where bodies were tightly wrapped and cast into rivers or seas. This stood in stark contrast to the customs of the Southern Territories. There, only burial was deemed acceptable. Any alternative methods of handling the dead were considered desecration, with cremation being reserved as a punishment for heretics. Given the dangers of wild beasts beyond the riverbend territory, the leaders decided after discussion to opt for cremation, bringing only the ashes back for burial. During the funeral, Leo delivered a brief eulogy as the humans mourned solemnly. The gnolls, standing nearby, were affected by the somber atmosphere, yet also distracted by the enticing aroma of roasting meat, their expressions a mix of emotions. Only the ogre seemed regretful, lamenting the waste of so much meat being burned. The next day, before departure, Fraser stood atop a high point and declared victory to her people. Her words sparked deafening cheers as golden-furred and black-furred gnolls barked in unison, expressing their fervent loyalty to their leader. This was another brilliant victory under Fraser's leadership, achieved alongside humans, following their triumph over the Boarmen. On the journey home, the Gnoll celebration was unrelenting. They roamed about, capturing small animals as gifts for their human allies, and even fashioned hyenaman skulls into beast head cloaks. Despite the threatening glares and raised bows of their startled companions, they proudly paraded their trophies with unbridled excitement. All the while, they sang this song of the Gnolls, composed by their shaman with lyrics written by Fraser, filled with pride in their victory and admiration for their allies. 2 days later, despite losing about a dozen Gnolls along the way, the Riverbend coalition finally returned to their long-awaited homeland, laden with spoils of war and greeted by the joyful barks of celebration. Bringing the kobolds to battle was indeed as exasperating as taking a group of elementary school kids on a field trip. Facia had to keep a constant watch over these furry warriors, fearing that even a moment of distraction might result in them wandering off. Thankfully, the whip in her hand often worked wonders. Kobolds' fear of pain kept them begrudgingly in line. Even if some strayed, their keen sense of smell usually allowed them to either rejoin the group or find their way back home, provided they weren't turned into a meal by wild beasts. Upon reaching the large water pool upstream of the river bend, Facia enforced a mandatory group cleaning session. The black-furred kobolds were in the worst shape, their greasy fur matted with thick layers of grime, forming nearly solid clumps with only the occasional shiny tuft peeking through. In contrast, the golden-furred kobolds she had personally trained were much cleaner, having grown accustomed to regular baths and especially fond of the hot springs in the valley. However, access to the hot springs posed a challenge. Limited by their capacity and the wood required for heating, the springs were usually opened only every few days. Only the strongest kobold guards were privileged to use them, while weaker members of the tribe often had to wait 10 days or more. In the meantime, they were driven to wash in the icy river water. This hygiene regimen was actually borrowed from the system implemented in the Riverbend settlement. In the early days, the settlers from the northern lands had suffered from extremely poor hygiene due to the harsh climate and economic constraints. Even Julian, despite his disgust, had no immediate solution. It wasn't until they relocated to the Riverbend that, under the primitive communal system, Julian was able to implement militarized management and extend the sanitation standards of the army camp to the entire village. Fortunately, Leo supported this initiative, and the two divided the responsibilities. Julian focused on infrastructure development, while Leo ensured that the villagers strictly adhered to the rules. Thanks to their efforts, the sanitary conditions in the Riverbend improved significantly. The Riverbend infantry, as key development targets, were among the first to benefit from these changes. After all, no one wanted to fight alongside a comrade who relieved themselves wherever they pleased. Over time, personal hygiene even became a part of the militia's evaluation criteria. Upon returning to the valley, Facia was greeted by a transformed landscape. The invention of explosives had cleared the once scarred valley walls in just a month. Massive openings now extended outward for dozens of meters, glinting with the characteristic metallic sheen of hematite. Kobold miners were hard at work, extracting or unloading it into baskets for transport to the blacksmith shop or the Riverbend Peninsula. To improve transportation efficiency, Leo had even provided 2 wheelbarrows as prototypes for Facia to replicate and organize for wider use. Although the railway system had not yet reached full-scale production, transportation between Kobold Valley and Riverbend was bustling with activity. On a well-trodden path, kobolds of all sizes carried heavy loads of iron or in ingots back and forth. Even the smallest kobolds, burdened with chunks of or as large as their own heads, trudged along with unsteady steps. Despite Leo taking Riverbend's armed forces with him, leaving the settlement in a state of heightened alert and halting operations, the kobolds remained unaffected. To them, it was merely a routine situation of a hunting party being out and not yet returned. The remaining tribe members continued their daily work in an orderly fashion. The valley had taken on a new look, with rows of neatly constructed huts and cottages springing up. The aroma of food wafted from the kitchens, supplies were stacked systematically in warehouses, and facilities such as designated latrines, a blacksmith's workshop, a carpenter's shop, barracks, and a spacious plaza had been established. At the valley's entrance, an elderly kobold with sparse fur leaned on a cane, smiling as he welcomed his returning kin. This elder had once been the tribe's shaman, but after losing his magical heritage, he was left to make a living by telling stories and performing dances. During a blessing ritual for the forge, he accidentally fell into the fire pit, burning off his fur and breaking a leg. The tribe had initially intended to abandon this useless individual, but Facia intervened. She argued that the old shaman could still teach the younglings songs, recount the tales of the sacred mountain, and identify herbs. Instead of casting him out, she stripped him of his shamanic title, taking his thorn crown and feathered cloak, and arranged for the tribe to take care of his basic needs. Now, Facia held dual roles as chieftain and shaman, achieving absolute authority over the tribe. She entrusted the remaining few dozen knoll cubs to reliable female kobolds for care, though along the journey, at least 20 had been secretly devoured by resentful black-furred kobolds. The black-furred kobolds also brought several dozen cubs of their own, but fearing competition for resources, they mercilessly attacked the knoll cubs. The newly arrived black-furred kobolds were in awe of the valley, much like villagers visiting a bustling city for the first time. They couldn't comprehend why the weak and elderly were not abandoned, or why the females could leisurely play with the younglings. Before they could adjust, they were herded into a large, steaming bath laced with sulfur for disinfection and pest control. Having just endured a cold water rinse, the sudden immersion in hot water left the black-furred kobolds flustered, while their cubs panicked, thrashing in the water as if they feared they were about to be cooked. Meanwhile, back at Riverbend, Leo and his infantry, along with the Barzaka longbowmen, received an enthusiastic welcome from the tribe. Olivia stood at the forefront of the welcoming crowd, with the little mouse close by her side. Both of them stayed close to Yulian. In the distance, Leo rode a towering northern steed, leading the triumphant army at the front. The purebred warhorse stood an impressive 1.5 meters tall. When Olivia dashed forward to embrace Leo, her height of 1.7 meters only allowed her to barely wrap her arms around his thigh. Leo, quick and agile, grabbed Olivia's arm and effortlessly lifted her onto the horse. Watching this, the little mouse, standing below, twisted her fingers with envy in her eyes. Leo caught her expression and smiled knowingly. He extended a leg in invitation. The little mouse immediately grabbed his pant leg and nimbly stepped onto his boot. With a slight motion of his leg, Leo sent her up into the air and caught her securely, placing her in front of Olivia. The warhorse snorted in mild protest but carried all three of them across the drawbridge and through the gate of the stronghold. The villagers of the Riverbend Peninsula had already gathered, hundreds of admiring eyes fixed on them. Leo scanned the crowd and suddenly raised his right fist, shouting the slogan, "Riverbend Invincible." The crowd erupted in cheers, echoing the same phrase in unison. To the villagers, Leo had transformed from a militia captain defending their home into an extraordinary commander capable of leading them to victory against a 1,000-strong coalition of foreign forces. This transformation filled Yulian with deep emotion. The once reckless young man had grown into such an outstanding leader. As both his son-in-law and heir, Leo's accomplishments brought him immense pride. Unbothered by the gazes around her, Olivia leaned sideways into Leo's arms, carefully checking him for any injuries. Only after confirming there were no wounds and hearing no sounds of pain from him, did she finally let out a sigh of relief. These past days, she had been sleeping with the little mouse in her arms, but was often jolted awake by nightmares. In her dreams, Leo was always surrounded and torn apart by ferocious gnoll-like creatures, blood and flesh flying everywhere. Though she had never seen a real gnoll, in her imagination, they were far more terrifying than the most vicious canines she knew, like Fiza's father, the former kobold chieftain. It was said that these gnoll warriors were all stronger than Fiza's father, with some even rivaling the strength of boarmen. Whenever Olivia glanced at the boarmen heads mounted in the hall, she couldn't help but think of the terrifying 1,000-strong coalition of foreign forces. Even an ordinary wolf pack, if numbering 1,000, could easily destroy a village. Aside from her, nearly all the villagers shared the same fears. Only Yulian remained consistently confident in their victory, using his unwavering assurance to steady the hearts of the people. Although Leo had predicted a high chance of victory before the battle, he remained anxious over the past few days. After all, the battlefield is unpredictable, and casualties are inevitable. The key was to keep them within an acceptable range. In his view, if they could limit losses to less than one-third, it would be a major triumph. Even Rigolov, renowned for his campaigns against outlanders and bandits, would have to acknowledge such a success. It wasn't until noon today, when the Wild Scouts returned early with good news, that everyone finally felt relieved. Strangely enough, the calmest one in the entire village was the little mouse. Although she had no concept of the scale of the war, like Fiza, she had unwavering confidence in Leo. When the triumphant squad appeared at the village entrance, the villagers could hardly believe their eyes. The casualty numbers reported by the scouts were already impressively low, but seeing this nearly intact team was even more astonishing. If not for the carts behind them piled high with spoils of war, they might have doubted whether this group had fought a battle at all. The equipment left behind by the Knoll Coalition was far from abundant. Stone tools were discarded right on the battlefield, and half of the collected iron tools were rusted or deformed. Even the kobolds, who rarely turned anything away, only selected a few heavy weapons from the boarmen as trophies. Besides some iron tools that could be reforged, the most significant haul was a large pile of animal hides. Although these bison hides, saber-toothed tiger pelts, and bear skins were riddled with arrow holes and unsuitable for making armor, after some simple repairs, they would serve as excellent bedding and blankets for the impoverished villagers. Upon returning to Riverbend, Leo immediately summoned Fiza to discuss production safety by the warm hearth. I've heard that in your Kobold Valley, on average, one kobold dies every day. That's way too dangerous, Leo said earnestly. Whether it's mining explosions, cave-ins, or your dangerous experiments, these are your people. Previously, everyone had turned a blind eye to matters in Kobold Valley, as long as the iron ore was delivered on time. But after this recent battle, Leo decided to intervene to prevent any major disasters in the future. Exactly, my people. Fiza nodded enthusiastically. One dies, and there are still 499 left. The little mouse silently began calculating. 500 kobolds, one death per day, 50 new births per month. How many would remain after a year? Leo was speechless, unsure if Fiza was showing off her math skills or bragging about her population size. That's not the point. The issue is that the mortality rate is too high. Think about it: if there's a big explosion or a caveat one day, and you're gone too, with no descendants left behind, wouldn't that be a shame? You're already 3.5 years old, a mature kobold. You need to think about preserving your species. You're right, Fiza said thoughtfully. So I need to find a husband. Leo swiftly moved his chair away in alarm. Humans and kobolds can't intermarry. But Fiza wasn't even considering that. She was fretting. Black-furred ones are too dumb, golden-furred ones are too clumsy, and the fierce kobolds are too small. So frustrating. With that, she grabbed the little mouse and dragged her along to the valley to help choose a mate. Nearby, Olivia was mending clothes. Hearing this, she found it both amusing and a little bitter. Her tone turned slightly sarcastic. Even Fiza knows to find a partner. Don't you think it's time you considered it? Why would I need to? Leo scratched his head. Olivia said nothing, merely waiting silently for his response. Olivia's worries over the past few days had not gone unnoticed by her circle of close friends. Ever since Yulian's rise in Riverbend, more and more women had begun gathering around her. Outwardly, these women expressed concern and sympathy, but deep down, their intentions were far from pure. After all, who wouldn't want to befriend a future noblewoman and the wife of a lord? Even those harboring jealousy dared not show it. Olivia was not only kind and gentle by nature, but she also held control over the village's wealth, qualities that made her someone no one wanted to offend. Some of the more calculating village girls even went out of their way to curry favor with her, secretly hoping to secure a better future for themselves. In their minds, even becoming Olivia's maid would be far preferable to a life of hard labor in the fields. Whenever Olivia showed signs of distress, at least 10 of her closest friends would rush to comfort and counsel her. Among them, Agatha stood out the most. Having gone through her own share of hardships, Agatha shared her experiences without reservation. Before Yulian's arrival, Agatha's family had been among the most prominent in the area. Her father-in-law was the village head, her husband led the militia, and her own family in the neighboring village was wealthy enough to provide a dowry that included silver jewelry and 2 fat pigs. But fate had other plans. A sudden orc raid had robbed Agatha of all her loved ones and possessions. She survived only because she had been searching for piglets in a haystack at the time. In the end, she escaped with her life, clutching 2 small black pigs. Your situation now is exactly like mine was back then, Agatha said earnestly to Olivia. If Leo dies in battle and Riverbend is invaded by outsiders, you might end up running for your life, just like I did. While Leo is still here, you should hurry and give him a son. With a child, you won't spend all your time worrying about a man, and you won't end up like me, relying on piglets for emotional support. Olivia found herself agreeing with Agatha's words. However, Leo had yet to bring up the subject of marriage, and she was too shy to broach it herself. Over the past few days, she had resorted to dropping hints to test Leo's intentions, but her efforts were in vain. Leo, being the straightforward man he was, completely missed the underlying meaning of her words. To him, since they were already sharing a bed, what was the rush? He simply felt they were both still young and that marriage could wait. Meanwhile, Yulian was busier than ever. As Riverbend's ruler, he had to oversee various construction projects while traveling between the 3 camps to mediate conflicts. The tension was especially high between the old villagers of Riverbend and the newcomers, with the former deeply wary of the latter, fearing they might encroach on their interests. The Wolf-Fang wildlings are indeed difficult to tame. On the newly cultivated lands of Riverbend, they continue to adhere to their own unique way of life and rules, maintaining a disdainful attitude toward the farmers and displaced refugees there. Meanwhile, the refugees, shunned by the local villagers and looked down upon by the wildlings, feel a deep lack of belonging. Their only aim seems to be getting through each day, occasionally seeking small amusements to pass the time. This complex web of relationships has left Ulrian at his wit's end. Not only does he need to mediate between all the conflicting parties, but he also has to find ways to boost the productivity of these people. To make matters worse, the growing population in Riverbend has highlighted a severe shortage of administrative talent. Aside from Ulrian himself, along with Leo and Olivia, there are hardly any capable managers. Even when suitable candidates arise, they lack the authority and trust necessary to take on leadership roles in the short term. Take Vicky, the deputy commander of the infantry regiment, for instance. As one of the knights personally selected by Ulrian, he is decisive in disciplining unruly militia within the barracks. Yet outside the military camp, when confronted by the endless grievances of elderly villagers, this otherwise competent officer becomes utterly helpless. Other leaders, such as Eugen and Moros, who serve as infantry squad commanders, hold some sway in the camps but are former village troublemakers themselves. Managing their own behavior is challenging enough, let alone overseeing others. Olivia, on the other hand, shows a certain indecisiveness in these matters. While she excels in logistical tasks like resource allocation and manpower organization, her overly compassionate nature makes her hesitant when resolving civil disputes. She often tries to please everyone, an impossible goal, as even the fairest judgment will inevitably leave one party dissatisfied. Fortunately, Leo has stepped in to assist her with these tasks. Dressed in a tattered linen shirt and gripping the hilt of his sword, he stands by Olivia's side with Little Mouse flanking her as well. His fearsome reputation as a commander precedes him, compelling everyone to fall in line. Villagers scatter at his approach, playful children immediately line up for inspection, and even the untamed wildlings lower their heads in respect. Among the wildling youths, he is almost idolized. When handling disputes, Leo has a knack for resolving issues with just a few words. He advises Olivia, the goal is not to make both sides happy but to ensure that bystanders perceive the outcome as fair. The dissatisfaction of a few can be addressed in other ways. Under his guidance, Olivia's administrative efficiency has improved significantly. As for Little Mouse, she takes pride in her newfound authority. Not only does she enjoy basking in Leo's shadow, but she also holds a special place in Olivia's heart mainly because she helps with bookkeeping and calculations, tasks that even Leo refuses to do. Olivia has secretly promised that when the young kobolds grow up, the most skilled scribe among them will replace Leo as Little Mouse's assistant. While some elderly villagers whisper that her black hair and black eyes signify demonic lineage, this does nothing to diminish her status as the big sister among the kobolds. Meanwhile, Ulrian continues to shuttle between Riverbend and Isenbohr, meeting with knights like Rigolav and other lords concerned about their homeland. Together, they strategize on how to address threats from all directions, particularly the challenges posed by the refugees and bandits. Once again, Julian returned to Rivermouth with a troubled expression after attending a noble banquet in Ethanborough. He reported to Leo about the dire situation in the north. 3 villages had already been raided by bandits. In response, Rigolav proposed forming a joint patrol unit. Each lord would defend their own territory under normal circumstances, but as soon as a bandit stronghold was discovered, they would rally a combined force to eliminate it, preventing the threat from growing further. Leo lounged lazily on the lord's throne, casually playing with a small mouse and a kobold pup while enjoying the treats Olivia was feeding him. He replied indifferently, "Do whatever you think is best." In his view, the presence of the Western Watchtower made the Rivermouth region west of the World Tree Avenue relatively secure, unlikely to face the large-scale bandit problems seen in the north. However, Julian was far less optimistic. Although the bandits in this area typically operated in groups of fewer than 100, their ability to move and hide swiftly in the forests made them a persistent nuisance. They dared not openly raid villages but often stole cattle and sheep, attacked lone villagers, and even robbed small, poorly guarded merchant caravans. These caravans, usually consisting of about 30 people, mostly drivers and traders with few experienced guards, were easy targets. Larger bandit groups would murder and plunder outright, while smaller ones preferred to steal wagons under the cover of night. With the growing number of displaced people, it had become easier for bandits to recruit, raising the risk of a larger, more organized group emerging at any time. Seeing Leo's relaxed demeanor, the travel-weary Julian felt his anger boiling over. He barked sharply, "What do you mean? Do whatever you think is best. You need to get involved." After a moment of thought, Leo suggested, "Have Vichy lead the 2nd Squadron to form a patrol team and take charge of security around Rivermouth. When it's time to deal with the bandits, we can send reinforcements as needed." Julian nodded in agreement. The 2nd Squadron indeed needed the experience, and Rigolav's cautious nature made him a suitable leader for the task, minimizing potential risks. In a critical situation, they could still deploy the 1st Squadron, the backbone of Rivermouth defense. As soon as the plan was finalized, Leo asked, "Anything else?" Looking at him still sprawled on the Lord's throne, Yulian's fury erupted. He kicked Leo off the seat, yelling, "Who's the lord here? Get up and do your job." The proposal for a joint patrol unit quickly gained the support of most military lords. After all, Flag Knight Rigolav Pedikov had built his reputation for valor by defeating both foreign invaders and bandits. Before long, militia patrols led by seasoned veterans were established across Ethanborough, tasked with patrolling the outskirts of their territories and escorting merchant caravans safely in and out. Even without finding traces of the enemy, demonstrating one's military strength can deter vagrants and bandits, forcing them to seek other targets. This was precisely the tactical mindset of Knight Rigolov. During Urian's service at the Western Watchtower, he witnessed firsthand the commanding officer's military prowess. Rigolov led his soldiers in a years-long campaign west of Isenball, systematically rooting out bandits and foreign threats with an elite force he had trained to perfection. Their efforts left the region devoid of enemies for years, prompting Urian to lead his people southward, migrating 1,000 miles to establish a new settlement by the river bend. The northern frontier, vast yet sparsely populated, rarely saw large-scale wars, perhaps only once in a decade. Aside from skirmishes over a few strategic locations, the major counts generally coexisted peacefully. However, the northern people, who claimed descent from the god of war, did not let their fighting spirit wane. Instead, they focused their energy on campaigns against wildlings and foreign tribes. Among these wildlings were not only unassimilated tribes, but also an assortment of fugitives hiding in the forests and mountains. Rigolov's approach to eradicating bandits was unlike any other. Unlike other knightly lords who often recklessly pursued personal glory, Rigolov employed a methodical and calculated strategy. He began by training an elite group of wilderness scouts to meticulously locate enemy hideouts. Once targets were identified, he would rally neighboring lords and launch overwhelming assaults on the adversaries. Under his tactics, banditry in the region was often eradicated so thoroughly that it would not resurface for years. In contrast, the average knightly lords had limited military acumen, often resembling rural brawlers. They preferred to chase bandits around with poorly equipped levies and militias, seeking to showcase their personal valor. This often resulted in Pyrrhic victories, or complete annihilation. Worse still, captured knights would have to pay exorbitant ransoms, sometimes equaling the bandits' annual plunder. Rigolov's record of victories was unparalleled. Even his least successful campaigns merely allowed the enemy's main force to escape encirclement, had never faced outright defeat. His most renowned achievement was the annihilation of a coalition of nearly 500 mounted bandits in a valley. Though his title as a banner knight was inherited, his reputation was built on genuine ability, far surpassing those knights whose fame rested on flattery at banquets. After Urian left, a small kobold timidly approached Leo. Seeing Leo in a good mood, it cautiously said, "Boss, I have a headache." Leo grabbed the little kobold's head and ruffled it, asking, "Feeling better now?" The kobold nodded and walked away, but soon returned, whining, "Boss, it still hurts." Leo called out to Olivia, who was busy nearby, "Hey, your godson has a headache." "I know you have a headache," Olivia replied impatiently, grabbing the little kobold and giving its head a vigorous rub. She warned, "Behave, and it won't hurt anymore. Got it?" "Yai's got it." The little kobold, clearly frightened, quickly scurried under the lord's throne. This unusual behavior caught Leo's attention. Normally, kobold pups raised by Olivia were most attached to her, often overjoyed by the slightest praise from their godmother. Olivia, in turn, was always affectionate toward them. On the other hand, Leo, who was generally more indifferent, was usually the one they feared. Today's behavior seemed off. "What's going on?" Leo asked curiously. "Why does the little guy have a headache? And why aren't you, as his mom, paying attention?" Olivia replied angrily, "I know he has a headache. Serves him right. Do you even know what he did?" That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.